The email subject line looked harmless, like it belonged in a world where paperwork didn't decide whether you got to stay safe. Scholarship compliance reminder, spring verification pending. I sat cross-legged on my dorm bed, laptop balanced on my thighs, and clicked it anyway because ignoring things is how they grow teeth. The message was polite, so polite it made me angry. They were thrilled to support high-achieving students. They appreciated my continued cooperation. Then came the list of what could pause my funds: verification forms, updated work-study hours, GPA confirmation, and a reminder that any disciplinary incident could trigger review. Disciplinary incident. I let my head tip back against the wall and stared at the ceiling. Kira had taped glow-in-the-dark stars up there, and half of them were sliding off, stuck at weird angles like they were surrendering in slow motion. "Okay," I whispered, like the university could hear me through cinderblock. "Okay, I'll do it. I'll do everything." My bank tab was open beside the email. I didn't need to scroll. The number sat there like a dare. Not tragic, not dramatic, just thin like ice. I reached for my water bottle and took a sip, trying to get my brain into solution mode when the key scraped in the lock. Kira Lane slammed the door open like she'd been chased. "Girl," she said, breathless, 2 tote bags slipping off her shoulders. "You are not gonna believe what I just heard." I didn't look up. If it's the dining hall running out of fries again. It is not about fries. She tossed the totes onto her bed and planted her hands on her hips like she was about to deliver a verdict. "It's about Ethan Cole." My fingers paused on the keyboard. Ethan Cole wasn't a person on this campus. He was a brand, the golden boy of student government. Perfect hair, perfect smile, perfect future politician vibe that made donors open their wallets and freshmen swoon. I'd seen him in real life exactly twice. Once at orientation, shaking hands like he was running for office, because he was, and once on a flyer outside the library that said Cole for student body president in bold blue letters. I forced a neutral hum. "Okay." Kira's eyes widened. "Okay, that's it. Jade, his campaign team, is looking for someone to do writing and messaging, like real voice stuff, the kind of writing that makes people feel like he's a human being." "And you thought of me because?" I asked, already knowing the answer but not loving it. "Because you're smart," she pointed like it should be obvious. "Because you don't talk like every pre-law robot here. And because, listen, because he specifically said he wants the scholarship girl with the clean rep." Something in my chest tightened. "He said that." My voice came out sharper than I meant. Kira lifted her hands. "Not in a gross way, in a strategy way. He's like, we need someone people trust. And people trust you. You're not somebody's donor baby." I didn't love being described like a campaign ingredient. I also didn't love that Kira was right. "Kira," I said carefully, "I'm not getting sucked into campus politics." "It's student government," she shot back. Same disease, different font. She laughed, then stepped closer, lowering her voice like my walls might be listening. "I'm serious. It's paid. It's resume gold. And if you want any shot at that admin fellowship next semester—" "Stop," I held up a palm. "Don't say admin fellowship like it's a normal thing to want." "It is normal when your future is made out of paperwork," she said, and her grin went a little sharp. "And before you say you'll just figure it out, look." She nodded toward my screen. Scholarship compliance reminder. The words disciplinary incident glared up at me again. I swallowed. What would I even do? Kira's face lit up like she'd been waiting for that crack. "You write speeches, you polish posts, you do debate messaging, you make him sound like a person, and you get paid, and you get access." Access. That word always sounded good until it didn't. "I'll go meet them," I said, because my brain could do math even if my pride hated it. "I'm not promising anything, I'm just meeting." Kira clapped once, delighted. "That's my girl. Grab a jacket, it's freezing." "It's September." "It's emotional winter on this campus," she said, already grabbing her hoodie. "Come on." The student union was loud in the way places got loud when everyone wanted to be seen. Shoes scuffed across tile. Coffee machines hissed. Somebody laughed too hard at something that wasn't funny. Kira walked like she owned the building. I walked like I was trying not to bump into anyone who could complain about me and ruin my week. "You're doing that thing," Kira whispered. "What thing?" "The please don't perceive me thing." "I'm not doing a thing." "You are," she grinned. "And it doesn't work. You've got one of those faces that looks like you're thinking." I opened my mouth, then closed it. She wasn't wrong. She pointed toward a side hallway near the back. A door was half open, and warm, buzzing noise spilled out. Voices, keyboard taps, somebody saying polling, somebody else saying optics. "That's them," Kira said. My stomach did a small flip. I followed her. The second I stepped into the doorway, the room's attention snapped toward me like a spotlight. The space was a student union meeting room, but it had been turned into a campaign bunker. Laptops everywhere, pizza boxes stacked on a side table, a huge poster board with arrows and sticky notes mapping dorms like territory. Then Ethan Cole stood up. In person, he was taller than the flyers. Not intimidating tall, just noticeable. Like the room naturally made space for him. He wore a simple button-down with the sleeves rolled up, forearms visible, hair styled like effortlessness was part of his brand. He smiled. The kind of smile that made you feel chosen. "Jade Miller?" he asked. My skin tightened at hearing my full name from someone I'd never spoken to. "Yeah," I said. He crossed the room and offered his hand like we were closing a deal. "I'm Ethan. Thanks for coming." His handshake was warm and steady, and lasted just long enough to feel intentional. "Hi," I said, trying not to sound like a middle schooler. Kira glowed beside me like she'd personally invented me. "Told you she'd come." Ethan's eyes flicked to her amused. "I owe you." Then he turned back to me. "We've been looking for someone who can help us sound real, not just," he made a face, "campaign." "Campaign is kind of the point," I said before my brain could stop my mouth. A couple people paused. Somebody's eyebrows shot up. Ethan laughed, not offended, like my honesty was charming instead of inconvenient. "Fair," he said, "but people are tired. They want a person, not a poster." A woman with a sleek ponytail stepped forward with a clipboard like it was a weapon. "Marisol," she said, "campaign manager." She didn't smile like Ethan. She smiled like she could. She just didn't waste it. She handed me a printed sheet. Speech drafts, debate messaging, social tone, volunteer scripts, rapid response, you'll be busy. I scanned it, then saw the line at the bottom. Stipend, $900 month. My heartbeat stumbled. Kira elbowed me like she'd seen it. I pretended she hadn't. "Any experience?" Marisol asked. "I write," I said. "Work study, tutoring, I edit papers for half my floor." Ethan watched my face like he was learning it. "Perfect," he said softly. "That's perfect." Marisol tapped her clipboard. "We're in sprint mode, debate in 2 weeks. If you join, you're in, no halfway." I lifted my gaze. I haven't said yes. Marisol's expression didn't change. "You're here." Ethan lifted both hands slightly, stepping in. "No pressure," he said smoothly. "She's allowed to think." Then he turned, just slightly, and raised his voice so the whole room could hear. "This is Jade," he announced. "She's going to help us win." A little ripple of approval moved through the room. Someone smiled. Somebody clapped once like they were sealing a deal. Heat crawled up my neck. I hadn't said yes. Ethan leaned closer, voice dropping. "Sorry," he murmured. "That was a lot, habit." "It was," I said. His smile softened around the edges. "I'm under pressure. Everything I do gets dissected, but I don't want you to feel cornered." He held my gaze. "If you're here, I want it to be because you chose it." He said the right thing. But he'd still claim me out loud first. "I'll think," I said carefully. Ethan nodded like he respected it. "That's all I'm asking." Marisol went back to her laptop like feelings were not on the schedule. The room resumed motion, typing, whisper arguments about messaging, somebody saying donors, somebody else saying, we need a cleaner narrative. Donors. That word slid under my skin, the same way access had. I took a small step back. I need air. Ethan didn't reach for me, but his eyes stayed on mine. Of course, he said. There's a bench outside. He said it like he'd already mapped my escape route. I walked out before he could offer to come with me. The hallway outside was cooler, quieter. The door shut behind me, and the campaign noise dulled like someone turned the volume down. I leaned against the wall and let my shoulders drop. My phone buzzed with a calendar reminder. Workstudy shift tomorrow 7:00 a.m. Of course. I rubbed my eyes and stared at the tiled floor. What am I doing? Walking into trouble. The voice came from the stairwell, landing to my left. I turned. A guy stood there, half in shadow like he'd been there before I looked. Dark hoodie, jeans, backpack strap over one shoulder. He wasn't dressed for politics. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't trying to be seen. His face was sharp in a way that wasn't pretty boy perfect, but still pulled my attention because it didn't ask permission. His eyes flicked to the sticker badge on my sweater, Cole Team, then back to my face. You don't know what room you just walked into, he said. My spine straightened. And you do. He held my gaze. Yeah. Who are you? He hesitated like names were currency. Ronan. Just Ronan. No last name, no handshake, no charm. What do you want? I asked, trying to sound tougher than I felt. Nothing, he said. I'm just telling you be careful. I scoffed, because that was my defense when something unsettled me. It's student government. Ronan's mouth twitched like he almost smiled and decided against it. Sure. The way he said it made my skin prickle. He stepped a little closer, not close enough to be inappropriate, just close enough that I could smell something clean on him, like soap and outside air. My pulse reacted in a way I didn't want to analyze. If someone offers you a drink tonight, he said quietly, don't take it. I blinked. What? Don't. No explanation, no softening. I opened my mouth to ask why, but Ronan's gaze cut past me toward the campaign door like he'd already decided he'd said enough. Then he turned and walked down the stairs, disappearing like he'd never been there. I stared after him, annoyed and unsettled and weirdly aware of my own heartbeat. Who did he think he was? And why did my body feel like it had just been warned by something older than common sense? I exhaled hard, pulled my phone out, needing something solid, something normal. That's when the text came. Unknown number. Don't trust the smiling one. My thumb froze above the screen. My heart did one slow, heavy beat. I read it again, like the letters might rearrange. Smiling one could mean Ethan, with his perfect politician grin. It could mean Marisol, whose smile could cut glass. It could mean Kira, who smiled like life was a party even when she was stressed. It could mean somebody I hadn't met yet. I screenshot it immediately. Proof, evidence, something I could hold on to. Then I hit call, because panic makes you do stupid, brave things. The phone rang once. Then went to a recorded voice. This number is no longer in service. My stomach dropped. Nope, I whispered. Nope, no. My hands shook a little. I clenched my phone until the shaking stopped. A new message popped up from Kira. Where are you? Ethan asked for you. Ethan asked for me. Like I was already part of his machine. I typed back, outside, needed air. 3 dots appeared instantly, then. Come back. We're heading to the kickoff thing later and you have to come. Optics. Optics again. I stared at the word until it blurred. I took a breath, pushed off the wall, and walked back toward the campaign door. I wasn't running. Not because I wasn't scared. Because running didn't pay tuition. Inside, the room didn't even fully register my return. They were too busy arguing about a debate topic that sounded like it came straight from a politician's handbook. If we hit him on tuition transparency. No, donors hate that angle. Keep it positive, keep it clean. Donors hate that angle. My stomach tightened again. Ethan noticed me, though. His eyes found me immediately, like he had a radar. He stepped away from a cluster of volunteers and came over, voice low. You okay? I got a weird text, I said before I could stop myself. Ethan's brow lifted slightly. Weird how? I didn't show him my phone. I didn't know why exactly. Instinct, pride, the small voice that said keep something for yourself. Just weird, I said. Ethan studied my face like he could read what I wasn't saying. His smile appeared, soft, warm, practiced. Elections bring out weird people, he said. Don't let it get in your head. The smiling one. My skin prickled. Ethan's hand brushed my elbow lightly, guiding me deeper into the room like he was positioning me. Listen, he said quietly. You don't have to decide today, but Marisol's right, we're moving fast. And I want you on my team. I swallowed. Why me? His smile sharpened, just a hair. Because you don't sound like them. He nodded toward the staffers. You sound real. It was a compliment, and it landed. It also felt like a hook. Kira appeared at my side, bright and pushy. Tell her about the party, she said. Tell her it's important. Ethan nodded. Kick off tonight. I want you there, not as staff, just show face. Let people see you with us. There it was again, the subtle claim. Okay, I said, because I needed to keep options open. I'll go. Kira's grin went victorious. Marisol called Ethan's name from across the room, and he stepped away, but not before he looked back at me and said, Text me if you need anything. Like he expected that I would. Kira grabbed my sleeve. We need to go back and get you dressed. You can't show up looking like you just crawled out of a library. I did crawl out of a library, I muttered. Exactly, she said, dragging me out. We walked back across campus while the sun slid lower, turning the buildings orange at the edges. Students poured out of classes. Somebody played music too loud from an open window. The normal life of the university kept moving like nothing under it was shifting. Kira talked nonstop about who was volunteering, who was switching sides, who had posted what on social media. I listened, but my brain kept replaying Ronan's voice. Don't take it. And the text. Don't trust the smiling one. Back in the dorm, Kira immediately went into styling mode like she was my mother and my publicist. Wear the dark jeans, she ordered, yanking open my closet. I don't have choices, I said. Everyone has choices. Some people just choose sadness. I rolled my eyes, but let her pull out the cleanest sweater I owned and shake it like it offended her. While she fussed, I opened my laptop again, forced myself to fill out the scholarship verification form. I attached my work study schedule. I double-checked every number. I made it flawless because control was the only thing I trusted. Kira leaned over my shoulder at one point. See, this is why you're perfect for Ethan. You do everything like your life depends on it. I didn't laugh. It does. Kira's smile softened for half a second, then she snapped back into her usual spark. Okay, done with that. Now, hair, you're wearing it down. It looks expensive when it's down. It is not expensive, I said, but I let her brush it. I checked my phone again. The unknown number was still dead. The screenshot sat in my gallery like a bruise. I added it to a hidden folder anyway, a small act of paranoia that made me feel safer. When we finally left the dorm, the sky had darkened into deep blue. The air was cold enough to make my breath visible. Kira linked her arm through mine, like we were walking into a gala, instead of a student lounge. Remember, she said as we approached the venue, heels clicking even though it was campus. We show face, we take a photo, we leave. I'm not trying to become famous, I muttered. Neither is Ethan, she lied. The lounge building glowed warm through its windows. A banner hung above the entrance. Coal kickoff. There were people everywhere, students in groups, volunteers with clipboards. A guy with a camera rig like this was a real political event. And security. Not bored students with wristbands. Actual men in black jackets, earpieces, scanning faces. Kira let out a low whistle. Okay, that's intense. It's student government, I said automatically, even though the words sounded weaker now. We joined the line. A volunteer slapped a wristband on Kira, then reached for me. The band tightened around my wrist. My skin prickled. Not because it was tight. Because a man stepped into my path. He was older than the others, shoulders squared, face calm in a way that felt trained. Security captain energy. The kind of calm you see in people who have handled ugly situations and never show it. He had a small tablet on a stand at the rope line and a handheld scanner in his palm. His eyes flicked toward the tablet, then up to my face. His mouth opened. Jade Miller, he said. My heart stuttered. I stared at him. How? His gaze dropped to my wristband after he said my name. The scanner beeped once as he passed it over the band like he was doing the normal check. The timing was wrong, like he'd already known and this was theater. You're good, he said calmly. Go ahead. My mouth went dry. Do I know you? Something moved behind his eyes, too quick to catch. Then his expression flattened into professional blank. No, he said. And that was somehow worse. I walked past him because there was no other move that didn't make me look guilty. Inside, warmth hit my face. The lounge smelled like sugar and expensive cologne and the faint, sharp bite of alcohol. Music thumped through the walls. People cheered when Ethan Cole entered the room like he was stepping onto a stage. Somebody shoved a phone in his face. He took it, smiled, kept moving. Perfect. Tables lined one wall with fancy snacks, mini sliders, cupcakes with blue frosting, little cups of something sparkling. The bar glowed along the back. I stared at the bar. Ronan's warning hit like a slap. Don't take it. Kira tugged my arm. Come on, find Ethan, get a pic, then we bounce. We wove through the crowd. Ethan spotted us quickly, his eyes locked on mine like I was a point he needed secured. He crossed the room, still smiling, still shaking hands, still moving like a politician. Jade, he said when he reached me, voice warm. You came. Kira laughed. Of course she did. I dragged her. Ethan's smile widened. Good work. Then, without asking, he shifted closer to me. His hand touched the small of my back briefly as he guided me toward the center, not crude, not aggressive, just subtle claiming in a way that made everyone around us register it. She's with me. My stomach tightened, with a confusing mix of comfort and irritation. You okay? He asked quietly, leaning in like it was intimate and necessary. The security guy at the door knew my name, I said low. Ethan's smile didn't crack, but his eyes sharpened for half a second. He glanced toward the entrance. I followed his gaze. The security captain stood near the rope line, head angled slightly as if listening to his earpiece. One hand rested near the tablet stand. Ethan's jaw tightened, so subtly most people wouldn't notice. I noticed. Ethan turned back to me. He's doing his job, he said smoothly. How is that his job? I demanded quietly. He said my name before he even scanned my wristband. Ethan exhaled through his nose like he was trying not to show frustration. Elections bring attention, he said. It's a precaution. Precaution for what? Ethan's smile returned like a mask snapping back into place. Rumors, smears, stupid stunts, people get weird. He made it sound harmless. My body didn't buy it. A volunteer popped up with a camera. Quick photo, Ethan. Ethan didn't move away from me. He angled us toward the lens like this was planned. Kira slid in on my other side with a grin. Flash. My face froze into something that might pass as normal if nobody looked too closely. As soon as the picture was taken, Ethan leaned toward me again. Come with me, he murmured. Somewhere quieter. Kira made a dramatic face and pretended to be fascinated by her phone. I'll be anywhere else. I shot her a look that promised revenge. Ethan guided me through a side hallway to a small balcony overlooking the campus green. The music dulled behind us, replaced by distant laughter and the soft hum of heaters. Out here, the air was cooler. The lights were softer. My thoughts finally caught up with my heartbeat. Ethan leaned his elbows on the railing, then turned so he faced me. Up close, his eyes were warm hazel. His expression was gentle enough to make you forget he was running an entire machine behind his smile. "Listen," he said quietly, "I know this is a lot, and I know you didn't ask to be dragged into it." "I wasn't dragged," I said automatically, because pride is my default defense. He smiled like he liked that. "No," he agreed, "you seem like someone who chooses." The compliment hit right where my insecurity lived. Ethan's voice stayed low. "I need you to understand something, though. People will target you if you're near me." I stared at him. "Why?" He paused, choosing words carefully. "Because they can't get to me directly, not in a way that matters, but they can get to the people around me." A chill moved through me that had nothing to do with the night air. "This is student government," I said, and the words sounded like a prayer I didn't believe. Ethan's expression softened. "It's bigger than people think." He held my gaze. "I'm not trying to scare you, I'm trying to be honest." Honesty that sounded rehearsed still made my skin itch. He reached out, fingers brushing my wristband lightly like he was grounding himself. His touch was warm. "If you decide to work with us," he said, "I'll make sure you're protected." Protected. The word made my stomach flip. It also made my pride flare. "I don't need." "I know," Ethan cut in gently. "You don't need it. I want to offer it anyway." He stepped a fraction closer, not touching, but close enough that my body registered it like a pull. I was about to answer when movement shifted behind him in the doorway back into the lounge. A figure near the exit. Ronan. He wasn't trying to be seen. He stood half-turned, eyes scanning the room like he was counting threats. His posture was casual, but his attention wasn't. Then his gaze lifted and caught mine. For a second, everything inside me went still. His stare wasn't sweet. It wasn't flirtation. It was intensity, like he could see exactly how out of my depth I was. His eyes flicked to Ethan's hand near my wristband. Then back to my face. Then Ronan turned and vanished into the crowd like smoke. I swallowed hard. Ethan followed my gaze. "What?" "Nothing," I lied too quickly. Ethan studied me like he didn't believe it but wasn't going to press. "Not yet." "Stay close to me tonight," he said softly, "just until things settle." It sounded like a request. It felt like a command. I nodded anyway, because part of me wanted the safety he was offering even as I hated how it came packaged. We went back inside. The bar glowed, cups clinked, smiles everywhere. A volunteer approached with a cup in hand. "Punch," she offered brightly. Ronan's warning snapped through me. "Don't take it." "No thanks," I said fast. The volunteer blinked, surprised. "It's just punch." "I'm good," I repeated, forcing a small smile that felt fake on my face. Ethan's eyes lingered on me like he was filing the moment away. Kira appeared again, sliding into my space. "You look like you just saw a ghost," she whispered. "I'm fine," I whispered back. "Liar." I didn't argue, because my attention snagged again on the entrance. The security captain was still there. Still watching. Not the room. Me. My mouth went dry. Kira nudged me. "Someone's coming over." I turned. A woman walked toward me, older than the students, younger than the donors. Neat outfit, polished posture, a practiced, polite smile that didn't reach her eyes. She held a small stack of thick cards. She stopped directly in front of me. Her eyes flicked down for half a second, like she was confirming something, then back up. "Jade Miller?" she asked. Every muscle in my body tightened. "Yes," I said slowly. She held out one card. The paper was thick, embossed, expensive, the kind of paper you don't waste on college events. I took it with fingers that suddenly didn't feel like mine. On the front it read, "Leadership Mixer, invite only." And beneath it, printed cleanly like it had been decided long before this moment, Jade Miller. My name, not written, not added, printed. I stared at it, heat crawling up my spine. I didn't request this, I said, voice low. The woman's smile didn't shift. Of course not. My stomach dropped. Who sent it? She tilted her head slightly, amused by my confusion. You'll understand soon, she said. Then, as if the interaction was complete, she stepped back and melted into the crowd. Kira's eyes went huge. Jade, what is that? I couldn't stop staring at the embossed letters. A leadership mixer. Kira grabbed my arm, excited. That's huge. That's admin people, donors, that's access. Access. That word again, shiny and sharp. I forced myself to look up. The security captain hadn't moved. If anything, he looked more focused now. His gaze locked on mine, steady, confirming, like he'd been waiting to see if I'd take the card. His head angled slightly, as if he was listening to his earpiece. My pulse hammered. I pulled my phone out with shaking hands and snapped a photo of the invite. Proof, evidence, something solid. The screen light reflected off the embossed print. Jade Miller. It looked like my name had been turned into a label. Kira was still talking, words spilling fast. This is so good for you. This is the kind of thing people would kill for on this campus. I didn't answer. My brain replayed the unknown message from earlier. Don't trust the smiling one. Ethan's smile, the woman's polite smile, the security captain's calm almost smile that never reached his eyes. My mouth tasted faintly metallic. I folded the invite carefully and slid it into my bag like it might bite. The party noise swelled again, but it sounded far away now, like I was underwater. Kira squeezed my arm. You good? I nodded, because nodding was easier than telling the truth. The truth was, this didn't feel like an invitation. It felt like a claim. And for the first time since I'd gotten accepted to Halston, since I'd walked onto this campus with thrift store clothes and a scholarship letter that saved my life, I had the sharp, sick sense that somebody had put my name on a list. Not because they wanted to help me, because they wanted to own me. I stared toward the entrance again. The security captain was still watching. And something deep in my gut whispered the same thing Ronan had warned me with. You don't know what room you just walked into. The music thumped, people laughed. My fingers tightened around my bag strap until my knuckles hurt. And I realized I wasn't sure how to walk out of this without leaving something behind. I woke up before my alarm because my brain wouldn't stop replaying my name, printed on that thick, expensive card. Jade Miller. Not handwritten, not scribbled, printed like a label. My dorm room was still dim, curtains barely blocking the gray-blue of early morning. Kira's side of the room looked like a tornado had politely arranged itself into piles, 2 tote bags on the floor, a jacket hanging off the chair, her phone face down on her pillow like it had passed out. I lay there for a second, staring at the ceiling stars that were still half detached, and tried to convince myself I was being dramatic. It's student government. The lie tasted weaker than yesterday. I sat up slowly, careful not to wake Kira, and reached into my bag. My fingers brushed paper. The invite. It was still there. I pulled it out and held it in both hands like it was evidence and a threat at the same time. The embossed letters caught the faint light. Leadership Mixer, invite only Jade Miller. My stomach tightened. I didn't even remember walking back from the kickoff party clearly. I remembered noise, Ethan's smile, the security captain's calm eyes, Kira talking a mile a minute, then my bed, then my brain spinning in the dark while Kira fell asleep like none of it mattered. It mattered. I set the invite on my desk, then grabbed my phone and opened my photos. The screenshot of the anonymous text was there. The photo I'd taken of the invite at the party was there too. I tapped into the hidden folder I'd made last night, the one I'd named something boring on purpose, like class notes, because paranoia gets smarter when you don't dress it up. The folder opened. Inside, the screenshot sat like a bruise. Don't trust the smiling one. I stared at it until my eyes stung. Then I moved the invite photo into the same folder, along with a new note I typed quickly. Security captain said my name before scanning wristband. Donor woman gave invite with my name printed. Unknown number text, dead when called. Ronan warning, don't take a drink. I paused over Ronan's name. I didn't know him. But my body did that annoying thing where it reacted like it had decided he mattered. I shook my head like I could shake the thought loose. Then I created a second folder inside the hidden one and labeled it Docs. If this turned into something, I wanted everything organized. That was how I survived, by making chaos into lists. Behind me, Kira made a sleepy sound and rolled over. Jade, she mumbled into her pillow. Why are you awake? It's criminal. It's not that early, I whispered, even though it was. Kira cracked one eye open. Are you staring at the golden ticket again? I didn't answer. My silence answered for me. Kira pushed herself up on one elbow, hair wild, and squinted at the invite on my desk. Her face immediately brightened like she'd been plugged into a charger. I knew it, she said, voice thick with sleep. I told you this would happen. You're basically famous. I'm not famous, I muttered. I'm targeted. Kira blinked. Okay, dramatic. I'm serious. Kira sat up fully now, tugging her blanket around her shoulders. Jade, it's a leadership mixer. It's probably just donors and admin people congratulating Ethan and showing off their student engagement. Why is my name on it? Because Ethan likes you, Kira said like it was obvious. My chest tightened. He doesn't know me. Kira pointed at me. That's what makes it impressive. You have vibes. I gave her a flat look. Kira yawned, then swung her legs over the side of her bed. Okay, listen. Today you're going to the campaign HQ. You're going to act normal. You're going to let Ethan take a picture with you again so everyone sees you're on his side. And then you're going to go to this mixer and become a networking queen. This is your villain origin story, but like, in a good way. I stared at the invite again. I could still hear the donor woman's voice. You'll understand soon. My mouth went dry just thinking about it. Kira, I said quietly, if someone hands me a drink again, I'm saying no. Kira's eyebrows lifted. Why? Are you doing a cleanse? No, I didn't tell her about the warning text. Not yet. I didn't even know why I kept holding it back. Maybe because once I said it out loud, it would become real. Kira shrugged, already reaching for her hoodie. Fine, you can be a hydrated queen. Just don't look like you're about to flee the country. I pressed my lips together. I didn't trust myself not to. The student union was even louder in the morning. Students poured through with coffee and backpacks, and sleep still stuck to their faces. The campaign hallway was packed with volunteers wearing matching stickers like it was a team sport. I checked my schedule on my phone while Kira power walked ahead. My first lecture wasn't until noon, one of the few perks of workstudy being early shifts and late classes. That should have relaxed me. It didn't. Kira marched ahead like she was leading a parade. I followed, scanning faces without meaning to. The campaign door was open wider today. Warm noise spilled out, typing, laughter, someone arguing about a slogan. As soon as I stepped in, Marisol's eyes snapped toward me like she'd been expecting my silhouette. Ethan stood near the center of the room, sleeves rolled up again, talking to a volunteer with a smile that made the volunteer look like he'd been personally blessed. Then Ethan saw me. His whole attention shifted like a spotlight. Jade, he said, and the way he said my name was too familiar for someone I'd known for less than 24 hours. He crossed the room quickly. You came back. Kira grinned like she'd orchestrated it. Told you she would. Ethan's smile warmed. Good. That one word made my skin tighten, and I hated that it did. Marisol clapped once sharp. Okay, Before we get sentimental, we have work. She held a stack of papers like she was about to throw them at someone. Jade, if you're serious, I'm putting you on 2 things today. I lifted my chin. I'm not officially. You're here, Marisol said, exactly like yesterday, and shoved the papers into my hands. So you're useful. Useful. The word slid under my skin like a splinter. Ethan's smile flickered for half a second, like he didn't love the phrasing but wasn't going to correct her. Marisol pointed to the first page. We need a 90-second segment for Ethan's speech. Humble origin, human voice, not corny. Ethan leaned in, lower voice. No pressure, he murmured. You can make me sound less like a brochure. I didn't smile, but I felt something in my chest soften anyway. The compliment was a hook, and Ethan knew exactly where to place it. Marisol tapped the second page. And I need you to rewrite this donor email so it sounds student-led. I glanced down. The email was corporate. Words like stakeholders and leveraging momentum and strategic partnership. It didn't sound like a student. It sounded like someone's assistant wrote it and forgot to remove the jargon. Who wrote this? I asked before I could stop myself. Marisol didn't blink. Does it matter? It did. But I didn't say that. Instead, I set the papers on an empty section of table and pulled out my laptop. Ethan stayed close, not leaning over me, but present like he wanted the room to see that I was with him. His hand brushed my shoulder briefly as he moved past, like a casual touch that carried a message. My team. My stomach twisted. I opened a blank document and started typing, keeping the tone simple and human. Hey everyone, this campus deserves leadership that listens. Marisol paced behind me, barking instructions at volunteers. We need floor captains for Ridge Hall by noon. I want bodies at the dining commons. And somebody find out if Sloane's team is pushing that rumor again. My fingers paused. Sloane, I asked without looking up. Marisol waved her hand like it was nothing. Avery, she's running the opposition like it's a family business. Kira, perched on a chair nearby, leaned toward me and whispered, I told you she's a snake. I kept typing. Across the room, 2 staffers spoke in low voices near the whiteboard. Board will be there tonight, one said. Yeah, and if Dean Caldwell shows up, we keep it clean, the other replied. My fingers slowed. Board, Dean Caldwell. The words didn't belong in the same sentence as student government. I glanced up slightly, without turning my head fully. Ethan was talking to someone near the coffee table, smiling, nodding like he was making promises he could keep. He looked relaxed, but something in him felt controlled, like every gesture had a purpose. Marisol stopped beside me. How fast do you write? Fast, I said. Good. She looked down at my screen, then nodded once. That's closer, keep it, but make it less sad. It's not sad, I muttered. Marisol's mouth twitched. You're a scholarship kid. Your tone bleeds. Please don't take my future away. I belong here. Heat crawled up my neck. Ethan's head turned slightly, like he heard the remark even from across the room. His eyes locked on mine for a second. His expression softened. Marisol continued, also about the mixer. She said it casually, like she was discussing a cafeteria menu. Don't worry about it, they already approved you. My hands froze over the keyboard. They? Not we, not Ethan, not the campaign. They? I turned slowly to look at her. Marisol didn't seem to realize she'd slipped. She was already looking past me at someone else. Ridge Hall Captain, you're on door knocking. My pulse ticked louder. Ethan stepped in beside me, voice lower. Marisol means admin stuff. It's normal. They vet everyone at those mixers. Who is they? I asked quietly. Ethan's smile stayed in place, but his eyes sharpened. People who handle logistics, he said. Don't let it freak you out. It already had. Kira bounced in her chair like she was having the time of her life. See, Jade's officially approved. That's power. I forced my fingers back onto the keys and made myself finish. because stopping would make me look suspicious. 10 minutes later, I saved the speech segment and donor email rewrite into the campaign's shared folder Marisol had pointed me to. Then I emailed Marisol directly with the subject line, "Drafts a origin segment plus donor email, Jade." Her reply came back almost instantly, 2 words. "Good, keep moving." No warmth, no thanks. Just usefulness. Not long after, while I was making Marisol's less sad edits, an older woman with a staff lanyard stepped into the room. Not a volunteer, not a student, neat outfit, polite smile that didn't invite questions. She scanned the room once, then her eyes landed on me. "Jade Miller," she asked. My spine went rigid. "Yes," I said, standing up slowly. The room quieted just enough for attention to shift. Ethan's head snapped toward us. The woman held out a small card. "Dean Caldwell requests you in his office today." She said it like it was a normal thing for a dean to request you like you were a file. Ethan moved fast, stepping closer. "Dean Caldwell," he repeated, like he was confirming something. The woman nodded. "This morning, if possible." Ethan's shoulders eased in a way that felt wrong, too relieved, like he'd expected this. My stomach clenched. "Okay," I said, forcing my voice steady. "I'll go." Ethan's smile returned, warm and proud. "That's great," he said. "Really." "Why?" I asked, unable to stop myself. "What is this?" Ethan's eyes flicked around the room, then back to me. "It's good news," he said quietly. "It means you're being recognized." Recognized. Or selected. Marisol, without looking up from her laptop, tossed out, "Tell him thank you, and don't act nervous." I stared at her. "I'm not nervous." Marisol finally glanced up, eyes flat. "Sure." The staff woman waited patiently. "Follow me." I nodded. Ethan stepped closer. "I'll walk you there," he said immediately. The boundary rose up like a wall. "No," I said. Ethan blinked. "No." "I can find it," I said, keeping my tone calm. "It's fine." His smile held, but something tightened behind his eyes, just a hair. He didn't argue, not openly. "Okay," he said softly. "Text me when you're done." Like he expected the update, like he expected access. I gave a small nod and followed the staff woman out. As we walked through the student union, my eyes kept scanning without permission. Near the main entrance, I saw him. The security captain from last night. Same calm face, same squared shoulders, same earpiece. He stood near a tablet stand like he belonged there, watching the flow of students like he was counting. When his eyes found me, they held for a beat, steady, knowing. Then he looked away. Like he'd logged me and moved on. My heart beat too, loud in my ears as I kept walking. The admin building smelled like polished wood and expensive air freshener. Quiet, carpeted, every sound muffled like this place didn't want echoes. The staff woman led me down a hallway lined with framed photos of past donors and presidents. Smiling faces, suits, plaques, names that probably had buildings attached. She stopped at a door with a brass plate. "Dean Caldwell." She knocked once, opened it, and gestured me in. "Dean, Jade Miller is here." A voice answered, warm. "Wonderful, thank you." The staff woman shut the door behind me, leaving me alone in a room that was too clean to be safe. Dean Caldwell stood from behind a large desk, 40s maybe, salt and pepper hair, a practiced smile that looked generous but not fragile. He wore a fitted blazer like he'd never had to worry about thrift stores. "Jade," he said, walking around the desk. "It's good to finally meet you." My skin prickled at the finally. "Hi," I managed. He gestured to the chair across from him. "Please, sit." I sat carefully, spine straight. My bag strap stayed looped around my wrist like a safety line. As he sat, my eyes automatically tracked the room, old habit. Bookshelves, donor plaques, a glass display case with awards, and to the left of the bookshelf, a second door that didn't match the rest. It was metal, not wood. A keypad sat beside it, blinking green once, then going dark again. Above the handle, a small placard read, Service Level B, authorized access only. My throat tightened. Downstairs had a shape now. Dean Caldwell's voice pulled me back. I won't take too much of your time. I know students like you are always balancing a lot. Students like you. He continued, First, let me say, your academic record is impressive. Your work study supervisor speaks highly of you. Your scholarship compliance is impeccable. He smiled slightly. You don't miss deadlines. My stomach tightened. How do you know that? I asked, keeping my tone respectful. Dean Caldwell's smile didn't shift. We pay attention to students with trajectory, he said smoothly, especially those who rise without the usual advantages. There it was again, the reminder that I wasn't supposed to belong here. He slid a folder across the desk toward me. The cover read, Leadership Fellowship Program, Offer Packet. My breath caught. Dean Caldwell leaned back slightly, hands open. You've been recommended for our Leadership Fellowship. Recommended by who? I asked immediately. He didn't answer directly. By people who see potential, he said. By people invested in student success. That was not an answer. What is it? I asked. Dean Caldwell's smile brightened like he loved this part. It's a curated program, he said. Mentorship, networking, professional development, a stipend, access to opportunities that most students don't even know exist. Access. That word again, always sounding like a gift. He continued, You're entering a high-visibility space with the student government campaign. That comes with attention, good and bad. This fellowship ensures you're supported. Supported. Protected. My fingers tightened around my bag strap. I pulled the folder closer and opened it. Inside were glossy pages with titles like Leadership Excellence and Community Impact. Photos of smiling students shaking hands with older men in suits. Then the paperwork. My eyes dropped to the line that mattered. Stipend, $1,200 a month. My heart stumbled. Dean Caldwell watched my face like he knew exactly what that number meant to me. Is this, I swallowed, is this tied to the campaign? It's tied to leadership, he corrected smoothly. The campaign simply accelerated visibility. Accelerated, like I'd been pushed onto a conveyor belt. I flipped the pages, and then I saw it. A section labeled Confidentiality and Participation Agreement. A fancy way to say NDA. My skin went cold. I scanned the bullet points. Consent to evaluation. Conduct review compliance. Restricted access authorization. Wellness holds as deemed necessary. Non-disclosure of program operations and affiliated events. My throat tightened. What is a wellness hold? I asked, forcing my voice to stay calm. Dean Caldwell didn't blink. It's a standard safeguard, he said. If a student is under unusual stress, if there's concern about their well-being, we temporarily restrict certain activities to protect them. Restrict how? I asked. Dean Caldwell's smile softened like he was talking to a child. It can be as simple as mandatory counseling sessions, a check-in, a pause from public events. A pause from public events. My mind flashed to last night's security, coordinated, calm, trained. I swallowed. What does restricted access authorization mean? I asked, tapping the line with my finger. Dean Caldwell glanced down, then back up, still calm. Certain fellowship events occur in areas not open to the general student body, he said. Board meetings, development dinners, facilities used for private programming. Facilities. My pulse picked up. My eyes flicked without permission toward that metal door with the keypad and the placard. Service Level B. Downstairs. I forced myself to keep reading instead of spiraling. There was another line. Consent to evaluation. Evaluation by who? I asked. Dean Caldwell's hands remained open, friendly. "Program advisors," he said. "Wellness staff, mentors. It's not invasive, Jade. It's supportive." Supportive kept sounding like a leash. I looked up. "Why me?" Dean Caldwell held my gaze, and for the first time his smile felt less like charm and more like calculation. "Because," he said carefully, "we've been watching your trajectory for a while." My stomach dropped. For a while. Before Ethan. Before the kickoff. Before the invite. I kept my face still with effort, watching. Dean Caldwell nodded as if this was normal. "Tracking student performance is part of our job," he said. "You've made smart choices. You're resilient. You have discipline. Those qualities matter." He leaned forward slightly. "And frankly, Jade, we want to invest in students who will represent this institution well." Represent. Be seen. Be used. I forced myself to breathe. "What happens if I don't sign?" I asked. Dean Caldwell's smile returned brighter. "Nothing," he said easily. "You continue your studies. You continue doing well. This is an opportunity, not a threat." He paused, then added like it was casual. "The board does prefer decisiveness." My skin prickled. "Today?" I asked. Dean Caldwell slid a pen toward me, the movement smooth. "If possible," he said. "We're moving quickly. There are events, networking opportunities happening soon. Signing today ensures you're fully integrated." Integrated? Like software. I stared at the pen. I thought of my bank account. I thought of my scholarship email with the phrase disciplinary incident. I thought of the anonymous text warning me not to trust the smiling one. And I thought of the security captain saying my name like it had already been typed into his system. My hand hovered over the pen. Then I pulled back. "I need to read it," I said calmly. Dean Caldwell's smile didn't crack, but something in his eyes shifted, tiny impatience, quickly controlled. "Of course," he said. "That's responsible." He slid the folder slightly closer, as if giving it to me was generous. "Take it," he said. "Review it, but don't wait too long. Opportunities like this don't stay open." I closed the folder carefully and held it against my chest like a shield. Dean Caldwell stood, signaling the meeting was ending. "It was lovely meeting you, Jade," he said warmly, "and I do hope you choose us." Choose. My throat tightened at the word. I stood too. "Thank you," I said, because manners were armor. Dean Caldwell walked me to the door himself, hand on the knob like he was personally delivering me back to the world. As I stepped into the hallway, he added softly, "You're going to do very well here." It sounded like praise. It felt like prediction. The door shut behind me with a quiet click. The hallway outside the dean's office felt colder than it had before. I walked a few steps, then stopped because my legs suddenly felt like they didn't belong to me. I looked down at the folder in my hands. Leadership Fellowship offer packet. I pulled my phone out and quickly snapped photos. Cover page, the NDA title page, the section headers with the words restricted access and wellness holds. Proof. Evidence. My fingers trembled slightly, but the camera steadied them. Taking pictures already. The voice came from my right, sweet as syrup. I turned. Sloane Avery stood near the hallway intersection like she'd been placed there on purpose. She was polished in a way that made it look effortless, perfect hair, perfect outfit, perfect expression. Her smile was pretty. It didn't reach her eyes. Beside her, another girl hovered like a shadow, watching me with open curiosity. I tightened my grip on the folder. "Hi," I said flatly. Sloane's gaze dropped to the folder, then back to my face. "So it's true," she said lightly. "Dean Caldwell is handing out his little golden tickets early this year." My stomach clenched. "How do you know what this is?" Sloane laughed softly. "Please, my uncle funds half this building." She waved a hand like the hallway itself belonged to her. "People talk." Her eyes flicked to my phone, still in my hand. And you taking photos is adorable, like you think rules apply to you the same way they apply to everyone else. Heat rose in my chest. Rules do apply, I said. Sloane tilted her head. Do they? She smiled wider. Jade, you're here on scholarship, right? The way she said scholarship sounded like dirt. My jaw tightened. Yes. Sloane's voice stayed sweet. Then you understand how fragile funding can be. One little issue, one little report, one little misunderstanding. She shrugged delicately. And suddenly the university decides you're not worth the investment. My stomach dropped hard. I forced my voice steady. Are you threatening me? Sloane widened her eyes like I'd accused her of murder. Oh my God, no, I'm just giving advice. She stepped closer, lowering her voice just enough to feel intimate. Know your place, Jade, don't get greedy. Greedy? Like wanting safety was greed. I stared at her, anger sharpening my focus. My place is wherever I earned, I said quietly. Sloane's smile tightened. That's cute, she whispered. We'll see how long that attitude lasts. She turned slightly, her friend already following, and drifted away down the hallway like she hadn't just tried to crush my throat with polite words. I stood still, heart pounding. My fingers curled around the folder until the edges bent slightly. I exhaled slow, forced myself to straighten it, and kept walking. I made it to the lobby and sat on a cushioned bench near a potted plant that looked too expensive to be real. My legs finally remembered how to hold me, but my stomach still felt hollow. I opened the folder again and scanned the NDA section, slower this time. My eyes caught on phrases that made my skin tighten. Authorization, restricted facilities, assigned as necessary, consent, evaluation, compliance. This wasn't just a leadership program. This was a contract. And contracts were cages when you didn't fully understand the terms. I was still staring at the page when someone sat on the bench a few feet away, keeping just enough distance to pretend it was accidental. A student, older than me, maybe a junior or senior, hoodie, backpack, nervous energy like their skin didn't fit right. I tried not to look at them. They tried not to look at me. Then, very quietly, they leaned in just a fraction and said, "Don't sign anything you don't understand." My pulse spiked. I turned my head slightly. What? Their eyes flicked toward the folder in my hands, then away, like even looking at it was dangerous. If you get invited downstairs, they swallowed hard. Run. My mouth went dry. Downstairs, I whispered. They didn't answer my question. Their shoulders tightened like they'd already said too much. Wait, I said quickly. Who are you? What do you mean downstairs? They stood too fast, almost knocking their own bag. I can't. They shook their head, eyes wide and scared. Just don't go, okay? Then they walked away fast, weaving through the lobby like they were trying not to be seen leaving. I sat frozen, heartbeat loud in my ears. Downstairs. My eyes flicked toward the hallway leading deeper into admin offices. Everything looked normal, quiet, clean. Too clean. I forced myself to breathe, in, out. I took my phone out and typed a message to Kira. Something's off. Dean offered me a leadership fellowship, lots of NDA stuff. I stared at the text, then deleted the last sentence. Too much detail over text, too traceable. I rewrote. Something's off, I'll explain later. Then I hit send. Kira replied almost immediately. OMG, congrats. Is it the mixer thing? My stomach twisted. I didn't respond. I thought about texting Ethan. He'd told me to text him when I was done. He looked relieved when the dean summoned me. But I didn't know if Ethan was safe to trust. And I still had that warning, sitting in my hidden folder like a bomb. Don't trust the smiling one. I slid my phone back into my pocket and focused on the folder again, forcing myself to read like I was studying for finals. That's when I heard it. A voice around the corner. Dean Caldwell. I couldn't see him, but the lobby carried sound in soft echoes. His voice was low, controlled, like someone who knew exactly how to be heard without raising volume. "Yes," he said. "I met with her. She's useful." My blood went cold. Useful. The same word Marisol had used. I sat still, barely breathing, listening hard. Dean Caldwell continued, softer now, words muffled by distance. I couldn't catch everything, but I caught enough tone to know he wasn't talking about me like I was a person. He was talking about me like I was a piece on a board. My fingers clenched around the edge of the folder. When his voice faded, I forced myself to move. Slowly, quietly, like any sudden motion might attract attention. I flipped one page deeper into the agreement and scanned again. And there it was, a line I hadn't fully processed before because my brain had been too busy screaming. Authorization may include access to restricted facilities as assigned. Restricted facilities. Assigned. Not requested, not chosen. Assigned like a sentence. My mouth went dry. Downstairs. My eyes lifted, staring ahead at the hallway that disappeared deeper into the building. The lobby lights hummed softly. People walked by with coffee and backpacks like none of this mattered, like my name wasn't printed on invitations, like deans didn't call students useful. My pulse hammered. I shoved the folder closed and stood up with shaky legs. I needed air. I needed distance. I needed to get out before I made a choice I couldn't undo. But as I walked toward the exit, the words kept repeating in my head, heavy and sharp. Restricted facilities. Downstairs. Useful. And the worst part was the invite in my bag, and the fellowship packet in my hands made one truth undeniable. This wasn't happening to me by accident. It was happening to me on purpose. The moment I stepped out of the admin building, the air hit my face like a slap that was supposed to wake me up. It didn't. It just made everything sharper. Cold wind slid under my sweater, and the sky had that pale, washed-out look like campus was pretending it was a normal morning. Students walked past with coffee and earbuds and zero fear in their eyes. They laughed. They complained about quizzes. They lived like nobody had a keypad door labeled service level be sitting 5 feet from a dean's bookshelf. I tightened my grip on the fellowship folder against my chest and walked down the steps slowly, like my legs needed permission. No signing, no drinking, no being alone in unknown rooms. I repeated the rules inside my head until my breathing matched them. Halfway down the sidewalk, I stopped beside a campus map board, one of those giant, cheerful signs with "Welcome to HALSDON" on top and little icons for the library, dining, dorms. I leaned my hip against the metal post, pretending I was just a student checking directions. My hands were shaking, not enough for anyone to notice unless they were looking for it, enough for me to feel it. I pulled my phone out and opened notes, fingers moving on instinct. Caldwell office service level B door keypad, metal door, placard. I saved it fast. Then I opened the folder again. The words were still there. Authorization may include access to restricted facilities as assigned. Assigned. Like you didn't get a choice. I snapped the folder closed and slid it into my bag, deeper than it had been yesterday, like hiding it could make it less real. My phone buzzed in my pocket. For 1 second, my body reacted like it was danger. It was just a calendar reminder. Lecture 12, 00 p.m. No class until noon. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. It just meant I had time to think. Ethan's voice slid into my memory. Text me when you're done. I pulled my phone out and stared at his contact name for a second too long. The bubble with his last message sat there like a polite leash. If I told him too much, it could get used. If I told him nothing, it could look like I was hiding. I typed the safest thing. Me finished with Dean. We'll explain later. I hit send before my nerves could talk me out of it. Then I opened Kira's chat. Kira was my friend. Kira was also the kind of person who got excited and loud and accidentally repeated things, because she moved through life like consequences were optional. I typed anyway. Meet me after my noon class, not over text. Kira replied instantly. Kira, okay. Are you dying, Kira? Also congrats. I didn't answer. My throat was too tight for it. I slid the phone back into my pocket and forced my feet to move. As I crossed the quad, my eyes kept scanning. It wasn't dramatic. It was automatic now. 2 campus police officers stood near the fountain, talking casually. A security guard in a black jacket leaned against a pillar near the student union entrance. And then I saw him. The same security, captain from the kickoff. Same calm face, same earpiece, same posture like the campus belonged to him more than it belonged to me. He stood near a tablet stand again like last night wasn't a one-off. Like there were always lists and scans and protocols, and I was just late to learning that. His eyes found me. They held for one beat, steady, unreadable. Then he looked away like he'd checked a box. My stomach dropped and kept dropping until I forced myself to keep walking. I didn't run. Running didn't pay tuition. But I walked faster. The student union cafe was loud in the normal way. Blenders, espresso machines, students yelling orders over the noise. Normal noise was comforting until it wasn't, because normal noise made it easy to hide things inside it. I chose a small table near the wall where I could see the entrance without looking like I cared. Then I ordered a bottled water. Not fountain, not punch, not anything open. The barista slid it across the counter. The seal was intact. I twisted the cap off myself and took a sip that tasted like nothing and relief. My wrist itched. I looked down. The kickoff wristband was still there. A strip of blue plastic hugging my skin like it belonged. I'd meant to cut it off last night, but between Kira talking and my brain spinning, it had stayed. It looked harmless. That's what scared me. I turned my wrist slowly, examining it like it was a bug I didn't trust. Tiny black text ran along the inside edge, so small you need to be trying to read it. I leaned closer. There was a QR code printed near the clasp. My pulse ticked faster. Of course. Because nothing was just a wristband, not anymore. I pulled my phone out and opened the camera. The QR square snapped into focus instantly, like it had been waiting. A link popped up. Halston, edu/engage/event/kickoff/terms. My fingers went cold. I didn't click right away. I stared at the link and felt my stomach twist. Then I clicked. A plain page loaded, too plain, like it was designed to be ignored. Event participation, terms and conditions, campaign kickoff, Halston Student Union. A date stamp, a time stamp, a paragraph about safety protocols. Then the part that mattered. I scrolled, eyes narrowing. By entering this event space, participants acknowledge and consent to identity verification protocols, security screening and monitoring, behavioral compliance under Halston student conduct standards, referral to student wellness, and conduct liaison for check-in if deemed necessary, routing to restricted access, programming for invite-only engagement events. My throat went tight. Routing, restricted access programming, invite-only engagement. I scrolled further, fingers stiff. More language, the same kind of smooth, legal-sounding words as Dean Caldwell's packet, different font, same cage. And then, buried under a section titled Participation Acknowledgement, I saw the phrase that punched straight through me. Authorization may include access to restricted facilities as assigned. The exact same wording. I froze. My brain tried to reject it, tried to tell me it was coincidence. But my body didn't believe in coincidences anymore. I hadn't signed the fellowship NDA. I hadn't agreed to Dean Caldwell's pen sliding toward me. But I had walked into that kickoff party. I had let them slap a band on my wrist. I had stepped past the security captain when he said my name like he already owned it. And apparently, That was enough. A slow, hot pressure climbed my spine. I switched to screenshots fast 1, 2, 3, capturing the bullet points and the matching claws. Then I took a photo of my wristband with the QR code visible, just in case the link vanished later. I opened my hidden folder. Class notes docs. I dropped the screenshots in and typed a new note beneath them. Wristband, QR equals consent pay. Terms include routing, restricted facilities as assigned. They can trigger wellness check-in without signature. This started before the fellowship packet. My fingers hovered. Then I locked my phone and set it face down on the table like it was contaminated. A group of students at the next table laughed about something on TikTok. A guy across the cafe spilled sugar and swore. A girl at the counter flirted with the barista like the world was simple. I stared at my wristband again, and for the first time it didn't look like a souvenir. It looked like a tag. My phone buzzed. Ethan. Ethan, everything okay? My thumb hovered. I could tell him about the wristband. I could ask him if he knew. But if he did know, admitting I'd found it would be like handing him my strategy. So I typed the safest lie. Me, busy morning, I'm fine. 3 dots appeared, then disappeared, like he started typing and stopped. That didn't calm me. It made me feel watched. Noon class was coming, and I couldn't afford to skip it, not with scholarship threats hanging over my head like a blade. My lecture hall smelled like old carpet and dry erase marker, the kind of room where you could almost forget the rest of the campus existed. Almost. I slid into my usual seat, middle row, left side, near the aisle so I could leave fast if I needed to. Students filed in around me, talking about assignments and weekend plans. Then Sloane Avery walked in like the hallway outside was her runway. She didn't look at me right away. She didn't have to. Her presence was loud even when she was silent. She took a seat 3 rows ahead, center, where people naturally noticed her. Her friend group clustered around like orbiting satellites. I tried to focus on the front of the room, not her. The professor, Dr. Holcomb, walked in with a stack of papers, and the calm energy of someone who thought campus politics was adorable. "All right," he said, setting his notes down. "Before we start, quick reminder, we're in a high-tension season on campus. Student government, debates, petitions, protests, whatever side you're on, I want you thinking critically, not emotionally." A few people snickered. Dr. Holcomb continued, "Civic engagement is healthy, but the campus climate can get dramatic." My stomach tightened. Dramatic, like my fear was just theater. He started the lecture, something about institutional power and resource allocation. I took notes anyway, not because my brain was fully there, but because writing kept me from spiraling. When class ended, everyone stood at once, chairs scraping, bodies squeezing between rows. I waited, letting the crowd thin. That's when I heard Sloane's voice, clear, sweet, pitched just loud enough to be heard. Some people get special invites when they attach themselves to power. A couple of students laughed. I felt the words hit my back like a shove. I didn't turn immediately. Turning would be giving her what she wanted. I slid my notebook into my bag slowly, keeping my movements controlled. Then I stood and walked toward the aisle. Sloane turned her head, just enough to meet my eyes for a second. Her smile was perfect. It didn't reach her eyes. "Hey, Jade," she said, loud and friendly. "Congrats on your little glow-up." Little glow-up. Like my life was a trend. I kept my face calm. "Hi, Sloane." "Oh, don't be weird," she said, still smiling. "We're all just trying to make the campus better, right?" "Right," I said, because sarcasm would be a gift to her. I stepped into the aisle to pass, and that's when she accidentally bumped my shoulder. Not hard. Just enough to force closeness. She leaned in like she was whispering something kind. Her voice dropped, sharp now, meant only for me. "If you play donor games," she murmured, "you'll end up in donor rules." My skin went cold. I forced myself to keep walking like I hadn't heard it. Behind me, I heard her laugh lightly, like she'd said something funny. I walked out of the lecture hall on legs that didn't fully feel like mine. As soon as I hit the hallway, I pulled my phone out and opened the voice memo app. I didn't record her. I recorded me, because memory matters and fear makes details slippery. I pressed record and spoke quietly, fast. Sloane Avery said publicly, some people get special invites when they attach themselves to power. Then she bumped me and whispered, if you play donor games, you'll end up in donor rules. Timestamp 12:53. I stopped the recording, saved it under a boring name, and moved it into my hidden folder. Then I walked toward the student union with my bag tight on my shoulder, and my rules repeating inside my head like prayer. Campaign HQ felt hotter today. Too many bodies, too much caffeine, too much urgency. When I walked in, the room didn't pause the way it had yesterday, like I'd been new. Today, it moved around me like I belonged. That was worse. Ethan saw me instantly. He wasn't even facing the door, but his eyes found me like he had a radar. He crossed the room fast, smile already in place. There you are, he said. Not hi. Not how are you. There you are. Like he'd been waiting. You didn't text me back right away, he added quietly, like it was concern. My spine stiffened. I texted you, I said. I said I'd explain later. Ethan's smile softened, but his eyes stayed sharp. I know, I just wanted to make sure you were okay. The difference between care and control was thin. I kept my tone neutral. I'm fine. Marisol was at the whiteboard, already mid-sentence. We're tightening debate responses. The opposition is pushing the tuition transparency angle again, and we're not walking into that trap. She spotted me and pointed like a drill sergeant. Jade, good. You're rewriting Ethan's response to student safety and wellness funding. Keep it compassionate, keep it firm, don't let it sound like we're dodging. My stomach tightened at the word wellness. I can do that, I said. Marisol slid a printed page toward me, talking points, opponent attack lines, suggested pivots. I took it and sat at the table, laptop open. Ethan hovered a second, then leaned in. How did it go with Dean Caldwell? He asked, voice low. I chose my words carefully. He offered me a fellowship packet, I said. Leadership fellowship, NDA stuff. I didn't sign anything. Ethan's reaction was too smooth. Good, he said immediately. Don't rush. My eyes narrowed without permission. You're not surprised. Ethan's smile didn't crack. Should I be? Yes, I said. A dean called me in like I'm a project. He knew my scholarship compliance. He had a door in his office labeled Service Level B. Ethan's gaze flickered, tiny, fast. Then he forced his face calm again. He's thorough, he said. Thorough wasn't an answer. Ethan's voice softened. The mixer is good for you. It's people who can help, and I can make sure you're not alone tonight. Tonight? I asked sharp. Ethan blinked. The leadership mixer. I didn't answer right away. I kept my voice calm. I decide where I go. Ethan's smile held. His eyes tightened for half a second, then he softened again like he was trained. Of course, he said. I'm not trying to control you, Jade. The fact that he had to say it made my stomach twist. I typed, forcing my focus back onto the screen. My document filled with sentences meant to make Ethan sound human. Student safety isn't a slogan. It's whether you feel safe walking home at night. It's whether you can ask for help without being judged for needing it. Behind me, Marisol moved through the room like a storm. Volunteers jumped when she spoke. Laptops clacked. Somebody answered a call with, "Yes, Mr. Hanley, thank you for your support." Donor. My skin crawled. I kept typing. Then I heard Marisol's voice drop lower, closer, near the side table where two staffers stood. Board wants her positioned, Marisol said, sharp and quiet. Keep her close to Ethan. My fingers froze. Sir. Me. I didn't turn. I kept my head down like I hadn't heard, but my whole body went rigid. A staffer murmured something I couldn't catch. Marisol replied, "I don't care, we don't lose control of the narrative." Control. My throat tightened. Ethan shifted beside me. "You okay?" he asked softly. I forced my fingers to move again. "Fine," I lied. I finished the rewrite and saved it into the shared folder. Then I emailed Marisol with the subject line, "Debate response draft, safety wellness funding, Jade." Her reply came a minute later. "Approved. Upload it to the debate packet." Nothing else. No warmth. Just usefulness. I closed my laptop slowly, breathed through my nose, and decided I couldn't stay in that room any longer without snapping. "I have to go," I said, standing. Ethan stepped toward me immediately. "Where?" "Reading," I said. Ethan's smile flickered. "I'll walk." "No," I said again, calm but firm. His jaw tightened, then he nodded. "Okay, but text me if anything feels off." Anything feels off. I looked at him for 1 second, really looked. He could have been sincere. He could have been playing. I couldn't tell. And that made him dangerous either way. I walked out before he could say more. The library was colder than the student union, like the building believed emotion was a disturbance. I went straight to the stacks, not because I was looking for a specific book, but because stacks had narrow aisles and fewer people, and the kind of silence that made thinking possible. I grabbed a random title off a shelf to look normal, something about institutional ethics. The irony made me want to laugh. I found an empty table near the back and opened my laptop, not to do homework, at least not at first. I searched. Halston Leadership Fellowship Wellness Hold. Nothing obvious, just glossy program pages and feel-good announcements. I tried. Student Wellness, Hold Halston Conduct Liaison. More nothing, sanitized language, perfect PR. I tried. Service Level B Halston. No results. Of course. Because nobody posted about the basement. I was scrolling through an old PDF about campus safety protocols when a shadow fell across my table. I looked up. Ronan stood there, holding a book like he belonged in the quiet. Dark hoodie again, same sharp face, same presence that made the air feel charged even when he wasn't touching me. My pulse reacted before my brain could. I hated that. "You," I said quietly. Ronan's gaze flicked to my laptop screen, then to my face. "Yeah." I snapped my laptop halfway shut without thinking. "How do you keep doing that?" Ronan didn't smile. "Doing what?" "Appearing," I said, "like you're following me." His eyes narrowed slightly. "I'm not following you." "You warned me about drinks," I said, voice low. "And you were right, so either you're psychic or you know something." Ronan's jaw tightened. He glanced around the library like he was checking who could hear. "We shouldn't talk here," he said. "I didn't start it," I muttered. He pulled out the chair across from me without asking and sat anyway, lowering his voice. "I warned you because it's not a party," he said. "It's a funnel." My throat tightened. "To what?" Ronan's gaze held mine, steady and intense. "Once they put a hold on you," he said quietly, "you stop being a student and start being a case." My stomach dropped. Case? Like a file. Like a thing. I forced my voice steady. "Who is they?" Ronan exhaled through his nose. "People with keys, people with money, people who don't like surprises." "And downstairs," I whispered, "Service Level B." Ronan's eyes flicked away for a second, just a second, like even the label annoyed him. "Never go anywhere that requires service level access," he said. "Not alone, not because someone invited you, not because they say it's a check-in." My pulse spiked. "How do you know what Dean Caldwell offered me?" Ronan's expression didn't change, but his shoulders stiffened. "You're asking the wrong question," he said. "No," I snapped softly. "I'm asking the only question that matters. How do you know about my life?" Ronan's gaze dipped to my wrist, still banded in blue plastic. "The band," he said, like it explained everything. "I scanned it," I said. His eyes sharpened. And it has the same clause as the fellowship packet," I said. "Restricted facilities, assigned." Ronan's jaw flexed. He leaned forward slightly, voice even lower. "That's the trap. They don't need your signature. They just need you to step through the right door." My throat went dry. "So what do I do?" Ronan stared at me like he was choosing how much to say. Then he said, "You don't go." I let out a bitter laugh under my breath. "That's not a plan, that's a wish." Ronan's gaze sharpened like he liked that I wasn't easily soothed. "You make it inconvenient," he said. "You keep evidence, you keep witnesses, you don't let them isolate you." My chest tightened. "You talk like you've seen this." Ronan's eyes went flat for half a second. "I have." I waited. He didn't elaborate. Then the thing that had been itching at me since yesterday pushed out. "You knew about my work study," I said quietly. "How? Because you warned me like you knew I'd be there." Ronan's jaw tightened. I pressed harder. "How do you know I have a 7:00 a.m. shift tomorrow?" His eyes snapped to mine. The air between us tightened like a wire. For half a second, he looked like he'd realized he'd stepped too far. Then he covered fast. "People talk," he said too quick. "That's what Sloane says," I shot back. "That's what everyone says when they're hiding something." Ronan stared at me, jaw set. He didn't apologize. He also didn't deny it properly. That was answer enough. I stood abruptly, chair legs scraping softly on the library floor. A couple of students glanced up, annoyed. I lowered my voice. "If you're trying to protect me, stop acting like you're part of the thing that's hunting me." Ronan stood too, slower. "I'm not hunting you." "Then prove it," I whispered. Ronan's gaze held mine for a long second, too long. The charged silence between us made my skin feel too awake. Then he said, very quietly, "If you get an email telling you to report to service level B, don't go." My stomach dropped. I stared at him. "I haven't." "Don't," he cut in, voice hard. The way he said it wasn't a suggestion. It was a warning from someone who'd seen what happened when you ignored one. He stepped back, giving me space like he was forcing himself to. He turned, book still in his hand, and walked away down the aisle between the shelves, swallowed by the stacks like shadow. I stood there shaking, furious and unsettled, and aware of him in a way I didn't want to be. The moment he disappeared, I pulled my phone out and typed fast into my notes. "Ronan, once they put a hold on you, you stop being a student and start being a case. Ronan knows my 7 a.m. work-study shift. How?" Ronan warning repeated. "If service level B email arrives, don't go." I saved it. Then I shut my laptop, shoved my things into my bag, and left the library because my skin felt too tight to stay in one place. By the time I got back to my dorm, the sky was darker, and the hallway smelled like microwaved ramen and somebody's cheap perfume. Kira was on her bed with her laptop open, scrolling like she was trying to outrun anxiety with memes. The second she saw my face, she sat up. "Okay," she said, voice serious. "That's not a 'I'm fine' face. That's a 'we're about to commit a felony' face." "I'm not committing anything," I said, dropping my bag onto my chair. Kira swung her legs off the bed. "Then tell me what's going on, because you're making me nervous." I took a breath and forced myself to choose what truth I could share without blowing everything up. I pulled the fellowship folder out and handed it to her, but only opened it to the cover page. Kira's eyes widened instantly. "Leadership fellowship," she whispered like it was sacred. "It comes with an NDA," I said flatly. Kira blinked. "Okay, that's not that weird." "It has wellness holds in it," I said. Kira's smile faltered. "What's a wellness hold?" "I asked," I said. "Dean Caldwell gave me a smooth answer, not a real one." Kira looked down at the cover like the words might attack her. "Jade." "I'm not signing anything," I said. Not yet. Kira nodded fast. Good, okay, good. I scanned the wristband terms, I said quietly. Kira frowned. Wristband terms. The kickoff wristband had a QR code, I said. It's not just a wristband, it's consent. It matches the fellowship language, like you agree by showing up. Kira's eyes went huge. That's insane. It's legal, I said, voice tight. That's the point. Kira stood up and started packing, hands in her hair. Okay, but maybe it's just normal event policy, like don't start fights, don't be drunk. It says restricted facilities as assigned, I cut in. Kira froze. For a second, the room felt too quiet. Assigned, she repeated. I nodded once. Assigned. Kira swallowed hard. What does that mean? I don't know, I said, but someone at admin warned me, if I get invited downstairs, run. Kira's face went pale. Downstairs where? I didn't answer because my throat closed. Instead, I sat on the edge of my bed and pulled my phone out, needing to ground myself in something normal. I checked my email automatically because that's what scholarship brain does. Deadlines, forms, grade updates. My inbox loaded, and my blood went cold. A new email sat at the top. From Student Wellness and Conduct Liaison Subject, required check-in, participation compliance. My hands went numb. Kira leaned over my shoulder, reading my face before she even saw the screen. What is it? I opened it. The email was polite. Of course it was. Dear Jade Miller, thank you for your participation in recent campus engagement programming. This message serves as notice of a required compliance check-in to ensure continued eligibility for participation in associated leadership events. My heart hammered. I scrolled. A check-in has been scheduled for you tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. location. Student Wellness and Conduct Liaison Office Arrival Instruction. Report to Service Level B entrance. My vision narrowed. Service Level B. The metal door, the keypad, the placard. The words Ronan had said in the library echoed, so loud it felt like he'd said them in my ear. If you get an email telling you to report to Service Level B, don't go. My fingers started shaking so hard the phone rattled slightly. I screenshot the email instantly. Then I read it again, like the words might change. They didn't. It was real. It was scheduled. It was tomorrow morning. My work-study shift was at 7:00 a.m. They'd timed it to hit right after. They'd timed it like they knew. My stomach dropped so hard, I thought I might throw up. They can't do this, I whispered. Kira's hand clamped around my arm tight. Jade, what the hell is Service Level B? I stared at the glowing screen. Then I looked at my bag, the fellowship packet inside, unsentenced but waiting. Then I looked down at the blue wristband, still on my wrist, like a little plastic leash. The trap had more than one door, and all of them led downward. I swallowed hard, throat burning. I don't think this is student government, I said, voice shaking now despite my best effort. I think it's something under it. Kira's eyes were wide, terrified. Jade, she whispered, what did you step into? I didn't answer right away, because the honest answer was the worst one. I stepped into it because I needed money. I stepped into it because I needed survival. I stepped into it because I thought I could handle campus politics. And now my name was printed on cards, tagged in systems, and ordered to a door that didn't belong in a college. Outside our window, campus lights glowed warm and harmless. Inside my chest, the fear felt old and sharp and certain. Tomorrow morning. Service Level B. And I didn't know if not going would save me or ruin me. I didn't sleep. Not the normal kind, anyway. Not the kind where your brain shuts the door and locks it behind you. This was the kind where you lie still in the dark, with your phone glowing against your palm like a tiny threat, rereading the same email until the words stop looking like English and start looking like a trap. Required check-in. Participation compliance tomorrow. 8:15 a.m. arrival instruction. Report to service level B entrance. Service level B. That stupid, sterile placard I'd noticed in Caldwell's office like it was nothing. Like it was just another door in another administrative maze. It wasn't nothing. It was the only thing I could see now. Across the room, Kira sat on her bed with her knees pulled up, hair piled on top of her head like she'd been too stressed to decide what to do with it. Her roommate energy was usually chaos with glitter. Tonight it was sharp, focused. She stopped joking. That was how I knew this was real. "Read it again," she said, voice low. I swallowed and read it again anyway, because being able to say the words out loud made me feel like I had some control over them. Kira's eyes tracked the screen like she was watching a crime documentary and waiting for the killer to step into frame. When I finished, she exhaled a shaky breath through her nose. "Okay, no, we're not doing that." "I have to," I said, and hated myself for how fast the answer came out. Kira's head snapped up. "Jade, no. You don't have to walk into a basement because a polite email told you to." "It doesn't say basement," I shot back automatically. Kira stared at me. "You don't know it's not." I didn't. My throat tightened like my body was trying to swallow my fear before it got too loud. I unlocked my hidden folder and turned the phone toward her, careful about what I showed, only the pieces that were safe to share without starting a war in my own head. The screenshot of the kickoff wristband terms. The email ordering me to service level be the line about eligibility status. Kira's fingers hovered like she wanted to touch the screen, but didn't want to contaminate it. "They can do that," she whispered. "They can just put you on some list." "I guess they can do anything if they call it compliance," I said, voice flat. Kira shook her head hard. "No, we make a plan." Plan was a word I could hold. A handle, something to grip. "Okay," I said, "plan." Kira swung her legs off the bed and started packing, hands cutting through the air as she talked like she was building a checklist in the space between us. "You don't go blind," she said. "You don't go alone. You don't let them take your phone. You don't sign anything. And if they try to push you through a door, you scream." "I'm not screaming," I muttered. "You will scream," she snapped. "I will scream for you." A laugh tried to crawl out of me. It came out like a breath instead. Kira stopped packing and planted herself in front of me. "What time is your shift again?" 7, I said. "Workstudy, library desk." Kira nodded like she was filing it away. "Okay, you finish at 8:10. "If I leave on time," I said. "You'll leave on time," she said, tone dangerous. "You'll walk out at 8:09 if you have to." My mouth went tight because it was easy for Kira to declare war on other people's rules. She didn't live on scholarship ice. She didn't wake up every day with the quiet knowledge that one complaint from the wrong person could tilt my whole life sideways. Kira saw my face shift and softened just a little. "We do it smart," she said. "We do it with proof." Proof. Evidence. My heart beat faster, but it wasn't panic this time. It was focus. I nodded. Kira pointed at my wrist, "And that thing comes off, now." The blue kickoff wristband was still there, like it belonged, like it was part of my skin, like I'd signed some invisible contract the moment the plastic snapped closed. I stared at it, annoyed at myself for leaving it on, like keeping it meant anything other than I'd been too tired to deal with it. I reached into my desk drawer and pulled out a pair of cheap scissors, the kind that struggled with cardboard. Kira watched me like she expected the band to explode. I slid the scissors under the plastic carefully. My fingers shook a little, and I hated that my body reacted like this strip of plastic had teeth. Snip. The band loosened. I peeled it off slowly, and the pale line it left around my wrist looked like a bruise that hadn't decided to show itself yet. Kira shoved a zip bag into my hand, one of the snack bags she always had, because Kira treated hunger like an emergency. "Put it in," she said. Don't touch the QR again, just keep it. I dropped the wristband into the bag like it was evidence from a crime scene and sealed it until it clicked. Kira nodded once, satisfied. Good. I set it on my desk beside the printed photo of my embossed leadership invite that Kira had insisted I make for manifestation. Like this was a vision board and not a warning label. I pulled my laptop closer. I'm creating a paper trail, I said before she could ask. Kira leaned in. Yes, do that. I opened my email and started drafting a message to financial aid. My fingers moved fast, practical, stiff. Subject, clarification request, compliance check-in and scholarship status high. I received a message from Student Wellness and Conduct Liaison regarding a required compliance check-in. Can you confirm whether missing or rescheduling this check-in impacts scholarship eligibility or disbursement? Thank you, Jade Miller. It felt too polite for how scared I was, like writing, hi, to a machine that could take my money away. Kira tapped the desk with one fingernail. Send it. If I send it right now, I said, it looks like I'm spiraling. If I schedule it for early morning, it's still stamped before the appointment, but it doesn't look like midnight panic. Kira's brows lifted. You think like a lawyer. I think like someone who can't afford to be misunderstood, I said. I scheduled it for 6:30 a.m. Kira nodded slowly. Good. My phone buzzed softly. Ethan. Ethan, you okay? You went quiet. My chest tightened in that specific, stupid way Ethan did to me, warm and sharp at the same time. Like he could be a blanket or a trap depending on which way he moved. I didn't want him to know. I also didn't want him to notice I was hiding. So I typed the smallest truth I could live with. Me, busy, early morning tomorrow. 3 dots appeared immediately. Ethan, early with what, Ethan? If you're stressed, talk to me. I can help. Kira watched my face change and narrowed her eyes. What? Ethan, I said. It came out like a sigh I didn't mean to let out. Kira leaned closer, reading the screen. Do not tell him. I'm not, I said, even though part of me wanted to, because telling him would mean someone powerful knew, and power felt like safety when you were scared. I typed back. Me, work-study admin paperwork, night. Ethan read it instantly. Ethan, don't go anywhere alone, Ethan, seriously. Kira's expression went flat. That is either sweet or terrifying. Exactly, I muttered. I locked my phone and tossed it onto my bed like it might bite me back. Kira stopped packing and sat beside me, close enough that her shoulder pressed into mine. Her voice softened. Jade, she said, we can also not go. I stared at the floor. My brain instantly pictured the scholarship portal, the disbursement line, my bank balance sitting there like thin ice. Then I pictured my mom's voice in my head, tired and practical. Don't lose your funding. Don't give them a reason. I swallowed hard. I can't risk them freezing it, I said quietly. Kira's eyes went shiny. You shouldn't have to choose between money and safety. I know, I whispered. For a moment, we just sat there breathing in the dorm room dark, listening to someone laugh down the hall like life was simple. Then my phone buzzed again, not a text, a notification. Campus portal. I picked it up slowly. A banner flashed across the screen. Compliance item pending. May impact eligibility status. My stomach dropped. Kira leaned in, reading it. Her face hardened. They're already squeezing you, she said, voice low. I nodded once. My throat felt locked. Kira grabbed my hand. Okay, she said, firm again. Then we don't go blind, we go smart. I squeezed back. Alarm, I said. We both set ours 6:15 a.m. Then Kira pointed at my desk. Put the wristband bag and the invite printout in your backpack now, so you don't forget. I did it. I tucked the evidence deeper than my textbooks, like hiding it could make me safer. Kira crawled into her bed. I lay back on mine. The glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling kept sliding off like even they were trying to escape. And when I finally drifted into something that barely counted as sleep, my last thought was the same as the one haunting me since the kickoff. You don't know what room you walked into. My alarm went off at 6:15 like it hated me. The dorm room was cold. The air felt heavy, like the building hadn't decided it was morning yet. Kira sat up instantly, hair a mess, eyes sharp like she'd been awake the whole time. "You awake?" she asked. "I never fell asleep," I muttered, but I swung my legs out of bed anyway. I moved through my morning like a checklist. Bathroom sink, cold water, face washed until my skin stung, teeth brushed, hoodie pulled on, hair thrown into a ponytail that looked like surrender. Kira dressed too, leggings, jacket, sneakers, not cute, ready. "I'm walking you to the library door," she said, already grabbing her keys. "You don't need to." "I'm not debating," she cut in. "And after I drop you, I'm going back to the dorm to wait for your text. I'll be close." That tiny clarifier settled something in my brain. It made the plan feel real instead of frantic. Outside, the campus looked too innocent. Pale sky, cold air, the kind of quiet morning where the biggest problem should have been whether the coffee cart was open yet. We walked fast. Kira stayed close enough that our shoulders brushed like she was physically reminding me, "You're not alone yet." At the library steps, she grabbed my sleeve. "You clock out at 8:10, she said. "Text me the second you're out. If you don't text, I'm coming inside." "I will text," I said. Kira's eyes held mine hard. "If anyone tries to reroute you, if you get another email, if anything changes." "I won't go blind," I said. Kira nodded once, satisfied. Then she stepped back and pointed 2 fingers at her eyes, then at me. "I see you." I swallowed and forced myself to walk inside like my stomach wasn't full of knives. The circulation desk smelled like coffee and paper, and that weird clean spray they used on keyboards. The fluorescent lights made everything look too bright, like the building wanted to expose you. Ms. Granger was already there, sipping tea from a travel mug like she'd been awake since 4 a.m. "Morning, Jade," she said, warm, right on time. "Morning," I said, forcing my voice to sound normal. I clocked in at 6:58. 2 minutes to breathe. The first hour was dull in the way work-study was supposed to be, stamping due dates, checking in returns, answering questions from students who looked half asleep and slightly dead. Normal tasks should have calmed me. Instead, my brain kept doing math. 8, 10, 8, 15, distance across the quads, security, door, keypad. At 7:18, a student dragged a stack of textbooks onto the counter and sighed like he'd been carrying the weight of the world. "Can you tell me why my portal says I have a hold?" he asked. "I can't drop a class." My stomach tightened. Ms. Granger smiled politely. "Holds can come from a few departments: financial aid, registrar, wellness, and conduct. Check your portal for the office listed." The student groaned. "They're always doing the most." He walked away muttering, and I stood there with my fingers frozen on a stamp. Always doing the most. At 7:33, another student asked about a compliance check-in like it was a normal appointment. "I didn't even do anything," she said, irritated. "Why do they keep sending me those?" Ms. Granger didn't even blink. Sometimes it's not punitive. Sometimes it's participation requirements for certain programs. Participation. The word hit my skin like cold. The student rolled her eyes and left. I stared after her, throat tight. If this was normal, why did it feel like a trap built specifically for me? At 7:42, Ms. Granger leaned closer, voice low like she was sharing gossip. "Just so you know," she said, "admin been a little intense this week." My heart kicked. I kept my face neutral. "Intense how?" She shrugged. "Compliance stuff, conduct stuff, wellness check-ins. They freeze accounts fast if you miss an appointment." Freeze. My mouth went dry. Freeze like funds. Ms. Granger sipped her tea like we were discussing printer paper. "Yeah, they call it temporary review, but it messes with people, so don't miss anything they schedule you for, okay?" My throat tightened. This was the part where a normal person would say, "Oh, okay." I nodded. "Yeah, I won't." At 7:46, during a lull when no one was at the desk, I pulled my phone out under the counter. I opened the scholarship portal. The page loaded slowly, like it enjoyed making me sweat. My status line sat there in neat text. Disbursement, scheduled. For 1 second, relief washed through me so hard my eyes burned. Then the page refreshed on its own. The line changed. Disbursement, under review, compliance requirement unresolved. My stomach dropped so hard my vision flickered. No. No. It had changed while I was standing here, while I was being normal, while I was doing everything right. My fingers moved on instinct, screenshot, timestamp visible. Then notes. 7:46 a.m., portal status change during shift. I shoved my phone back into my pocket and forced my breathing to slow. This wasn't theoretical anymore. This was leverage. At 8:06, Ms. Granger glanced at the clock. "You can head out a minute early if you need," she said casually. "You've been solid." My heart punched my ribs. "Thanks," I said, trying not to sound desperate. At 8:08, I clocked out. The second the screen confirmed it, I texted Kira. "Me, out, heading to admin." Her reply came instantly. "Kira, on my way, stay in public." Public? That word became my religion. I took the fastest route across the quad, cutting through the student union because it kept me in public. Lights, cameras, people, noise, witnesses. The air outside was cold enough to bite. My breath came out in white puffs. My hands shook inside my hoodie pockets like my body wanted to run even if my brain refused. I hit the union doors and pushed inside. Warmth, noise, the smell of coffee and cheap breakfast. Safety, even if it was fake. And then, Jade. My name. I froze for a beat, then turned. Ethan Cole stood near the campaign hallway entrance, sleeves rolled up, hair perfect at 8 in the morning like his mirror had a contract. He looked awake, too awake. Like he'd been waiting. "Hey," he said, stepping toward me. His smile was softer than usual, like he was trying to be human first. "I was hoping I'd catch you." My spine stiffened. "It's early." He lifted one shoulder. "Campaign doesn't sleep." His eyes scanned my face and sharpened, like he saw the fear sitting under my skin. "What's going on?" he asked, quiet. I should have lied. I should have told him I was late for class. I should have kept everything to myself. But the portal's screenshot burned in my pocket like a bruise, and Ethan was standing here offering something. Power, help, control disguised as care. I chose the smallest truth. "I got a required check-in," I said. "Wellness and conduct. It says I have to report to service level B." Ethan's face tightened for half a second. He recovered fast, smile back, calm back, but I saw it. Saw the flicker like a crack in glass. My stomach went cold. "You know what that is," I said. Ethan held my gaze. "I know it's administrative," he said carefully, "and I know it can look scary on paper." "It's not just paper," I said. My voice came out sharper than I meant. "My scholarship portal changed this morning. It's under review." Ethan's jaw tightened. "Okay," he said softly. "Okay, let me help." Help sounded good. Help also sounded like a hand on the back of my neck. "I'm going," I said. "I'm not missing it." Ethan stepped closer, lowering his voice like we were sharing a secret. "Then don't go alone. Let me walk with you." "I have someone," I said. His brows lifted slightly. "Who?" "Kira," I said. His expression smoothed. "Good," he said, but it didn't sound like relief. It sounded like he was recalculating. He glanced toward the campaign door. "I can make a call," he said. "Get it moved upstairs, normal office, door open." My stomach clenched. "No," I said. Ethan blinked. "Why not?" "Because I don't want you making calls about me," I said, forcing my tone calm. I want everything documented. If you reroute it, it looks like I agreed to something. His eyes narrowed a fraction, then softened. You're smart, he murmured. That's why I trust you. Trust? Honey and a hook. A woman's voice cut in behind him. Ethan. Marisol strode past with a folder in her hand like she owned the hallway. Her ponytail was tight enough to look painful. Her eyes flicked to me. Jade, she said, like my name was a task. I'm not skipping, I said before she could accuse me. I have an admin appointment. Marisol's mouth tightened. Compliance. I didn't answer. My silence was answer enough. Marisol exhaled, irritated. Great, love that. She turned to Ethan. Don't let her go viral. Compliance messes with optics. Optics? Even here, even now. Ethan's jaw tightened. I'm handling it. Marisol walked away like feelings weren't on her schedule. Ethan turned back to me, voice softer. See, he murmured. This is what I mean. People will use anything. Let me walk you. Just to the building. Public. I won't go inside. I just want to know you get there. My pulse jumped in a way that made me angry because my body reacted to him like he was safety. I stared at him for a beat, weighing. Fine, I said. To the building, not inside. Ethan nodded immediately. Deal. We started walking. Students glanced at us. Some recognized him, some didn't, but the ones who did looked at me like I'd been placed beside him on purpose. Ethan matched my pace, careful. He didn't touch me, but his presence pressed close like a shield I hadn't asked for. You didn't tell me last night, he said quietly. I didn't know what was real yet, I said, eyes forward. And now, he asked. My portal says my money is under review, I said. Ethan's expression hardened for a second. That's not okay. It's happening, I said. He glanced at me. If you trust me, you won't go in alone. Heat crawled up my neck. Fear, anger, and something that felt like craving a safety net even while resenting it. I decide, I said firmly. Ethan's mouth twitched like he wanted to argue. Then he nodded, smooth again. Okay, he said. You decide. But his eyes didn't look like someone who enjoyed not being in control. Kira jogged toward us from across the quad, hair bouncing, face determined like she was running into battle. That's your friend? Ethan asked. That's her, I said. Kira reached us and immediately narrowed her eyes at Ethan. Oh, she said. Hi. Ethan smiled politely. Kira. Kira's smile was fake. Ethan. The tension snapped into place, so fast it almost made me dizzy. Ethan turned back to me, voice lower. Text me. I'm not. Text me when you're out, he corrected gently, so I know you're okay. Kira looked like she wanted to bite him. I nodded once, because saying no would turn it into a scene. Ethan stepped back like a gentleman, but his gaze stayed on me like a claim. Then he walked away, smooth and confident, disappearing into the morning crowd like nothing in the world could touch him. Kira watched him go, then turned to me. That man is everywhere, she muttered. Focus, I said, voice tight. Kira's face shifted instantly. Right, okay, we do this smart. The admin building looked normal. That was the problem. Glass doors, campus seal, a banner about Leadership Excellence Week. A couple students walking in like they were headed to a workshop, not a trap. Inside, the lobby was too clean, too quiet, like it swallowed noise on purpose. A rope line had been set up near a sign. Wellness and conduct check-in. Appointments only, no guests beyond secure corridor. There were other students waiting, 3, maybe 4, standing too stiff, eyes on their phones, not talking. One girl chewed a nail like she was trying to eat her own anxiety. A guy in a hoodie kept tapping his foot like he wanted to run. Kira leaned close to my ear. See, this isn't just you. That should have comforted me. It didn't. Because near the rope line, beside a small tablet stand, stood the security captain. Same tablet stand, same calm face, same earpiece. The same man who'd spoken my name at the kickoff, like it was already printed somewhere. His gaze flicked to me. One beat. Recognition. Then he looked away like he'd checked a box. My skin prickled. Kira stiffened. "That's him," she whispered. "From the party." "I know," I said. We approached the rope line. The captain stepped forward smoothly. "Jade Miller," he said calmly. Kira snapped. "How do you?" "You're on the 8:15 list," he said, calm as stone. "Only the student, no guests." List. That single word landed like a weight in my stomach. Kira lifted her chin. "I'm not a guest, I'm her roommate, I'm her witness." The captain's expression didn't change. "Only the student." Kira's voice rose a notch. "This is ridiculous. She's not going alone." My heart hammered. The lobby felt suddenly too bright, like everyone could see how scared I was even if they pretended not to. I stepped between Kira and the captain, forcing my voice calm. "She's staying in the lobby," I said. "She's not leaving." The captain's eyes flicked to Kira, then back to me. "She can remain in the public lobby area," he said, "but she will not proceed past the secure corridor." Secure corridor. My mouth went dry. Kira leaned close. "Don't let them pull you," she whispered. "If it feels wrong, you back out into the lobby." I nodded once. Then I pulled my phone out and opened voice memos. The captain's eyes flicked to my screen. I lifted my chin and spoke clearly, loud enough for anyone nearby to hear. "This is Jade Miller," I said, voice steady even though my hands were shaking. "It is 8:12 a.m. I am in the Halston admin building lobby for a scheduled compliance check-in. I'm recording this for my records." The words sounded ridiculous. They also sounded like armor. The captain didn't stop me. He just watched, calm. Kira squeezed my arm hard. "I'm right here," she whispered. I took a quick photo of the sign and the rope line, timestamp visible. Then I opened notes and typed one line while the red recording dot blinked. 8:12 a.m., lobby rope line security captain present. 8:15 list. My hands shook, but writing it down made it real in the way fear hated. A side door opened. A woman stepped out in a neat blazer with a badge clipped to her waist. Her smile was gentle in a way that looked practiced, like she'd been trained to make frightened people feel like they were being helped. "Jade Miller," she asked. My chest tightened. "Yes." "I'm Ms. Reddick," she said softly. "Student Wellness and Conduct Liaison, thank you for coming." "Thank you for coming." Like I'd been invited. Kira's voice cut in sharp. "She's keeping her phone." Ms. Reddick's gaze flicked to Kira politely. "We'll discuss policy inside," she said, gentle. Inside. My stomach rolled. I looked at Kira one last time. Kira pointed 2 fingers at her eyes, then at me. "I see you." I swallowed and followed Ms. Reddick. The hallway we entered was quieter than the lobby. The carpet was thicker, the lighting softer, the air colder. It didn't feel like a student building anymore. It felt like an office building, pretending it wasn't a cage. We passed closed doors with frosted glass, a security camera in the corner, a little black eye angled toward the hall, a sign that said staff only in clean black letters. My phone kept recording in my hand. The screen dimmed, but the red dot stayed there like a heartbeat. Ms. Reddick's voice stayed gentle. "This won't take long," she said. "It's just a compliance check-in. We want to ensure your continued eligibility for participation programming." "Participation programming," I repeated, because the phrase felt wrong in my mouth. She nodded like I was being cooperative. "Campus engagement, leadership development. We monitor stress indicators during election seasons. The climate can be intense." Monitor. Stress indicators. My skin prickled. This wasn't counseling. Counseling didn't come with rope lines and lists. We turned another corner. The corridor narrowed. The walls got plainer. No student posters, no motivational quotes, just blank paint and silence. Then I saw it. The placard. Service level B. The same label I'd seen in Caldwell's office. The same sterile font. The same quiet threat. A keypad sat beside the door. Small green light, like it was waiting for my fear to step closer. My body reacted before my mind could. A wave of cold rolled through my chest, and my breath caught. Ms. Reddick stopped in front of it like it was normal. "This is the entrance," she said. "Why is this?" I struggled for words. "Why is it like this?" "It's a private compliance suite," she said, smile still gentle. "We use secure access to protect student privacy." My laugh came out sharp and ugly. "You protect privacy by dragging me through a locked door." Her smile softened like she'd practiced that reaction. "I understand how it looks, but this is standard protocol." Standard. Everything bad was always standard. Ms. Reddick held out her hand slightly. "Before we proceed, I'll need you to silence your phone." "It's already silent," I said tightly. "I mean," she said gently, "we'll need it placed in a privacy locker for the duration of your check-in." My heartbeat slammed. "No," I said, calm but firm. Ms. Reddick blinked once, like she wasn't used to hearing no. Then she recovered. "It's policy," she said. "It's my phone," I said. "I'm keeping it." Her gaze flicked down the hallway behind me, where the security captain stood farther back near the corner, pretending he wasn't listening. He was listening. I swallowed. Ms. Reddick's voice stayed smooth. "This is a wellness check-in," she said. "Recording can interfere with student candor." "Then do it upstairs," I said. "Normal office, door open, candor protected." Her eyes held mine, polite and unmoving. "This is where the check-in is conducted." My mouth went dry. I forced myself to ask the questions Kira had drilled into me. "What exactly is this check-in?" I asked. "What am I being evaluated for?" "We assess stress response, safety alignment, and program readiness," she said. "Nothing punitive. It's designed to support you." Support. The word made my skin crawl. "And why is my scholarship tied to it?" I asked, because the truth mattered more than politeness. Ms. Reddick didn't flinch. "Your eligibility status can be affected by unresolved compliance items," she said softly. "That's standard institutional procedure. You're not in trouble, Jade." She said my name like she was soothing a child. I hated how my chest tightened anyway. My phone buzzed in my pocket, silent vibration against my thigh. I pulled it out without breaking eye contact. A scholarship portal notification flashed across my lock screen. "Disbursement hold pending. Compliance completion required." My stomach dropped. There it was. The squeeze. Ms. Reddick watched my face change and nodded slightly like she'd expected it. "We don't want you to experience disruption," she said gently. "That's why we schedule check-ins quickly." Like they were doing me a favor. My fingers clenched around the phone. A small rolling cart sat near the door, and on it was a folder, neat, labeled, organized like I was a file in someone's drawer. My eyes snagged on the label. Engagement pathway, Miller Jade status, approved. Approved. My throat went tight. This wasn't new. This wasn't reactive. This was planned. My mind flashed to the invite with my name printed. The security captain saying my name at the party. The word list. I swallowed hard and lifted my chin. "Who approved me?" I asked quietly. Ms. Reddick's smile didn't shift. "Your engagement aligns with your leadership profile," she said. "That's not an answer," I said. "We can discuss details inside," she replied, voice still gentle. Inside, through the locked door, without my phone. I tightened my grip on my device until my fingers hurt. "I'm not stepping through a locked door with my phone taken," I said. "We're not taking it," she said smoothly. "We're securing it for privacy. You'll retrieve it afterward." "Or I don't," I said. Her eyes held mine. "Non-compliance may affect your eligibility status," she said, softer now, like a lullaby. "I'd hate for you to lose funding over a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding. Like this whole thing was an accident. I took a slow breath and tried one more boundary. "I'll do a check-in upstairs," I said. Door open, Kira in the lobby, phone in my hand. Ms. Reddick's smile finally shifted, just a fraction, into something firmer. "No," she said simply. My stomach rolled. I turned slightly, looking back down the corridor. The security captain waited, calm as a wall. Not close enough to threaten. Close enough to stop me if I ran. My skin prickled. I shifted my phone so the red recording dot was visible. "I'm recording," I said, voice steady. "For my records." Ms. Reddick nodded. "I understand," she said, "but we can't proceed with recording inside." I stared at her. "So you want me to stop recording and hand over my phone before I go through?" "I want you to feel supported," she said. Support that required silence and surrender. My mouth tasted metallic. Then a voice cut in behind me, low, rough, familiar enough to make my whole body go still. "Don't step through that door." "Ronan." My head snapped around. He stood at the edge of the corridor, where the lobby hallway met the secure hall, close enough that he'd clearly followed, far enough that he hadn't crossed some invisible boundary. Dark hoodie, backpack strap over one shoulder, eyes locked on mine like he could pull me back with them. My pulse spiked, sharp. Ms. Reddick turned slightly, smile still in place, like Ronan was just a student who'd wandered too far. "Excuse me," she said politely. Ronan didn't look at her. He only looked at me. "Jade," he said again, quieter. "Don't." My breath hitched. My brain screamed to demand answers. How he got here, how he knew, why he cared. But my body only registered the warning. Ms. Reddick's gaze flicked toward the security captain. The captain shifted one step forward, calm, controlled. Ronan didn't flinch. The air tightened like wire. I felt it in my skin. I turned back to Ms. Reddick, voice shaking slightly despite my best effort. "Why is he here?" I asked. Ms. Reddick's gaze returned to me, gentle again. "Focus on your check-in," she said. "This isn't about him." Ronan's eyes flicked to my phone, then back to my face. "You don't have to do this," he said. My voice cracked. "Yes, I do." Ronan's jaw tightened. "They're using your money." "I know," I snapped, then immediately hated how desperate I sounded. Ms. Reddick stepped a fraction closer, not touching, but closing space the way Ethan did when he wanted to guide. "If you come with me," she said softly, "we can resolve this quickly. You'll return upstairs with your status cleared." Status cleared. Like I was an account. Like I was a problem to manage. My brain flashed to Kira in the lobby, waiting, ready to scream if I didn't come back. It flashed to Ethan offering to handle it, to call someone. It flashed to my bank balance, sitting on thin ice. And it flashed to my mom's face when I'd told her I got the scholarship, like I'd saved our whole family with one email. If they froze my funds, I didn't just lose comfort. I lost my entire plan. Ms. Reddick watched my face like she could see the calculation happening. Ronan's gaze stayed locked on me, intense and unyielding. The security captain waited, calm as stone. I took a slow breath and made a decision that tasted like swallowing glass. "I'm not giving up my phone," I said. Ms. Reddick's smile tightened. "Then we can't proceed." "I'm not turning it off," I said louder because the corridor swallowed sound. "I'm not handing it over." Ms. Reddick's eyes flicked to the security captain again. He didn't speak. He didn't have to. Ms. Reddick's voice stayed gentle. "We can place it in the locker. You can watch me lock it." My stomach twisted. Ronan's voice dropped, urgent. "Jade." I cut him off without looking at him, because looking at him would make me break. "I can't lose my scholarship," I whispered. Ronan went still. For a second, something like pain flickered across his face. Then it hardened into raw frustration. "They will not stop once you go in," he said quietly. "That's the point." Ms. Reddick's smile returned smooth. "We do want you to step inside now," she said. We're already a few minutes past your appointment time. Past? Like tardiness mattered more than fear. My phone recording timer kept going. The red dot blinked. I inhaled slowly, lifted my phone, and spoke into it clearly. It is 8:18 a.m., I said, voice shaking but steady enough. I am at a door labeled Service Level B with Student Wellness and Conduct Liaison, Ms. Reddick. I am being told compliance requires entry through a locked door, and that noncompliance may affect scholarship eligibility. Ms. Reddick's smile stayed fixed. The security captain's eyes flicked to my phone again. Ronan stared at me like he wanted to rip the whole situation apart with his hands. I swallowed hard. Kira is in the lobby, I added into the recording. She is waiting for me. Then I looked at Ms. Reddick. I'm going in, I said. My chest tightened like I'd just betrayed myself. But I'm keeping my phone. Ms. Reddick's smile softened instantly like she'd won something. Thank you, she said. Ronan's eyes widened, sharp and angry. Jade, no. I didn't look at him. I couldn't. Ms. Reddick turned to the keypad and tapped a code. The keypad beeped, 3 quick chirps that sounded almost cheerful. The lock clicked. The door opened. Cold air spilled out like breath from a freezer. Ms. Reddick stepped aside. After you, she said. My legs felt like cement. My mind screamed to turn around, to run back to the lobby, to grab Kira, to call financial aid, to call Ethan, to call anyone. But my portal status flashed behind my eyes like a warning light. Under review, hold pending. My life on ice. I took 1 step forward, then another. The moment my foot crossed the threshold, my phone vibrated once, like a final warning. The screen flickered. Signal bars dropped to 1, then to none. No service. My stomach turned over. Behind me, I heard Ronan's voice, low, furious. Jade. The door shut. Not slammed. Just closed. Soft, clean, final. The click of the lock sounded like a period at the end of a sentence I hadn't agreed to write. I stood in a narrow space that smelled like cold metal and disinfectant. A small elevator door faced me, brushed steel, with a single button lit in dull white. Ms. Reddick's heels tapped softly on the floor behind me. This way, she said. My phone was still recording. The screen lagged for a second, then caught up, like it was trying to keep up with my panic. My hands shook. I just lost service, I said into the recording anyway, voice rough. That's normal in secure areas. Ms. Reddick replied, like that was reassuring. Secure areas. My heart pounded. Ms. Reddick pressed the elevator button. The doors slid open with a soft hiss. Inside, the elevator was spotless, too spotless, like it wasn't used for moving students, like it was used for moving compliance. Ms. Reddick gestured, please step in. My lungs burned. I stepped in. The doors slid shut behind us. Ms. Reddick pressed a button that wasn't labeled with a floor number, just a letter. B. Of course. The elevator hummed. Then it started to move. Down. I felt it in my stomach, the gentle drop that told me gravity was winning. My phone still read no service. The recording dot still glowed red. I held it like a weapon that couldn't shoot. The elevator descended quietly, smooth as a lie. And in the silence, with my heart beating too loud in my own ears, one thought hit me with sick clarity. Kira couldn't follow me. Ethan couldn't handle it. Ronan had tried to stop me. And now I was officially alone, moving toward whatever service level B really meant, because the system had threatened my future, and I'd chosen money over instinct. The elevator kept dropping. The lights stayed steady. Ms. Reddick stood beside me, calm and patient, like she had all day. I swallowed hard and whispered into my phone anyway, because I needed the record even if nobody could hear it yet. I'm going down, I said, voice shaking. If I don't come back up, it wasn't by choice. The elevator hummed like it was proud of how quiet it could be. No rattling, no jerky stops, just a smooth glide downward that made my stomach feel like it was lagging behind the rest of me. My phone screen stayed stubbornly blank, except for the frozen truth at the top. No service. The red recording dot still blinked at me like a heartbeat, and I held the phone too tight because it was the only thing in my hand that felt like mine. Ms. Reddick stood beside me, hands folded in front of her blazer like she was waiting for a meeting to begin. Calm, patient, like she did this every day. "This won't take long," she said softly, voice warm enough to be believable if you wanted it to be. I didn't answer. I didn't trust my voice. The elevator slowed. The doors slid open. Cold air spilled in sterile and sharp like disinfectant and metal. The hallway beyond was too clean, not campus clean, not someone mopped. This was controlled clean, like nobody was allowed to leave a footprint. A placard on the wall, near the elevator, glinted under the lights. Suite B, privacy zone. Privacy. That word again, always wrapped around the things that scared me. Ms. Reddick stepped out first. "Right this way," she said, and her tone had the same polite confidence as an email reminder. I followed, because the elevator behind me was closing, and the choice was already being made for me. The corridor was narrow, white walls, no windows, soft lighting that made everything look calm. Cameras sat high in the corners, small black half-spheres that looked like they could see inside your throat. My phone still read no service. The recording timer kept going. "I'm still recording," I said, because saying it out loud made it feel like a boundary. Ms. Reddick didn't look back. "We'll address policy at intake," she said. Intake. Like I was being checked into something you didn't leave, until someone decided you could. We walked past a door with a frosted glass panel. Behind it, I saw a shadow move, someone sitting at a desk. Another sign, mounted neatly like it was meant to reassure. "No recording beyond this point. Student privacy is protected by policy." Protected by policy, like policy was a person who cared. Ms. Reddick stopped at a small checkpoint that looked like a hotel desk if a hotel hated joy. A narrow counter, a tablet, a little label printer, and a row of metal lockers built into the wall. The lockers weren't gym lockers. They were numbered, keyless, clean, new. A staffer sat behind the desk, young, blank-faced, eyes trained on the tablet like the screen was the only real thing in the room. Ms. Reddick smiled at the staffer. "We have Jade Miller," she said. The staffer's fingers moved. Tap, tap, tap. My name slid across the tablet screen in reflected light, like it had been waiting there. The staffer looked up at me, expression neutral. "Phone," she said. I tightened my grip. "No." Ms. Reddick's smile stayed gentle. "Jade, this is the privacy protocol," she said. "We can't conduct compliance sessions while a device is recording." "It's my device," I said, voice steady in a way that surprised even me. "I'm not handing it over." Behind me, down the corridor, a movement caught my eye. The security captain. Same calm face, same earpiece. He stood near a glass panel that reflected the hallway like a mirror. He didn't step closer. He didn't need to. His presence worked like a silent hand on the back of my neck. Ms. Reddick followed my glance, then looked back at me as if she'd just noticed my fear. "We're protecting your privacy," she repeated, softer. "This space is designed so students can speak candidly without fear of exposure." Candidly. Without fear. I almost laughed. It would have come out wrong. "Then talk to me upstairs," I said, "in a normal office." Ms. Reddick's expression didn't change. "This is the designated suite," she said. "We're already past your appointment time." The staffer slid a small black pouch across the counter. It looked like a thick envelope with a snap seal, minimal branding, one word printed on it in tiny letters. Secure. It made my stomach twist, because it looked like something you used to make a phone disappear. "You can keep the phone on your person," Ms. Reddick said, like she was giving me a gift. But it must be secured in the privacy pouch. Signal will be blocked. Recording must stop. So, keep it, but make it useless. My jaw tightened. No. Ms. Reddick's tone stayed even. Jade, if intake isn't completed, your compliance item remains unresolved. I stared at her, and her eyes stayed kind, which made it worse. And your eligibility status remains on hold, she said. Hold. The word landed like a stone in my stomach. The staffer's tablet beeped softly, like it agreed. Ms. Reddick leaned closer, lowering her voice like we were sharing a secret instead of negotiating my future. Your status is already flagged as hold pending until intake is completed. My chest went tight. So it wasn't a warning anymore. It was active. It was happening. My phone buzzed in my hand. No service, but my body still reacted like it could be saving me. I wanted to run back up the elevator, to Kira, to air, to noise. But the elevator doors were down the hall. The security captain was between me and the idea of just leaving. Ms. Reddick slid a one-page sheet toward me. Privacy acknowledgement. Suite B participation compliance intake. The paper was thick, too thick for campus forms, and at the bottom, faintly embossed, was a symbol, simple, circular, almost decorative. The same kind of expensive embossing as the leadership invite. My throat tightened. I didn't touch the paper. I'm not signing anything I can't copy, I said. Ms. Reddick nodded like she expected that. You can read it, she said, but we don't allow photos of internal documents. Internal. Like I'd crossed into a place where normal rules didn't apply. I read fast. Most of it was clean language, privacy, discretion, voluntary participation, until I hit the line that mattered. Failure to complete intake may result in continued eligibility review and related administrative holds. Related administrative holds. Meaning scholarship, registration, housing, anything they wanted. My mouth tasted metallic. I looked up at Ms. Reddick. If I don't do this, I lose funding. That's not what I said, she replied smoothly. It's what it means, I said. She held my gaze. We want to prevent disruption, she said softly. This is how we resolve it quickly. Resolve it quickly. I knew that tone. It was the tone people used when they wanted you to stop thinking and just comply. I forced my breathing slow. Fine, I said. I'll secure my phone in the pouch, but I'm keeping it on me, and I'm not signing anything beyond acknowledging I was presented the policy. Ms. Reddick's smile warmed a fraction. That's reasonable, she said. Reasonable. Like I'd just agreed to something normal. My fingers shook as I stopped the recording. The red dot disappeared, and I immediately felt more alone. I snapped the phone into the black pouch and sealed it. The screen went dark like the pouch swallowed it. But I didn't hand it over. I slid the pouch into my hoodie pocket, pressing it against my body like I was hiding a heartbeat. I wrote my name on the acknowledgement line only. No extra signature flourish, no consent words I didn't mean. Just my name, stiff and small. The staffer's printer chirped and spat out a thin label. She stuck it on a clipboard with a practiced motion. Miller Jade, she said, like reading off a barcode. Proceed to lounge. Ms. Reddick gestured down the hallway. This way. I followed. Because at this point, walking was the only thing keeping me from freezing. The lounge was not a lounge. It was a staged room, meant to look calming to people who needed to be controlled. Comfortable chairs spaced just far enough apart that nobody could huddle. Neutral art. A bowl of wrapped candies that looked like it had never been touched. A tiny mini fridge with branded water bottles lined up like soldiers. No windows. Soft music playing so low it barely counted as sound. And cameras, 2 that I could see, probably more that I couldn't. There were 3 other students inside. A girl with a tight bun who kept rubbing her thumb along her knuckle like she was trying to sand herself down. A guy in a hoodie who stared at the carpet like it had answers. Another girl, dark curls, wide eyes, sitting stiffly with her hands folded in her lap like she'd been taught to sit like that. They all looked like they'd been pulled out of their lives mid-step. I stepped in, and every head lifted a fraction, then dropped again like eye contact was dangerous. Ms. Reddick spoke gently. "Jade will wait here for a moment," she said, as if announcing me made it safer. Then she walked out without asking if I was okay. The door clicked shut. The silence settled like dust. I took a seat near the wall, back straight, hands on my knees. My hoodie pocket felt heavy with the secure pouch. My phone was right there, and it still might as well have been on the moon. It was still morning, too early in the day for a place like this to feel normal. The girl with the dark curls glanced at me again, then finally spoke in a whisper. "They take your phone, too." I swallowed. "They didn't take it," I whispered back. "They muted it." She flinched like the word hit her. The guy in the hoodie snorted softly. "They call it privacy," he muttered. "It's control." The bun girl shot him a look like she was scared to agree. Dark curls leaned closer. "This happened to me last semester," she whispered. "I didn't come, my portal locked, I couldn't register until I did it." My stomach clenched. So this wasn't a one-off. This was a system. "What is it?" I asked softly. "What do they actually do?" Dark curls shook her head quickly, eyes darting to the cameras. "They ask questions," she whispered. "They push you to say stuff. They want you to agree you'll be discreet, like you're joining some program." Program? My skin prickled. A staff assistant walked past the lounge door, visible through a narrow glass panel. She held a clipboard and spoke into an earpiece. "We need 4 candidates cleared before noon," she said, not whispering at all. Candidates. My stomach dropped. Candidate for what? I leaned back in my chair and forced my gaze to wander like I was calm. On the wall opposite, a framed board hung like Dacre. At first glance, it looked like a motivational chart. Clean font, minimal design. Then my brain actually read it. Leadership pathway, internal. Below it were 4 headings in neat columns. Engagement alignment, legacy discipline. Under each heading were little coded marks, dots, short lines, circles, like a tally system. No names visible from where I sat. But the structure wasn't motivational. It was a ranking. My throat tightened. The girl with dark curls noticed my stare and whispered, "Don't look too long. They don't like that." I forced my eyes away, heart pounding harder. I needed something solid, someone real. The girl with dark curls shifted, as if deciding whether to speak. "I'm Talia," she whispered finally. "You." "Jade," I said quietly. Talia nodded like she'd expected it, like she'd heard my name already. That thought chilled me. I glanced toward the narrow glass panel again. A shadow moved behind it. The security captain passed by, scanning the lounge like it was a checkpoint. My pulse jumped. He didn't stop, he didn't look in fully. But I felt him anyway, like a camera that could breathe. I swallowed and whispered to Talia, "Did you get an invite?" Talia's eyes widened slightly. "The leadership mixer thing," she whispered. My stomach turned. "Yeah." Talia nodded once small. "They printed my name on it," she said, voice shaking. "Printed like I'd already accepted." My hands clenched on my knees. So it wasn't just me. The hoodie guy muttered, "It's a pipeline," like he couldn't help himself. "They pick people, they pull people, they shape people." Bun Girl snapped, "Shut up." He shrugged without looking up. "You think this is wellness, it's politics." Politics. That word always sounded dramatic until you were standing inside it. The lounge door opened. A staff assistant stepped in, young, pleasant smile, eyes flat. "Talia, you're next," she said. Talia stood so fast her chair squeaked. Her face went pale. She looked at me like she wanted to apologize for leaving me alone. I didn't blame her. I envied her. At least moving meant something was happening. Talia walked out. The door shut again. And I was left with the feeling that time down here didn't move for you. It moved for them. A different door opened somewhere down the corridor. Not the lounge door. A staff-only door. I heard it before I saw it. Soft click, then footsteps. Then he appeared in the narrow hallway outside the lounge glass, moving like he'd stepped out of the building itself. Ronan. My whole body went still. He shouldn't have been here, not past a rope line, not near a privacy suite. Unless someone let him. Or unless this place was more connected to him than I understood. He didn't look at the other students. He didn't look at the camera. He looked straight at me through the glass like he'd been hunting my face. The lounge door opened. The staff assistant stepped in again, smile practiced. "Jade," she said, "you can come with me." I stood slowly, heart hammering. As I stepped out, Ronan shifted closer, close enough that, for 1 second, his body blocked the camera angle down the corridor. It was subtle. It was deliberate. His voice was low, rough. "Don't drink anything they offer later," he whispered. My mouth opened. "Ronan, how?" He cut me off. "If they push a pledge, stall," he whispered. "Don't answer family questions." My throat tightened. "Why?" "Not here," he said, eyes locked on mine. "Too many eyes." His hand moved fast. He slid something into my palm, thin paper folded small. It looked like a campus flyer at a glance. Normal, forgettable. I closed my fingers around it, and I didn't open it. Yet. The staff assistant glanced between us, smile thinning. "Is there a problem?" she asked. Ronan stepped back instantly, expression neutral like he'd never spoken. Like he was just another student passing by. "No," I said quickly, because the word came out before fear could make it complicated. "No problem." The staff assistant's gaze lingered on Ronan for a beat, then returned to me. "This way," she said. Ronan didn't follow. But as I walked away, I felt his eyes on my back like a warning sign burned into skin. The evaluation room was clean and bright in a way that made my teeth ache. A desk, 2 chairs, a shelf with thick binders that had no labels, a framed photo on the wall, students shaking hands with administrators, smiling so hard it looked painful. A man sat behind the desk, mid-40s maybe, calm and polished, not warm. Polished. He stood when I entered and offered his hand like this was a job interview. "Jade Miller," he said, "I'm Dr. Voss." His handshake was firm and brief, like he didn't want to touch anyone longer than necessary. Ms. Reddick stood near the door, hands folded, observing like a witness for the institution. Dr. Voss gestured to the chair across from him. "Please," he said, "sit." I sat. My hoodie pocket felt heavy with the secure pouch. I could feel the outline of my phone through the fabric like a secret I couldn't use. Dr. Voss opened a folder on his desk. The folder had my name printed on the tab. Not handwritten, printed. My stomach turned. He flipped through pages like he'd known me for years. "Before we begin," he said smoothly, "I want to reassure you this is not a disciplinary proceeding." I didn't answer. I didn't trust reassurance anymore. Dr. Voss smiled faintly. "We conduct compliance check-ins for students who enter high-pressure campus environments," he said. "Leadership spaces, competitive arenas, politics. These climates can be intense." Politics again. I watched his hands. No shaking, no hesitation, like he'd done this speech 100 times. He leaned back slightly. "Tell me," he said, "do you feel pressure to perform?" "Yes," I said. He blinked as if he expected a softer answer. "From where?" "My scholarship," I said blunt. Ms. Reddick's expression didn't change, but I felt her attention sharpen. Dr. Voss nodded slowly. "Financial pressure is a significant factor," he said, "and can lead to poor decision-making under stress." Poor decision-making. Like I was already failing. He looked down at the folder. "Do you trust authority figures?" I held his gaze. "It depends." On whether they smiled while holding a leash. He didn't smile. "Who influences your decisions?" he asked. I thought of Kira. of her plan, of her hands squeezing my arm in the lobby. "Kira," I said carefully. "My roommate, she's protective." Dr. Voss scribbled something. "Anyone else?" he asked. Ronan's face flashed in my mind, Ethan's smile, my mother's voice in my head. I chose what was safest. "My work-study supervisor," I said. "My academic advisor." Dr. Voss nodded like he accepted it. Then he slid a tablet across the desk, screen facing me. A checklist displayed in clean font. "Intake complete. No privacy acknowledgement. Yes. Wellness interview. In progress alignment pledge. Pending biometric confirmation. Pending eligibility hold. Active." My throat tightened. Active. Not pending. Active. Dr. Voss watched my eyes flick over it. "The hold is procedural," he said softly. "It lifts when intake is complete." So simple, so cruel. He slid a paper toward me. Alignment pledge, campus integrity. The language was clean and pretty. Commitment to leadership standards, discretion, respect for institutional process. But one line made my blood go cold. "I agree not to disclose internal programming details to unauthorized parties." Unauthorized parties. Meaning Kira, meaning anyone. Meaning silence. I thought of Ronan's warning, stall. I looked up. "Is this mandatory to lift the hold?" I asked. Dr. Voss smiled faintly. "It is strongly recommended," he said. "That's not the question." Ms. Reddick's voice cut in gently. "Jade, we encourage cooperation," she said, as if cooperation was a synonym for safety. Dr. Voss's gaze stayed calm. "If you choose not to sign, your intake remains incomplete," he said. There it was, the threat without the word threat. My hands clenched under the desk. I kept my voice steady. "Then I'm not signing it yet," I said. "I want time to read it." Dr. Voss blinked once, then nodded slowly as if I'd passed a test. "We can offer a review period," he said. "A temporary acknowledgement that you've received the pledge and will return it by end of day." My stomach tightened, and the hold. Dr. Voss tapped the tablet lightly. "A partial lift can occur after biometric confirmation," he said. "The full lift occurs after pledge completion." Partial lift. So they could loosen the leash, just enough to make me think I was free. My chest burned. I leaned back slightly and forced myself to look calm. "Okay," I said. "I'll acknowledge receipt, not agreement." Dr. Voss nodded as if that was reasonable. "Fair." He slid a different paper over, shorter, more neutral. Acknowledgement of receipt, integrity pledge. I signed it with stiff fingers. Dr. Voss made a small note. Then he glanced up, eyes sharper. "Tell me about your support system," he said. "Family." Ronan's voice flashed again. "Don't answer family questions." My spine stiffened. "I'm here on scholarship," I said instead. "My support system is this." I tapped my chest lightly, meaning myself. Dr. Voss's expression stayed calm. "Do you have siblings?" he asked. "Why?" I asked, refusing to follow him into personal terrain. He smiled faintly. "We track stress patterns," he said. "Family dynamics can influence resilience." Influence resilience. Like my life was data. I inhaled slowly. "I'm not comfortable discussing my family," I said. Ms. Reddick's voice softened. "Jade, this is a safe space," she said. I stared at her. Safe spaces don't require locked doors. Silence snapped into place. Dr. Voss's pen paused midair. Then he smiled faintly again, as if he admired my spine while still wanting to bend it. "Noted," he said. "We'll proceed." He stood. "Biometric confirmation is next," he said, opening the door like my evaluation was a shipment moving along a conveyor belt. As I stood, my eyes snagged on the framed photo on the wall beside the shelf. Dean Caldwell, smiling, shaking hands with donors. And in the edge of the frame, unmistakable even in a blur of suits and smiles, Ethan. Same face, Same polished grin. Same future politician vibe packaged for cameras. My stomach dropped. The image wasn't proof of guilt, but it was proof of proximity. And suddenly Ethan's earlier calm, his offer to make a call, didn't feel romantic. It felt connected. I followed Ms. Reddick out with my throat tight and my heart loud. The biometric station was another clean desk, another tablet, another staffer with blank eyes. A small device sat on the counter, fingerprint scanner with a soft green glow. A tray held a sealed lancet like a tiny weapon. My skin crawled. The staffer smiled blandly. "Fingerprint," she said. "I'm not giving blood," I said immediately. "It's not blood," Ms. Reddick said gently from behind me. "It's a wellness marker, routine." I stared at her. "That's blood." Ms. Reddick's smile didn't shift. "It's optional," she said. Optional the way a locked door was optional. The staffer pointed to a line on the tablet. "Fingerprint is required," she said. "Marker is recommended." I took a slow breath. Fingerprint was already bad enough, but it was normal enough that a university could justify it if they wanted. A finger prick was something else. "Fingerprint only," I said. Ms. Reddick nodded like she was granting me mercy. "Of course," she said. I pressed my thumb to the scanner. The device beeped softly. The tablet flashed my name. Miller, Jade VRFID. The staffer's printer chirped again and spat out a thin label. She peeled it and stuck it onto a black badge sleeve. Then she handed me the badge. Minimal, clean. A matte black card with a thin silver circle embossed in the corner. And my name printed. Jade Miller. Below it smaller. Candidate pathway. Candidate. My stomach turned. "This is for what?" I asked, voice tight. Ms. Reddick's smile stayed gentle. "Access," she said, "for your next appointment." Appointment. Like my life was now scheduled. "What next appointment?" I asked. Ms. Reddick's eyes held mine. "You've been selected for a leadership mixer," she said, like she was congratulating me. "An orientation for high potential students." The words sounded pretty, but my skin screamed. "Is it mandatory?" I asked. Ms. Reddick's smile softened. "Attendance is strongly recommended," she said. There it was again. Strongly recommended meant, we can hurt you if you don't. The staffer slid another sheet toward me, an event slip. Circle orientation, tonight location, GRAYSDUNE house no guests, no recording. My fingers went numb. Circle. The word felt like a closed shape with no exit. I forced my voice steady. "I need my phone unblocked," I said. Ms. Reddick nodded. "Of course," she said. "We'll return you to the lobby." Return. Like I'd been checked out of a facility. She gestured toward the corridor. "This way." I walked with stiff legs, badge sleeve heavy in my hand like a leash I could see. At intake, the staffer nodded at my hoodie pocket. "Remove device from pouch," she said. I pulled out the secure pouch and snapped it open. My phone screen lit instantly. Still no service down here, but it woke like it had been holding its breath. I didn't turn it on fully. I didn't tap anything. I just slid it back into my pocket, bare, like I needed to feel it against my skin. Ms. Reddick smiled. "Elevator is right there," she said. "You did well today." Did well. Like surviving was a grade. I didn't answer. I stepped into the elevator. The doors slid shut. And the moment they did, I realized how quiet it was without Kira's voice, without Ronan's low warning, without Ethan's polished comfort. Just me and the hum of a system that moved you like a file. The elevator rose smoothly. When the doors opened upstairs, the air felt warmer, less sterile, like the world had oxygen again. And my phone. My phone exploded with notifications. Service returned in a rush like a tide. Kira, 8 texts. Ethan, 3 texts. A portal alert. A calendar notification trying to auto-add an event. My hands shook as I stepped into the lobby. Kira practically launched herself at me. "Oh my God," she hissed, grabbing my shoulders, scanning my face like she expected bruises. "Jade, Jade," I was about to go insane. "I'm here," I whispered. Kira's eyes flashed with anger. "They wouldn't tell me anything," she said fast. "That security guy, same one, kept looking at me like I was annoying him by breathing." My throat tightened. Kira leaned closer, lowering her voice. "He said, she's on the list, like you were a package." I swallowed. "He told me that too," I whispered. Kira's jaw clenched. "A girl came out crying," she said. "She wouldn't even look at me, she just ran. And Reddick, she smiled at me like I should be grateful." I exhaled slowly, trying not to shake. "We need to leave," I whispered. "Tell me what happened," Kira demanded, still scanning me. I gave her the safe version, because the lobby had ears. "They tried to take my phone," I whispered. "They used my scholarship hold. They processed me." Kira's eyes widened. "Processed?" I pulled the badge sleeve from my bag and showed her. Her face went pale. "Candidate," she mouthed. I nodded once. Kira grabbed my elbow and steered me toward the exit like she was afraid they'd change their mind and drag me back down. We walked fast. The door opened. Cold air hit my face like freedom. I sucked in a breath like I'd been underwater. Outside, the campus noise returned. Students' footsteps, distant laughter. Normal life. Kira didn't stop moving until we were far enough from the building that she could breathe without clenching her teeth. Then she turned to me. "Okay," she said, voice shaking. "Now tell me the real version." I pulled my phone out and opened notes immediately, hands moving fast. "Because the second you didn't write it down, it became something they could deny." I typed, bullets sharp. "Suite B, privacy zone. Phone pouch, required recording prohibited. Hold pending leverage, hold active. Leadership pathway board, engagement/alignment/legacy/discipline. Engagement pathway folder, approved. Evaluator, Dr. Voss. Pledge, refused full signature signed receipt only. Biometric, fingerprint only. Badge, candidate pathway. Circle orientation tonight, Greystone House. No guests, no recording." I saved it. Then I opened my photos and took a screenshot of my notes with the time visible. Proof. Evidence. Kira watched my fingers like she wanted to memorize the movements. Then her eyes snapped up. "Jade," she said low. I followed her gaze. Ethan stood near the walkway, just off the main path like he'd chosen the spot on purpose. Hands in his pockets, posture relaxed, face calm. Waiting. Like he'd promised. My stomach twisted. Kira stiffened beside me like she was ready to fight him with her bare hands. Ethan's eyes locked on mine immediately. His expression softened. "Jade," he said, stepping closer. Not too close, just enough. "Are you okay?" I didn't answer right away, because my brain was still down in the elevator. Ethan's gaze flicked to Kira, acknowledging her like a careful politician. "Kira." Kira didn't smile. "Ethan." He looked back at me, voice gentle but pointed. "What did they do down there?" he asked. Down there. He knew it was down. My throat went tight. Before I could speak, a movement across the walkway caught my eye. Ronan. Half-shadowed near a pillar by a maintenance corridor, like he'd stepped out of a door nobody noticed. He didn't approach. He didn't wave. He just watched. His face was hard. Controlled anger held behind his eyes like a storm. He looked at Ethan. Then at me. Then at the badge sleeve in my hand. And his jaw clenched, like he'd just watched me step into something he couldn't pull me out of. Ethan followed my gaze briefly, then looked back at me. "Jade," he said, voice lower. "Talk to me." My phone buzzed. A new message. Unknown number. My skin went cold. I opened it with shaking fingers. "Congratulations, candidate. Circle orientation tonight. Attendance is mandatory. My heartbeat stopped for one terrifying beat. Mandatory. Not recommended, not suggested. Mandatory. Kira leaned in, reading over my shoulder, and let out a small, furious sound like a growl. Ethan's eyes narrowed. "What is that?" he asked. I couldn't speak, because the message made one thing painfully clear. This wasn't a leadership opportunity. This wasn't a campus program. This was a chain. And someone had just tightened it, while Ethan stood in front of me with his perfect smile, and Ronan watched from the shadows like he already knew what tonight would cost. I stared at the word mandatory until it blurred. And the worst part was the quiet certainty settling into my bones. I wasn't being invited. I was being moved. The word mandatory sat on my screen like it had weight. Not a suggestion, not a warning, a command. Kira held my phone for half a second, reading the message again like the letters might rearrange if she stared hard enough. Attendance is mandatory, she repeated, voice low and sharp. So what happens if you don't go? They just cancel your scholarship. Ethan's gaze flicked from my face to the phone and back. His expression stayed careful, like he was choosing every muscle on purpose. Jade, he said slow, let me see that message. I slid my phone out of Kira's hand and straight into my pocket before he could reach for it. No, I said. Kira's head snapped toward me. Jade. I'm not handing my phone to anyone, I said, and the words came out steadier than my heartbeat. Ethan exhaled, not annoyed, but like he was trying not to be. I'm not trying to take it, he said. I'm trying to help you. Help? That word was everywhere, always attached to strings. I appreciate it, I said, which was the most polite version of back off I could manage in public. But I'm handling it. Kira stepped closer to me like she could physically block Ethan from the conversation. Ethan's eyes softened when he looked at her, the way politicians practiced empathy in mirrors. Kira, he said, I'm not your enemy. Kira's laugh had no humor. Then why is she a candidate the second she steps near your campaign? Ethan's jaw tightened, just enough that I noticed. I didn't do that, he said. Kira crossed her arms. You don't get to say that like it makes it true. Okay, Ethan said quickly, voice gentler, smoothing the moment. Okay, I hear you, but Jade is in my orbit now. People will target her. That's how it works. My stomach twisted. In your orbit, Kira echoed, disgusted. Do you hear yourself? Ethan looked at me, not her, like I was the only person who mattered in the space between us. Are you okay? He asked again, quieter. I should have answered. I should have told him the truth, that I felt stamped and filed and pushed through a basement hallway like a document. But Ronan was across the walkway, half-shadowed near a pillar, watching. Not smiling, not moving, just present like a warning sign the universe kept placing in my line of sight. He looked at Ethan like he wanted to tear something apart with his bare hands. Then his gaze slid to me, and my body reacted before my brain could decide what it meant. Heat, tension, the instinctive need to keep him in view. Ethan noticed my attention drift. His eyes narrowed slightly as he tracked where I was looking. Who is that? He asked. Nobody, I said too fast. Kira shot me a look like she knew that was a lie. Ronan's jaw flexed once. He turned away, disappearing toward the side path like he'd already said everything he needed to say just by existing. Ethan's gaze returned to me. Jade, he said, voice low, if this is connected to your funding, if there's a hold, then we need to handle it smart. I can make a call. A pulse of anger flared in my chest. Not at him exactly. At the fact that his voice made make a call sound like a normal solution. Like he lived in a world where calls worked. I don't want anyone making calls about me, I said carefully. Not yet. Ethan's expression softened again, warm, reassuring, almost intimate. Then let me talk to Marisol, he offered. She knows how the administration plays. We can figure out what this is. Kira's eyes flashed. We. Ethan ignored her and kept his gaze on me. They run the circle every fall, he said, like he was giving me background to calm me down. It's supposed to be leadership development, selective. My stomach dropped. Every fall. Not rumor, not one weird night, schedule. Kira's mouth fell open. You knew that, she said, voice sharp. You knew this was a thing. People talk, Ethan said. I didn't say I was involved. But that was the problem. He knew it existed. He said it like it was normal. I felt my grip tighten on my bag strap. I have to go, I said, cutting through before the fight could grow teeth. I have things. Kira looked at me like she wanted to argue, but she caught my tone. Not here, not in public, not while eyes are everywhere. Ethan took a small step closer. Jade. I held up a hand. I'll text you, I lied. Ethan's gaze lingered on my face like he was reading what I wasn't saying. Then he nodded once. Okay, he said softly, but please don't go alone. I'm not, Kira snapped. Ethan looked at Kira, then back at me. Be careful, he said. Seriously. I didn't answer. Because I didn't trust the way his concern made my chest ache. Kira hooked her arm through mine and walked me away before Ethan could say anything else. As soon as we were out of his immediate space, I pulled my phone out and took screenshots. Mandatory text, timestamp visible, contact name blank. Evidence. If anyone tried to claim I was exaggerating, I wanted receipts. Kira leaned in to watch me save them to a hidden folder. You see, she whispered, this is insane. I kept my face neutral as we crossed the quad, but my thoughts were already sprinting. Circle tonight. Greystone House. No guests, no recording. Mandatory. And the part that scared me most wasn't the rules. It was the certainty behind them. Back in our dorm room, Kira locked the door the second we stepped inside. Then she locked it again, like it might not have heard her the first time. She pulled the blinds down even though it was daytime, then peeked through the slats like she expected someone to be staring back. You're doing that thing, I said, forcing a hint of humor into my voice. What thing? She snapped. The spy movie thing. Kira turned toward me, eyes wide and furious. Jade, they took you underground and gave you a badge that says candidate. This is not me being dramatic. This is me being alive. That shut me up. Kira dragged a chair closer to the desk. Okay, she said, clapping her hands once like she was trying to force her brain into order. We plan. We don't panic. We plan. I set my bag down and opened my notes app. My fingers shook slightly, but typing gave my fear a job. Kira leaned over my shoulder. Add, do not drink in all caps. It's already in there, I muttered. She stared at me. How do you know? I reached into my hoodie pocket and pulled out the folded paper Ronan had slipped me earlier. Kira's eyes widened. That's from him. I nodded once. Kira grabbed it like it might explode. Open it, she demanded. My stomach tightened. I haven't yet. Jade, she hissed. Why not? Because it felt like opening it would make tonight more real. But it was real whether I read it or not. I took the paper back, smoothed it carefully on the desk, and unfolded it. Inside, Ronan's handwriting was rough and fast, like he'd written it while moving. Circle equals donor pipeline. Don't drink. Don't pledge. Don't name family. Below the words, he'd drawn a simple silver circle, clean and exact, matching the embossed symbol on my badge sleeve. My throat went tight. Kira read it over my shoulder, then looked up at me with anger in her eyes. Donor pipeline, she whispered. What does that even mean? It means, I started, then stopped because saying it out loud felt like inviting it closer. Kira's voice turned sharp. It means they pick students like products, she said. They pick you because you're useful, because you're clean, because I'm broke, I finished quietly. Kira's face softened for 1 second. Then her anger came back twice as hard. We should report this. Report it to who? I asked, keeping my voice steady. The same system that created it. We could go to campus police. No, I cut in immediately. Not without proof, not without a plan. If they can place holds on me, reporting it wrong could ruin everything. Kira's jaw clenched. So we just let them. No, I said, opening notes again and creating a new list. GROS2NE plan. Kira leaned in. I typed fast. Do not say list. Family names, hometown specifics, any medical info, anything about finances beyond what's already visible, anything they could twist into leverage. Do not do list. Drink anything offered, sign pledge language, go deeper alone without nodding where I'm going. Evidence plan. Screenshot everything now, log everything later, memorize names, rooms, rules. Exit plan. If leaving is blocked, find service exits. Use code phrase if needed. Visibility. Kira stays outside on the public sidewalk. Live location shared until signal drops. Kira pointed at the screen. Add, if they try to take your phone, you stall. I will, I said and added it. Then I went one step further, because my brain needed extra layers to breathe. I opened my phone settings and tested everything that could help me later. Silent SOS shortcuts, emergency contacts, location sharing. I rehearsed the motion like muscle memory. Press, hold. Kira watched me, arms crossed. Okay, she said. If you go dark, I call you. If you don't answer, I call again. If you still don't answer, I start making noise. Noise like what? I asked. Kira's smile was sharp. Like calling Marisol, like calling Ethan, like standing outside Greystone yelling your name until someone drags me away. My chest tightened. Don't do anything that gets you arrested. I'm not getting arrested at some donor-haunted house, she muttered, then softened. But I'm not leaving you alone either. I reached for my bag and started packing with slow, deliberate motions, like being careful could make tonight less dangerous. Phone charger, small notebook, pen that actually worked, a water bottle I brought from our room because I trusted my own bottle more than theirs. Kira watched me pack, then grabbed my phone and snapped a picture of Ronan's note before handing it back. In case they make you lose it, she said. I looked at her. Kira. I'm not joking, she said. I'm being smart. I swallowed and opened my notes again, adding one more line in a new section. RULES, RONAN. No drinks, no pledge, no family. Then I screenshot that too. Because tonight felt like the kind of night where words needed backups. Kira moved to my closet like this was a normal night out. What are you wearing? She demanded. Whatever doesn't get me noticed, I said. Kira yanked out a sweater. Too soft, you'll look like prey. Okay, wolf, I muttered, and she shot me a look that said don't joke right now. She pulled out dark jeans, a fitted top, a jacket, shoes with traction, not heels. Hair up, she decided. Not fancy, practical. I caught my reflection in the mirror as she brushed my hair back. My face looked normal, but my eyes looked like someone had started a fire behind them and called it leadership. Kira finished and stepped back. Okay, she said softly. You look like you. I don't feel like me, I admitted. Kira grabbed my hands. Then we fake it, she said. We fake it until we find the crack. I nodded, swallowing hard. And in the quiet after, my gaze dropped back to Ronan's note on the desk. It wasn't romantic. It wasn't sweet. But it felt like the closest thing to honest advice I'd gotten all day. Late afternoon crept in like a countdown. I had one class scheduled, an easy lecture I could have skipped, but skipping felt like giving the university a reason to mark me as irresponsible, even if nobody ever said it out loud. I went, sat in the back, took notes I barely processed, and checked the time every 5 minutes like the clock was stalking me. By the time I walked to the student union, I felt wired and hollow at the same time. Kira walked with me, shoulders squared like she was escorting a VIP, or a hostage, maybe both. Campaign HQ was loud and normal in the way it always was. Students arguing over wording, laptops open, pizza boxes stacked, a board full of sticky notes mapping dorms like territory. Marisol didn't look up when I entered. She slid a folder across the table without greeting. "Debate notes," she said. "Tuition transparency angles soften it. Donors hate it. Ethan wants it cleaner." There it was again. Donors hate it. My stomach tightened as I took the folder. "When do you need it?" I asked. "An hour," Marisol said. "An hour," I repeated. Marisol finally looked up, eyes sharp. "You're fast," she said like it wasn't a compliment. "Go." I sat at a laptop station and worked. I cut phrases that sounded like rebellion. I replaced them with language that sounded like collaboration. I made tuition transparency into financial clarity initiatives and hated myself the whole time. A volunteer hovered near my station holding a phone like a microphone. "Jade," she said, breathless, "can you write a caption for Ethan's kickoff pic? Something warm but strong." Warm but strong. Translation: human but controlled. I kept my face neutral. "Send it," I said. She shoved her phone toward me with the photo. Ethan smiling with donors. A banner in the background, everyone looking polished. My skin prickled. I typed quickly, proud to stand with students who believe in integrity, opportunity, and a campus that works for everyone. Clean. Safe. Nothing that could be used against him. The volunteer squealed softly. "Perfect," she said, and ran off like I'd handed her gold. Across the room, a donor coordinator said to someone near the snack table, "Circle candidates are good optics, trusted faces." My fingers froze on the keyboard. Circle candidates. Good optics. Trusted faces. My pulse jumped. I opened my notes with one hand and typed the line in fast, screen angled down so nobody could read it. Then, as if the universe wanted to underline it, someone else replied, "Dean wants a clean slate before circle tonight." Dean. Tonight. Clean slate. My throat tightened. Marisol walked by, glanced at my draft, and gave a curt nod. "Better," she said. Ethan appeared near my station. Like he'd been waiting for the moment, my attention slipped. "Hey," he said softly. I didn't look up right away. "I'm working," I said. "I know," he replied. "1 minute." I kept typing, pretending I didn't feel the pull of his voice. Ethan leaned closer, quiet enough that only I could hear. "Are you going tonight?" he asked. My stomach clenched. "I don't have a choice," I said flatly. Ethan's jaw tightened. "Jade." I looked up then, meeting his eyes. Close up, his concern looked real. His gaze softened like he wanted to reach for me and didn't know if he was allowed. "I don't like this," he admitted. "Then why do you know about it?" I asked. Ethan's expression flickered, just a hair. "Because it's campus," he said. "Because leadership stuff exists. It's not—" He stopped, like he almost said something he shouldn't. "It's not new." Not new. Not harmless. I swallowed. "I'm not drinking anything," I said. "I'm not signing anything, I'm not." Ethan frowned. "They're asking you to sign something." I didn't answer. Because the less he knew, the less he could accidentally use. Ethan studied my face, then nodded slowly like he understood there were walls he wasn't allowed to climb. "Let me drive you," he offered. "I can walk you in, make sure you're okay." Kira, standing near the doorway pretending to scroll her phone, snapped her gaze up instantly. I shook my head. "No." Ethan's tone stayed gentle, but something tightened under it. "Jade," he said, "this isn't a game. They're watching." The words made my skin prickle. "Who's watching?" I asked. Ethan didn't answer directly. "People," he said. "Admin, donors, whoever thinks they own this place." Own. There it was again. I forced myself to breathe. "I'm going with my roommate," I said firmly. Ethan's gaze slid toward Kira, then back to me. "Okay," he said, voice smoother again. "Just don't embarrass yourself." It didn't sound cruel. It sounded like advice. But it landed like control. My pride flared. "I'm not the one embarrassing myself," I said. Ethan's eyebrows lifted, surprised. Then he smiled slightly, like he liked my bite. "That's fair," he said softly. Marisol's voice cut across the room. "Jade." I turned, she held up her hand. "Done?" she asked. "Almost," I said. I finished the last paragraph, cleaned the tone, and uploaded the file to the shared drive like she'd trained me. Then I emailed it to Marisol too, double coverage, because I wasn't giving anyone a reason to claim I didn't deliver. Marisol opened it, scanned fast, then gave a curt approved. "Print it," she said automatically. Then, like she remembered reality, she added, "Actually, upload is fine. We'll print if needed." I nodded, because I didn't want hanging instructions to become another loose thread. As I stood, Marisol's gaze pinned me. "Greystone," she said casually, like she was asking about dinner plans. "Invite only." My stomach tightened. Marisol continued, voice flat. "If you got in, someone high up signed off." My heartbeat stumbled. Signed off. Not random, not merit, not luck. Selection. I forced a neutral expression. "Yeah," I said, pretending it meant nothing. Marisol's mouth twitched, almost a smile but not friendly. "Don't be late," she said. Then she turned away like she hadn't just confirmed my fear. I walked out of HQ with Kira at my side, nerves buzzing under my skin like static. The campus was turning gold as evening crept in. Students drifted toward dinner, laughing like nothing was wrong. The air had that crisp edge that meant fall was coming whether anyone was ready or not. Kira kept talking, about calling someone, about gathering evidence, about how she was going to bite someone if they touched me again. I listened, but my attention snagged on movement near the path ahead. Ronan leaned against a brick pillar, like he'd been waiting there the whole time. Not hiding. Just there. Kira stiffened beside me. "Oh my God," she muttered. "He's stalking you." "He's watching," I said, and I didn't know why that felt different in my mouth. Ronan pushed off the pillar and walked toward me like he had a right to. Kira opened her mouth, ready to throw words like knives, but I lifted a hand slightly to stop her. Ronan's eyes stayed on mine. "You going tonight?" he asked, voice low. "Yes," I said. "Mandatory." His jaw clenched. "Figures." "What is it?" I asked, keeping my voice steady. "What is circle?" Ronan's gaze flicked to Kira, then back to me. "Not leadership," he said flatly. "Selection." The word sent a chill through me. Kira snapped. "Selection for what?" Ronan ignored her and held my gaze like she wasn't there. "They want ownership," he said quietly. My chest tightened. "You keep saying that like it's obvious." "It is," Ronan said. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a small card. Thin, plain, folded once. He held it out. I hesitated. Then I took it. Inside was a rough sketch, simple lines, like he'd drawn it fast. The front of Greystone House, a side wing, and a marked path around to a service door. A small X by a hedge. A note. Service exit, left wing code phrase. I forgot MY charger. My throat went tight. Kira leaned in, reading. "Is that a joke?" she demanded. Ronan's eyes didn't leave mine. "If you say that phrase where I can hear you, I'll pull you out," he said quietly. My pulse spiked. "Pull me out how?" Ronan's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Don't worry about how," he said. "Just remember it." Kira scoffed. "And why should we trust you?" Ronan finally looked at her. His gaze was hard. "You shouldn't," he said. "Trust isn't safe." Then he looked back at me, voice lower again. "No drinks," he repeated. "No pledge, no family." "I know," I said, holding up the note he'd already given me. "I read it." Ronan's eyes flicked to the paper in my hand, then back to my face. Something softened for one beat. "Good," he said quietly. "Then don't let them push you into just this once." His gaze dropped to my mouth for half a second, then lifted back to my eyes like he caught himself. Heat climbed up my neck, and I hated that my body reacted to him like a magnet. "Why do you care?" I asked before I could stop myself. Ronan's jaw tightened. For a second, he looked like he might answer. Then footsteps passed behind us, 2 students walking by, laughing loudly, and Ronan's expression closed like a door. "Because I'm not letting them own you," he said, voice rough. Then, like he was afraid of staying too close, he stepped back. His gaze held mine for one last beat. "If security takes your phone," he said quietly, "don't fight, stall, look for the service door." My throat tightened. "How do you know all this?" Ronan's eyes flashed. "Because I've seen what happens to people who don't," he said. Kira's hand slid to my elbow, grounding me. Ronan took another step back. "Remember the phrase," he said. Then he turned and walked away like he'd never been there. I stared after him, heart too loud, fingers curled around the exit map like it was a lifeline. Kira exhaled hard. "Okay," she whispered. "That was intense." I didn't answer, because my body was still vibrating from how close he stood. And because the note in my hand felt like proof that tonight was going to be worse than I wanted to admit. Night settled in, cold and clean. Kira and I took a rideshare to the edge of campus, where the streets got quieter and the houses got bigger. Old money neighborhoods, where the sidewalks were smoother and the streetlights felt warm on purpose. Graystone House sat behind a wrought iron gate, stone walls rising like it had been there long before the campus ever existed. Manicured hedges lined the walkway like they were guarding secrets. Warm light glowed from tall windows. It looked beautiful, which made it more terrifying. Kira's phone was in her hand, thumb hovering over my location share like it was a trigger. "Okay," she said, voice tight. "Send me your live location now." I sent it. A little dot appeared, me, a moving piece on a map. Kira watched it like she could keep me safe by tracking pixels. As we approached the entrance, my phone signal flickered once. 1 bar. Then 2. Then back to 1. My stomach tightened. "Of course," I muttered. Kira squeezed my arm. "Stay in public as long as possible," she whispered. "If they try to take your phone." "I know," I whispered back. "Stall." We reached the gate, where a rope line had been set up like a real event. Not students with wristbands. Actual security in black jackets, earpieces, eyes scanning faces. And there he was. The security captain. Same calm face, same earpiece, same expression like nothing surprised him. He stood near a tablet stand at the check-in point like it belonged to him. My skin prickled. Kira stiffened beside me. "That's him," she whispered. "I know," I whispered back. A staffer stepped forward, smile bright and polished. "Welcome," she said. "Invitation." I held up my matte black candidate badge. Her smile widened. "Perfect," she said. Kira stepped forward with me, but the staffer's smile didn't shift as she raised a hand. "Guests are not permitted," she said sweetly. Kira's eyes flashed. "I'm her roommate." "Guests are not permitted," the staffer repeated, voice still cheerful. Kira looked like she might bite her. I leaned toward Kira and whispered, "Sidewalk," as calmly as I could. Kira swallowed hard, then nodded. "I'll be right there," she whispered back. "If you go dark, I'm making noise." My chest tightened. "Don't." "I will," she said, cutting me off. Then she lifted her phone and showed me my dot. "Still moving, still here." I stepped forward. The staffer held out a scanner. "Badge," she said. I lifted it. The scanner beeped once, clean and final. The security captain's gaze met mine for a brief moment. Not threatening. Not friendly. Just confirming. Like he'd been waiting to see if I would comply. A tray passed by, glasses of something sparkling, pale gold, pretty bubbles. A different staffer offered one to me with a bright smile. "Welcome drink." My stomach clenched hard. Ronan's warning hit like a slap. "Don't drink." "No," I said immediately. The staffer blinked, surprised. "It's just—" "No," I repeated firmer. The staffer's smile tightened, then smoothed back into place. "Of course," she said, like my refusal was noted. Not accepted. Not forgotten. A small envelope was pressed into my hand. Thick paper, embossed silver circle, my name printed on the front. Jade Miller. Printed. Not handwritten. Not added last minute. Selection. Rules and schedule, the staffer said. I forced my voice casual. "Can I take a photo?" I asked. Her smile didn't change. "No," she said sweetly. "No phones once inside." My throat tightened. I glanced at Kira across the rope line. She was now on the public sidewalk, shoulders tight, eyes locked on me. "Your signal's getting weird," she mouthed. Then her screen showed it. My dot stalled for half a second, then jumped. Kira's face tightened like she wanted to run through the gate. I lifted my chin slightly, a silent "I see it too." Before anyone could stop me, I snapped one quick photo of the envelope in my hand while I was still technically outside. Then I slid my phone back into my pocket like it was contraband. The staffer gestured toward the door. "Right this way." The entrance opened. Warm light spilled out. And the moment I stepped over the threshold, I felt something shift, like crossing a line that didn't show on any map. Inside, another staff member held out her hand. "Phone, please," she said gently. I forced myself not to panic. "I'm not comfortable handing it over," I said, keeping my tone calm. "It's my property." Her smile stayed bright. "Phones are secured during orientation," she said. "It's policy." I took a slow breath. "Can I leave then?" I asked, testing. Her smile didn't flicker, but her eyes did, just slightly. "Once checked in, leaving early requires staff escort," she said, like it was a normal safety measure. My stomach dropped. Voluntary entry. Managed exit. A trap dressed as courtesy. I kept my face neutral as I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone. The staffer held a pouch, same style as Sweet Bee. "Secure," she said. I snapped the phone into the pouch without turning it off, sealed it, and handed it over. It felt like handing over oxygen. The staffer labeled it and slid it into a locked drawer I couldn't see inside. Then she gestured deeper into the house. "Welcome," she said brightly. "You're right on time." Behind me, the door closed. The sound cut off the outside world. Cut off Kira. Cut off campus. Cut off air. I swallowed hard and followed the hallway inward. Greystone House was beautiful in the way old money liked to be. Polished wood floors, soft rugs, portraits in heavy frames, candlelight that made everything look warm and safe even when it was. A lounge opened up ahead, large, elegant, staged. Candidates stood in small clusters, holding sealed water bottles like they'd been given permission to breathe in measured amounts. Some looked excited. Some looked scared. I recognized Talia near the far wall. Her dark curls were pinned back tonight, but her eyes were the same wide panic. When she saw me, her shoulders dropped like she'd been holding her breath. "Jade," she whispered when I approached. "Talia," I whispered back. "You okay?" Talia's laugh was brittle. "No," she said, "but I'm pretending." "Same," I murmured. A guy nearby, same hoodie guy from Sweet Bee, stood stiffly with his hands in his pockets, eyes scanning exits like his body already knew it wanted out. A girl in a sleek blazer whispered to her friend, "My advisor said this is an honor," like she was trying to convince herself. Her friend whispered back, "Then why do I feel like I'm about to take a test I didn't study for?" I didn't join the conversation. I listened. I stored it. Because fear makes you quiet, and quiet makes you alive. A host stepped into the center of the room. A woman, late 30s, maybe polished like she'd been shaped by rooms like this. Perfect posture, perfect outfit, perfect smile. The kind of smile that didn't reach the eyes. My skin prickled. Don't trust the smiling one. The host's smile widened. "Welcome," she said, voice warm and bright. "We're so glad you're here." She spoke like this was an honor, like it wasn't mandatory. This circle exists to support exceptional students, she continued. Students who demonstrate discipline, ambition, and alignment with leadership values. Alignment. The word slid under my skin like a blade. The candidates murmured, some smiling bigger like they wanted to be chosen. I watched their faces and wondered which ones were excited and which ones were just scared of losing their funding. Security stood near the corners, silent, still, but present. Not hidden, just there. The host gestured toward a wall display I hadn't noticed at first. A plaque with donor names etched into gold. A smaller framed list beneath, legacy scholarships. My eyes snagged on a name I'd heard in campaign chatter earlier, one of the donors they whispered about like a god. My stomach tightened. And under that list, in smaller font, a motto. Opportunity is earned. Loyalty is remembered. Loyalty. My throat went tight. The host continued, tone smooth. Tonight is an orientation, she said. A chance to learn how our leadership network functions, how opportunities are created, how influence is built. Influence. Built. Like something you constructed with human pieces. A candidate raised a hand timidly. Is this connected to financial aid? He asked. The host's smile didn't change. This is connected to success, she said lightly, and success has many forms of support. The candidate swallowed and lowered his hand. Security shifted subtly, one step, one angle, like a reminder not to push. The host's gaze swept the room, landing on faces like she was counting. Her eyes paused on me. Not long enough to be obvious. Long enough to feel like a finger pressing on a bruise. Talia leaned toward me, whispering, "They ask questions," she said, voice shaking. "They want you to say the right thing." I swallowed. "Don't say family," I whispered back. Talia blinked at me. "What?" "Just trust me," I whispered. The host's smile brightened, even more as her gaze landed on me again. It felt like stepping into a spotlight. For 1 second, the room tilted, like my instincts were trying to yank me backward. My hand flew to my pocket, phantom vibration. Before I remembered, my phone was locked away in a drawer. Panic does that. It makes your body reach for tools you don't have. I forced my hand down, fingers curling around the strap of my bag instead. On the far side of the room, a staff assistant held a tablet and tapped it, eyes flicking between screen and faces. The moment her finger moved, I felt a faint buzz, not in my pocket, but in the badge sleeve inside my bag, like an RFID tag responding to a scan nearby. A quiet confirmation. "You are here. You have been logged." The host clasped her hands lightly. "We'll begin with one-on-one alignment check-ins," she announced. "Short conversations, nothing to worry about." Nothing to worry about was always what people said right before you should worry. Talia's fingers tightened around her water bottle. "I hate this," she whispered. "I know," I whispered back. The host's gaze fixed on me with a bright, polished warmth that made my skin crawl. She said my name like she'd been practicing it. Jade Miller. Every muscle in my body tightened. Security shifted, subtle, but real, like the room angled toward me. The host's smile widened. "We'll start with you," she said brightly. "We've been waiting for you." My stomach dropped. Talia's hand caught my wrist for a second tight. "Jade," she whispered, panicked. I swallowed hard. In my head, Ronan's code phrase flashed like a lifeline. I forgot my charger. But Ronan wasn't here. Not visibly. Not in this room. Only security and smiles and candlelight. The host held out her hand like she was inviting me to dance. I forced my legs to move. Because refusing wasn't an option. Because leaving required escort. Because the door behind me was closed. And because whatever this was, whatever they'd selected me for, it was starting now. I stepped forward. The host turned toward a hallway that led deeper into Greystone, away from the other candidates. away from witnesses, away from air. Her smile never faltered. "This way," she said. And I followed, with my heart pounding hard enough to feel like it could break bones. The host didn't touch me. She didn't need to. Her smile and the way the hallway narrowed did the job for her. "This way," she said again, like I hadn't already started walking the second my name left her mouth. Behind me, the lounge stayed warm and bright. Candles, soft music, the murmur of candidates trying to look like they belonged. Ahead of me, Greystone's interior turned quiet in that expensive, controlled way. The kind of quiet that wasn't peace. It was management. I kept my face neutral. I kept my shoulders back. I kept my breathing slow. I acted like this was normal. Because the moment you looked scared, people like this treated you like property. The host glided beside me, heels soft on the rug. 2 steps behind us, a staff escort walked like he was polite security. Not blocking, not pushing, just positioned so the return path would feel complicated. And farther back, calm as ever, the security captain followed with his tablet and his earpiece, eyes scanning like he wasn't watching me specifically. Except I could feel him. That steady awareness at the back of my neck. Same tablet, same calm face, same earpiece. Same man who'd watched me at the kickoff party, like he'd been waiting to see if I'd take the card. I swallowed and forced myself to focus on details. If I couldn't leave, I could at least learn. We passed a portrait of a man in a suit, eyes painted too sharply, like the artist wanted him to look important. A thick runner rug muffled our steps. The lighting shifted warmer, then cooler, as we moved under different fixtures. Turn left. 2 doors on the right, 1 on the left. A security camera tucked into the corner of the ceiling, like a black eye pretending to be decor. I kept going. The host's voice stayed bright, but it changed a little now that there was no audience. Less welcome. More compliance. "You're doing wonderfully," she said lightly, like this was a pageant. My jaw tightened. "Am I?" I asked, keeping my tone polite. Her smile widened a fraction. "Most candidates don't manage their nerves as well as you do." I didn't answer. Because if she wanted me to admit I was nervous, she was going to have to work harder than that. We passed another hallway intersection, and I saw it. A small metal placard on a door tucked slightly out of sight behind a decorative plant. Not pretty, not matching the mansion aesthetic. Functional. Service level B, staff only. My stomach dipped. Level B. I forced my gaze to move past it like it didn't matter. Like I hadn't just spotted the thing Ronan had warned me about. But my brain circled it twice and pinned it like evidence on a board. Service level B door, staff only. A keypad glowed beside the frame, numbers faint in the dim. And when another staff member walked past us from the opposite direction, they paused there, tapped a code, and the keypad gave a soft beep. A sound so small it shouldn't have mattered. But my whole body reacted to it like a snapped twig in a dark forest. The door didn't open all the way, just enough for the staff member to slip through, then it closed quietly behind them. No dramatic slam. Just a clean click. Like it was hungry and patient. My fingers curled tighter around the strap of my bag. The host didn't look at the door, didn't acknowledge it, like it didn't exist. Which meant it mattered. We continued down the corridor until she stopped at a door that looked identical to the others. Same wood, same brass knob, same nothing to see here vibe. She opened it smoothly. Inside was a smaller room than I expected. Not a lounge, not a library. An office made to feel personal, without ever being truly private. 1 couch, 1 chair, 1 small table. A lamp that gave off cozy light like it wanted me to relax. And on the table, already placed neatly, a folder. A thick one. My name sat on a tab like it belonged there. My throat tightened. The host gestured with her hand as if offering me a seat at a dinner party. "Please," she said warmly, "have a seat." I chose the chair instead of the couch, because the couch felt like a trap. When I sat, I placed my bag on the floor by my feet, and I hooked my shoe strap lightly through one handle. If someone tried to move it, I'd feel it. Small control, but it was something. The staff escort stayed outside the door. The security captain remained inside, taking position near the wall like a silent piece of furniture. The door didn't fully close. It stayed cracked by an inch. A courtesy crack. "Oh, we're not trapping you," crack. My pulse didn't buy it. The host sat across from me on the couch, posture perfect. She didn't cross her legs like she was casual. She crossed them like she was in charge of the room. "I'm so glad you came tonight, Jade," she said. "Mandatory." I nodded once. "Thank you." Her smile brightened. "You can call me Ms. Vale." Vale. The name felt too smooth to be real, like it belonged on a brochure. "Okay," I said. Ms. Vale placed her fingertips on the folder like it was sacred. "This is simply an alignment check," she said. "We want to ensure we're investing in the right students, the ones who will thrive with support." Support. That word again. She opened the folder slowly, like she wanted the sound of the paper to land in my head. And then she looked up at me. Her eyes were pleasant, but they weren't kind. "Tell me," she said softly, "who supports you back home?" My stomach tightened so fast it felt like it snapped. Trap question. Family. Names. I kept my face calm. "I support myself," I said. Ms. Vale's smile didn't change. "That's admirable," she said, "but we don't exist in isolation. Someone raised you, someone shaped you." I kept my gaze steady. "A lot of people shaped me," I said vaguely. She tilted her head like she liked the way I didn't give her what she wanted. "Who do you trust on campus?" she asked next. Another trap. Because if I named someone, they'd have a target. I shrugged slightly. "I trust the work," I said. "My routine, my grades, the things I can control." Ms. Vale laughed softly like I'd made a clever joke. "Control," she echoed. "Yes, that's a word high achievers love." I didn't smile. Because I didn't love it. I needed it. Ms. Vale turned a page in the folder. The paper made a quiet whisper sound that felt too loud in the small room. "What do you want after graduation?" she asked. That question was safer, but only if I kept it bland. "A job," I said. "Something stable." Ms. Vale's smile widened. "Stable," she murmured. "And if stability were offered to you sooner, if certain obstacles disappeared." My skin prickled. Obstacles like scholarships. Compliance reminders. Disciplinary incident warnings. I swallowed, then kept my voice neutral. "I'd still want to earn it," I said. Ms. Vale's gaze sharpened just a fraction. "You already have," she said smoothly. "We're simply ensuring your hard work isn't interrupted by paperwork." Paperwork. My stomach flipped. She reached into the folder and slid a page across the table toward me. It wasn't a blank form. It was a printout. A clean, official-looking sheet with bolded headers and small text. Scholarship compliance reminder. Spring verification pending. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. That was the exact subject line. The one I'd read alone in my dorm room, sitting cross-legged on my bed, trying not to panic. I'd never said it out loud. Not to Kira, not to Ethan, not to anyone. Ms. Vale watched my face like she was waiting to see what broke. "We like to support our candidates," she said gently. "We don't want misunderstandings, missed deadlines, unfortunate flags." A cold feeling slid down my spine. "How did you get that?" I asked, and even though my voice stayed controlled, I heard the edge. Ms. Vale's smile stayed warm. "The university is very collaborative," she said, "when the right people communicate." The right people. My heart beat once, slow and heavy. This wasn't just surveillance. This was access. To systems, to emails, to funding. To me. Ms. Vale turned another page. "You're on work study," she said, as if she were talking about the weather. "Early shifts, very responsible." My stomach tightened again. "You work hard," she continued, "and you keep your record clean. We respect that." My fingers curled around the edge of the chair. The security captain didn't move, but I felt him there, like he was listening for a slip. Ms. Vale leaned forward slightly, voice soft. "Jade," she said, "this world rewards loyalty, discipline, alignment." Alignment again. She said it like it was a compliment. It felt like a collar. She slid the folder, just enough that I could see a tab label in the corner. Candidate, Miller/preclearance. Preclearance. My stomach rolled. I forced my eyes away before she could accuse me of snooping. I kept my face blank. Inside, my thoughts were screaming. Ethan's voice flickered through my memory. "I can make a call." I felt sick. Because someone already had. Ms. Vale's smile softened, and for a second she looked almost sympathetic. "Almost. I know this can feel intrusive," she said, "but we're offering protection. We protect our candidates from the uglier parts of institutional machinery." Institutional machinery. She made it sound like the machine was separate from her hands. Like she wasn't the one turning the gears. I swallowed and kept my voice steady. "So what is this?" I asked. "A scholarship program." Ms. Vale's eyes brightened. "It's a leadership network," she said smoothly. "A mentorship pipeline, access to donors, internships, fellowships, connections." Donors. There it was. Her voice stayed sweet, but her words were sharp. "A future," she finished, like she was offering me something holy. A future wrapped in strings. I didn't say yes. I didn't say no. I nodded like I was listening. Because right now, survival looked like calm. Ms. Vale closed the folder slightly, keeping her hand on it. Then she smiled wider, and I felt my skin crawl. "Now," she said lightly, "there is one small formality." The security captain's gaze flicked once, not emotion, confirmation. Ms. Vale reached into the folder and pulled out a single sheet of paper. It wasn't thick like an official contract. It looked harmless, clean. An acknowledgement. She placed it on the table between us and slid it toward me. "Nothing serious," she said. "It's not a contract, it's a courtesy." My eyes dropped to the page. The first line made my stomach drop. Confidentiality and participation acknowledgement. My pulse spiked. I scanned quickly. Phrases jumped out like traps hidden in polite language. Participant agrees. Continuing eligibility. Representation of values. Compliance with confidential standards. This was a pledge. A pledge wrapped in soft words. Ms. Vale watched me read, smile steady. "It simply protects the integrity of our network," she said, "and protects you." Protects you. I swallowed. "I don't sign on the spot," I said carefully. Ms. Vale blinked slowly. "Of course you do," she said lightly, like she assumed compliance was a given. I kept my tone polite. "No," I said, "it's a personal policy." Her smile held, but her eyes cooled. "A personal policy," she echoed. "Yes," I said. "If my name is on something, I need it reviewed." Ms. Vale tilted her head. "By whom?" she asked, sweetness still in place. "Trap. If I named anyone, they'd be pulled in." I shrugged slightly. "Legal services," I said. "The student clinic, sometimes they review forms." True enough to sound normal. Ms. Vale's smile widened in a way that didn't touch her eyes. "How responsible," she said. The security captain's gaze flicked again. Ms. Vale tapped the page gently with one fingernail. "This is simply a courtesy," she repeated. "We like our candidates to be cooperative." Cooperative. My spine straightened. "I'm cooperative," I said. "I'm also careful." Silence pressed into the room for one beat. Then Ms. Vale laughed softly, like I'd entertained her. "I like you," she said. I didn't like her. She picked up the paper, set it back inside the folder, and closed it with a neat finality. "No problem," she said brightly. "We can revisit it later." Later? Meaning you didn't escape it, you only postponed it. Ms. Vale reached for a tablet on the side table and made a small note with a stylus, still smiling. Marking something. Scoring me. The security captain didn't move, but I felt the room confirm it. Refusal had been recorded. Ms. Vale looked back at me, smile perfect again. "You're doing very well," she said. "Truly." I kept my face neutral. Inside, I could feel my pulse in my throat. "Am I done?" I asked. Ms. Vale stood smoothly. "For now," she said. "You can rejoin the lounge, have water, breathe." Breathe. Like she'd just let me out of a cage. She opened the door wider, and the staff escort appeared like he'd been waiting on the other side. Ms. Vale's smile stayed bright. "We'll continue shortly," she said. Then she turned away like I was already filed. I rose slowly, keeping my movements controlled, and picked up my bag. My foot unhooked from the strap, and I felt a tiny, stupid relief that at least I still had this. The staff escort gestured down the hallway. "This way," he said. I walked. And the moment I stepped back into the corridor, I forced myself to replay what mattered. Service level B door near portrait hallway. Keypad beep. Staff only placard. Pre-clearance folder label. Confidentiality and participation acknowledgement equals pledge trap. They had my scholarship subject line. They had access. If I ever got my phone back, I'd log every word. The hallway smelled faintly, like lemon polish and old carpet. I kept moving. The escort guided me toward a water station area. Glass pitchers, bottled water, little stacks of napkins. A break corridor, a controlled pause. And that's when it happened. Not dramatic, not announced. Just a shift in the air. A familiar presence. Like the temperature, changed by 1 degree. My gaze lifted instinctively. Ronan stood at the far end of the corridor, half turned toward a side doorway. He wasn't in his hoodie. He was dressed in black, simple, clean like staff or security. No badge visible, no name tag. But it was him. The sharp lines of his face, the way his shoulders held tension like a weapon, the eyes that didn't pretend. His gaze locked on mine for one charged beat. My breath caught. The staff escort didn't react, which told me Ronan looked like he belonged. That made my stomach twist. Ronan moved toward me, not fast, not obvious, like he was simply passing by. My pulse pounded in my ears. I didn't move. I didn't reach. I stayed calm, the way Ms. Vale wanted me to stay. Ronan stopped just close enough that I could smell him. Soap and outside air, like always. Something else under it, faint and wild, like night wind through trees. My skin prickled. He didn't touch me. His voice, when he spoke, was normal volume, casual, meant for the escort's ears. "You know where the water station is?" he asked me, eyes steady, tone like we were strangers making small talk. "Yes," I said, matching it, playing the same game. Ronan's mouth barely moved as he leaned in a fraction, like he was just trying to hear me over the quiet. And under the cover of that harmless question, his real words slid out, barely breath. "They're moving you downstairs after this." My stomach dropped. Downstairs. Level B. Ronan's eyes stayed on mine. "Inner ring means level B," he murmured. "If they say it, you don't argue, you stall." "How?" I started, but the staff escort shifted behind me and my words died in my throat. Ronan's jaw tightened. He didn't look at the escort, he didn't acknowledge him. He spoke like he could control the room with his tone. "Still normal volume now, still cover." "Yeah, it's back through the arch," he said, nodding like he was giving directions. Then, soft as breath again, he added for me alone. "When you re-enter the lounge, stand near the left arch. There's a service corridor behind it." My fingers tightened around my bag strap. Ronan's gaze flicked to my lips for a fraction of a second, then back to my eyes, like he was fighting something in himself. Then he murmured one word, so soft it felt like a private code. Charger. Confirmation. He was within range of the phrase if I needed it. My throat tightened. Ronan. He didn't let me say more. He moved past me like we were strangers who'd never met, slipping into the side doorway like he was a ghost in uniform. And just like that, he was gone. My heart hammered. The staff escort gestured toward the water station. Take a moment, he said. His tone was polite. His position was not. I poured myself water with hands that looked steady even, though my whole body felt like it was vibrating. I took a sip. Cold, clean, real. I wanted to throw it at someone just to prove I could. Instead, I swallowed and forced calm into my posture. Because Ronan had just confirmed my fear. Downstairs was coming. And he knew it like he'd seen it happen before. Twist 2 hit me in the chest. Ronan wasn't just outside warning me. He had access inside Greystone. He knew the terminology. He knew the steps. Which meant either he was part of this, or he was inside it for a reason. And my body, traitor that it was, wanted to believe the second option. The escort turned, guiding me back down the corridor. As we walked, I searched for Ronan again. Nothing. Just candles and portraits and smooth rugs. I was brought back to the lounge, like returning to the surface, after being held underwater. The warmth hit first, the murmur of candidates, the soft music. Everyone looked like they were trying to smile through a test they didn't understand. Talia spotted me instantly and rushed over, voice shaking. Jade, what did they ask you? I kept my face calm. Questions, I said, same as before. Talia's eyes were glossy. They asked about my family, she whispered. They asked like it mattered. My stomach tightened. Don't give names, I murmured, leaning in like I was just being friendly. Talia blinked. What? Just don't, I repeated low. Keep it vague. Talia swallowed hard and nodded like she didn't fully understand, but could feel the danger anyway. Across the room, another candidate returned, hoodie guy. His face was pale. His eyes were red like he'd fought tears and lost. He stood near the wall, like he wanted to melt into it. A girl in a sleek blazer whispered, They said I'm pre-cleared, like she was bragging and shaking at the same time. Pre-cleared. My stomach turned again. I scanned the room, forcing my eyes to map exits. The main door, guarded. The hallway we'd come from, guarded. Windows, heavy curtains. The left arch Ronan had mentioned. I found it near a corner, an elegant curve leading to a narrower corridor. A decorative plant partially blocked the view. I could almost see what Ronan meant, space behind it, a corridor tucked away. My pulse jumped. I shifted subtly, drifting toward the left arch as if I was simply choosing a spot with less crowd. I didn't rush. Rushing looked guilty. I moved like I belonged. As I got closer, I studied the wall display again. Donor plaques, legacy scholarships, gold names etched into polished surface. I caught a surname that made my stomach drop. Hawthorne. Hawthorne Leadership Endowment. Hawthorne Legacy Scholars. Hawthorne. I'd heard that name in passing at HQ, someone saying donors, someone saying Hawthorne likes clean narratives, like Hawthorne was a person, not a plaque. The name sat there like a fingerprint. I forced myself not to stare, because starring meant I cared. And caring meant I was thinking. And thinking meant I was hard to control. I stood near the left arch, as Ronan instructed, and kept my expression neutral. The air there felt slightly cooler, like the hallway behind it didn't carry the warmth of the lounge. I angled my body so I could see both the room and the corridor behind the arch. Security in corners. Host near the center. Candidates pretending to breathe. Ms. Vale stood near a small table, smiling at a candidate like she was listening. Her smile didn't change no matter what the candidate's face did. The smiling one. I still didn't know which smile to fear most. Ethan's smile, warm, practiced, claiming. Ms. Vale's smile, bright, polished, empty. The security captain's almost smile, never reaching his eyes. I swallowed and tried to steady my mind. Ethan versus Ronan flashed through me like two different kinds of gravity. Ethan was warmth wrapped in control. Protection that came with ownership language. Ronan was danger wrapped in honesty. Warnings that came with heat I didn't want to admit to. And somewhere between those two poles, I was trying to keep my scholarship, my future, myself. A staff member moved through the lounge, offering bottled water. I took one because it was sealed. No drinks. No mistakes. No, just this once. Talia hovered near me again. "Did you sign anything?" she whispered. I shook my head slightly. "No," I said. Talia's eyes widened. "Can you do that?" "I did," I replied. Talia swallowed hard. "They gave me a paper," she confessed. "I didn't sign, I said I'd review it." Good. At least I wasn't the only one resisting. The host clapped lightly. The sound cut through the room like a knife through ribbon. Everyone turned. Ms. Vale stepped into the center, smile perfect, voice warm. "Thank you, candidates," she said. "You've done beautifully tonight." The word beautifully landed wrong, like she was talking about obedience. "We're going to invite a small number of you to the next step," she continued. "A deeper orientation, a chance to join the inner ring." My stomach dropped. Inner ring. Ronan's voice echoed in my head. Inner ring means level B. I forced my face to stay calm. Ms. Vale's smile widened. "This is an honor," she said. "It's also a responsibility." Responsibility sounded like leash. She held a tablet now, glancing down like she was reading names off a list that had been decided long before tonight. And the way her eyes flicked up, directly to me, made my blood go cold. "Jade Miller," she said clearly. The room seemed to shrink. My pulse hammered. Ms. Vale didn't pause. "Talia Rios," she said next. "Evan Pierce, Sloan Mercer." Names. A small group. A small number of candidates. Invited to go deeper. The security captain stepped forward, calm and precise. "This way," he said. No smile. No warmth. Just instruction. I looked for Ronan instinctively. Searched corners, doorways, shadows. Nothing. The left arch behind me felt suddenly important in a way that made my skin prickle. Ms. Vale smiled at the group like we were being selected for a prize. "Please follow," she said. I took one slow breath. I stepped forward because refusing would be obvious. Because leaving required escort. Because my phone was locked away. Because the doors were not mine. As we moved, I tried to angle my body so I could catch a glimpse of the windows, maybe see Kira outside on the public sidewalk. But the curtains were thick. Heavy. The lounge was a warm box designed to make the outside world disappear. The security captain led us toward the corridor. My feet moved quietly on the rug. I kept my shoulders back. I kept my face neutral. Inside, my thoughts ran wild. Service level B door. Keypad. Beep. Staff only. Downstairs. The group walked past the portrait hallway again. And there it was, closer now. The metal placard. Service level B, staff only. The security captain stopped in front of it like it was his door. His hand lifted to the keypad. The numbers glowed faintly. He entered a code with calm precision. A soft beep sounded. My entire body tensed. Then click. The door unlatching wasn't loud. It was quiet and final. Like a lock giving up. The security captain pulled the door open. Cool air breathed out from inside, smelling faintly like concrete and something metallic. Downstairs. Level B. Inner ring. I swallowed hard and stepped forward with the group. And the moment my foot crossed the threshold, one thought hit me so hard it felt like a punch. I had no phone, no choice, and the only person who seemed to know how to get me back out of this was somewhere in this house, watching, waiting, ready to pull me out if I said the right words. The door swung wider. The corridor beyond swallowed the light, and I walked into it. The door didn't slam behind us. It didn't have to. It closed with a quiet, final click, like a lock swallowing its own key. The warm light from the mansion hallway cut off, and the air changed. Cooler, drier. It smelled faintly like concrete and something metallic, the way stairwells smell when nobody's supposed to linger. For 1 second, my eyes struggled to adjust. Then the fluorescent lights overhead snapped into focus, and I understood exactly what level B was. Not a hidden lounge. Not a secret club. An operational floor. Gray walls, exposed pipes, a vent that rattled softly with forced air. Cameras, real ones, not disguised as decorative black eyes. These were dome cameras, unmistakable, mounted where they could see everything. I swallowed hard and forced my face to stay neutral. Talia was right next to me. Evan and Sloane walked ahead by a step, their shoulders stiff like they'd just realized they'd stepped off a stage and into the back of the theater where the ropes and pulleys live. The security captain led the line with his tablet in one hand, and his other hand resting casually near his belt like he didn't need a weapon to control a room. Control was built into the walls. "Stay together," he said calmly, voice carrying in the narrow corridor. "No wandering, no detours." No wandering, like we were toddlers on a field trip. "No phones," he continued, as if we might have somehow hidden one in our palms. "No questions to staff unless asked." I kept walking, my steps steady on the scuffed floor. Behind us, the door had no handle on this side. Of course it didn't. A metal sign hung on the wall ahead, black letters on white background. Plain, functional, ugly in a building that had spent a fortune upstairs pretending everything was tasteful. B-quarter/clearance suite. My stomach tightened. Clearance. They used that word upstairs like it meant access. Down here, it meant processing. I tracked the turns. If I ever got my phone back, I'd map it. For now, my brain did the recording. Straight corridor, 2 cameras, a junction with arrows. A heavy door on the right with a red strip at the top and another sign. Archive, authorized only. A keypad glowed beside it. My pulse jumped. Archive, authorized only. Like there were things here they didn't even want inner ring candidates to see. Talia's fingers brushed my elbow, barely a touch, barely a plea. I didn't look at her. I didn't want staff to see fear pass between us. I just shifted closer, a silent "I've got you," and kept walking. Evan glanced back over his shoulder and tried a weak smile. "This is intense," he said quietly, like he was making a joke he didn't believe. Sloane didn't respond. Her chin was lifted, eyes forward, expression tight, and controlled like she'd decided dignity was her only shield. The security captain didn't react. He kept moving like we were on schedule. We reached a door labeled Clearance Suite. No flourish, no pretty plaque. He tapped a badge to a reader. The light blinked green. The door opened. Inside was a room that tried to be a lounge and failed. Sterile seating, 2 couches that looked comfortable until you noticed they were bolted to the floor. A long table with sealed water bottles lined in perfect rows. A wall with framed certificates that didn't say anything about what they actually did. A faint chemical smell under the fresh scent, like someone had wiped everything down too recently. A clipboard sat on a desk in the corner, and I caught the top sheet for half a second as we passed. Names printed in a neat list. My name. Already there. Again. The security captain stepped aside and gestured once. "Sit." Not please. Just sit. We obeyed because the alternative was unknown. Talia sat beside me, knees pressed together, hands clenched in her lap. Evan lowered himself onto the other couch, trying to look casual and failing. Sloane sat like she was in an interview, posture straight, eyes steady, face unreadable. The security captain took position near the door and glanced down at his tablet, thumb moving as if checking boxes. Inventory. That's what it felt like. And then Miss Vale walked in. Same smile. Same polished warmth. But this time, she wasn't alone. 2 assistants followed her, both dressed in simple black, hair pulled back tight. One wore thin gloves, clear, medical-looking, catching the fluorescent light. My stomach dipped. Gloves. Ms. Vale held her hands open as if welcoming us to a family dinner instead of a basement clearance suite. Wonderful, she said brightly. You've made excellent progress tonight. Progress? Like we were completing levels in a game. She glanced at us one by one, and her smile held steady the entire time. It never changed for fear. It never softened for nerves. It never flickered. It was a fixed setting. This is simply completion, she continued. Inner ring candidates receive clearance so your opportunities aren't disrupted by misunderstandings. Misunderstandings. Like scholarship holds. Like disciplinary incidents. Like paperwork that suddenly grows teeth. A new staffer stood behind the desk, older than students, younger than donors, wearing a tidy sweater and a badge I couldn't read from here. The badge didn't have a name in big friendly letters. It had a code. The staffer's smile was small and professional. I'm the coordinator, they said. You can call me Coordinator Hale. Hale? My brain snagged on it for half a second, then filed it away. Ms. Vale stepped toward a wall I hadn't noticed at first because it blended in, framed like artwork, but it was a plaque. I read it as she spoke. Hawthorne Fellowship Pipeline. My stomach tightened. Hawthorne again. Upstairs, it had been gold names on polished plaques. Down here, it was a pipeline. A machine. This network offers mentorship, donor introductions, internships, Ms. Vale said. Protection, stability. Stability, she used it the way people used safety. Except stability from them sounded like a cage with a cushion. And to protect the integrity of the pipeline, she continued smoothly, we complete a simple clearance step for all inner ring candidates. Biometric access ensures security and ensures your access badge remains yours. Biometric. My throat went dry. A cart sat behind the desk, partially hidden from where we sat. I hadn't noticed it until she said the word. Now my eyes locked on the edge of it. Alcohol wipes. A strip of small sealed lancets. A biohazard container. My skin prickled. That wasn't for badges. That was for bodies. Evan shifted on the couch. So like fingerprints? He asked, trying to sound casual. Ms. Vale laughed gently. If you want to think of it that way, she said. It's quick, it's nothing to worry about. Talia's knee bounced once, fast, like her body couldn't hold still. Sloane's gaze flicked to the cart, then back to Ms. Vale, expression tightening. I kept my face neutral. Inside, I felt something sharp. Not fear exactly. A deep, instinctive recoil. Like my body recognized a trap before my mind could explain it. Somewhere down the corridor, a faint shift of movement, just a sound, just air, made my pulse jump like a warning bell. I didn't turn my head, but my senses leaned that direction like a dog hearing a branch snap. Ronan. I couldn't see him from here, but my body reacted the way it had every time he was near. That made me angrier than it should have. I hated that my instincts had started treating him like a compass. Coordinator Hale stepped forward and picked up the clipboard. We'll process you one at a time, they said calmly. It's quick. One at a time. Isolation disguised as procedure. Evan's name was called first. He forced a laugh, stood too fast, and walked to the partitioned desk area like he was volunteering for a harmless science fair. It's fine, he said, glancing back at us as if he could reassure himself by reassuring us. An assistant guided him behind a small divider. Not a real wall, just enough to block view from the couches. I couldn't see exactly what they were doing, but I heard the soft tier of packaging, the faint click of something plastic. Then Evan made a small, involuntary sound, more surprise than pain. "Ow," he muttered. "Just a drop," the assistant said lightly, as if this was a joke. A drop. I stared at the divider. Talia leaned toward me, whispering so softly her lips barely moved. "They didn't say anything about blood upstairs." "No," I whispered back. Sloane's eyes stayed forward, but her fingers curled tighter on her knee. Evan came back a minute later, face pale under the fluorescent lights. He tried to smile, but it didn't land. He sat down and rubbed his thumb as if it itched. "It's nothing," he said quickly, "like just a prick." My stomach turned. Coordinator Hale looked at the list again. Talia Rios. Talia froze. I felt it in her posture before she moved. Then she stood, forced a tight smile, and walked behind the divider like her body was working on autopilot. Ms. Vale watched her go with that same fixed smile. I stared at Ms. Vale, and for 1 second I wondered how many people she'd walked through this. How many excellent candidates had sat on these bolted couches and tried to pretend a finger prick was normal. Talia disappeared behind the divider. I heard another soft tier of packaging. Another small sound, a sharp inhale from Talia that she tried to hide. Then a whisper, "It's just a drop." The assistant's voice again. A drop. A minute later, Talia returned. Her eyes were bright, not quite tears, but close. She sat beside me quickly, shoulders tight, like she wanted my presence to anchor her. "It's fine," she whispered to me, voice shaky. "It's fine." I didn't answer, because I didn't believe her. Coordinator Hale glanced down. Sloane Mercer. Sloane stood like she'd been waiting for her turn. No trembling, no hesitation. She walked behind the divider with her chin lifted, and I felt a strange respect for her even as my stomach churned. Some people survived by blending in. Some survived by refusing to give anyone the satisfaction of seeing them bend. Sloane returned a minute later, face composed, but her hand was clenched so tight her knuckles were pale. Then Coordinator Hale looked down at the list one more time. My name. Jade Miller. My stomach dropped so hard it felt like my organs shifted. I stood slowly. Ms. Vale's smile stayed warm. "You're doing beautifully," she said. That word again. Beautifully. Like obedience was art. I walked behind the divider, and the air felt even colder. Up close, the clearance station wasn't a friendly desk. It was a device setup. A scanner that looked like a fingerprint reader, except it had a cartridge slot on the side, like it could accept something more than a print. A small screen glowed with categories that flashed too quickly for me to read fully, but I caught enough to make my stomach twist. Eligibility, compliance, health. Health? Why would a badge require health? The assistant, gloved, gestured at the chair. "Sit," they said pleasantly. I sat, hands folded loosely in my lap so they wouldn't see them shake. The assistant held up a small alcohol wipe. "Just a quick clean," they said, cheerful. I forced myself to speak before they could touch me. "I'm not comfortable with medical procedures without consent forms," I said calmly. The assistant's smile faltered for half a beat. Then Ms. Vale's voice drifted in from the other side of the divider, still warm. "It's not medical, Jade," she said. "It's clearance." Clearance. A word used like a weapon. I kept my voice steady. "If it involves blood, it's medical," I said. Silence pressed tight. Then the security captain's calm voice came from somewhere too close. He'd stepped nearer the divider. I could feel his presence like pressure. "It's not a medical procedure," he said evenly. "It's an access verification. Participation is voluntary." Voluntary. My chest loosened for half a second. Then he finished the sentence. "But completion is required for inner ring." There it was. Voluntary with consequences. Talia had whispered earlier that refusing would make them isolate you. Ronan had warned, don't let them take you alone again. If I refused now, they'd pull me into a private clarification room. I'd be isolated. This controlled prick was the lesser trap. I swallowed, then nodded once. Fine, I said, quick. The assistant's smile returned instantly, too smooth, too relieved. They wiped my fingertip with alcohol. The cold sting snapped my senses sharp. Left hand, they said. I extended my left hand and kept my face neutral. The assistant picked up a lancet. Small. Clean. Clinical. The prick itself was quick, more shock than pain, a sharp tap that made my breath catch. A bead of blood welled up immediately. My stomach rolled. The assistant didn't hesitate. They pressed my finger to a small strip, and the strip slid into the scanner's cartridge slot with a click. Not a fingerprint. Not just a badge. A strip. The screen flickered, lines of data moving too fast to read. But I saw my name flash across it in clean letters. Miller, Jade. Below it, a string of code. The assistant held a tiny vial briefly, so fast I almost missed it, but my brain grabbed the label like a hook. BCLR/Miller/8. My throat tightened. They capped it and placed it into a tray like it was routine. Good, the assistant said lightly. Now place your thumb here. They pointed to the scanner pad. I pressed my thumb down, and the device beeped softly. A second beep. Then the screen flashed. Complete. The assistant released my hand like it didn't matter anymore. My finger throbbed faintly. A small bandage appeared, placed on my skin with practiced speed. That's it, the assistant said, smiling. You're cleared. Cleared. My stomach felt hollow. I stood, forcing myself to move like this was normal, like my blood hadn't just become a file. As I stepped back into view of the room, Ms. Vale's eyes met mine. Her smile warmed slightly, like she was pleased. Not with me. With the fact that I'd complied. I returned to the couch, sitting beside Talia, and I kept my hands in my lap so no one could see how badly I wanted to scrub my finger raw. Evan leaned toward me, whispering, It's fine. It's just like identity security. Yeah, I whispered back, because saying no would make me sound crazy. But my gut didn't believe him. Ms. Vale clapped her hands softly, like we'd finished a fun workshop. Excellent, she said. We're almost done. Almost done. Those words never meant what people thought they meant. Coordinator Hale glanced at the tablet and nodded to the security captain. Final placement, they said. Placement. Like we were being assigned. The security captain gestured toward the door. This way. We stood. The bolted couches stayed behind like proof that comfort down here was always chained. We walked out of the clearance suite into the corridor again. Fluorescent lights, exposed pipes, cameras watching. The hum of ventilation like a constant breath. My bandaged finger throbbed faintly, and every pulse felt like a reminder. They have a piece of you now. We passed the archive door again. This time, it was slightly ajar. Just an inch. Enough for sound to leak out. Enough for a glimpse. My eyes slid toward the crack without moving my head. Shelves, rows, stacks of folders in uniform boxes. A wall of monitors glowing with columns of text. Names. Status. Words like flagged and ALIGNED and compliant. My stomach dropped. This wasn't about leadership. This was about tracking. The security captain moved, blocking my line of sight with his body as if by accident. Except it wasn't accidental. It was practiced. Keep moving, he said calmly. I kept moving, but my brain grabbed what it could. A monitor header flashed, something I recognized from my own email. Disciplinary incident, review trigger. My throat tightened. Talia's whisper trembled near my shoulder. Is that legal? I didn't answer. Because I didn't know. And because the truth felt worse. Legality didn't matter if they had the power to ruin you. A voice came from inside the archive room. Low, clipped, professional. If she signs, we release the hold, a staffer murmured. My blood went cold. Hold. Release. Like my scholarship. Like my future. If she doesn't, the voice continued, we escalate. Escalate. My stomach turned. Ms. Vale's voice drifted from ahead of us, still bright, still warm. We simply ensure stability, she said, like she was giving a motivational speech. Stability, with holds and escalations. I took one slow breath and forced myself to keep walking. As we passed the archive crack, my eyes caught one more thing, just a split-second glimpse of a folder's spine on a rolling cart. It made my stomach flip so hard I nearly stumbled. Cole, optics/scholarship shield. Cole. Ethan Cole. My throat tightened. Not proof of guilt. Not proof of anything, except one terrifying fact. Circle was watching the election. Shaping it. Managing risk. And if Ethan's name was in their files, then either he was part of the machine, or he was another piece on their board. I swallowed hard and kept my face neutral. Because reacting would be noticed. And being noticed down here felt like dying socially, financially, academically, all at once. We reached a junction where the corridor split. One hall led deeper, marked with another plain sign. Interview suites. The other hall curved toward what looked like a service junction. Utility doors, maintenance closets, a floor plan posted behind plastic. The line slowed as staff adjusted positions. For half a second, I was a half step behind the group. A small mistake. A small opening. And the air shifted again. That same subtle change that made my skin prickle before my eyes could catch up. I glanced sideways. Ronan was there. Not in the lounge upstairs, not outside the mansion, not a shadow on a stairwell. Here. Level B. He stood at the service junction holding a clipboard like it belonged to him. Black clothes, no visible name, no obvious badge. But his posture was too controlled to be a random staffer. And his eyes locked on mine like he'd been waiting for the exact second I lagged behind. My heartbeat stumbled. I hated that my body reacted first. Heat, awareness, that strange pull in my chest like gravity had shifted. Ronan stepped toward me like he was doing his job. His voice came out normal volume, casual, meant for the escort's ears. You, he said, nodding at me like I'd been misplaced. Stand there for a second. They're not done with your bandage. He pointed to a spot near the wall, public, visible, near a camera. The escort didn't question it. That was what scared me most. Ronan sounded like he belonged. I stepped where he indicated, heart hammering. Ronan moved closer, clipboard angled between us like a shield. His eyes flicked once toward the security captain, then back to me. Normal volume again, cover. Keep your bag on you, he said, like he was giving a routine instruction. Then, so soft it was barely breath, hidden under the movement of his clipboard, his real words slid into my ear. Don't let them take you alone again. My throat tightened. Ronan's gaze held mine, intense and unflinching. He didn't touch me, but his presence felt like contact anyway. He shifted the clipboard slightly, and something small brushed my palm. A folded piece of paper. Tiny, light. I closed my fingers around it on instinct. Ronan's voice stayed calm, still cover. You're good, he said, nodding toward my bandage like he'd checked it. Go. As he stepped back, his eyes flicked to my face, just for a second, and something almost dangerous moved there. Not softness. Not a smile. A promise. Then he turned away and disappeared down a side corridor like he'd never existed. My heart pounded. The folded paper sat hidden in my fist like a spark. I didn't open it. Not here. Not on camera. I slid it into my pocket with a motion that looked like adjusting my sweater. My fingers curled tight around my bag strap. Keep your bag on you. Don't be isolated. I rejoined the line, face neutral, breath steady, like nothing happened. Talia glanced at me, eyes wide, silently asking what I'd just done. I gave her nothing. Because giving her the truth would make her panic, and panic would get us separated. We moved again. Down the hall marked interview suites. The corridor narrowed. The air got colder. The hum of ventilation grew louder, like the building was breathing harder. Ms. Vale walked ahead of us like a tour guide. The security captain walked behind us like a gate. Coordinator Hale followed with their clipboard. The system moved like it had done this 100 times. We reached a doorway that looked harmless enough, painted the same gray as the walls, label in plain black letters. Interview 2. Ms. Vale turned to face us, smile perfect. Excellent, she said. Now one more formality. My stomach dropped. One more formality. Ms. Vale's eyes swept the group. They're all cleared, Coordinator Hale murmured, checking something on their clipboard. Ms. Vale nodded, then smiled wider. Some candidates require private clarification, she said gently, like she was offering a cozy conversation. Private. Clarification. Ronan's warning snapped through my chest like a whip. If they say clarification, it's a room with no cameras. Ms. Vale's gaze landed on me first. Of course it did. Because I'd delayed signing upstairs. Because I'd questioned the procedure. Because I was careful. Her smile stayed warm, and my skin crawled. Jade, she said softly, just a conversation for your protection. I forced my voice steady. I'm fine to discuss here, I said, with the group. Ms. Vale laughed lightly like I'd made a cute joke. Oh, sweetheart, she said, this isn't about the group. My stomach clenched. The security captain stepped closer, body angling in that subtle way he had, blocking the corridor behind me without touching me. The air felt tighter. Ms. Vale's smile didn't shift. This way, she said, gesturing to the door. Talia's fingers twitched like she wanted to reach for me. Evan's eyes widened slightly. Sloane's gaze sharpened, but she didn't speak. No one spoke. Because speaking would make them a target too. I took a slow breath and stepped forward. Refusing would be obvious. Refusing would be recorded. Refusing would get escalated. And I didn't know what escalation looked like down here. The security captain opened the door. The room beyond was plain. A bare table. 2 chairs. Walls that looked freshly painted in that neutral gray that made people feel like they were in a waiting room. There was a camera in the corner. But something about it felt wrong. Too still, too dark, like it might not even be on. My throat tightened. On the table sat a binder. Thick. Clean. My name printed across the front in crisp letters. And beneath my name, stamped in red like a warning label. Hold, active. My blood went cold. Hold. Active. The same word I'd heard through the archive door. If she signs, we release the hold. If she doesn't, we escalate. My fingers tightened around my bag strap until my knuckles hurt. In my pocket, the folded paper Ronan had slipped me pressed against my thigh like a secret heartbeat. Ms. Vale's voice stayed gentle. Please, she said. I stepped inside. The security captain followed just enough to fill the doorway. The door began to swing closed behind me. Slow. Quiet. Final. And the last thing I saw before it narrowed to a sliver was Talia's face, wide-eyed, scared, helpless, still standing in the corridor with Evan and Sloane like they'd been told to freeze. Then the door clicked shut. And the sound of that lock, soft and complete, told me one thing with absolute clarity. This wasn't an interview. It was a pressure chamber. And I was alone inside it. The door didn't just close. It sealed. Soft click, then a second sound, deeper, heavier, like a bolt sliding into place inside the frame. I stood there for one long beat, staring at the flat gray panel like it might suddenly decide to let me rewind. It didn't. The air in the room felt different than the hallway, less circulation, less life, like the building was holding its breath. A bare table sat in the center, 2 chairs facing each other. The walls were clean in that unsettling way that meant someone had recently decided cleanliness mattered more than comfort. A camera hung in the corner. But it looked wrong, too dark, too still, like it could be off or like the lens wasn't even pointed where it should be. On the table waited a binder. My name printed across the front in crisp letters, like I was a file that belonged in storage. And stamped beneath it in red. Hold, active. My stomach dropped so hard I felt hollow. Behind me, the security captain took one step into the room, not far enough to sit, not far enough to feel present. Just far enough to control the door. He didn't speak. He didn't smile. He stood with his tablet tucked at his side and his earpiece in, posture calm like this was a routine shift. Ms. Vale walked in like she'd entered a living room. Her smile was gentle, her voice was warm, her eyes were not. "Jade," she said softly, like she was comforting me, "thank you for cooperating." Cooperating. My bandaged fingertip throbbed under the thin strip like my body was trying to remind me what I'd just given away. I kept one hand on my bag strap and the other close to my pocket, where Ronan's folded slip pressed against my thigh like a secret heartbeat. I didn't sit yet. If I sat, it felt like surrender. Ms. Vale sat first. Of course she did. She chose the chair closest to the binder, then placed her fingertips on the cover like she was about to open a gift. "Please," she said, nodding toward the empty chair across from her. My instincts screamed don't. But refusing to sit was a visible refusal. Visible refusals got recorded. So I sat slowly, spine straight, face calm, hands folded loosely on the table as if I was in control of my own body. Ms. Vale's smile brightened a fraction, like she approved of the choice. The security captain remained by the door, angled so he could see both of us and block the exit without looking like he was blocking the exit. A pressure chamber with polite furniture. Ms. Vale opened the binder. The pages inside were clean and organized, tabbed like a student planner, except the tabs weren't cute. They were clinical. Scholarship, disciplinary contacts, compliance. My throat tightened. They'd turned my life into sections. Ms. Vale glanced up at me. "We don't ruin students," she said gently. "We stabilize them." Stabilize. My stomach twisted at how familiar the word was. Ethan's voice flashed through my mind, his warm hazel eyes, his promise on the balcony. "I'll make sure you're protected." Protected, stabilized, offered like kindness, delivered like control. I forced my face to stay neutral. Ms. Vale flipped to the scholarship tab and slid one page out, placed it on the table between us like a menu. It was the same sheet from upstairs. Confidentiality and participation acknowledgement. My pulse spiked. She didn't call it a contract. She didn't have to. "This is the only piece you haven't completed," she said, voice still soft. "And it's the piece that ensures your stability." I held her gaze. "Why is my hold active?" I asked calmly. "I completed clearance." Ms. Vale's smile didn't change. "Because clearance confirmed what we already knew," she said. "You're valuable." The word landed like a hand on my throat. "Valuable candidates require certainty," she continued. Certainty. A signed page. A promise of silence. Ms. Vale tapped the acknowledgement once with her nail. "Sign," she said, still sweet, "and the hold disappears tonight." My mouth went dry, and if I do. Ms. Vale's smile warmed in a way that felt rehearsed. "Then the hold remains," she said simply, "and you risk consequences that have nothing to do with your grades." My stomach flipped. She was saying it out loud now. This wasn't about academics. This was about compliance. I looked down at the paper and forced myself to breathe. I wasn't going to sign, but I also wasn't going to say no like a dare. I kept my voice even. "I want a copy," I said, "for review." Ms. Vale blinked once slow. "Review by whom?" "Student Legal Clinic," I said, the same safe answer as before. "They advise students about paperwork." Ms. Vale's smile held, but her eyes cooled slightly. "How responsible," she murmured. The security captain shifted, one small step closer. Not aggressive, not dramatic. Just pressure. Ms. Vale leaned forward, elbows near the binder, voice gentle like a lullaby. "Jade, you're on scholarship, you're on work study, your margin for error is thin." My jaw tightened. She said it like she cared. She said it like she owned the right to say it. "Do you want to lose funding over pride?" she asked softly. The word pride hit like a slap, as if my survival instinct was ego. I kept my tone polite. "It isn't pride," I said. "It's policy. I don't sign without reading thoroughly." Ms. Vale's smile widened. "Then read," she said. And she slid the paper closer. The security captain's eyes stayed calm. His tablet remained tucked at his side, but I could feel him listening for any crack in my voice. I glanced down at the acknowledgement again. The language was soft and slippery, words that sounded harmless until you pictured them used against you. Participant agrees to uphold confidential standards. Participant acknowledges continued eligibility is contingent upon alignment. Participant will not disclose internal procedures. Internal procedures. Like Level B. Like the archive. Like holds. Ms. Vale watched me read like she was watching a lock-pick attempt. I forced my brain into evidence mode. If I ever got my phone back, I'd log every word. But for now, I needed exact phrases, clean receipts. "I want to make sure I understand," I said calmly. "Can I read it out loud?" Ms. Vale paused. The security captain's earpiece chirped softly. His head tilted a fraction as he listened. Ms. Vale's smile tightened at the edges. "Why would you need to read it out loud?" she asked. "To ensure I don't misinterpret anything," I replied. "I don't want confusion later." That was true enough to sound innocent. Ms. Vale held my gaze for one beat. Then she smiled again. "Of course," she said, "we appreciate thoroughness." I started reading. Not fast. Not nervous. Slow and clear, like a student presenting in class. Participant acknowledges that continued eligibility for leadership opportunities may be contingent upon alignment with the network's confidential standards. I let the words land in the air. The security captain shifted again, and I felt it, an impatience that wasn't emotion, but timing. I continued. Participant agrees not to disclose internal procedures, membership lists, clearance processes, or administrative safeguards. Administrative safeguards. Safeguards. Holds. My stomach turned. Ms. Vale's smile stayed fixed, but her eyes sharpened. I read one more line, deliberately. Participant understands that failure to comply may result in administrative review of status and eligibility. There, I'd memorized 3 exact phrases. Contingent upon alignment. Not disclose internal procedures / clearance processes / administrative safeguards. Failure to comply may result in administrative review of status and eligibility. That was coercion wrapped in polite language. I looked up. "So this is a non-disclosure tied to eligibility," I said calmly. Ms. Vale's smile softened. "It's an acknowledgement," she corrected, "and it's a protection." Protection. The word made my chest tighten again. The security captain's earpiece chirped. This time, it was louder, or maybe my nerves made it louder. He lifted his hand slightly and pressed a finger to the earpiece, listening. Ms. Vale's eyes flicked to him, then back to me. The security captain stepped toward the door and pulled it open just enough to slip out. The door didn't fully close behind him. It stayed cracked. A courtesy crack. A control crack. Ms. Vale didn't look away from me. "No one is forcing you," she said smoothly. The words were perfect. The room around them was. "I didn't say you were," I replied, keeping my voice even. "I said I need review." Ms. Vale tilted her head. "Then let's be practical," she said softly. "If you sign tonight, the hold clears. You walk back onto campus stable and supported." And if I didn't sign? She didn't have to say it. My stomach churned. I shifted my strategy, controlled compliance. Not surrender. A bargain that bought time. "I'll review and return it within 24 hours, I said calmly. "I'm not refusing, I'm being responsible." Ms. Vale's smile didn't change. "The signature is the release," she said. "So you're saying my scholarship hold is conditional on this document?" I replied carefully. "Not on my performance." Ms. Vale's eyes cooled a fraction. "I'm saying you were flagged for verification because you are valuable," she said, repeating the line like it was policy. "And valuable candidates require certainty." My jaw tightened. This wasn't a university procedure. This was a network procedure. Ms. Vale leaned forward again, voice gentle. "Jade," she said, "you're smart. You know how institutions work. They don't reward resistance. They reward alignment." Alignment. I swallowed hard and kept my face calm. In my pocket, Ronan's slip felt heavier. "Don't let them take you alone again." No cameras. No witnesses. Ms. Vale's smile made my skin itch. The door crack shifted. A shadow passed. Then a soft knock sounded, 2 quick taps. Ms. Vale didn't flinch. She didn't even turn her head. But her eyes flicked toward the crack like she was annoyed by interruption. The door opened slightly wider. The security captain appeared again, posture still calm, tablet in hand. Another figure stood just behind him in the hallway, half visible. Black clothes. Clipboard. Ronan. My heartbeat stumbled. He didn't look at me like a rescuer. He looked at me like a warning system. Ronan's voice came out normal volume, crisp, meant for the adults in the room. "Ms. Vale needs the signature log," he said, holding the clipboard up like he was delivering something routine. Ms. Vale's smile didn't move, but her eyes narrowed slightly. "Thank you," she said sweetly. The security captain took the clipboard from Ronan, flipped it once, then held it out toward Ms. Vale as if verifying the exchange. Ronan's gaze slid to me, 1 beat. Not obvious, but enough. And in that tiny beat, his real message slipped through the cover like a blade under fabric. His lips barely moved. The words were almost nothing. "Ask for Hale," he breathed. My throat tightened. "Hale has to log holds," he added, softer than breath. Then, without changing his tone, he continued at normal volume like he was still explaining paperwork. "You'll want the coordinator's stamp," he said, nodding toward the binder like he was advising standard procedure. Ms. Vale's eyes flicked sharply toward me. She'd noticed something, not the words maybe, but the shift in my attention. The security captain stepped back into the room fully, and Ronan vanished from the doorway as if he'd never been there. The door closed again. Click. Ms. Vale's smile widened, but it felt sharp now. "You have friends down here?" she asked lightly. My stomach dropped. I kept my face blank. "I don't know what you mean." Ms. Vale studied me for 1 beat. Then she turned the smile back into warmth like it was a switch. "No matter," she said. "Let's finish this." Finish. Like signing. Like compliance. My mind raced. Ronan wasn't going to bust in and carry me out. He couldn't. He was limited. He could only nudge. Which meant I had to move myself, using the only language circle respected. Procedure. Documentation. Logs. Witnesses. I took 1 slow breath. Then I looked at Ms. Vale calmly and said, "I want coordinator Hale present." Ms. Vale's smile didn't change. "Why?" Because you're discussing a hold on my funding, I said evenly. If this is administrative, it needs a coordinator witness. Ms. Vale's eyes cooled. This is private, she said. It's procedural, I replied. I want a stamped copy of the acknowledgement for review, and I want the coordinator's office email. I'm not refusing, I'm doing it correctly. I kept my voice calm, steady, reasonable. The kind of reasonable that didn't give them an excuse to call me disruptive. Ms. Vale stared at me for one beat. Then she smiled, bright and polished. You're very determined, she said. I'm careful, I corrected softly. Ms. Vale's smile tightened. We can do careful, she said. Security. The security captain didn't speak. He simply turned slightly, as if waiting for an instruction. Ms. Vale looked at him. Bring Hale, she said. He nodded once and stepped to the door. For a split second, relief flashed through me. Because if Hale came in, this wasn't just me and Vale in a room with maybe no camera. This became a documented interaction. A log. A record. The door opened. Footsteps in the hall. Then the door closed again. Ms. Vale leaned forward, voice softer. You're making this harder than it needs to be, she said. I met her gaze. No, I said calmly. I'm making it clearer. Ms. Vale's eyes held mine. For the first time, I felt the tiniest crack behind her smile, annoyance. Not fear. Not anger. A calculation shifting. The door opened again. Coordinator Hale stepped in. Up close, Hale looked even more administrative than before. Tidy hair, badge with code, clipboard held like a shield. Their expression was professional, but there was tension in it now, like they didn't want to be here and couldn't refuse. Yes, Hale asked, eyes flicking between Ms. Vale and me. Ms. Vale's smile brightened. Jade wants a coordinator witness, she said lightly, as if it was cute. Hale looked at me. For what? They asked. I kept my voice calm. For the conditions of my hold, I said, and for a stamped copy of any document you're asking me to sign. Hale's mouth tightened slightly. They glanced at Ms. Vale, then at the binder. Ms. Vale's smile stayed fixed. Jade is being responsible, she said. Hale exhaled through their nose like they were trying to keep their face neutral. Fine, they said. They stepped to the table and opened the binder at the scholarship tab with practiced fingers. Their eyes scanned lines quickly. Then they nodded once, curt. Hold is active, Hale said. My stomach clenched. Tied to what? I asked, careful. Hale hesitated. It was small, but I saw it. That hesitation was everything. Ms. Vale's smile didn't shift, but the air in the room tightened. Hale cleared their throat. It's tied to pipeline standards, they said finally. Administrative safeguard. Administrative safeguard. The exact phrase I'd read out loud. Proof. I kept my face calm. So it's conditional, I said softly, as if clarifying for myself. Conditional on signature and participation, not on academic performance. Hale's eyes flicked to Ms. Vale. Ms. Vale's smile stayed bright. Hale's jaw tightened. It's conditional on completion of your participation acknowledgement, Hale said, voice clipped. There. A usable fact. Not rumor, not vibe. A direct statement. Hold is conditional on signature. My pulse hammered, but I kept my posture steady. Thank you, I said evenly. Now I need a copy. Ms. Vale laughed softly. Of course, she said. Hale reached into a drawer near the desk and pulled out a stamp, blue ink, official-looking, like the kind offices use to make documents feel real. They stamped the top right corner of the acknowledgement sheet. Ms. Vale slid it toward me. The paper felt heavier than it should have when I picked it up. I glanced at the stamp. A generic administrative seal, nothing that said circle, nothing that said Hawthorne, nothing that said we own you now. But it was a mark. A sign this existed. Coordinator email, I asked. Hale looked annoyed, but they wrote something on a sticky note and pushed it toward me. An office inbox. Not personal. Still, it was a thread. A route. Ms. Vale leaned back in her chair, smile perfect again. See, she said sweetly, we can do things properly. Properly. Like coercion could be proper if you stamped it. I slipped the stamped copy into my bag carefully, keeping it flat. My hands were steady. My heart was not. Ms. Vale's eyes held mine. You'll return tomorrow, she said gently. Not a question. A schedule. My throat tightened. Tomorrow is a class day, I said, keeping my tone neutral. I have obligations. Ms. Vale's smile warmed. So do we, she replied. Hale's posture shifted slightly, like they wanted to leave as soon as possible. The security captain remained by the door, calm as ever. I looked at Ms. Vale. Am I free to go upstairs now? I asked. Ms. Vale paused. Then she smiled brightly. Yes, she said, as if granting a gift. For tonight. For tonight. Which meant not free. Just released. My stomach twisted. The security captain opened the door. Cool corridor air hit my face like relief. I stood and adjusted my bag strap, making sure it sat tight across my body. Ronan had said, keep your bag on you, don't set it down. I didn't. As we walked out, Hale stepped aside to let me pass, eyes avoiding mine like they didn't want to acknowledge what they'd just confirmed. The corridor outside was still fluorescent and cold. We walked back the way we came, the security captain guiding like a silent escort. The archive door was shut now. No crack, no glimpse. The cameras overhead watched us pass. I kept my face blank. I kept my steps steady. Inside my pocket, Ronan's folded slip pressed against my thigh. Exit map, don't open it here. I didn't open it. Not yet. Not until I was out. We reached the junction again, then a door, then the corridor shifted. Warmer air, softer carpet. Upstairs. The mansion returned in stages like a mask being reapplied. Rich lighting, polished wood, muffled music. The lounge door opened. Warmth spilled out. Smiles. Laughter. Candidates pretending none of this existed. The security captain guided us back in like he was returning borrowed items. Talia's face snapped toward me instantly. Evan's eyes widened. Sloane's gaze sharpened. Talia rushed to me the moment she was allowed. Jade, she whispered, voice shaking. What happened? I leaned in, quick and controlled. Don't sign anything, I whispered back. Ask for Hale if they push. Get a stamped copy. Talia blinked rapidly, absorbing it like survival instructions. Evan leaned in too, lowering his voice. Are you okay? He asked. I'm fine, I lied. Sloane watched me for one beat longer than the others, like she could see the lie sitting under my skin. Then she nodded once, subtle. A silent acknowledgement. I get it. The security captain turned his head slightly, as if listening to his earpiece. Then he gestured toward the exit side of the lounge. Candidates will depart, he said calmly. Depart. Like we were done. I tightened my grip on my bag strap. We moved toward the exit corridor. And then I saw him. Ethan Cole stood near the doorway, out of place down here, too polished for level B energy, but present like he belonged everywhere. He wasn't smiling right now. His face was tight with concern, jaw set, eyes scanning like he was looking for one person. Me. The moment he spotted me, he moved, fast enough to feel real, controlled enough to still look composed. Jade, he said, voice low, urgent. Where have you been? My stomach dropped. He shouldn't know. I didn't have my phone. I hadn't told anyone. How do you? I started. Ethan stepped closer, lowering his voice further. Marisol said you went dark, he said. You didn't respond, and then I got a call. Someone said you were still inside. A call. Not a text, not a ping. A call. My blood went cold. Someone notified Ethan. Circle lever. Or Ethan lever. Either way, it meant this was connected. Ethan's hand hovered near my arm like he wanted to touch, and decided against doing it in front of people. His eyes searched my face. "What happened?" he asked quietly. "Are you okay?" His concern felt real. And that was the problem. Real warmth was how traps got you to lower your guard. "I'm fine," I said, keeping my tone steady. Ethan's jaw tightened. "No," he said softly. "You're not, you look." He stopped himself, glanced around, lowered his voice even more. "Come with me," he said. "I'll handle it." Handle it. The phrase slid under my skin like a hook. He said it like he could fix it. Like he had access. Like he had power. Like he could take over my choices. My chest tightened with a confusing mix of relief and anger. Ethan's eyes held mine. Intense and protective. "Jade," he murmured, "you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be alone in this." I heard the subtext. Let me take control. Let me decide. Let me own the problem, and you with it. I took a slow breath and kept my voice calm. "I can walk out on my own," I said softly. Ethan's expression flickered. Just a crack. Not rage. Not cruelty. Frustration. Like he wasn't used to people refusing his help. His smile tried to return and failed halfway. "I'm trying to protect you," he said. Protected. Stabilized. Aligned. The same language, different mouth. My stomach twisted. "I know," I said quietly, "but I'm not a campaign prop, and I'm not—" I stopped myself before I said something that would light a match. Ethan's eyes sharpened. "Is this about politics?" he asked. "Because if it is, I can." "It's about me," I cut in softly. "My funding, my future, and I need to keep my head clear." Ethan stared at me for a beat, then nodded once like he was swallowing his pride. "Okay," he said, voice low, "but don't shut me out." I didn't answer that, because I didn't know what he was. An ally, a trap, a piece on the board, a boy who wanted to be good and didn't realize who owned the game. I stepped past him toward the exit corridor. And as I did, I heard it. Not loud. Not meant for me. The security captain stood near Ms. Vale at the lounge edge, tablet angled, voice low and calm. "Miller is marked active," he said quietly. Ms. Vale's response was too soft to fully catch, but I heard enough, her warm tone, her sharp meaning. "Tomorrow," she murmured, "escalation path." My blood went cold. Active. Escalation. Tomorrow. I didn't look back. I kept walking like I hadn't heard anything. Because if they knew I'd heard, they'd adjust. The exit door opened. Cold night air hit my face like a slap of reality. The campus beyond was dark and ordinary, lamps glowing, sidewalks emptying. The distant sound of laughter from some dorm window like life was still normal. I stepped outside. One foot, then the other. And even though my body wanted to run, I forced myself to walk at a normal pace. Because fear made you obvious. And obvious made you easy. Behind me, the door closed again with that soft final click. I hugged my bag strapped tighter across my chest. Inside it, the stamped acknowledgement copy lay flat like a weapon I didn't know how to use yet. In my pocket, Ronan's folded map note pressed against my thigh, still unopened, still waiting. Tomorrow. Active. Escalation path. I kept walking into the night air, trying to ignore the feeling that something invisible had tightened around my wrist when the clearance scanner beeped. Like a collar you couldn't see. And the worst part, I couldn't tell whether Ethan's concern was a hand reaching for mine, or just another leash, wrapped in warmth. When I got back to the dorm, my hands were still shaking like my body hadn't gotten the memo that I'd technically survived. Kira was awake. Not just awake, wired. She was packing in front of our tiny window with her phone pressed to her ear like she'd been trying to call me for hours. The moment the door clicked behind me, She spun around so fast her ponytail snapped. "Oh my God." Her voice broke on the words. "Jade, where have you been? I got blocked at the gate like I was trying to break into the Pentagon. Ethan wouldn't tell me anything. Then you disappeared." "I didn't disappear." My throat was dry. My voice came out flat like it belonged to someone else. "They took us downstairs." Kira froze mid-step. "Downstairs where?" I set my bag on my bed like it weighed 100 pounds. "Level B," I said. Then, because I needed to keep it simple or I'd start spiraling. "They called it a clearance suite. They had files." Kira's eyes went wide. "Files like?" I didn't answer right away. I reached up and touched the bandage on my finger, more to ground myself than anything. The thin strip felt wrong on my skin, like proof of something I hadn't agreed to. Kira crossed the room and grabbed my shoulders. "Jade," she said, lower now. "Look at me. Are you okay?" I wanted to say yes. I wanted to give her the comfort of a clean answer. Instead, I said, "They tried to make me sign something." Kira's grip tightened. "Sign what?" "A confidentiality and participation acknowledgement." I opened my bag and pulled out the stamped sheet like it was a weapon I didn't know how to use. "They said it would clear my hold." Kira stared at the stamp. "They stamped it." Her voice turned sharp. "They stamped the threat." "It's not technically a threat," I said automatically, because the words Ms. Vale had used were still sitting in my head like a script. "They call it stability." Kira's mouth twisted. "Of course they do." I turned away from her and started unpacking like motion could keep my thoughts from catching up. Out came the sticky note with Hale's email, folded carefully. Out came the stamped copy. Out came my wallet. Then I pulled out the plain envelope they'd returned at the exit. My phone was inside. I didn't open it immediately. Kira noticed. "Your phone." She sounded relieved for half a second. "Okay, at least you have it." I stared at the envelope. The flap had a tamper sticker on it, thin, clear, with a small line of text that read SCALED for security. It looked official in the way official sometimes just meant nobody questions it. "I'm not turning it on," I said. Kira blinked. Why?" "Because I don't know what they did to it," I said, and my voice finally caught a little. "And because Ethan showed up upstairs like someone called him, not texted, called." Kira's eyes narrowed. "That's weird." "It's all weird," I said. Kira opened her mouth to argue, because Kira's first instinct in any crisis was to fight it, and then stopped when she saw my face. She swallowed whatever she was about to say. "Okay," she said, softer. "Okay, no phone, we do it your way." My way was survival mode, and I hated that she could hear it. I sat on the edge of my bed and forced myself to breathe slowly. In, out, in, out. My pocket felt heavier than it should. Ronan's folded slip. I'd carried it all the way back like it was radioactive. Kira noticed my hand hover near my pocket. "What's that?" she asked. I hesitated. Names were dangerous currency in this story, and Ronan's name felt like the most dangerous one. "It's something someone gave me," I said carefully. "Someone," Kira's eyes sharpened. "Who?" I didn't answer that. Instead, I pulled the folded slip out and held it between my fingers like it might bite. Kira leaned closer. "Open it." My throat tightened. "Not on my phone," I muttered, mostly to myself. "It's paper," Kira said. "Open it." I unfolded it slowly. The paper wasn't fancy. Just a small sheet torn from something bigger, folded into tight squares like it had been hidden more than once. Inside was a hand-drawn map. Rough, quick lines, but clear enough to follow if you knew what it meant. B corridor/clearance suite was written at the top, underlined. An arrow led to archive with a small keypad scribble beside it. Another arrow led to interview suites. Near the center, a little note was circled. Camera blind spot, 3 sec. My stomach dropped. Under it, in heavier ink. No clarification alone. And beneath that, Hale logs holds. Then the last line, underlined so hard the pen had nearly torn the paper. Active equals incident path ready. My skin went cold. Kira read over my shoulder, then lifted her head slowly. Active, she whispered. They marked you active. I heard the security guy say it, I said, voice tight. Right before I left. Kira's face hardened. This is not student government, she said. I know. For 1 second, the room felt too small, too safe-looking, too normal for what was happening. I shoved the slip into my notebook, my actual paper notebook, the one I used for classes, and snapped it shut like I could trap the meaning inside. Then I pulled the notebook back open and flipped to a clean page. Evidence, control, paper trail. My hands were steadier when they had a job. Kira watched me. What are you doing? Logging, I said. And I wrote, in blunt bullet points, because pretty words were for essays, not survival. B-quarter/clearance suite sign, white-black fluorescent hall. Archive, authorized only keypad. Heard staff, release the hold escalate. Saw folder, Cole Optics Scholarship Shield. Veil, we stabilize students. Hail, hold conditional on participation acknowledgement. Ronan slip, active equals incident path ready. Kira leaned down and read it, mouth tightening with every line. You're keeping receipts, she murmured. I have to, I said, because they're banking on me sounding crazy if I try to explain it later. Kira exhaled slowly. Okay, next step. I stared at the notebook. Next step was supposed to be sleep. But the universe didn't care what I needed. I opened my laptop and logged into my university email, mostly to distract myself. The inbox loaded. And there it was, sitting at the top like it had been waiting for me to stop moving. Administrative Safeguard Notice status, active. Timestamp minutes ago. My stomach dropped. Kira saw my face. What? I clicked it. The message was written in polished, calm university language. The kind of calm that made you feel like you were the one overreacting. It said they had identified a verification issue connected to leadership pipeline eligibility. It said the university prioritized student stability. It said my status was under review. And then the line that made my blood turn to ice. Compliance review required date/time. Tomorrow, 4:00 p.m. location. Student Administration Annex, Service Level B. My fingers went numb on the trackpad. Kira leaned over my shoulder. Service Level B, she read, voice sharpening. That's the same language, I whispered. Same level, different building. Kira straightened. They're not even pretending anymore. No, they were. Tomorrow afternoon meant hours to sit in dread, hours to think, hours to accidentally break. Kira grabbed my shoulders again. You're not going alone. They'll block you, I said, and the words came out flat because I could already see it. Rope line. Candidate only. Calm security captain saying my name like a file. Kira's eyes flashed. Then I'll wait outside, but I'm coming. I nodded, because arguing would waste energy I didn't have. I shut my laptop slowly. Then, like I could trick my body into rest, I peeled off my shoes and lay down. Sleep came in thin scraps. Every time I drifted, my brain threw me back into fluorescent hallways and stamped papers and the red word hold. When morning finally arrived, it didn't feel like relief. It felt like a countdown that had started early. I didn't have class until 11. I hated that I had to think about class at all, because normal responsibilities felt almost insulting right now, but the thought anchored me. I wasn't floating. This was still my life. I got dressed carefully, jeans, a simple sweater, hair down like Kira always claimed made you look expensive. I covered the bandaged finger with my sleeve. Kira moved around the room like she was gearing up for battle. She made coffee in our tiny dorm machine, then shoved a granola bar into my hand like she didn't trust the world to feed me. You need sugar, she said. You're going to get dizzy and then they'll call it unstable. The way she said it, mocking their word, made my throat tighten. We left the dorm and walked into campus morning like nothing had happened. Students crossed the quad with headphones in. Someone laughed. A skateboard rolled by. Life moved like a normal day. It made me feel insane. We headed toward the coffee kiosk in the student union because pretending normal meant doing normal things. The line was long. The air smelled like espresso and cinnamon. Kira stood close to me, shoulder almost touching mine, like proximity could keep me safe. When it was my turn, I ordered my usual, small coffee, cheapest option. The cashier smiled politely and held out the card reader. "Student ID," she said. I scanned my ID. The screen beeped. Not a normal beep. A sharp, flat sound. The cashier's smile faltered. She glanced at the screen, then up at me with a look that tried to be kind and ended up being nervous. "Oh," she said quietly, "it says review required." My stomach dropped. "What does that mean?" I asked, keeping my voice calm. The cashier lowered her voice, as if whispering made it less humiliating. "It means you need to visit student admin," she said. "They can clear it." Kira stepped forward. "Clear what?" she demanded. "It's a coffee." "Kira," I cut in softly. Kira's jaw clenched, but she backed off a fraction. I leaned forward, voice low, polite. "Can I pay another way?" I asked. The cashier hesitated, then nodded quickly, relieved. "Yeah," she said. "Debit works." I paid with my actual bank card, hands steady even though my stomach was falling through the floor. Behind us, someone in line shifted, curious. I could feel eyes on my back. "Review required." "Active." It wasn't just a label in an email. It was a public flag. We stepped away from the kiosk and found a bench outside, where the cold air hit my face and made me feel less watched. Kira dropped beside me, fuming. "They flagged your ID," she hissed. "They're humiliating you on purpose." "They want me to react," I said quietly. Kira's eyes narrowed. "So you won't?" I shook my head. "No, because if I react, they get to write their incident story." Kira stared at me. "Incident story?" I didn't answer directly. I pulled my notebook out and wrote the exact phrase the cashier had used. "Review required. Visit student admin to clear." Then I opened my laptop, still safer than my phone, and logged into the student portal. The hold was there. Bright, clean, and impossible to argue with. Administrative safeguard, active restriction. Student ID services limited pending review. Not just coffee. Access. Housing doors. Campus job clock-in, library checkouts, everything connected to that swipe. My throat tightened. Kira leaned over my shoulder, eyes blazing. "This is a leash." My stomach flipped at the word, because it felt too accurate. A leash you couldn't see until it tugged. I saved the page as a PDF on my laptop and wrote the exact wording into my notebook anyway, because screenshots could disappear. Then I closed the laptop with a slow, controlled motion. "Okay," I said, and my voice sounded steadier than I felt. "We do procedure." Kira exhaled hard. "Procedure," she repeated like she hated it. "It's the only language they respect," I said. Back in the dorm, I sat at my desk and pulled out the sticky note with Hale's email. Kira stood behind me, reading the stamped acknowledgement sheet like she wanted to set it on fire. "This wording is disgusting," she muttered. "Alignment with confidential standards, what does that even mean?" "It means whatever they want it to mean," I said quietly. I opened a new email and stared at the blank screen. My fingers hovered above the keyboard. I forced my brain into a calm place. No accusations, no emotion, no drama. Just questions that made them commit to answers. I typed, "Subject, request for written confirmation, administrative safeguard hold status, active." Then, "Coordinator Hale, I am requesting written confirmation regarding the conditions of the administrative safeguard, currently listed as active on my student account. 1. Please confirm whether this safeguard is conditional on signing the confidentiality and participation acknowledgement presented at Greystone last night. 2. Please provide the policy reference authorizing this safeguard and the compliance review requirement. 3. Please advise the appeal process and whether requesting review triggers disciplinary action. Thank you, Jade Miller Student ID, number. I read it twice. It sounded calm. Professional. Boring. Perfect. Kira leaned over my shoulder. Print it, she said. I'm going to, I replied. I printed the draft first, before sending, because paper had timestamps and printers didn't lose files as easily as systems did. The printer whirred softly and spit the page out. I held it still warm. Then I hit send. My stomach tightened as the email whooshed away, like I just tossed a note into a storm. Kira crossed her arms. Now we wait, she said. We don't wait, I corrected, because waiting was how they won. We prepare. I added a new section in my notebook. Today's plan. Attend compliance review 4:00 p.m. Stay calm. Ask for witness. Request refusal in writing. Do not raise voice. Do not touch doors. Keep bag on body. Log everything immediately after. Kira watched me write. You sound like you're going to court, she said. It's a trial, I replied quietly. They just don't call it that. My laptop pinged. A reply already. Too fast. I clicked it. It wasn't a real reply. It was the kind of message that felt like a template, cold, firm, and polished. Your inquiry has been received. Attendance at your scheduled compliance review is mandatory. Failure to comply may result in administrative action. No policy reference, no confirmation, no answers. Just show up or suffer. Kira leaned over my shoulder and cursed under her breath. That's not an office, she said. That's a system. I stared at the screen. Then I printed the reply too. Paper trail. Receipts. If they were going to move like a machine, I was going to document like one. I slipped both pages into a folder and set it in my bag. Then I exhaled slowly. Okay, I said. I have to go to HQ. Kira's eyes narrowed. Today. If I stop showing up, I said quietly, they'll call it non-compliance. They'll use it. Kira's jaw tightened, but she nodded. I'll walk you, she said. I grabbed my bag, kept it tight across my shoulder like armor. And we went back into campus life like we weren't being hunted. Campaign HQ and the student union was already buzzing by midday. Laptops open, posters half-rolled, volunteers eating protein bars like that counted as lunch. The second I walked in, I felt eyes flick toward me. Not friendly curiosity. Assessment. I kept my face neutral and headed straight for the shared drive station, one of the laptops set up for staff tasks. Marisol spotted me immediately. Her sleek ponytail looked sharper than yesterday, like she'd slept in command mode. You're late, she said flatly. I had admin issues, I replied evenly, because that was true and also vague enough to not give her details. Marisol's eyes flicked over my face. Handle it, she said. We need debate packets finalized. I'm on it, I said. I logged in, pulled up the drafts I'd been working on, and did the actual work, because tasks mattered. Because leaving things unfinished was another way people labeled you unreliable. I uploaded the revised talking points. I cleaned up the captions. I attached the donor-friendly phrasing Marisol had demanded, even though it made my skin itch. Then I sent Marisol a message through the internal channel. Uploaded, debate packet V3, captions cleaned. Marisol glanced at her screen, then at me, then gave a curt nod. Approved, she said. Print the debate one-pager. I will, I said, and I did, because I was done leaving dangling instructions in my own story. The printer spit out the packet. I walked it to Marisol's table and placed it in front of her. She didn't thank me. She didn't need to. The fact that she didn't criticize it was its own kind of approval. As I turned away, I caught Marisol's voice near the snack table, low, clipped, not meant for me. No drinks near her, she said. No mistakes, keep her visible. My stomach tightened. Manage like risk. A volunteer murmured, yes, like this was normal. Someone near the snack table whispered, did you hear about the active list? Another voice lower, pipeline stuff, they're watching candidates now. My pulse spiked. I didn't stop walking. I didn't react. But I filed the words. Active list. Pipeline. Watching. Ethan appeared in the hallway, like he'd been waiting for the moment I was alone. He leaned against the wall with his sleeves rolled up, looking too polished to be stressed, but his eyes gave him away. He was concerned. And he was irritated. Like concern made him feel helpless, and helpless made him want control. Jade, he said quietly as I approached, we need to talk. I stopped, keeping a polite distance. Public hallway, witnesses, safe-ish. About what? I asked, even though I already knew. Ethan's eyes flicked to my bandaged finger, then back to my face. Marisol said you were flagged, he said. What's going on? I forced my voice calm. I have an administrative safeguard, I said. I have a review scheduled. Ethan's jaw tightened. Who did that to you? He asked, low and sharp. That question sounded like protection. It also sounded like possession. It's not about who, I said carefully. It's about procedure. Ethan stepped closer, voice dropping. I can fix it, he said. I can call someone, I can clear your hold. My stomach flipped. Help would be easy. Help would be relief. Help would also be a door closing behind me again. Only this time it would be Ethan holding the handle. I held his gaze. If you fix it, I said softly, you'll own it. Ethan blinked, frustrated. That's not. It is, I said, because then it becomes a favor, and favors always come with strings. Ethan's face tightened. For a second, the politician mask slipped. Then he exhaled slowly and softened his voice. I'm not trying to own you, he said. I'm trying to keep you safe. Safe. Protected. Stabilized. My chest tightened. I know, I said quietly, because part of me believed him. But I need to handle this myself. Ethan studied my face, like he was trying to decide whether to respect that or override it. Then he nodded once stiff. Fine, he said, but you're not doing it alone. I am, I replied softly. His smile tried to appear and failed. You're stubborn, he murmured, like it was a compliment and a warning at the same time. Before I could answer, a volunteer hurried out of the room with a stack of printed schedules and nearly collided with me. Oh, sorry, she blurted, cheeks red. Can you hold these? Before I could refuse, she shoved the papers into my hands and darted back inside. I glanced down. It looked like a normal campaign schedule sheet at first, time blocks, names, locations. Then my stomach dropped. There was a column on the right labeled. Active watch. Under it were initials. Not many. Just a few. And on one line, in neat typed letters. JM. My initials. My skin went cold. I stared at it too long. A volunteer near the door noticed my expression. Oh, those aren't for, she started. I handed the papers back fast, forcing my face neutral. You dropped these, I said. She snatched them, flushed. Yeah, sorry, just ignore that. Ignore that. Sure. I walked back into the room and sat at my station, heart pounding. I pulled my notebook from my bag and wrote one line, fast and tight. HQ's schedule sheet had column active/watch, my initials JM listed. Kira would have exploded if she'd seen it. I didn't have the luxury. I needed to stay calm. I needed to survive the review. And I needed to figure out why everyone seemed to know I was active, except me. By afternoon, the campus air had that late-day sharpness, sun still out but colder underneath. Kira met me outside the student union like she'd been standing guard. "You look like you're holding yourself together with tape," she said. "That's accurate," I muttered. We started walking toward the student administration annex. Kira stayed tight at my side, eyes scanning like she expected someone to jump out. Halfway across the quad, my skin prickled. That subtle shift again. Like my body recognized a presence before my eyes did. I turned my head slightly. Ronan stood near a stairwell landing by the library service corridor, half in shadow, backpack strap over one shoulder, posture casual in a way that fooled nobody. My heartbeat stumbled. I hated that my body did it. Kira noticed my glance. "Who?" she began. "Wait," I whispered. Ronan stepped toward me like he was passing by, like it was coincidence. His voice came out normal volume at first, meant for any passerby. "You're going to the wrong entrance," he said, nodding toward the annex like he was giving directions. Kira's brows knitted. "Excuse." I cut her off gently with a hand on her arm. "It's fine," I said, because I needed her quiet. Ronan moved closer, just enough that his shadow overlapped mine. Then, barely more than breath, his real words slid into the space between us. "Do not raise your voice," he murmured. "Do not touch the door, do not stand up fast." My throat tightened. "If they say incident," he continued, softer, "they're writing it while you sit there." My stomach dropped. Ronan's eyes locked on mine, intense and unflinching. "Ask to record," he whispered. "When they refuse, ask for the refusal in writing. Ask for hail, witnessed review." His voice went normal again instantly. "Use the side hallway," he said, nodding as if he'd only been giving directions. "Keeps you in public longer." Then he stepped back like he hadn't just handed me a survival manual. Kira stared at him, suspicious. "Who are you?" she demanded. Ronan's gaze flicked to Kira for the first time, cold, assessing. "Someone who doesn't want her to get crushed," he said plainly. Then he walked away, disappearing into the library corridor like he was smoke. Kira turned to me, eyes blazing. "Jade," she hissed, "who was that?" I swallowed hard. "Not now," I said. "Later." Kira looked like she wanted to scream. I didn't let her. Because Ronan was right. Volume was the incident path. We kept walking, and my heart kept beating too hard for a normal campus afternoon. The student administration, annex, looked harmless from the outside. Brick building, clean windows, a small sign that said Student Services, like it was a place you went to fix a transcript issue, not a place that could ruin your life. Inside, the lobby was bright and sterile. A reception desk, rope lines guiding you into neat little lanes. Chairs bolted to the floor, just like level B couches, different building, same habit. Kira stepped with me up to the rope line. A receptionist smiled politely. "Name?" "Jade Miller," I said, voice steady. The receptionist's smile faltered for half a second when she typed. Then she recovered. "Compliance review," she said, still polite. "Candidate only." Kira's jaw clenched. "I'm her roommate," she said. "I'm staying." The receptionist didn't change her expression. "Candidate only," she repeated, like she'd said it 100 times. Kira leaned forward. "This is ridiculous." "Kira," I murmured softly, warning. Kira's chest rose and fell fast. I could see the anger in her eyes. I could also see how easily they could label it disruptive. Kira's anger was a match. This place was gasoline. I touched her arm lightly. "Wait right here," I said, keeping my voice calm. "In public." Kira stared at me like she hated the idea. Then she nodded once tight. "I'm not leaving," she said. "I'm right here." I turned back to the receptionist and kept my voice even. "I want coordinator Hale present for this review," I said. The receptionist's smile stayed fixed. "You can request that inside," she replied, tone still polite. "They'll note it." I nodded once like that meant anything. I stepped past the rope line. And then I saw him. The security captain. Same calm face, same earpiece, same tablet held like an extension of his hand. He stood near a side hallway, like he belonged to the building more than the receptionist did. The moment his eyes met mine, something cold settled in my stomach. "I know me." Not as a student. As a file. "Miller," he said calmly, like he was reading my name off a screen. My throat tightened. He gestured with his head, "This way." I forced myself to breathe. I started walking. Behind me, Kira's voice rose slightly. "Jade." I didn't turn. I couldn't. Turning would look like hesitation. Hesitation looked like guilt. I followed the security captain down the side hallway. The lobby noise faded behind us. The air grew cooler. The lights changed to harsher fluorescence. My pulse hammered. I kept my bag strapped tight across my shoulder. "Keep your bag on you." The security captain stopped at a counter with a clipboard. The top sheet on the clipboard was angled toward the hallway, like it hadn't been meant for my eyes. But it was there, and my eyes caught the header in bold, clean letters. Incident template, Miller. My blood turned to ice. It was real. Not a threat. Not a metaphor. A template. A ready-made story with my name, already printed at the top. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. The security captain's calm gaze didn't change. He didn't look at the clipboard. He didn't need to. He was watching my reaction. I forced my face blank. I forced my steps steady. The security captain walked on. The hallway ended at a door with a placard. Service level B, staff only. My stomach dropped. Campus version. Same language, same level, same trap. The security captain tapped his badge to the reader. The light blinked green. He opened the door. Cool air rolled out like breath from underground. Inside, a small sign hung just past the threshold, plain black letters on white. Incident review in progress. My hands went numb. From somewhere inside, cheerful, calm, like this was normal, someone said, "Great, you're here. Let's make this easy." And my body understood before my mind could fully catch up. Active wasn't a status. It was a path. And I just stepped onto it. The door swallowed sound. 1 second I could still hear the lobby, chairs scraping, a printer somewhere, the soft murmur of people pretending paperwork wasn't life or death. And the next, it was like someone had wrapped the world in cotton and sealed it shut. The incident review in progress. Sign hung just inside the threshold, plain black letters on white, like a warning label on something toxic. I stepped in anyway. My bag strap cut across my shoulder, tight enough to sting. I kept my hands visible, kept my face neutral, kept my breathing slow, the way you do when you're trying not to give anyone a reason to write a story about you. Behind me, the door clicked. Not slammed, not dramatic. Just a soft, final click that made my stomach drop. The security captain walked ahead like he had all day. Same calm face, same earpiece, same tablet held like it was attached to his hand. He didn't look back to see if I followed. He didn't have to. A woman waited at a small counter halfway down the corridor, posture perfect, smile ready. She looked like customer service with a college degree. "Jade," she said warmly, like we were meeting for coffee instead of whatever this was. "Hi, I'm Tessa, compliance assistant. Thanks for being prompt." Prompt, like I hadn't been dragged into this. I nodded once, minimal. Tessa's smile held steady. She gestured to the counter. "We'll do a quick intake, then we'll get you seated." I stayed standing where I was. Ronan's voice cut through my memory like a blade. "Don't stand up fast. Don't touch the door. Don't raise your voice." "Okay, fine. I could be a statue." I kept my tone calm. "I want to record this meeting." Tessa's smile didn't even blink. "Recording isn't permitted." Simple, polite, absolute. "Then I want the refusal in writing," I said, same calm, same volume. For the first time, something flickered behind her eyes, surprise, maybe, that I knew what to ask for. Her smile tightened a fraction. "We can note your request in our file," she said. "That's not a written refusal," I said. "Noted," she repeated, still pleasant, like she hadn't heard me. My jaw clenched. I didn't show it. I slid my hand into my bag, pulled out my tiny notebook and pen, and wrote one clean line before anyone could stop me. Denied recording. Refused written refusal, only noted. Tessa's eyes tracked the motion, but she didn't comment. She just kept smiling. Then she held out her hand as if asking for a library book. "Phone, please." My pulse jumped, even though my phone was still sealed in the envelope, still powered off, still not something I trusted. I lifted the envelope. "It's off," I said. Tessa's smile stayed fixed. "All devices are surrendered during review," she replied. "It's policy." Policy. That word again, the magic word that meant you didn't get to ask why. I could argue, I could refuse, I could create a scene. And then they'd write it down as agitation, disruption, risk. I slid the sealed envelope into her waiting hand. Tessa placed it into a clear lock pouch, snapped the seal closed, and set it into a bin behind the counter like she'd done this 1,000 times. My throat tightened. I kept my voice even. I requested Coordinator Hale be present. Tessa tapped something on a screen out of my view. "We'll see who is available," she said. A non-answer wrapped in sugar. The security captain shifted slightly, angling his body like a wall. Not aggressive, just positioned. Guiding me. Controlling the path. My skin prickled. My hearing felt too sharp all at once. Soft hum of lights, faint squeak of shoes down the corridor, the tiny click of Tessa's nails against her screen. It was like my body wanted to do something it wasn't allowed to do. I forced myself to inhale slowly. Tessa picked up a slim clipboard and turned down the corridor. "Right this way," she said brightly. As we walked, I passed a wall-mounted tray system that looked like the kind you'd see in a hospital. Each tray had a label. New intakes follow up active PACKTS. My stomach dropped. Under active PACKTS were several thick folders, all tabbed with initials. And there it was. JM. My initials, printed cleanly on a white tab like it belonged there. Like I belonged there. My throat went dry. The security captain's calm presence didn't change. He wasn't looking at the tray. He didn't need to. He already knew what I'd see. Tessa stopped at a door and opened it, still smiling. "Okay," she said. "We already drafted the incident summary to save time." My blood turned to ice. She said it like it was helpful. She stepped aside to let me enter. The room smelled like paper and disinfectant, too clean to feel human. A small table, 2 chairs on one side, 1 chair on the other. A printer in the corner. No windows. A clock that ticked too loud. A packet sat in the center of the table, perfectly aligned with the edge. At the top, in bold letters. Incident summary, Miller Jade. My name, again, printed, always printed. Coordinator Hale sat on the far side, posture straight, expression neutral like a textbook definition of administrative. Tessa took the seat beside him. The security captain didn't sit. He stayed near the door, silent, present, like a reminder. "Ms. Miller," Hale said calmly, like he was starting a normal meeting. "This review is connected to your administrative safeguard status." I didn't answer. I just sat when he gestured, slow and controlled. Tessa slid the packet a few inches closer to me. "We've summarized the concerns to make this easier," she said. "Easier for who?" I kept my voice flat. "I want to see the original complaint," I said. "The time it was filed and the reporting party." Tessa's smile didn't move. "The reporting party is anonymous for safety." "Safety from what?" I asked before I could stop myself. Hale's gaze sharpened slightly, then smoothed back out. "Students have a right to report concerns without fear of retaliation," he said. Concerns. Not facts, not evidence, concerns. My hands curled lightly against my thighs, hidden under the table, edged so nobody would see tension. I glanced down at the top page. The writing was polished, professional, full of words designed to sound serious without saying anything specific. Summary: student exhibited non-compliant conduct during administrative verification. Student refused reasonable directives. Student behavior escalated to agitation. Potential disruption observed. My throat tightened. Agitation. Disruption. Observed. Words that could mean anything. I looked up. What directives did I refuse? I asked. Tessa tapped the packet with one manicured finger. You were asked to participate in the standard process, she said. You resisted. I didn't resist, I said calmly. I asked questions. Hale's expression stayed neutral. Questions are permitted, he said. However, the manner matters. There it was. Not what I did. How they could frame it. I forced myself not to react, not even a flinch. I lowered my gaze back to the page and read a line aloud, slow, so my brain could lock it in. Student refused reasonable directives and exhibited agitation. I read. Tessa watched me like she knew what I was doing. Hale didn't blink. I read another line aloud. Students' noncompliance created potential risk to administrative staff. I paused and looked up. What risk? I asked. Hale folded his hands. Your tone, he said simply. My pulse hit hard. My tone. My scholarship, my access, my job tied to my tone. I breathed in through my nose and forced calm into my voice. My tone right now, I asked. Tessa's smile thinned. Let's keep this constructive, she said. Constructive, another word that meant behave. I flipped the page. There were bullet points. Student was flagged at campus point of sale for review required. Student's associate raised voice in public lobby. Student displayed reluctance to comply with review. My associate. Kira. They were using Kira's anger as a rope around my neck. I lifted my gaze slowly. Kira isn't me, I said. Hale's eyes stayed steady. Your proximity to conflict matters, he replied. That sentence chilled me more than the whole packet. Because it meant they could punish me for being near anything messy. Being near Ethan. Being near student politics. Being near whatever this pipeline was. I slid the packet back slightly. What policy authorizes this safeguard? I asked. I requested the reference number in my email. Hale's mouth tightened the smallest amount. Administrative safeguards fall under university compliance measures, he said. They do not operate the same way as conduct hearings. Is this discipline? I asked. Tessa's smile turned almost sympathetic. No, she said quickly. This is administrative. A word game. Administrative could still destroy you. It just didn't have to follow the rules you were taught to expect. I kept my voice steady. If it's not discipline, why is it called an incident summary? I asked. Hale's gaze flicked to Tessa, then back to me. Because the term incident refers to an event that triggered review, he said. Trigger. Review. Always words that sounded harmless until you lived inside them. Tessa slid a pen toward me. Here's the easy path, she said lightly. You acknowledge the summary and sign the compliance plan. We clear the restriction faster. My stomach turned. They'd already decided the consequence. They were just asking me to bless it. I didn't touch the pen. I'm not signing a summary I didn't write, I said. Silence settled for a beat. Hale didn't look surprised, like my refusal was already in their template. Tessa flipped to the next page with a smooth motion. Then review the plan, she said. The header made my skin crawl. Compliance plan, active status. Bullet points again, clean, controlled, caged. Mandatory check-ins with compliance assistant. Restricted attendance at unauthorized political events. Escort requirement for designated leadership mixers. Consent to device surrender during review periods. Agreement to maintain calm tone and prompt compliance. Prompt compliance. Maintain calm tone. It looked like behavior training, wrapped in university language. I kept my face neutral, but my chest felt tight, like my ribs didn't want to hold everything inside. I glanced at Hale. "If I sign this," I said, "what happens if I don't follow one point?" Hale's voice stayed calm. "Noncompliance escalates safeguard status," he said. Escalates. That word again. My mind flashed to Ronan's note. Active equals incident path ready. And now I could see what that meant. Active wasn't just a label. It was permission. Permission to write. Permission to restrict. Permission to escalate. I forced myself to inhale slowly. "If you won't provide a written refusal to record," I said, "I want that noted in the meeting summary you provide me afterward." Tessa's smile returned bright. "We can provide meeting notes after you sign," she said. There it was. Sign first. Then maybe evidence. A trap with a bow on it. "I want it regardless," I said. Tessa's smile didn't crack, but her eyes cooled. "We follow process," she said. Hale leaned back slightly. "Ms. Miller," he said, voice still even, "we're trying to resolve this with minimal disruption to your academic progress." Academic progress. Translation: your scholarship, your access, your future. My throat tightened. And then Hale slid a separate paper forward. It wasn't part of the packet. It was already printed. The header made my stomach drop hard. Notice of pending conduct concern. Financial aid compliance coordination. Dated today. Already created. Already ready to be sent. I stared at it, trying not to show how it hit. Tessa said gently, "This is precautionary," like she was soothing a child. "You wrote this before I signed anything," I said, voice low. Hale didn't deny it. "We prepare for all outcomes," he replied. Prepare. Like I was an outcome, not a person. My hands went cold under the table. I forced myself to focus on what mattered, proof. I couldn't take a photo. My phone was sealed in a pouch behind a counter somewhere. So I did the only thing I could. I read the header aloud, slow, so I could memorize it. Notice of pending conduct concern, financial aid compliance coordination, I said. Tessa's eyes narrowed slightly, then smoothed again. "You don't need to do that," she said. I looked at her. "I need to remember what you're doing," I replied calmly. Hale's jaw tightened a fraction. "Good, let them feel watched, even without a camera." Tessa slid the pen closer again. "Sign the acknowledgement," she said, tone still sweet, "and we won't have to move forward with escalation." I didn't touch it. "I want my recording request refused in writing," I said again, steady. Hale's voice cooled slightly. "You are not in a position to dictate procedure," he said. There, the teeth. I kept my expression calm, even though my pulse hammered. "If I'm not signing," I asked, "what happens now?" Hale glanced down at a checklist beside him. I saw the header, out of the corner of my eye. Active, next action. My stomach dropped. He tapped one item with his finger, like he was checking off groceries. Tessa spoke instead, tone casual. "If you refuse to sign, the safeguard escalates to a conduct referral," she said. My chest tightened. Conduct referral. That was the line between administrative and discipline. The line that could pull scholarship review into reality. I kept my voice even. "So this is discipline," I said. "No," Hale said quickly. "This is administrative." "But it becomes conduct if I don't sign," I countered. Hale's expression stayed controlled. "Your choices influence outcome," he said. That sentence felt like a trap in a pretty suit. Tessa flipped another page, something titled Meeting Note Acknowledgement, and said, too casually, "Also, your campus job hours will be suspended until this review closes." My stomach dropped so fast I almost felt dizzy. My campus job wasn't extra spending money. It was groceries. It was laundry. It was the tiny cushion between thin ice and cracked. I kept my face neutral. Suspended, I repeated. Hale nodded once. Temporary, he said, until we confirm stability. Stability. That word made me want to laugh and scream at the same time. I didn't do either. I swallowed hard. That's not in the incident summary, I said. It doesn't need to be, Hale replied. Tessa stood, smoothing her blazer like the conversation was already complete. We'll take a short pause, she said. Then we continue with the transfer step. Transfer step. My blood turned cold. What transfer? I asked, calm voice, even as my body flared with instinct. Tessa smiled. Additional verification, she said. It's routine. Routine. Sure. The security captain shifted toward the door. I didn't stand up fast. I didn't touch the table. I didn't reach for the packet. I rose slowly when he gestured. Tessa opened the door and guided me into the corridor like she was escorting me to a dentist appointment. The hallway felt colder than before. Back near intake, a narrow glass panel was set into the wall, frosted, but clear enough to make shapes out. The lobby. Kira. She was there, packing like a caged animal, hair swinging with every step. Her hands were clenched. Her face was furious and scared all at once. When she saw me, she froze. Her eyes went wide. Her mouth formed words through the glass. Don't sign. My throat tightened. I gave the smallest nod I could manage, a tiny motion that said, I won't. I hear you. Kira's shoulders dropped a fraction, relief and terror mixing. Then a door opened down the corridor behind me. Voices. A male voice, low and controlled, threaded with anger that was trying hard to stay professional. You can't do this without counsel, Ethan said. My heart kicked hard. Ethan. He stepped into view, escorted by another staffer and a second security presence. His suit jacket was still on, his hair still perfect, but his eyes were sharp with something real. Fury. Control. The politician trying not to erupt. His gaze locked onto me like I was the only thing in the corridor. For 1 second, everything in my chest pulled in 2 directions. Part of me wanted to run to him. Part of me wanted to slap his hand away, because his help always came with gravity. Tessa's smile widened as she stepped between us, polite as poison. This is administrative, not conduct, she said smoothly. Ethan's jaw clenched. Administrative doesn't mean you get to isolate her, he snapped, then caught himself, lowering his volume instantly. He took a breath. Jade, he said, voice urgent but controlled. Don't agree to anything alone. The words hit like a bell. Because Ronan had written the same thing. No clarification alone. Different men, same warning. I swallowed hard and kept my face calm. I didn't answer. I didn't create a scene. Because scenes became incidents. Ethan's eyes flashed with frustration at my silence, like he hated that the safest move was to look obedient. Tessa tilted her head, still smiling. Time, she said gently, like she was talking to toddlers. We're proceeding. Ethan leaned forward a fraction, voice low, aimed at me alone. I'm here, he said. I'll fix it. Fix it. Own it. I held his gaze for 1 second, just long enough to let him see the truth. I don't know if you're a lifeline or another leash. Then I looked away, because if I held on too long, my face might betray me. The security captain gestured. I followed. The corridor bent into a section I hadn't seen yet. The air smelled even cleaner here, less like a public building, more like a facility. A new sign hung on the wall, smaller, with tighter font. Stability PROCSSING, authorized personnel only. My stomach dropped. A keypad sat beside the next door, along with a badge reader. More secure than the lobby rope line, more secure than any office door had a right to be on a campus. Tessa walked ahead like this was normal. This step is quick, she said, We just confirm information. Confirm what? I asked calm. Eligibility, she replied. That word hit like a punch because it could mean anything. Eligibility for scholarships, for leadership, for being allowed to exist in peace on this campus. The security captain tapped his badge. The door clicked open. Cool air rolled out again, like a basement that didn't want you there. On the wall inside was a laminated sign with bullet points that made my skin crawl because it read like instructions for controlling a human body. Maintain calm tone. Follow directives promptly. Non-compliance may result in incident escalation. My chest tightened. My hearing sharpened again, like my body was trying to map exits and threats without my permission. I could hear the soft buzz of the light above us, the whisper of Tessa's blazer as she moved, the faint hum of something mechanical deeper inside. My pulse pounded so hard it felt loud. I forced myself to keep my breathing even. I kept my voice calm. I want Coordinator Hale present for any verification step, I said. Tessa didn't even slow down. He will be made aware, she replied. A non-answer again. The security captain guided me toward an elevator tucked behind the secured door. It wasn't labeled like a normal student elevator. No bright signage. No, in case of fire. Just a small metal panel with a key slot and buttons. Be restricted. My stomach dropped. This wasn't a metaphorical descent. It was literal. Tessa pressed the button like she'd done it 1,000 times. The doors slid open with a soft seal sound. I stepped inside, careful, controlled. The security captain entered behind me. The doors closed. The hum of the elevator filled the small space. And then, beyond the doors, muffled through walls that were too thick for a campus building, I heard a voice say, "Miller is here." My blood went cold. The elevator stopped. The doors slid open. A bright white light spilled in, too bright, too clean, too clinical to belong anywhere near a student services building. A chair sat in the center of the room, positioned like it had been waiting for me specifically. A clipboard lay on a counter. The header was printed in bold. Active next action, confirmation. My stomach dropped so hard, I almost felt it in my knees. The security captain's voice came beside me, almost gentle, like he was offering advice. "This goes easier if you cooperate," he said. I stared into the white room and realized, with a cold clarity that made my hands feel numb. This wasn't about coffee, or an email, or even a signature. This was about turning me into a compliant story. And the door behind me was already closing. The room was too white. Not clean office white, not fresh paint white, the kind of white that made you feel like you were the stain. A single chair sat in the center like it had been placed for a photo. Like somebody had measured the distance from the wall and decided exactly how alone I should look. On a counter near the door, a clipboard waited with a bold header. Active next action, confirmation. The security captain stepped in behind me and didn't fully cross the threshold. He stood just inside, angled between me and the exit like a human bookmark. The door eased shut. Soft sealed. My ears adjusted fast, the way they always did when the world changed shapes. I could hear the faint buzz of lights, the whisper of air moving through vents, the click of something small, like a pen tapping plastic, somewhere outside the room. I kept my shoulders down. I kept my breathing slow. I did not touch the door. I did not move fast. A woman in a gray blazer entered from a side panel I hadn't noticed at first. She moved like she belonged to the building, not the campus. No hurry, no uncertainty. Late 30s, neat bun, lips painted in a soft, neutral color that made her smile look gentle even when it was. She stopped 3 steps from the chair and held her hands open, palms angled up like she was offering calm. "Jade Miller," she said warmly. "Hi, I'm Dr. Voss, stability specialist." Stability, that word again. She nodded toward the chair. "This is routine. Sit wherever you're comfortable." There was only one chair. I didn't move yet. I let the seconds stretch, because I needed to feel the room before I gave it any part of me. On the far wall, above eye level, a small camera stared down. A tiny red light blinked once, steady after. My throat tightened. I kept my voice calm. Am I being detained? Dr. Voss blinked like she'd been expecting the question. Her smile stayed soft. You're participating in an administrative verification, she said. You're free to choose your level of cooperation. A word game answer that didn't say no. I didn't let my face change. I want a written refusal to record, I said. I requested it upstairs. Dr. Voss's smile didn't move, but her eyes sharpened a fraction. No recording devices are allowed in confirmation, she said. That's not a written refusal. Correct. She said it like it was a feature, not a flaw. It's a procedural boundary. Procedural boundary, like I was the problem for asking. I slid my hand into my bag, took out my tiny notebook, and wrote while I was still standing, slow enough to look casual, fast enough to get it down before anyone decided they didn't like it. Confirmation room, no recording, no written refusal. The pen scratched loud in my own head. The security captain didn't move. Dr. Voss watched the motion with polite interest, then nodded to the chair again. Thank you, now sit, she said, still warm. I sat only when directed, hands in my lap, bag strapped still on my shoulder, feet planted, back straight. The chair was cold through my jeans. Dr. Voss took a seat at a small wall-mounted desk that made the room look like a testing center. A thin folder sat beside her, along with a printed form clipped to a board. She didn't open the folder yet. Instead, she glanced at the clipboard on the counter, then back to me. This isn't punishment, she said. I didn't answer because I didn't believe her, and I wasn't going to argue with someone who could type agitation into a sentence and make it true. She slid a paper onto the desk surface, angled toward herself, not me. We confirm basic stability markers, she continued. We confirm suitability for continued access. Suitability, access, same vocabulary as the mixer, just stripped of glitter. I kept my voice flat. What markers? Dr. Voss's smile widened slightly. We already have your timeline, she said casually, like she was mentioning the weather. This is the part where we check alignment. Alignment. My spine went colder. I forced myself to inhale slowly. Dr. Voss picked up a pen. Let's begin. She didn't call it an interview. She called it a check-in. The form in front of her looked like something meant to make you think it was harmless. Boxes, short questions, yes/no options. But when she lifted it, I saw the top corner. Several boxes were already lightly marked, the faintest gray pencil checks like per-written expectations. My stomach tightened. Dr. Voss didn't hide it. She let me see, then smiled like it was normal. These are preliminary indicators, she said. Nothing final. Nothing final, yet. She read the first question out loud. Do you feel unsafe on campus? I stared at her. The camera blinked its steady red. The security captain breathed quietly behind me. Every part of me wanted to say yes, to pour out the truth like proof. But truth could be used as a label. I kept my voice calm. I'm here to comply with procedure, I said. Dr. Voss tilted her head, amused. That's not an answer. It's the only answer relevant to administrative verification, I replied. Her smile sharpened. Okay, she said, like she was humoring me. Do you feel targeted? I took a slow breath. I'm requesting policy references, I said, and written refusals when asked. Dr. Voss's pen tapped the paper once. Do you feel targeted by a person? She clarified. She wanted a name. I kept my face still. I'm not here to accuse anyone, I said. Dr. Voss's eyes held mine, bright and patient. Jade, she said softly, like she was on my side. This is a safe space. The words landed wrong, because nothing with a camera in the corner was safe. I didn't move. Then provide the policy reference and the written refusal, I said. Her smile didn't change, but the warmth cooled a degree. "We're not debating policy," she replied. "We're confirming stability." There it was again, the loop. She moved on like she hadn't been blocked. "Are you involved with candidate Cole?" she asked. My pulse kicked hard, sharp enough that I felt it in my throat. Ethan's warning replayed in my head, low and urgent. "Don't agree to anything alone." I hated that it comforted me anyway. I kept my tone flat. "I'm a student worker contracted for messaging," I said. "That's the extent of it." Dr. Voss's pen hovered. "So you're on his team." "I write," I corrected. "I don't vote." She smiled slightly. "Interesting distinction." Then she asked, almost gently, "Do you feel pressured by his campaign?" A trap disguised as concern. If I said yes, it became leverage against Ethan. If I said no, it became proof I was complicit. I chose the third door. "I feel pressured by my scholarship compliance requirements," I said calmly, "and by the fact that my aid is contingent on avoiding disciplinary incidents." Dr. Voss's eyes flicked to the already checked boxes. She made a small mark. "And this review makes you feel what?" she asked. Feel, there it was, the emotional hook. I kept my voice steady. "This review makes me focused." I said. "Focused," she repeated, smiling like I was adorable. She slid into the next question like she was slowly tightening a net. "Do you trust him?" she asked. My stomach dropped. There wasn't a way to answer that without giving them something. Even silence could be written down as avoidance. I looked at the desk, not because I was intimidated, but because I didn't want my eyes to betray me. I heard Kira's voice in my memory. "Don't sign." I saw Ronan's handwriting in my head. No clarification alone. And Ethan, standing behind an escort, controlled rage in his eyes. My voice came out calm. "That question isn't relevant to compliance review." Dr. Voss leaned back slightly, lips pursed like she was considering me. "Sometimes the things you think are irrelevant," she said, "are the core issue." I held her gaze. "Then state the core issue," I said. For the first time, her smile looked less like customer service and more like someone watching a chessboard. She clicked her pen and asked, "Have you attended any off-campus donor mixers in the last month?" My stomach tightened. I forced my breathing slow. "I attended a university leadership mixer when invited," I said. "It was on campus property." Dr. Voss's eyes gleamed. "And how did that make you feel?" There it was again. I didn't bite. "I observed," I said. She made another mark. Then, in a softer voice designed to slip under defense, she asked, "Do you believe you deserve leadership access?" I froze for a heartbeat. Because that wasn't about conduct. That wasn't about scholarship. That was about my worth. If I answered wrong, it could become arrogance. If I answered timid, it could become instability. I forced my voice to stay even. "I believe I deserve to keep my scholarship if I meet the published criteria," I said. Dr. Voss smiled slowly. "Very good," she murmured, like I'd passed something. She flipped the page. This one had longer lines, fewer boxes, the kind of form that let them write full sentences. She read a question out loud, and I made sure I memorized the exact wording because it was the kind of wording you could quote later. "Do you experience sudden impulses to flee when confronted with authority?" My jaw clenched. Not because it was inaccurate, because my body was practically vibrating with that exact impulse right now, but because it was too specific, too knowing. I kept my face blank. "I experience normal stress responses," I said, "and I manage them." Dr. Voss's smile widened. "Excellent," she said. "That's what we want." What we want. She wasn't hiding it anymore. This wasn't about me being okay. This was about me being the shape they needed. I kept my voice calm. "What is this confirming?" I asked again. Dr. Voss set her pen down deliberately. "We're confirming you're suitable for leadership track access," she said. The words landed heavy. Leadership track, like it was a pipeline, Like it was a program you got admitted into, except nobody advertised it. I stared at her. So this isn't about clearing a hold, I said. It includes clearing a hold, she replied. But you're in an active status, Jade. Active means we move you into the correct lane. Lane, like I was a car. My pulse thudded. I kept my hand still. Dr. Voss's gaze slid to my notebook, still in my lap. Paper notes are permitted, she said lightly, as if she'd read the question sitting behind my teeth. It won't change the process. I didn't respond. Because responding would be the kind of thing they'd call agitation. Last step, Dr. Voss said, rising smoothly. Identity confirmation. She went to a small cabinet built into the wall and opened it with a key card. Inside were sealed kits, little white packets, sterile and official-looking. She chose one and brought it to the desk. A swab kit. 2 cotton-tipped swabs in plastic, a small vial, a label strip. She placed it down like she was laying out a utensil. My stomach tightened. What data are you collecting? I asked calmly, and who receives it? Dr. Voss smiled as if she'd expected that too. Internal compliance channels, she said. That's not an answer, I replied. It is in this context, she said gently. The security captain shifted a fraction closer to the door, not blocking me more than he already was, just reminding me he could. I kept my breathing even. What is being tested? I asked. Confirmation, Dr. Voss said, like the word explained itself. We confirm you are who your file says you are, then we confirm you can be cleared. Cleared. A word that made my skin prickle. She peeled open the swab packet with practiced hands. Open your mouth, she said softly. My body reacted before my brain could stop it. Not a movement, something internal. A flare under my skin, a rush of heat through my chest like adrenaline, like instinct. My heartbeat spiked. My hearing sharpened again, almost painfully. I could hear the faint squeak of Dr. Voss's shoes on the floor, the click of the swab tapping the vial rim, the distant hum of the elevator mechanism down the hall. I kept my face blank. I opened my mouth. Dr. Voss swabbed the inside of my cheek. Quick, efficient, not rough but not gentle either. My skin crawled. Not from the swab, from the feeling of being catalogued. She placed the swab into the vial and sealed it. A tiny printer on the desk whirred, then spat out a label. Dr. Voss pressed it onto the vial with smooth fingers. While she did, her folder shifted slightly on the desk. Just enough. I saw an edge of another folder behind it, thicker, older, with a tab that made my stomach drop. Miller Legacy Track. My throat tightened. Behind that, barely visible, another tab. Coal clearance. My pulse hit hard. Ethan, connected, documented, filed. I forced myself to keep my expression calm. No flinch, no widening eyes, no giveaway. Dr. Voss watched my face anyway, like she was measuring microreactions. On the top sheet in her folder, a symbol was stamped in dark ink, a simple mark, a circle intersected by a line, not a logo I recognized. It looked old, like something that belonged to a club that didn't need advertising. My fingers curled around the edge of my notebook. I wrote without looking down, just a quick shorthand that would make sense later. Legacy track folder, coal clearance tab, symbol stamp, swab vial labeled. Dr. Voss noticed the writing and smiled like I was playing at bravery. Do you know what legacy track means? She asked, voice almost conversational. I kept my tone flat. No, I said. She replied, you're not supposed to. Not supposed to. My skin prickled. She returned to her seat and folded her hands. Jade, she said softly, you're doing well. I stared at her. Doing well at what? I asked. She smiled. At control, she said. My stomach turned. I hated that she was right. I hated more that she praised it like it was my only value. Dr. Voss glanced down at her paperwork, then looked up again. Let's remove the illusion, she said casually. You weren't randomly selected for scholarship support. My blood went cold. I didn't let it show. She continued, voice smooth. Your funding is tied to the same donor network that funds campus leadership initiatives. My throat tightened. My scholarship is academic, I said. Dr. Voss smiled like I'd said something sweet. Your scholarship is sponsored, she corrected, and sponsorship comes with expectations. My mind flashed. Every compliance email, every reminder that one disciplinary incident could pause my funds, every step that felt like a trap. She just told me why it existed. I kept my voice calm because my body wanted to do something dangerous. So you targeted me, I said. Dr. Voss didn't even deny it. We supported you, she said. We invested in you. Invested. Like I was a stock. My nails bit lightly into my notebook cover. I forced my breathing steady. And Ethan, I asked low, careful. Dr. Voss's eyes gleamed. Candidate Cole is part of the same ecosystem, she said lightly. It's a leadership pipeline. Donors fund stability. Stability produces leaders. Leaders maintain stability. The words made my skin crawl because they sounded like a circle you couldn't step out of. I didn't agree to be in a pipeline, I said. Dr. Voss's smile turned almost sympathetic. You agreed when you accepted the support, she said softly. Most people do. They just don't read the fine print. Fine print. My stomach twisted. I wrote one line in my notebook, neat enough to be legible later. Scholarship not random, donor network, leadership pipeline. Dr. Voss leaned forward slightly. The good news, she said, is that you're eligible. Eligible. Again. And I knew, whatever she meant by eligible, it didn't belong to a normal campus. Dr. Voss slid a packet across the desk toward me. This one was thicker than the incident summary. Crisp pages, headers, a place for signatures. The kind of packet that looked like it had been prepared long before I walked into this room. Conditional clearance, TRMS. My stomach dropped. She kept her voice light. If you sign, access is restored pending continued compliance, she said. Access to what? I asked. Dr. Voss smiled. Housing, she said. Employment systems, administrative portals, event eligibility. Event eligibility. The words made my throat tighten. She flipped the packet open and let me see the attached notices, as if showing me the teeth made the choice clearer. A notice to financial aid compliance referencing, pending conduct concern. A notice to campus employment, job hours suspended until review closure. A notice to housing services, temporary access limitation for safety. My vision sharpened, then blurred at the edges for a second. Housing access limitation. She could lock me out of my dorm. Where would I go? The library, a friend's couch, Kira's bed with glow-in-the-dark stars falling off the ceiling. My throat tightened hard. I kept my voice steady. So you can lock me out of housing, I said. Dr. Voss's expression stayed soft. Temporary relocation is sometimes recommended, she replied. Recommended, like it was about comfort. It was about control. I stared at the signature line. My hand wanted to shake. I refused to let it. I'll sign a receipt that I attended, I said calmly. I won't sign admissions of behavior. Dr. Voss's smile cooled. This isn't an admission, she said. It's acknowledgement. Acknowledgement that your narrative is true, I replied. The camera light blinked steady. The security captain didn't move. Dr. Voss leaned back, her tone still polite but less warm. No signature, she said. No restoration. My stomach dropped. I could sign and be trapped. Or refuse and be crushed. I thought of Ethan's hand at my back, guiding me through crowds like he was positioning a chess piece. I thought of Ronan's eyes in the doorway, sharp warning. I thought of Kira, packing behind glass, mouth forming don't sign like she was praying. Shortcuts became chains. I kept my voice calm. Then give me a narrower document, I said. A receipt, a time stamp, a list of directives, not a blanket agreement. Dr. Voss's eyes narrowed a fraction. "That's not how this works," she said softly. "Then tell me how it works," I replied. Dr. Voss didn't answer directly. She tapped the conditional clearance header with her pen. "You want your systems restored," she said. "You want your scholarship uninterrupted. You want your job hours back." Her voice was gentle. Her words were a knife. I swallowed. "I want transparency," I said. Dr. Voss smiled again, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Transparency is earned," she replied. My stomach turned. She closed the packet like ending an argument, then slid something else onto the desk. An embossed card. Thick, expensive, familiar. My name printed on it, same as the earlier leadership invite, but the title was different. Founders Circle, mandatory appearance. The word mandatory punched the air out of my lungs. My fingers curled on the edge of my notebook. "Tonight?" I asked, and I hated how quiet my voice sounded. Dr. Voss nodded. "You're cleared," she said, almost cheerful. "Conditionally, and your next required event is tonight." My pulse hammered. I forced my face calm. "I don't have my phone," I said. "I can't even." "Escort has been arranged," Dr. Voss replied, cutting in smoothly. Escort. Trap word. The kind that sounded protective and felt like a leash. My throat tightened. I slid the card closer and read it like it might reveal something if I stared hard enough. My name was printed like a label. Jade Miller. Not handwritten, not invited, assigned. I wrote quickly in my notebook. Founders Circle mandatory tonight. Name printed. Escort arranged. Dr. Voss stood. "We're done here," she said warmly, like she'd just finished helping me apply for a study abroad program. The security captain stepped forward. My body went cold. I rose slowly, controlled. Dr. Voss gestured toward the door. "This way," she said. The corridor outside felt less white and more gray, but it was still too clean, too quiet, too controlled. The security captain moved behind and slightly to my side, close enough to guide, not close enough to touch. A pressure without contact. We passed the intake area again, and this time Dr. Voss took a different path, back near intake, where the glass panel looked out toward the lobby. Kira was still there. She had stopped packing and was standing rigid, arms crossed, eyes locked on the corridor like she was waiting for a sign from me to do something stupid and brave. When she saw me, her face cracked open, relief, fear, anger all at once. I gave her a tiny nod, not "I'm okay," not "everything's fine." Just "I'm still me." Kira's mouth moved, silent words. What happened? I couldn't answer. The security captain's presence was too close. The camera in the corner of the corridor was still blinking. Then voices again, down the hall, controlled anger. "Ethan." "I'm asking for the policy reference." He said, voice tight, controlled, the way you speak when you're furious and you know every decibel will be used against you. "And counsel. She needs counsel." A staff voice replied, smooth and dismissive. "This is administrative, not conduct." The word administrative felt like a shield they used to hit people. Ethan stepped into view for a heartbeat, blocked by an escort. His eyes found me instantly. Something in his face softened, relief, then hardened again with rage. Dr. Voss stepped slightly in front of me, smile polite. "Ms. Miller is conditionally cleared," she said to Ethan, like she was delivering good news. Ethan's gaze snapped to Dr. Voss. "Conditionally," he echoed, and the way he said it made the word sound like poison. He looked back at me. "Jade," he said low, urgent, "don't go alone tonight." My pulse jumped. Because he knew. He knew there was a tonight. He knew it mattered. I swallowed hard and kept my face neutral, because my body wanted to lean toward him, wanted something solid in this shifting mess. Dr. Voss's smile widened. "Escort has been arranged," she said smoothly, turning Ethan's warning into her own control. Ethan's jaw clenched. He took a half step forward. The escort in front of him shifted. A hand came up, not grabbing him, just blocking his path. Ethan stopped because he was still a politician, still aware of cameras, still aware that any scene would be a headline. His eyes held mine, hot with frustration. "I'll find you," he said, the words barely above a breath. Dr. Voss didn't react, but the security captain's calm face didn't change either. He gestured with his hand, and the message was clear. "Move." I moved. The elevator ride back up was shorter than it should have been, or maybe time just bent in places like this. When the doors opened, the air hit different, cooler, more like the outside world, but still not normal. We didn't go to the lobby, where students waited. We went through a side exit. A curb. A stretch of pavement that should have been part of campus, but felt like a private driveway. Early evening light slanted across the buildings. The sky was turning that deep blue that looked pretty if you weren't being escorted like a package. A black SUV waited at the curb. Not a campus shuttle, not a rideshare. Black, polished, engine running. The driver stood beside it in a dark coat, posture straight, eyes scanning like security, not transportation. My stomach dropped. The security captain held my phone pouch in his hand now, still sealed, still clear, still mine and not mine. He didn't look at me when he spoke. "Transport is waiting," he said calmly. I tightened my grip on my notebook. The Founder's Circle card sat in my other hand like a warrant. I kept my voice calm. "I want my phone returned now," I said. Dr. Voss's voice came from just behind me. "After the event," she replied. "What event?" I asked, even though I knew. She didn't answer that. She nodded toward the SUV instead, like direction was all I needed. I forced my voice steady. "Where are you taking me?" I asked. The security captain finally spoke. His voice was calm, almost gentle. "Greystone," he said. My blood went cold. Greystone, the place that pretended to be a leadership lounge and felt like a gate. "I'm not going back to my dorm first?" I asked, and I hated how small that sounded, like I was asking permission to be a person. Dr. Voss's smile was soft. "There isn't time," she said. "You're expected." Expected? I looked over my shoulder. Back behind a rope line further up the walkway, I saw Kira. She must have been pushed out to the edge, kept visible but powerless. Her eyes locked onto me the moment she saw the SUV. "Jade," she shouted, voice sharp with panic. "Jade." A staff member stepped between us, not touching her, just blocking her line like a human wall. Kira's face went wild. "Where are you taking her?" she yelled. No one answered. Ethan was there too, a few steps behind, held back by the same invisible rules. His shoulders were tight, his expression furious and controlled. He took one step forward. Someone intercepted him. He stopped. He looked at me. And for 1 second, the noise faded. The world narrowed to his eyes. "I'm trying," his face said. And I hated that part of me wanted to believe him. The security captain opened the SUV's rear door. The interior looked too clean. Leather seats, dark-tinted windows, the kind of car that didn't belong to students. "This goes smoother if you cooperate," he said quietly. Same words as before. Same message. Cooperate, or you become an incident. I didn't give them a scene. I didn't give them tears. I got in. The door shut with a soft, final thump. Sound muffled immediately, like the car itself was another sealed room. Through the tinted window, I saw Kira still shouting, mouth open, arms lifted like she wanted to break something. I saw Ethan standing rigid, jaw clenched, eyes burning. Then the car rolled forward. The world outside slid away like it was being erased. My hands shook once, a tiny tremor I forced still by gripping my notebook harder. The Founder's Circle card sat on my lap. I stared at it until the embossed letters blurred. Then my eyes caught the smallest line of print at the bottom, so small you'd miss it if you weren't looking for traps. Status, Active asset pending confirmation. My stomach dropped. Asset. Not student, not scholar, not person. Asset. The SUV turned, smooth as a promise, pulling us away from campus lights and into deeper shadow. I swallowed hard and pressed my notebook against my chest like it could anchor me. Because I could procedure, my way through forms and signatures and holds. But I had no idea how to argue my way out of being labeled something that wasn't human. And the road ahead didn't feel like it led to a campus event. It felt like it led to a cage with better furniture. The SUV smelled like leather and lemon cleaner, the kind that tried to convince you nothing bad could happen in a clean place. The door locks clicked the second we started moving. Small, final. I stared at the embossed card on my lap. Founder's Circle, mandatory appearance. And beneath it, smaller, the line that had turned my stomach cold. Status, active asset pending confirmation. Asset. The tinted windows turned the city into shadow and streaks of light. People existed out there, walking, laughing, living, and I was sealed behind glass like a package. In the front passenger seat, the security captain sat with his shoulders squared, calm face angled forward. A clear pouch rested on his thigh. My phone was inside it, sealed, screen dark. He held my life like it weighed nothing. I forced my eyes up from the word that wanted to brand itself into my brain. I pulled my notebook out slowly, careful, deliberate. The security captain didn't turn around, but I felt his attention sharpen. I wrote anyway, short, practical, survival. 7:18 left curb, 7:20 right, 7:23 bridge, long straight. His earpiece crackled. He touched it with 2 fingers. Copy, ETA 10, he said. I kept my voice calm, because calm was the only armor I had. Am I allowed to leave after the event? He didn't look back. That depends on cooperation. Cooperation with what? Host rules, he said. Host, not campus, not dean, not admin. I swallowed and kept going. Who assigned the word asset to my status? I don't write policy, he said. So you just enforce it. He turned his head slightly, just enough that I caught his profile in the rearview mirror. Calm eyes, blank expression. Correct, he said. The SUV took another turn, and my stomach dipped because I recognized the angle of the road. We weren't going far. We were going controlled. We passed a cafe with a bright mural, one I'd walked by with Kira the first week, back when my biggest fear was failing econ. The security captain lifted his fingers to his earpiece again. Asset is en route, he said. My blood went colder, not because he said it, but because he said it like it was normal. I wrote it down immediately. He said, asset is en route. The driver took a quieter road. Trees thickened on either side, streetlights flickering through branches. Ethan's eyes at the rope line flashed through my mind, anger and relief tangled together. A second later, I hated myself for missing the feeling of being protected. The SUV slowed. A stone wall rose out of the trees, a gate, camera domes, a keypad glowing faintly beside the entrance. The driver stopped. The security captain rolled down his window an inch. A voice crackled from a speaker. Identify. Delivery for Founder's Circle, the security captain said. A soft beep. The gate unlocked. We drove in. The driveway curved, not toward the warm, lit front entrance I remembered from the earlier mixer, but toward the side, where the trees hid everything, toward a service edge where no one could accidentally witness. I wrote fast. Not front entrance, service side, gate keypad plus cameras. The security captain spoke without turning. At Greystone, you follow host rules. Paper notes may not be welcome. My pen paused. I slid the notebook a little deeper under the folder on my lap, keeping the motion small, like I was just adjusting paper, not collecting evidence. Are you taking my notebook? I asked. I said may not, he replied. Don't make it a problem. The SUV rolled to a stop beside a plain side door set into stone. No banner, no music, just a discreet camera above it and a plaque that made my skin prickle. Service/lower level access. Lower level, again. The driver got out. The security captain opened his door, then mine. Cold air hit my face. My shoes crunched gravel. A door attendant in black opened the service door before we reached it. His gaze flicked to the embossed invite. He nodded once at the security captain, like they'd done this before. "Evening, sir," he said. Then, without looking at me again, he added, "She's on the list." On the list. I forced my voice calm. "Where's the main entrance?" A woman in a slate dress stepped forward. Staff escort, posture too straight, smile too polite. "Not for tonight," she said. Her smile never moved. Then she added, like it was a harmless fact, "Founder's Circle doesn't admit guests, it admits placements." Beside the doorbell, a metal plate caught the porch light, etched with the same simple symbol I'd seen stamped on annex paperwork. Circle intersected by a line. I wrote it down. Symbol plate at Greystone service door, same stamp. The staff escort held out her hand. "Invite." I handed it over. She scanned it with a small device. It beeped once. "Ms. Miller," she said, "this way." Inside, the hallway was narrow and lit low, cameras tucked into corners like they weren't trying to hide. We passed an elevator panel with 2 buttons, L and B. B. The staff escort pressed B. We descended. The elevator hummed too smoothly. When the doors opened, a lower-level corridor stretched out, carpet thick enough to silence footsteps. Everything looked designed to calm people who were being controlled. We turned twice and stopped at a door marked only with the symbol. She opened it. "Prep suite," she said. "Routine." Inside, it looked like a dressing lounge meant for women who knew how to be watched. Garment bags lined one wall, neutral blazers, simple dresses, nothing flashy. A tray sat on a table, lined with small pins. All stamped with the symbol. Above a lockbox station, a sign read, "No PHONES in hall. DVICES held 8T check." Beneath it, SEALED, POCHES remain SEALED. Like they'd written my situation into policy before I existed. The staff escort gestured to a chair. "Sit." I sat. My bag stayed on my shoulder. My notebook stayed in my hand, visible. 2 attendants approached, one with a neutral smile, one with none. Their hands moved like they'd done this 100 times, smoothing fabric, checking hair that wasn't messy. "Bag," the no-smile attendant said. "I'm keeping it," I replied, calm. The staff escort's smile tightened a fraction. "Personal items are held." "I need my ID," I said. "We will hold it," the no-smile attendant replied. The security captain stood near the door, silent, watching. "This goes smoother if you cooperate," he said, as if describing the weather. I swallowed. I slid my wallet out, kept my ID in my hand, and handed the bag over. The attendant carried it to the lockbox station and placed it inside a numbered compartment. I caught the number, 17. I wrote it down immediately. Bag lockbox, 17. The staff escort lifted a pin delicately between 2 fingers. Standard. I stared at it, simple, heavy. "I'm here for compliance," I said, "not membership." "It's just optics," she replied. She offered it again. The security captain shifted subtly, closing distance without touching. "This goes smoother," he repeated. So I chose my own compromise. I took the pin, but I didn't attach it. I held it in my palm, fingers closed around it like I was holding a blade. "Pin on," the staff escort said softly. "Not yet," I replied. A beat, then she nodded minimal. "Host wants eyes on you before you enter," she said. Before you enter, presented, not welcomed. We went up a short flight of carpeted stairs. At the top, the space opened. Founder's Circle wasn't a student lounge. It wasn't even a university hall. Soft candlelight, low music that didn't distract from conversation, Dark wood, heavy curtains, a long table lined with glassware and small plates that looked more like art than food. Men and women stood in clusters, dressed in suits and elegant dresses, voices low, laughter controlled. No phones, no student energy. Every face tracked the doorway when I entered. The staff escort stayed close at my shoulder. The security captain melted to the perimeter, posted where he could see everything without looking like he was watching. I kept my breathing steady and my face neutral. A wall lined with framed portraits, older faces, formal poses, brass nameplates under each frame. A legacy wall. My eyes skimmed names, and my stomach clenched when I saw one that made my skin prickle. Miller. Not my first name, no context, just a last name in brass. I forced myself to look away. On a side table near the wall, a folder sat open just enough to show its label in bold black text. Miller talking points. My throat went dry. Across the room, Ethan stood near a cluster of donors. Suit, perfect posture, perfect smile. On his lapel, the same pin. Ethan's eyes found mine immediately. Relief flickered, then the mask snapped back. He didn't move toward me. A woman approached with polished calm. Silver blonde hair, sleek cut, bright smile that didn't reach her eyes. Her lapel held the pin too. Jade Miller, she said warmly. Finally. Finally, like I'd been expected. I'm Chairwoman Sloan, she said. Welcome to Greystone. Welcome, like I had a choice. She shook my hand, firm, confident, then let her gaze sweep over me like inventory. A sponsored success, she said brightly. We love to see it. Sponsored, I repeated, keeping my tone calm. Supported, she corrected gently. Invested in, your story matters. My stomach turned. She gestured toward the legacy wall. This room protects stability, she said. Stability protects opportunity. I kept my voice even. Is this required for scholarship compliance? Chairwoman Sloane's smile stayed in place. Her eyes sharpened. Everything you have is tied to stability, she said softly. The staff escort slid the folder off the table and held it out to me. Miller talking points. You'll speak, Chairwoman Sloane said, briefly, and you'll make it sound true. Like truth was a performance. I took the folder. The paper inside was crisp, printed in a clean font, my name at the top, a short paragraph written like gratitude. Chairwoman Sloane leaned in, voice lowered for me. Pin on, she murmured, gaze flicking to my palm. Then you'll speak, then we move forward. Move forward. Donor voices floated nearby in fragments. Candidate compliance is clean. Optics. Pipeline. Stability. My stomach twisted. I wasn't here to mingle. I was here to sell something, my face, my scholarship, my story, to make Ethan look authentic. Twist 1 settled heavy in my chest. I wasn't invited. I was assigned. Chairwoman Sloane's hand hovered near my shoulder, as if she could position me like a prop. Come, she said. And the staff escort guided me toward a corridor off the main hall. Toward Ethan. Ethan intercepted me before I could be pushed to the microphone. Not with a grab, with space. A politician's body blocking sightlines, guiding me into a side alcove where the music dulled and the candlelight softened. The moment we were out of direct donor view, his smile dropped. Jade, he said, voice tight, I'm sorry. I didn't know they'd take you from the annex, he added quickly. I didn't know they'd label you. You're part of their ecosystem, I said, low and sharp. He flinched. I knew Founder's Circle was powerful, he admitted. I knew they were involved. I didn't know they'd do this to you. My fingers tightened around the folder. Then why am I here? Because they want optics, he said, and your story makes me look authentic. No sugar, no pretending. And you're okay with that? I asked. His jaw worked. No, he said, then weaker. I'm trying to win. You're wearing their pin, I said. I have to, he replied. It's part of the deal. Deal, the word made my mouth go dry. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. His hand lifted slightly, like he wanted to touch my wrist the way he always did when he guided me. He stopped himself. "Do the short statement," he said. "Just read it, keep it clean. Then I'll get your phone back, I'll get you out." "You can get my phone back." My voice stayed calm, but my pulse kicked. "I can push," he said. "I can make it harder for them to keep it." "Harder, not impossible." I kept my voice low. "If I refuse." His face tightened. The honest answer fought his instinct to persuade. "If you refuse," he said, "they'll call it instability." The word landed like a stamp. "They'll say you're volatile," he continued. "A risk." I stared at him. "So my choices are perform or be destroyed." For a second, his mask cracked. He looked trapped. "Yes," he said quietly. My throat tightened. Then his voice dropped further. "If I lose," he said, "they don't just punish me, they replace me." His gaze sharpened. "And you'll be the example." My stomach dropped. "Example? That's what this is," I whispered. He nodded once. "They choose winners and scapegoats." Twist 2 slid under my ribs like ice. This room wasn't just picking a student body president. It was picking an instrument. A staff shadow shifted at the hall entrance, someone turning slightly away but not leaving, listening. Ethan's eyes flicked there, then back to me. "Please," he said, and it sounded like Ethan, not candidate Cole. I didn't answer, I didn't agree, I didn't refuse. I just held his gaze until the silence became dangerous. Ethan exhaled hard and stepped away, pulling his mask back on before he re-entered the main room. I stayed where I was for one heartbeat, pin in my palm, folder in my hands, my body buzzing with the urge to either run or trust, both options feeling like traps. Then I moved back into the room, because hiding made me easier to control. I drifted toward the edge of the hall, pretending to read while I scanned for exits and seams. Service doors blended into wood panels. A refreshment table sat near one, lined with water glasses and canapes. I stepped closer, because people ignored you more when you looked like you belonged. 2 older donors stood near the service door, voices low, posture casual in the way powerful people got casual when they thought no one around them mattered. I kept my face neutral and my ears open. "Phase 2 starts after the statement," one murmured. My stomach dropped. "Overnight placement," the other replied, "if she's stable." "Stable, asset stability." "She's legacy track," the first added. "She transfers tonight if she doesn't make noise." Transfer. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I opened my notebook under the folder cover and wrote fast. "Overheard, phase 2 after statement. Transfer tonight, overnight placement. If she's stable, legacy track." I forced my hands steady. The donors shifted as another cluster joined them, their conversation fatting. The staff escort appeared beside me, like she'd been waiting for the exact moment my spine stiffened. Her smile was polite, her eyes were not. "Jade," she said softly, "you're up." From the front of the room, Chairwoman Sloane's bright voice rose over the music. "We'll hear from our sponsored scholar now." Sponsored scholar. My skin prickled. The staff escort's hand hovered near my elbow. I took a breath and moved. The refreshment table sat along the path to the podium area. As I walked, I felt eyes on me, donors, staff, security. I kept my face neutral. Don't run, don't look scared, don't give them a scene. That's when I saw him. Ronan. Not in a hoodie. In a black service uniform, tie neat, posture calm. He carried a tray of water glasses like it was his whole job. If I hadn't known his eyes, I might have missed him. He stepped into my path at the table, tray steady. His voice came out casual, loud enough to be normal. "Still water or sparkling?" he asked smoothly. "Host wants everyone hydrated." The staff escort hovered a step behind me, watching my hands. I forced my face neutral. "Still." Ronan nodded, like that was all that mattered. He lifted a glass and set it down for me. Something thin slid against my palm as the glass touched the table. A matchbook, black, stamped with the symbol. The edge had a tiny notch cut into it, small enough to be an accident, precise enough to be a message. Ronan's voice stayed casual as he leaned in just slightly, like he was checking my grip. "Bathroom hall, third door," he murmured, barely more than breath. "Service stairs behind the mirror panel. Don't use the main hall." My pulse slammed. I didn't flinch. I didn't let my eyes widen. Ronan straightened, raising his volume. "Any allergies?" he asked, smiling like a polite server. "The canapes have nuts." "No," I said, calm. His eyes flicked to mine for half a second. No softness, just gravity. His voice dipped again, still under cover. "If they call you asset out loud, don't answer. Wait for your name." The staff escort shifted closer. Ronan immediately lifted his voice again. "Great," he said brightly. "Enjoy, and if you need another, just flag me." Then he moved away, tray steady, disappearing into the room like background. The staff escort's eyes flicked to my hands. "No items," she said softly. I held the matchbook up like it was harmless. "It came with the water." "Put it down," she said. I slid it under the first page like it was part of my talking points, then closed the folder with a soft, controlled motion. On the outside, it looked like I'd simply organized my papers. The staff escort didn't comment. She just guided me forward. The podium area sat at the front of the hall, framed by candlelight and heavy curtains. A microphone stood on a sleek stand. Behind it, a side door was cracked open, just enough to show a sliver of dim corridor beyond. Chairwoman Sloane waited near the mic, smiling like this was a celebration. Ethan stood off to the side, posture rigid, eyes locked on me. The security captain was at the perimeter, gaze steady, confirming my compliance like a box being checked. The staff escort positioned me with a hovering hand. Chairwoman Sloane leaned in, her smile still bright for the room, her voice lowered for me. "Pin on," she whispered, "then speak." My palm clenched around the symbol pin. The matchbook pressed inside the folder felt like a secret heartbeat. I looked at Ethan. He gave the smallest nod, not smug, not triumphant. "Just please." Chairwoman Sloane turned to the room, bright and confident. "Jade Miller," she announced, "our success story." Polite smiles, controlled attention. I stepped toward the microphone. My fingers lifted the pin. It gleamed under candlelight. I hesitated. Then a crisp staff voice cut from the cracked side door, sharp and official. "Ms. Miller," the voice called, "after your statement, you'll report to lower level for final placement." The side door opened wider. Dim corridor, downward air, the same lower-level darkness I'd been seeing everywhere. Final placement. My stomach dropped. I held the pin, suspended between my fingers. If I spoke, I walked into whatever waited down there. If I refused, they'd brand me unstable. Chairwoman Sloane's smile stayed bright, but her eyes flicked to the open door, then back to me, reminding me who controlled the script. The room waited. Ethan watched, jaw clenched. The security captain's gaze didn't blink. My fingers tightened around the pin until it bit into my skin. And I realized the real trap wasn't the microphone. It was the choice they'd built so that either answer belonged to them. The pin hovered between my fingers, catching candlelight like a tiny moon that didn't belong to me. The room waited. Chairwoman Sloane's smile stayed bright for everyone else, but her eyes were locked on my hand like she was timing my obedience down to the second. The side door behind the podium was still open, showing a slice of dim corridor, lower level, like a throat waiting to swallow me. Ethan stood off to the side, half a step behind a cluster of donors. His shoulders were squared, his jaw tight, and his eyes were on mine with a look I didn't want to need. "Please." Not the word, the feeling. The security captain didn't blink. Same calm face, same earpiece, same posture that said this was already decided. Chairwoman Sloane leaned closer, her perfume crisp and expensive. Her whisper slid under the applause-ready air. "Pin," she said softly, "then speak." My fingers tightened until the metal bit into my skin. If I didn't do it, they'd label me unstable. If I did, they'd transfer me. Phase 2, overnight placement, final placement. Either way, the room got what it wanted. I lowered the pin to my lapel. For 1 second, my body fought me, heat in my chest, a pulse in my throat like an animal warning. Then I made my hands calm. I slid the pin through fabric and fastened it. Click. It was a small sound, but it landed inside me like a lock closing. Chairwoman Sloane's smile widened, as if I'd just made her proud. "Perfect," she breathed. The staff escort hovered close enough that I could feel her presence like a wall. I stepped toward the microphone before they could push me there. If I moved on my own, I could pretend I wasn't being led. I held the folder with Miller, talking points open in front of me, keeping my eyes low and my face neutral. The first line stared up at me like a script that wanted to crawl into my mouth. I took one breath. Then I read. "Good evening," I said, voice steady, the mic catching every word. "My name is Jade Miller. I'm a scholarship student at Halston, and I'm here because this school gave me a chance." I felt the room lean in, not with curiosity, more like confirmation, like they were checking that I sounded like what they'd paid for. "I work hard," I continued, keeping it clean, controlled. "I follow the rules, I show up, and I believe leadership matters, not just because of elections, but because people's lives get shaped by decisions they never get to vote on." A few heads tilted, interest, approval. The donors loved anything that sounded deep without being dangerous. I didn't look at Ethan, but I could feel him watching me like he was holding his breath. "I've met candidates who talk about change," I said, reading exactly what they'd written for me, "and I've met candidates who understand responsibility." My fingers pressed harder into the folder edge. "Keep your voice flat. Don't give them extra emotion. Don't let your anger turn into a tremble." "I'm not here to tell anyone how to vote," I read. "I'm here to tell you what I've seen. Some people listen when it's convenient. Some people listen when it costs them something." A soft murmur rippled, controlled and pleased. Then the final line. The line I knew would matter later because it was too clean, too perfect. "I want stability," I read, "and I want a campus where opportunity doesn't depend on who you know." The irony was almost enough to choke me. I finished. I didn't add anything. I didn't smile. I didn't thank them. I just let the silence sit for half a beat like I'd meant to, then stepped back from the mic. Applause came fast, too coordinated, like they'd been waiting for a signal more than a sentiment. Chairwoman Sloane started clapping first. 2 donors near the service door joined immediately, eyes on me like they were watching a lever get pulled. Ethan's shoulders dropped the tiniest fraction. Relief, guilt, both. Chairwoman Sloane leaned toward me again, her face still bright for the room. Her whisper cut clean beneath the applause. "Good," she said. "Phase 2 can proceed." My stomach dropped so hard, my body went cold. So it was true. The statement wasn't a speech. It was a trigger. "Thank you, Jade," Chairwoman Sloane said into the microphone, voice warm. "A reminder of why we invest in excellence." Invest. Not support, not belief, investment. The applause faded into controlled chatter as the staff escort stepped in the second the clapping stopped. Her hand landed lightly on my elbow, bare skin avoided, touch still firm. "Lower level," she said, polite like an invitation. "Now." Chairwoman Sloane's smile stayed in place as she turned back to donors, already moving on, already done with me. Ethan shifted like he was going to come closer. A staff shadow, one of Greystone's people, black suit, calm smile, stepped into his path without touching him but blocking him anyway. Ethan stopped, jaw tightening. He looked at me over the shoulder of the staff shadow, and his mouth moved like he was saying something I couldn't hear. "I'm trying." Or maybe just, "Wait." I couldn't trust my own interpretation anymore. The staff escort's grip didn't tighten, but her body positioned mine, turning me away from the podium and toward the open side door. The corridor beyond looked dimmer than the hall, like light didn't belong down there. I forced myself to speak before they moved me fully into the dark. "Bathroom," I said, keeping my tone calm. "First." The staff escort paused, eyes flicking toward the security captain. The security captain didn't move, just watched, assessing. Chairwoman Sloane drifted closer again, like she'd been waiting to decide whether I was obedient or difficult. Her smile didn't change. 2 minutes, she said lightly, like she was granting a child a snack. Then intake. Intake. The word hit like a stamp. The staff escort nodded once. "You don't leave my sight." I didn't argue. Argument was a luxury. I just walked, pin heavy on my lapel, folder tight in my hands, pulse loud in my ears. The bathroom corridor looked too clean, too quiet, soft carpet, neutral walls, a discreet camera dome tucked near the corner where the hall turned. I counted doors as we moved. 1, 2, 3. The third door was plain, same symbol etched on a small plaque beside the handle like they'd branded the whole building. Ronan's instruction flashed through me like a spark. Bathroom hall, third door. I kept my pace normal, my expression neutral, like I hadn't just been given a map by a man who moved through this place like he owned shadows. The staff escort stood just outside the door as I went in, her voice soft but firm. 2 minutes, she repeated. Inside, the bathroom was immaculate, no clutter, no personal touches. The kind of place that didn't expect people to stay long enough to feel human. I went straight to a stall, locked it, then saw the shadow of her shoes under the door, angled like she was making sure I didn't move wrong, and pulled the folder closer like it was a shield. My hands moved fast. First, the matchbook. I slid it out from under the first page, keeping it low. Black cover, the symbols stamped in silver, the tiny notch cut into the edge precise. I opened it just enough to confirm it wasn't my imagination. The notch wasn't random, it was deliberate. A cue. My heartbeat picked up, but I forced my breathing slow. Second, the notebook. I flipped it open and wrote fast, cramped, pure survival notes. Phase 2 triggered by statement. Lower level intake. Escort won't lose sight. Mirror panel seem real. Left. Ronan matchbook notch confirmed. Camera in corridor corner. I underlined phase 2, so hard the pen almost tore paper. Then I capped the pen, shoved the notebook back under the folder, and splashed water on my wrists at the sink. Not because I needed it, but because I needed to look like a person who wasn't about to run. Cool water, cold porcelain. My reflection staring back with a pin on my lapel that made me look like someone else. A sponsored scholar. An asset. I dried my hands quickly and stepped out before the 2 minutes became a reason to punish me. The staff escort's eyes flicked to my face, then to my hands. "Good," she said softly, almost pleased. "You're compliant." My stomach tightened. They weren't just escorting me. They were scoring me. I nodded once, small, neutral, and walked because standing still was a trap. We moved down the corridor. At the far end, a decorative mirror panel filled most of the wall, ornate frame, polished surface, the kind of thing that made the hallway look expensive. The mirror. Ronan had said there were service stairs behind it. I kept my shoulders relaxed, my eyes lowered like I wasn't thinking anything. As we approached, I pretended to adjust my lapel, pin straightening, a normal gesture. My fingers brushed the edge of the mirror frame. A seam. Barely visible, a slight misalignment at the left edge. And when my knuckles tapped the frame by accident, just once, I heard it. A faint hollow echo. Space behind. A cool draft brushed my skin near the seam, so subtle it might have been my imagination if my body wasn't already on high alert. I swallowed, kept my face blank. The staff escort shifted closer, her body cutting off my angle to the mirror like she'd felt my attention change. Down the corridor, the security captain appeared, footsteps silent on carpet. Calm face, calm eyes. He stopped at the end of the hall like he'd always been there. "Time," he said. One word, no emotion. My window was closing. I didn't move toward the seam. Not yet. Not with both of them watching me like I was a live wire. I let my hands drop, finished adjusting the pin, and turned away from the mirror as if it had never mattered. The staff escort pivoted me smoothly, guiding me back toward the darker corridor that led down and away from the public hall. My throat tightened. Lower level. Intake. I'd asked for a bathroom. I'd used the bathroom. Now the favor was over. The hallway beyond the side door felt colder, the carpet thicker, the lights dimmer, less decorative, more functional. This wasn't meant to impress donors. It was meant to contain. A sign on the wall, near a heavy door read. No DVICES, no outside contact during intake. A smaller line beneath it. Compliance, MONITORD. My skin prickled. The staff escort led me into an intake room that looked like a reception desk's darker cousin. Metal desk, 2 chairs, a badge printer, a wristband station like a controlled event, but sharper, more official. A file sat open on the desk already. The tab made my throat close. Miller Phase 2. Beside it, a sealed envelope labeled in clean block letters. Overnight placement. My stomach dropped. They had prepared this before I walked into Greystone, before I pinned their symbol to my lapel, before I spoke. A clerk looked up as we entered, smiling like this was routine, like she'd processed hundreds of girls just like me. "Jade Miller," she said warmly. "Have a seat." She knew my name, without looking at anything. I sat because standing would make me look unstable. My body felt like it belonged to someone else, like my nerves were separate, and my bones were just following instructions. The staff escort stayed behind me, presence close. The security captain stood by the door, arms relaxed, attention sharp. The clerk slid a stack of forms across the desk. "Sign here, here, and here," she said, tapping boxes with a neat pen. I stared at the papers. Headings jumped out at me like warning labels. Placement terms, behavioral compliance, contact restriction. My fingers tightened on the folder. "What am I signing?" I asked, keeping my voice even. "Specifically." The clerk's smile stayed fixed. Acknowledgement, participation, safety. Those words were a loop. They meant nothing and everything. "I don't sign blind," I said. The clerk's gaze flicked, fast toward the staff escort, then back to me. "It's standard," she replied. "Then you can tell me where I'm being placed," I said, calm. "And for how long?" The clerk's smile didn't move, but her eyes cooled. "That, discussed after," she said. "After I sign," I said. The staff escort behind me spoke for the first time since we entered, voice soft like silk over steel. "Refusal is recorded as instability." My chest tightened. There it was again. Instability, the word they used like a weapon. "I'm not refusing," I said carefully. "I'm requesting clarity." A second figure stepped into the room, Chairwoman Sloane's aide, maybe, younger than Sloane, polished, calm, pin on lapel, smile that didn't reach her eyes. She leaned on the desk slightly, posture casual like she owned the air. "Your confirmation is already logged," she said gently. My stomach twisted. The swab. The data. They had my body in their system, like a password they'd already entered. "So you don't need my signature," I said, testing. The aide's smile sharpened. "We need your cooperation," she corrected. "This stays clean if you cooperate." The security captain's voice from the door was quiet, almost bored. "Don't make it complicated," he said. My pulse hammered. I glanced at the envelope again. Overnight placement. Overnight meant tonight. It meant no dorm, no Kira, no campus, no public. Ethan had said he'd get me out. Ethan wasn't here. His absence was an answer. They didn't have to speak. I swallowed, and made a decision that didn't solve anything, but bought me time. "I want coordinator Hale present," I said. "Or a witnessed review, someone from the Annex Compliance Office." The clerk blinked, surprised, but only for a second. Then her smile returned like she'd snapped it back on. "You can request that inside final placement," she said lightly. Final placement. Not review, not discussion. Placement. The aide nodded once, as if I'd confirmed what she expected. "We'll proceed," she said. Proceed like I was cargo. The staff escort shifted behind me. "Stand," she said. I stood slowly, keeping my face neutral, my hands steady. The folder stayed in front of me like a shield. The matchbook was hidden inside it. The notebook was under it. Proof, evidence, small things that made me feel less insane. The clerk gathered the papers, slid them back into the file, and tapped the envelope once, like it was the last step in a checklist. We moved out into the hallway. The door shut behind us with a soft click that made my skin crawl. The lower-level corridor outside intake had more movement now. Staff passing, quiet conversations, a sense of controlled transition like the building was shifting into phase 2. The staff escort stayed close. The security captain trailed a step behind, calm. A voice echoed down the hall, someone calling. "Chairwoman wants the hall cleared." People moved. Positions shifted. For 1 second, the hallway didn't feel like a locked box. It felt like a machine in motion. And that's when Ronan appeared. He came around the corner carrying a crate, water cases stacked inside. Uniform neat, tie straight. Expression blank in the way people got blank when they were pretending to be invisible. His voice came out loud enough to be normal, casual, annoyed like he'd been given a task. "Where do you want the extra water cases?" he called. "Lower level is dry." The staff escort's head snapped toward him, irritated. "Not here," she said sharply. "Take it to service." Ronan shifted the crate like it was heavy. "Service is blocked," he replied, voice still normal. "I need a direction." The staff escort stepped half a pace toward him, impatience pulling her attention away from my hands. The security captain's eyes flicked briefly toward the crate, then back to me. Just a blink of attention split. Ronan walked past, close enough that I smelled him, clean soap and outside air under all this controlled perfume. He didn't look at me. His mouth barely moved as he spoke, still under cover of his louder tone. "Now," he murmured, "mirror panel left seam." My stomach dropped. My fingers tightened on the folder. Ronan shifted the crate, and something small fell, an accident. A badge clip clattered to the floor. The staff escort's gaze snapped down reflexively. Ronan muttered an apology loud enough to sound real. "Sorry, my bad." He crouched to pick it up, blocking the escort's view of my hands for 1 heartbeat. 1 heartbeat was all I got. I adjusted the folder and notebook together, small movement, nothing dramatic, readying my fingers, readying my body. Ronan stood and moved on, crate steady, still not looking at me. But the precision of his timing felt intimate in a way that made my skin prickle, like he knew my breathing, like he'd planned it down to the second. The security captain's gaze snapped back to me sharper than before, as if he'd sensed movement without seeing it. His calm voice cut through the hallway like a blade. "Keep moving," he said. The staff escort tightened her proximity, turning me away from the intake door and toward the corridor that led back, past the bathroom hall junction. I kept my face blank. I kept my steps normal. But my blood was loud. We reached the corridor, near the decorative mirror panel again. The seam was still there, left edge, slight misalignment. The faint draft that proved there was space behind it. The staff escort stayed close, eyes tracking my hands. The security captain trailed, calm and certain. I needed a distraction, not a fight, not a scene, just a moment where my hand could touch the seam without looking like a rebel. So I made my body clumsy on purpose. Not dramatic, not a fall, just a slight stumble like my heel caught the carpet. "Sorry," I murmured automatically, and reached out to steady myself against the wall, natural, believable. My fingers landed near the mirror frame. Left seam. I pressed where the misalignment met the frame, where Ronan had whispered to press. For a split second, the panel shifted. A millimeter. A tiny give that told me it was real. My breath caught. The staff escort's grip clamped down on my elbow instantly, tight enough to hurt. "Don't touch that," she said, smile gone. The security captain stepped closer, calm face right there now, voice low and controlled like a warning meant only for me. "Jade," he said, "don't make it complicated." My heart hammered. I forced my face into neutral. I released the seam. I let my hand drop as if I'd just been steadying myself like a normal girl, not trying to escape through hidden stairs. "Sorry," I repeated quieter. "My shoe." The staff escort didn't loosen her grip, but she adjusted it back into a polite hold. "Walk," she said. So I walked. But I'd learned something. The panel opened. The latch point was real. I just needed a moment bigger than a heartbeat. They guided me away from the mirror and deeper down the corridor, toward a heavier door marked only with the symbol. A keypad glowed beside it. The air here was colder, less perfumed, less decorative, like the building's spine. Faint sounds came through the door, chairs scraping, a pen click, soft voices talking in low tones. The aide from intake appeared again at my side, smile polite. "Placement committee is ready," she said. "Committee?" My stomach turned. The staff escort positioned me directly in front of the symbol door like she was placing me on a mark. "This is final placement," the aide said warmly, as if she was telling me I'd won something. "Placement where?" I asked, keeping my voice even. "Be specific." "With your sponsor network," the aide replied. "Where you belong." Belong. The word made my skin crawl. My fingers curled tighter around the folder. The matchbook was inside it, pressing against paper like a small, secret heartbeat. The security captain stepped closer, voice soft. "Cooperate," he said, "and this stays clean." Clean meant quiet. Clean meant no witnesses. The keypad beeped. The door unlocked. It swung inward. The room beyond was lit brighter than the corridor, but colder than the hall upstairs. A table, stacks of forms, a sealed envelope like the one I'd seen at intake, a pen placed perfectly like someone had arranged a ritual. And there, on the table, a nameplate already set in place. Miller, asset confirmation. My throat closed. Beside it was another nameplate. Just a last name. No first name, no context. But the letters punched the air out of my lungs anyway. Cole. My blood went cold. And I stepped forward into the room before I could stop myself, because if I didn't, they'd call it instability, and I didn't know yet which would kill me faster, refusing or finding out what they'd already decided I was. The room swallowed sound. One step past the threshold and the hallway noise died like somebody shut a door inside my ears. The air was colder in here, colder than the lower-level corridor, colder than the candlelit hall upstairs. The lighting was bright and flat, no warm shadows, no flattering angles, the kind of light that didn't let you hide. A table sat in the center, like an altar, dressed up as office furniture. Forms stacked in perfect alignment. A pen placed exactly at the edge of a signature line. A sealed envelope with a red strip. Another envelope, thicker, labeled in block letters. And two nameplates. One I'd already seen, the one that made my stomach feel like it was falling through a trapdoor. Miller, asset confirmation. The other hit different. It didn't belong to me, and somehow that made it worse. Cole. My blood went cold so fast my hands tingled. Behind me, the door shut with a soft click. Not a slam, not dramatic, just final. The staff escort stayed close, her presence at my shoulder like a wall pretending to be polite. The security captain stood angled near the door behind me, calm face, earpiece, arms loose like he could stand there all night without needing to blink. The aide was already inside, perfectly composed, pin on her lapel, smile ready but not used. 3 other people sat at the far side of the table, not students, not staff in casual uniforms, older, controlled. 2 men, 1 woman, donor energy disguised as administrative authority. They wore the symbol pin like it meant something heavier than a campus club. A clerk sat at a smaller side desk with a laptop and a badge printer, posture upright, hands already on a folder like she was waiting to start processing a package. Me. I forced my shoulders down. I forced my breathing slow. My body wanted to fight, heat crawling up my neck, a pulse hammering in my throat like something inside me knew this was danger. But I didn't give them that. I kept my face neutral. My eyes moved. I took inventory. No windows, no clock. A camera dome tucked into the upper corner, positioned to see the table and the door behind me. A second camera above the clerk's desk, pointed at the signature area. Paper, pen, surveillance. Consent theater. The staff escort's voice came soft. Step forward. I didn't argue. I moved, folder held in front of me like a shield, my notebook hidden under it, matchbook tucked inside like a small secret heartbeat. The security captain's gaze tracked my hands, not my face, my hands. That told me what mattered to them. I stopped at the table. My eyes snagged on the pen. Black, expensive, heavy enough to feel permanent. My fingers tightened around the folder edge. I didn't let my knuckles go white. White knuckles looked like fear. Fear looked like instability. The woman at the table, the only one who looked like she'd smiled in her life and meant it, folded her hands and spoke first. Jade Miller, she said, warm and smooth. Thank you for your statement. Statement, like it was a normal speech, like it wasn't a trigger. I didn't answer right away, not because I was panicking, because I was counting how they responded to silence. They didn't rush, they didn't fill it, they waited. So I gave them what they wanted, calm. You're welcome, I said. The clerk typed something. The sound of keys was too loud in the quiet room. The aide stepped slightly to the side, angling her body so she could watch me without looking like she was watching. The man to the woman's left, gray hair, expensive watch, pin on lapel, nodded once like he approved of my tone. Before we proceed, he said, we confirm the terms. Terms, like I'd agreed to them. My mouth tasted metallic. I kept my voice even. Proceed with what? The woman's smile didn't change. Placement, she said, as if she was offering me an internship. My stomach tightened. I looked at the nameplate again. Cole sat there like a punch waiting to land. I shifted the folder a fraction, lowering it just enough to slide my notebook open under cover. My pen moved fast, small strokes. Placement room, door clicked shut. Nameplates, Miller Asset Confirmation / Cole, Committee 3 plus aide plus clerk, Captain at door, cameras. I closed it, kept my hands visible again, calm. The staff escort's eyes flicked to the folder like she'd sensed the movement. Her mouth tightened for half a second. Then she smoothed her face back into polite. The gray-haired man slid the top form forward, pushing it across the table toward me. It was printed on thick paper. Heavy, official, the kind of paper you don't get from student government. Asset confirmation, participation TRMS. The words blurred for a second, not because I couldn't read, but because my brain hated them. My eyes dropped to the first paragraph. Stability, safety, opportunity, structure, contact restrictions, escort protocol, overnight placement. My jaw clenched. I kept it controlled. Define asset, I said, and my voice didn't shake. The woman's smile stayed warm. The man with the watch answered like he'd practiced it. An asset is a student whose presence and performance affects institutional stability, he said. I stared at him. That's not a definition, that's a slogan. A tiny pause. The other man, taller, sharper cheekbones, a face that looked bored by everything, leaned back in his chair. It's a designation, he said. It means your choices matter. My choices already matter, I said. I'm the one living them. The aide's smile sharpened a hair, like she was enjoying my resistance because it gave her a reason to label me later. The woman's voice stayed gentle. "We're not here to punish you, Jade. We're here to protect you." Protect you. Ethan's voice on the balcony flashed through my mind. "If you work with us, I'll make sure you're protected." The word felt like a trap when it came from any mouth in this building. I kept my eyes on the paper. "Where am I sleeping tonight?" I asked. The gray-haired man didn't even flinch. "Overnight placement is temporary." "That's not an answer," I said. The clerk's fingers hovered over the keys like she was ready to type. Instability. The second my tone rose. The woman tilted her head. "You'll be briefed after confirmation." "After I sign," I said flatly. A soft voice behind me, staff escort, silk over steel. "Refusal is recorded." I didn't turn. I didn't give her the satisfaction of seeing my reaction. "I'm not refusing," I said. "I'm asking basic questions." The sharp cheekbone man shrugged like questions were childish. "Your scholarship is contingent on compliance," he said. "You know that." My stomach flipped. I thought of the email in my dorm. Disciplinary incident. Verification pending. Thin ice. I lifted my gaze to the woman. "Why does that say Cole?" The room went a fraction quieter, like the air got tighter. The woman's smile stayed in place, but her eyes sharpened. The man with the watch answered too quickly, like he'd been waiting for that line. "That is the stewardship marker," he said. "Stewardship." The word struck like a bell. I kept my face neutral, even as my chest went tight. "Stewardship of what?" I asked. The man with the watch's gaze flicked to the aide, then back to me. "Of the placement network," he said. "Of the safety structure around you." Around you. Like a cage. I looked at the nameplate again. Cole. My voice stayed calm. "So Ethan Cole." "It is not a first name," the sharp cheekbone man cut in, impatient. "It is a seat." A seat. The phrase landed slow and heavy. My fingers tightened around the folder edge. The woman's smile returned to softer. "The Cole stewardship seat, currently tied to candidate Cole, has accepted stewardship," she said, like it was a partnership announcement. Accepted. Already. My stomach dropped. That was the moment something inside me snapped into clarity. Not emotional, not dramatic, just cold understanding. This wasn't happening because of what I did tonight. This was already decided. Tonight was just the performance. I lowered my eyes to the paper, forcing my breathing steady. Under the folder, my pen moved in the notebook again. Stewardship marker, seat, accepted stewardship, pre-decided. I capped the pen with a tiny click that sounded too loud in the sterile room. My voice stayed quiet. "So you approved this?" The man with the watch didn't deny it. He leaned forward slightly, elbows on the table, the posture of a man who liked control. "Candidate Cole's handlers authorized this placement," he said. Authorized the placement. Twist hit, clean, clear. It wasn't a guess anymore. My throat tightened. My mind flashed Ethan's warm hazel eyes, his hand on the small of my back at the kickoff, his soft voice offering protection like he owned it. All of it suddenly felt like it was built on top of this table. The staff escort's hand hovered near my elbow like she expected me to bolt. I didn't. I sat there with my anger in my chest, like a locked animal. "I want Coordinator Hale present," I said, keeping my voice level. "Or a witnessed review, someone from Annex Compliance." The aide's smile widened like she'd been waiting for that line. "Noted," she said. Weaponized, empty. I stared at her. Noted doesn't do anything. "It does," she said softly. "It records your temperament." Temperament. I felt my jaw clench. I forced it loose. "Don't give them heat. Heat becomes a label." The security captain spoke from the door behind me, calm as ever. "Stay respectful." I didn't even look at him. My eyes stayed on the paper and the nameplates, on the trap dressed as a meeting. Then the side service door behind the committee opened, and Ethan Cole walked in. He stepped into the light like he belonged in it, suit sharp, hair perfect, the symbol pin on his lapel catching the overhead glare. His face was controlled, candidate mode, but his eyes scanned fast, the way someone looks when they're trying to locate the part of the room that will kill them. His gaze hit the table, hit the nameplates. His jaw tightened, not surprise, something else. Recognition. My stomach dropped again. The committee woman turned toward him like she was greeting a colleague. "Candidate Cole," she said warmly. "Thank you for joining." Ethan's smile flickered on polished, practiced. "Of course," he said. His voice was steady, but it sat too tight under the words. He stepped closer, stopping on the opposite side of the table from me, close enough that I could see the faint tension in his hands. His eyes met mine. And for a second the room disappeared, not romantically, not sweetly. Just the raw line of connection, him and me, and the fact that my name was on a table like a file. Jade. Not asset, not placement, Jade. He swallowed. His voice dropped just a fraction, aimed at me but still safe for the cameras. "Jade," he said softly, "stay calm." The word, calm, was always what people told you when they were about to take your choices away. I didn't smile. I didn't soften. I kept my voice low and lethal. "Why is your name on the table?" Ethan's throat worked. His eyes flicked toward the committee, then back to me. "It's procedure," he said carefully. Procedure. The same word they'd used for everything. I leaned a fraction closer, not touching the table, not making a scene. "What did you authorize?" His eyes tightened. "Not this," he said, too fast. Then he corrected himself slower. "I didn't think they'd do it like this." Like this. So he did think they'd do it. My chest tightened hard enough to hurt. The committee woman's smile stayed warm, like she was enjoying the tension. "Candidate Cole is here to witness the confirmation," she said, as if this was a supportive moment. Witness. Not help, not intervene, witness. Ethan's gaze snapped to her for half a second, something sharp and angry behind his eyes. Then his mask returned. He turned back to me, voice low and threaded with something that felt real. "I can fix it," he murmured. "After, just don't give them a reason." A reason. Instability. My stomach rolled. I wanted to hate him. I wanted to lean into him. Both feelings existed at once, and I hated that too. I kept my voice even. "So you're part of this." Ethan's jaw flexed. He didn't deny it, because denying would be a lie, and lies were easy to catch when they were written on a table. "I'm trapped too," he said quietly, barely moving his mouth. "I'm trying to win." Win what? Student body president, or whatever seat they just called Cole. I couldn't ask without giving them a show. Before I could say anything else, the man with the watch slid the pen closer to me. "Jade Miller," he said, smooth. "We're not here to debate language, we're here to confirm stability." My hand hovered near the pen without touching it. Ethan's eyes flicked to my fingers. His voice dropped, urgent. "Jade," he whispered, "please." There it was again. Please. Not a word, a pull. I hated that my body responded to him. My pulse jumped. My skin warmed. The part of me that had been alone and scraping by for years wanted to believe someone powerful could protect me. But protection offered under a camera wasn't protection. It was ownership. I looked at the paper again. Asset confirmation, participation TRMS. My voice stayed calm. I don't sign blind. The clerk's fingers paused above the keyboard like she was ready to type. Refusal. The aide's smile didn't move. It's standard. Then you can explain it, I said, line by line. The sharp cheekboned man let out a low breath, impatient. We don't have time for theatrics. I almost laughed, because the entire thing was theatrics. Ethan leaned forward slightly, putting his hands flat on the table, edged like he was trying to anchor himself. Let her read it, he said, voice tight. A beat. The committee woman smiled at him like she was indulging a child. "Of course," she said. "We want Jade to feel safe." Safe. The word made my skin itch. I started reading, not rushed, not panicked, controlled. Placement terms, escort protocol, contact restriction, overnight placement, behavioral compliance. Guardian review, mentioned once in a clause that sounded like a procedural option. My eyes snagged on that phrase. Guardian review, available upon request, subject to steward approval. Steward approval. Cole. My stomach tightened. I kept reading. At the bottom was the signature line. I, Jade Miller, confirm and accept placement under the Cole stewardship seat. My throat closed. They wanted my signature on paper that tied my name to his. To the seat. To the system. I lifted my eyes slowly. No. The word came out quiet, not emotional. The staff escort stiffened behind me. The clerk's hands moved, typing. The aide's smile sharpened. Refusal is recorded. I kept my voice level. I'm not refusing to cooperate. I'm refusing to sign confirmation. The man with the watch's eyes cooled. That is refusal. No, I said. That's boundaries. The sharp cheekbone man laughed once short. Boundaries are for people with leverage. Ethan's jaw clenched. His eyes flicked to me, warning and apology tangled together. The committee woman tilted her head. Jade, she said softly, your scholarship exists because this institution believes in structure. Structure. K. If you become unstable, she continued, the institution cannot protect you. Protect you. Again. I forced myself to stay calm. I want guardian review. The room went still for half a second, like I'd said a code word. The aide's eyes flicked to the man with the watch. The clerk paused mid-type. Even the security captain shifted his weight near the door behind me. I kept my face neutral. I didn't look at Ethan, but I felt his attention sharpen. The man with the watch leaned back slightly. Guardian review is not necessary, he said, too smooth. I'm requesting it, I said evenly. The aide's smile thinned. Noted, she said. Noted isn't a procedure, I replied. Guardian review is. The sharp cheekbone man's gaze hardened. Careful, he said. Ethan spoke quickly, trying to thread the needle again. She's within her rights to request it, he said, voice tight, controlled. The committee woman's smile returned, gentle but sharp in the eyes. Jade, she said, you're making this harder than it needs to be. I kept my voice soft. I'm making it accurate. The staff escort's hand tightened on my elbow enough to hurt. I didn't flinch. Pain was information. I stored it. Then there was a knock at the side service door. One soft tap. Not a request, a signal. The door opened without anyone saying, come in. A staffer entered, carrying a tray of water glasses. Uniform black, tie straight. Ronan. My breath caught so fast, it almost made my chest jerk. I didn't let it show. Ronan's face was blank in the way you get blank when you're trying to disappear. He didn't look at me. He didn't look at Ethan. He looked at the table. At the nameplates. Then he moved like he belonged there. Water, he said, voice normal, mildly bored. For the room. The aide didn't even glance at him. Set it down. Ronan stepped closer, tray steady, and set the glasses on the corner of the table, just within reach of me, just within reach of the papers. His fingers brushed the paper edge like an accident. His mouth barely moved. Don't sign confirmation, he murmured, quieter than breath. My pulse slammed. I kept my face blank. I let my eyes stay on the form. Ronan adjusted the tray slightly, like he was making it neat. Ask for guardian review, he murmured, still under cover. Out loud again. I didn't move. I didn't nod. The room was too small, and the cameras were too hungry. Ronan's voice stayed normal as he straightened. Anything else? He asked the aide. No, she said, sharp. Ronan turned to leave. Then, as he passed behind my chair, his shoulder brushed close enough that I smelled him. Clean soap and outside air, like he hadn't been breathing Greystone long enough for it to own him. His voice dipped one last time, so low it could have been my imagination if my skin wasn't buzzing. "Cole is a seat," he murmured, "not a man." My stomach went hollow. A seat. Not Ethan, not his choice, something bigger than him using his name. Ronan continued walking like nothing happened and left through the side service door. The door shut again with that same soft click, and I realized my hands were shaking. Not visibly, not to them. Inside. Ethan's eyes were locked on me sharp. He'd heard something or sensed it. His gaze flicked toward the side service door Ronan had exited through, then back to me. The committee woman leaned forward slightly. "Now," she said softly, "we proceed." The man with the watch slid the pen closer again, like he was offering peace. "Sign," he said, "or instability is recorded." My brain moved fast, not emotional, not romantic, survival math. They'd already told me my confirmation was logged. My signature was for their story, not mine. If I gave them consent, I couldn't claim I was coerced later. If I refused, they'd label me unstable and use it to crush my scholarship, my housing, my life. So I needed a third option. A controlled compliance. My voice stayed calm. "I'll sign attendance." The clerk blinked. The aide's smile froze. The sharp cheekbone man scoffed. The committee woman's eyes narrowed just a fraction. "There is no attendance line," she said. "There is," I replied, and tapped the section near the top. Acknowledgement of review participation. It wasn't the confirmation clause. It was the "I was present" clause. The man with the watch leaned in, annoyed. "That's meaningless." "It's accurate," I said. Ethan's breath left him in a tight exhale. He looked like he wanted to speak and didn't know how without getting me killed. The aide's voice stayed sweet. "We need confirmation." "I'm not giving it," I said, "but I'm not refusing to cooperate. I'm acknowledging I'm here." The security captain's voice came from the door behind me, calm and edged. "Don't play games." I didn't look at him. I kept my gaze on the paper and the pen. "I'm not," I said softly. "I'm signing what I've read and what is true." The committee woman held my eyes. "Jade," she said gently, "this is not how you keep opportunity." Opportunity. A cage dressed in gold. I picked up the pen. My fingers closed around it, and for a second my body wanted to bolt, because the pen felt like a weapon aimed at my own future. I forced my hand steady. I signed the attendance acknowledgement. Clear, controlled, no flourish. Then I put the pen down. "I'm refusing confirmation," I said calmly. "On record." The clerk's fingers moved, typing fast now. The aide's smile vanished for the first time. Her voice went flat. "Noted." There it was again. "Noted." Ethan's voice cracked just slightly. "Jade." I lifted a hand, tiny, not dramatic. A signal to him, "Stop, not here." He went still, his jaw clenched. The man with the watch stood slowly. "You've chosen instability," he said. I kept my face neutral. "I've chosen accuracy." The committee woman rose too, smooth as silk. "We proceed anyway," she said softly, like she was forgiving me. Proceed anyway. So the whole signature fight had been theater. My stomach turned, but I didn't let it show. The aide stepped toward the side service door and opened it. Two staff shadows appeared in the hallway beyond, black suits, calm faces. The security captain pushed off the doorframe and stepped closer, positioning himself beside my chair like he could move me with one hand if he wanted. "Stand," the staff escort said behind me, voice soft. I stood slowly. The folder stayed in my hands. The notebook stayed hidden under it. My matchbook stayed inside it. Small pieces of proof. Ethan shifted, as if he was going to come around the table. A staff shadow stepped into his path immediately, not touching him, just blocking the angle. Ethan stopped, jaw tight, eyes on mine. His voice dropped low, urgent. "Jade," he said, "I'm trying." Trying. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to hate him. Both emotions pulled at me at once, and I didn't let either win. "Then stop smiling," I said quietly, and I watched that line hit him. His face flickered, pain, anger, guilt, and then the mask snapped back on because eyes were everywhere. The committee woman's voice turned warm again, like the room hadn't just threatened to destroy my life. "Thank you for your cooperation," she said. Cooperation. I hadn't agreed to anything, and they were still calling me cooperative. The security captain touched his earpiece. "Proceeding to placement," he said calmly. Placement. The staff escort positioned herself at my elbow again. "Move," she said. I walked, because that was the only option that didn't turn into a label. We left the room. The door shut behind us. The hallway felt colder than before. Ethan's footsteps didn't follow. Because he wasn't allowed. Because he didn't have control. Or because the seat called Cole had already signed off on my placement, and this was just the next step of the machine. I couldn't decide which truth hurt more. As we moved down the corridor, I slipped the notebook open under the folder with my thumb and wrote in cramped strokes. Signed attendance only, refused confirmation. They noted refusal, proceeding anyway. Ronan, Cole is a seat. I shut it and kept walking. The security captain walked ahead now, leading instead of trailing. His calm face never turned back, but his posture said he expected me to obey without needing to be dragged. The staff escort stayed close, too close. We passed the decorative mirror panel again. Left seam, faint draft, hollow echo behind it. My body reacted, a sharp pull like an instinct. Run. But the hallway was full of eyes now. Staff moving, aides passing, a machine in motion. No moment bigger than a heartbeat. The security captain glanced at me, not with emotion, with assessment. Like he knew exactly where my eyes wanted to go. "Not that way," he said quietly. My stomach turned. So they knew about the seam too. Of course they did. He guided us toward a different corridor, darker, narrower, less decorative than anything I'd seen so far. A keypad glowed at the end. A plaque on the wall beside it was small and clean. The symbol. And beneath it, in the same block letters that had labeled my envelope. Cole's Sturgip Suite. My breath caught. The word suite tried to soften it, make it sound like a hotel. It was. It was a cage with a name. I stopped for half a second before I could help it. The staff escort's grip tightened. "Walk," she said. I forced my feet forward. The security captain tapped a code into the keypad with calm precision. Beep, beep, beep. The lock clicked. He placed his palm on the handle and opened the door. Cold air spilled out, sharper than the hallway. He didn't step aside like he was politely letting me enter. He held the door like a gatekeeper. Then he turned his head slightly and looked at me with those calm, unreadable eyes. "Cole is waiting," he said softly. My stomach dropped. I stared past him into the room beyond. Bright light, minimal furniture, another table, another stack of papers, another pen placed like a ritual. And somewhere inside that bright, clean trap, the idea of Cole, seat, system, stewardship was waiting to decide what I was. Not Jade. Not student. Not even asset. Something else. My fingers tightened around the folder until the edges bent. And I stepped forward, because refusing would be called instability, and I needed to see what they'd already decided I was before I could figure out how to survive it. The door opened like it had been expecting me. Cold air slid out first, sterile and expensive at the same time, like disinfectant poured over marble. It didn't smell like a lounge. It didn't smell like a student building. It smelled like a place where people didn't get to be messy. The security captain held the handle and watched my face, as if my expression was the real document being scanned. "Cole is waiting," he said again, calm as a weather report. My folder was tight in my hands. The matchbook inside pressed against the paper like a tiny secret pulse. The pin on my lapel felt heavier than it had any right to, metal and symbolism and ownership all in one. I stepped over the threshold. The light changed. Not warmer, not softer, just cleaner, whiter, like they'd scrubbed the air too. A sweet clerk stood a few feet in, posture straight, eyes calm. A badge printer sat on a counter. A wristband station glowed. Two small camera domes stared down from opposite corners like they were competing for the best angle of my fear. On the wall, a sign in crisp black lettering. No devices, no outside contact. Under it, smaller. Paper notes permitted. Devices not permitted. My throat tightened. So they'd already decided what kind of proof I was allowed to have. The sweet clerk held out a slim gray wristband. It didn't look like a party band. It looked like a hospital band pretending to be polite. A printed label ran along it. Cold temp. My stomach dropped. Wrist, the clerk said. I lifted my arm. The band snapped shut with a soft plastic click. Small sound, big meaning. The aide with the pin, smooth smile, polished voice, hovered near a wall monitor that was currently dark. The staff escort stayed close behind my right shoulder, close enough that if I moved wrong she could catch me without making a scene. The security captain stepped in last and let the door close. Click. Not loud, not dramatic. Final. Welcome, Jade Miller, the aide said warmly, like she was greeting me at a gala. Her eyes didn't match her smile. Folder stays visible, hands visible. I adjusted the folder lower, making my grip obvious. I could feel them tracking pieces of me like different departments. The clerk's eyes on my wristband, the escort's eyes on my hands, the aide's eyes on my face, the captain's eyes on everything. For 1 second, I wanted to laugh. This was still supposed to be student government. Coal is ready, the aide said, and pressed a button on the wall monitor. The screen woke with a soft hum. A seal appeared first, same symbol as the pins, the cards, the signs, but now it looked official. It had weight. It had the kind of authority that didn't ask anyone's permission. Under it a title. Cole Stewardship. Then the image resolved into a man's face. Not Ethan. Older, silver at the temples, calm eyes that didn't look like they'd ever begged. The type of face you'd see in a donor portrait, the kind that made people stand straighter without realizing. He looked straight into the camera, like he could see through it. Jade Miller, he said. My name landed like a stamp. Yes, I answered, and my voice didn't shake because I wouldn't give them that. The man blinked once. Asset confirmation is in process, he said. Attendance acknowledgement is logged. Logged? Like my presence was a checkmark. His tone didn't change. Stewardship protocol applies. Contact restrictions remain active. Devices remain prohibited. Paper notes remain permitted. The staff escort behind me shifted slightly, pleased by the rules being spoken aloud. The aide's smile widened like she liked hearing the machine speak. I swallowed. Who are you? I asked. A beat. The man's mouth moved into something that wasn't quite a smile. I speak for the stewardship seat, he said. You may call me administrator. Administrator. Not a name, a function. My skin prickled. Seat. Ronan's voice flickered through my mind, like a warning wrapped in breath. Cole is a seat, not a man. I forced my lungs to keep working. I forced my face neutral. I want to be clear, I said. Why am I here? Guardian review stabilizes the record, the administrator said, as if that explained anything. Stability protects your scholarship status. Scholarship. They always brought it up like a knife, held near my throat. My brain flashed my thin bank balance. The email. The way one wrong flag could break my entire life into pieces. I hated that they knew exactly where to press. I kept my voice level anyway. Who authorized my placement? The room tightened. The aide's eyes flicked once toward the security captain. The clerk's hand paused above her tablet. The administrator spoke without hesitation. "The Cole stewardship seat is currently tied to candidate Cole," he said. "Authorization was granted under seat protocol." My stomach turned. So it was true. Not rumor, not paranoia, not campus drama. A seat, a system, a protocol. And Ethan's last name was glued to it. My fingers flexed around the folder. Under the cover, my notebook pressed against my thigh, thin and private and real. I could feel the urge to write something down so hard it almost turned into a tremor. I fought it for a second. Then I gave myself one small act of control. I slid the notebook open under the folder and wrote one quick line. No labels, no explanations, just truth I could hold on to. Cole Suite, temp band, notes allowed, cameras. I snapped it shut before anyone could see the words. The staff escort's head tilted slightly, sensing movement. I stilled my hands and let my face stay blank. The administrator's eyes remained steady on the screen. "Candidate Cole will be present for Guardian review," he said. "Proceed." The monitor went dark. The seal vanished. And somehow that felt worse, like the real power had watched enough and didn't need to look anymore. A door opened behind the aide, another entrance, quieter, more controlled. Not the main door behind me that the security captain guarded. A side service door meant for staff and people who belonged. Ethan Cole walked in. Suit sharp, pin on lapel, perfect hair, perfect posture. But his eyes were too awake. His jaw was too tight. His smile didn't arrive fast enough. He saw me immediately. Something in my chest did something stupid, pulled toward him like he was safety, even while anger rose behind my ribs like a wall. "Jade," he said softly. I didn't soften back. "Why am I here?" I asked, and my voice stayed calm because I wouldn't let him turn me into a scene. Ethan's gaze flicked toward the now dark monitor, then toward the aide, then toward the staff escort behind me. "I didn't know they'd take you this far," he said quietly. My stomach dropped. "Not they're wrong. Not I'm getting you out. Just distance, a line, this is more than I expected." "You authorized it," I said steady. "Your handlers did." Ethan flinched. The aide's smile tightened like she enjoyed that word hitting him. Ethan lowered his voice. "You have to stay calm," he murmured. "Don't give them instability." Instability. Hearing it from him made my skin crawl. "You're saying the same thing they say," I snapped, then pulled my tone down again. "How are you different?" For a second the mask slipped. Something raw flashed in his eyes, guilt, fear, pressure. A part of him that looked like it wanted to apologize and couldn't. "I'm trapped too," he said very low. "I'm trying to win." "Win what?" I wanted to ask. But the room was full of watchers and cameras and rules, and he didn't answer because he couldn't. The suite clerk slid a packet onto the table, in front of the chair meant for me. The cover was bold, too official for a campus. Guardian review, temporary stabilization. Below it, candidate Cole, seat holder. My throat tightened. So this wasn't about helping me. This was about attaching me to Ethan's name like a leash and calling it protection. The staff escort leaned closer behind me. "Sit," she murmured. I sat slowly, keeping my posture controlled. I kept the folder on my lap, not the table. The aide's voice turned brighter. "This will be quick," she said, like quick meant kind. The security captain's calm voice came from the perimeter. "Read." I lifted the packet carefully. Contact restriction. No outside contact without guardian approval. Residence monitoring. Overnight placement within the stewardship suite. Escort protocol remains active. Each line felt like a door locking. I glanced up at Ethan. His gaze held mine, steady, human, frighteningly earnest for someone wearing a pin and a suit and a seat. "I can limit it," he murmured, barely moving his mouth. 24 hours, no final placement confirmation, just let me get you out." "Get you out." The words should have soothed me. Instead, they made my spine cold, because I couldn't stop thinking, why do I need you to get me out of a place you helped bring me to? I forced my voice calm. I want Coordinator Hale, I said, or Annex Compliance, Witnessed Review. The aide didn't blink, not recognized. My roommate, I said, Kira Lane. The clerk's lips barely moved, not authorized. Of course. No witnesses, no accountability, no one who loved me enough to fight. So there's no alternative, I said, quiet. The aide's smile widened. There is, she said sweetly, stability. The security captain's voice stayed calm. Sign. My pulse hammered. I stared at the signature line. I thought of the scholarship email. I thought of the way one word, incident, could flip my whole life. I hated that my survival was something they could bargain with. I lifted the pen, then paused. I'll sign participation, I said, and I'll add conditions. The aide's smile thinned. Conditions are not necessary. They're necessary for me, I replied. The security captain's posture changed slightly, irritation slipping under the calm. Don't complicate the record. I'm making it accurate, I said softly. Ethan's eyes stayed on me like he was trying to hold space around my body with just his gaze. The aide gestured politely. Right. Like she was indulging me. Like it wouldn't matter. I signed the attendance acknowledgement, participation in review. I did not sign the final confirmation clause. Then, in neat small print beneath my signature, I wrote, 24 hours only. No final placement confirmation. No additional procedures. I underlined, no additional procedures once. Then I set the pen down. The aide glanced at what I wrote and smiled like she'd just watched a child draw on a wall. Noted, she said. Always noted. Always swallowed. The clerk collected the packet and slid it into a file labeled Miller Stabilization. I watched it disappear like a piece of my life being filed away. The staff escort's hand landed lightly on my elbow. Stand. I stood. Ethan stepped half a pace closer, then stopped as staff shadows positioned themselves in the space between us without touching him. His voice dropped, dangerous and soft. Don't run blind, he murmured. Wait for me. Wait for me. My heart tugged toward him like it hated me. I kept my face neutral. If you're trying, I said quietly, stop smiling for them. Ethan flinched like it hurt. For a second, his eyes went raw. Then the mask snapped back, because cameras were hungry and rooms like this punished honesty. The aide gestured down a corridor deeper inside the suite. This way, she said. The security captain moved ahead. The staff escort stayed close. The clerk followed at a distance. I walked. The corridor felt like stepping deeper underwater. The carpet swallowed sound. The light stayed flat and clinical. We passed another sign. No outside contact, without guardian approval violations, recorded as instability. My stomach turned. The security captain didn't look back. Stay with escort. They guided me into a living wing that looked like a hotel suite designed by someone who hated humanity. A couch, a small kitchenette, a bowl of fruit that looked untouched and decorative, doors that probably led to a bedroom and bathroom. No warmth, no personal touches, no evidence anyone had ever lived there by choice. The staff escort pointed. You remain here. Where's my phone? I asked. Her expression didn't change. Devices remain prohibited. I know, I said, keeping my voice steady. Where is it? She didn't answer. The security captain stepped closer. Approved contact will be provided through Guardian, he said. Approved contact. Like I was under custody. Like they were saying it without even bothering to hide it anymore. The staff escort held out her hand. Folder. My lungs tightened. That folder held my matchbook, my evidence, my sanity. I need my papers, I said carefully. Inspection is required, she replied. Folder stays visible. I didn't have a choice. If I fought over paper, they'd brand it as instability. So I handed it over slowly. The staff escort flipped the cover and scanned for edges, folds, anything that wasn't supposed to be there. Her eyes moved like a scanner, not like a reader. She lifted the first page. For a heartbeat, the matchbook was exposed. My blood went ice. But it sat there like part of the packet, black and neat, tucked flat like a handout you'd been given in the committee room. The escort didn't react. She didn't even pause long enough to truly register it as an item. Instead, her fingers checked the notebook's thickness, checking for a hidden device. That was what they feared. Electronics. She snapped the folder shut and handed it back. Keep it visible. I took it quickly, hands steady even while my body screamed. The security captain's gaze stayed on me for one last beat. Stay, he said, calm and final. Then he left. The staff escort remained near the door, watching me like I was a child and a threat combined. I didn't sit at first. I stood, breathing quietly, listening. Minutes passed in a way that didn't feel like minutes without a clock. The escort's posture loosened just slightly, comfortable in the belief that her presence was enough. That was when hallway movement changed. A low murmur, a cart rolling, a faint voice further down, controlled and quiet. The escort turned her head toward the door, attention splitting. Not a big window, but a window. I walked toward the built-in bookshelf across the room like I was restless, like I needed something to focus on. The books were too perfect, arranged like decoration. They didn't look read. They looked staged. My fingers brushed the back panel. And there, hidden in the seam of polished wood, was a latch. Small, precise, like it had been designed to never be noticed unless someone told you where. A cold draft kissed my knuckles. And with it came that smell again. Wet stone, pine, rain, wrong in an indoor suite. My body reacted before my mind could make sense of it. Heat in my chest, a sharpness in my hearing, a strange pull low in my belly like instinct waking up. I froze. The escort's voice snapped. What are you doing? Looking, I said steady. Sit, she ordered. I turned away from the shelf and walked back to the couch slowly, like I was obedient, like the shelf didn't matter. The escort's shoulders eased again. Then a staffer appeared in the doorway, carrying a crate of bottled water. Uniform black, tie straight. Ronan. He didn't look at me directly. He looked irritated, like he'd been sent on an errand twice. Where do you want this? He asked the escort, voice normal. Not here, the escort snapped. Service is blocked, Ronan said, still loud enough to sound real. I need a direction. The escort stepped toward him, annoyance pulling her attention away from me. Ronan shifted the crate like it was heavy. A badge clip clattered to the floor. Metal on tile. The escort's gaze snapped down instinctively. Sorry, Ronan muttered, still loud. My bad. He crouched. And in that crouch, his shoulder blocked her view of my hands for one heartbeat. One heartbeat was all I got. Ronan's mouth barely moved. Behind shelf, he breathed. Reader takes the temp band. Something thin slid under the edge of my folder, as if it had always been there. A keycard, or a slim metal tab. I didn't look, I didn't react, I didn't let my face change. I didn't look, just kept it as a second way out. Ronan stood, still not looking at me. Which door? He asked louder. The escort's irritation won. Take it down the hall, she snapped. Ronan nodded and moved away, vanishing like smoke. The escort turned back to me, eyes narrowing like she'd sensed something shift. What did he say? She asked. Nothing, I replied evenly. He asked where to put water. Her gaze held mine, searching for fear. I didn't give it. You will not move without escort, she said softly, more dangerous than loud. I won't, I said. Obedient. I sat down again, folder visible on my lap, keycard hidden under paper like a heartbeat. My body stayed quiet while my mind moved fast. Temp band works on reader, latch behind shelf, backup keycard. And that smell, wet stone and pine and rain, what the hell was that? The hallway noise shifted again. A faint voice. A door further down. The escort turned her head toward it. Attention split. Window. I stood calmly. Bathroom, I said. You went earlier, she said. I need to wash my hands, I replied, and I kept my tone neutral. She hesitated, then nodded once. 2 minutes, and you don't close the door. I walked into the bathroom and turned on the sink, letting the water run, not for cleanliness, but for sound. When I stepped back out, the escort watched my hands like I was a magician she didn't trust. Satisfied, she moved back toward the main door, listening again for whatever hallway instruction had pulled her attention. That was the biggest opening I was going to get. I walked toward the bookshelf like I was packing, like my body couldn't sit still. The escort's eyes tracked me. Stop. I didn't stop right away. I slowed, then let my shoulders sag like I was a tired scholarship girl who couldn't handle fancy custody. I feel trapped, I said softly. Her mouth tightened. Then cooperate. I am, I said, and I let my hands hang open at my sides, visible, harmless. Then I reached toward the shelf like I was steadying myself. My fingers found the latch. Click. The panel gave. Cold air spilled out, carrying that impossible smell. My chest tightened. My senses sharpened in a way that didn't feel normal. The escort snapped forward. Don't touch that. I let my hand jerk back like I'd been scolded. Sorry, I murmured. She stepped closer, eyes hard. Sit. I nodded and walked back toward the couch like I was obedient. She eased again, convinced she'd shut it down. And then, when her attention flicked toward the hallway for one more second, I moved. Fast, silent, decisive. 3 steps. Back to the shelf. Latch, press and pull. The panel swung open wider, revealing a narrow service corridor behind it. Dark, tight, bare floor, cold air. At the edge of the opening, a small reader panel glowed faintly. My heart slammed. I lifted my wrist and tapped the coal, temp band to the reader. Beep. Green. It worked. I slipped inside and pulled the panel mostly closed behind me, leaving it cracked just enough that sound could leak through. My breath sounded loud in the cold corridor. The air down here smelled older than the building. Wet stone, pine, rain. I didn't understand it. My body did. My hearing felt sharpened. My skin prickled. Heat pulsed under my ribs like an animal waking up. I moved forward carefully. A heavy metal door waited ahead. No label, no window. Just a handle. I reached for it. The moment my fingers touched cold metal, a low vibration rose through it, like something breathing on the other side. My mouth went dry. I leaned closer. A sound, soft, controlled. Not words. A low rumble that raised goosebumps on my arms. Then, deeper in the darkness beyond the door crack, 2 points of light glinted, steady, bright, too still. Eyes. My breath caught. A low sound rolled up the stairwell behind that door. A growl. Not loud. Not wild. Controlled. Like a warning or a claim. My whole body tightened. Every instinct screamed run. Another part of me, older, stranger, pulled forward like it recognized something it wasn't supposed to. A latch clicked behind me. Too soft, too late. I froze. Then the security captain's voice cut through the corridor, calm as ever and somehow even worse down here. Jade, he said softly, close behind me. Step away from the door. My blood went cold. I didn't turn immediately. I couldn't. Because those eyes down the stairwell didn't blink. Because the growl didn't stop. Because my body felt caught between terror and something I didn't have a name for. The captain's voice stayed calm, but it carried the weight of a warning that didn't need volume. Now, he said. My fingers tightened on the door edge until it bit into my skin. And I realized the suite wasn't the real trap. The real trap was whatever lived underneath it. Whatever was waiting in that dark. Whatever already knew exactly what I was. Step away from the door. The security captain's voice was calm enough to sound reasonable, which somehow made it worse. Calm meant he wasn't surprised. Calm meant he'd seen this exact moment before, maybe 100 times, and he already knew how it ended. My fingers were still hooked around the cold edge of the metal door. The chill had seeped into my skin like the building wanted to keep a piece of me. Down the stairwell crack, the 2 points of light didn't blink. They just watched. I didn't know what to call what I felt. Fear, yes. A hard, clean fear that made my pulse slam. But underneath it, low and wrong, there was something else. A pull. Not the kind you choose. The kind that wakes up. Now, the captain added soft. I forced my hand to loosen. The metal released my skin with a sting like it didn't want to let go. I took one step back, then another. The eyes didn't move. The faint vibration in the door, like something breathing on the other side, stayed steady. The captain slid in front of me without rushing. He didn't grab me. He didn't bark. He simply placed himself between my body and that stairwell door like he'd done it on instinct. Like this was his job. Like I was his job. You can't be here, he said. I was standing in a room you locked me in, I shot back too fast. I caught myself and pulled my tone down. Anger was easy to label. Anger was instability bait. I mean, I didn't even know this existed. His gaze flicked over my face, not checking my mood, checking my compliance, checking whether I looked like I might bolt. His eyes never quite looked at the stairwell crack, like he didn't want to acknowledge what was behind it. Or like he didn't have to. What is down there? I asked. Restricted access. He said it like that answered everything. It growled, I said, and my voice came out lower than I meant. I swallowed. Something is watching me. A beat. The captain didn't deny it. That was the first real crack in the world. He kept his face smooth, but his silence said more than 100 lies. I stared at him. You're not even going to pretend I'm imagining it. His eyes narrowed a fraction, not angry, measuring. Then quietly he said, It reacts. My stomach dropped. Reacts to what? His gaze moved to my wrist. The gray band, coal, temp was still there, like a brand I couldn't scrub off. Then his eyes returned to mine. To scent, he said. My skin went cold in a different way. That's why you're here, he added, like he was statting a schedule change. My mouth opened, but no sound came out at first. I had to force air back into my lungs. That's insane, I managed. He tilted his head slightly, like I'd said something childish. It's policy. Policy. He could have said magic, and it would have made more sense than the way he delivered it, like scent-based monsters were a normal part of campus leadership mixers. My heartbeat was too loud in my ears. I could still feel that smell, wet stone, pine, rain, stuck in the back of my throat. I'm not, I stopped. I didn't even know what I was trying to deny. That I smelled. That my body had reacted to it. That something behind a locked door had known I existed. The captain held out his hand, not to me but toward the corridor behind him. An instruction without touching. Back, he said. Sweet wing. I didn't move right away. Behind his shoulder, the eyes in the stairwell blinked, slow, deliberate, like whatever was down there had heard every word. The low vibration through the door softened, then steadied again. Listening. My stomach turned hard. I took a breath and forced my feet to obey, because I didn't have a better plan in the dark. The captain walked in front of me, still between me and the stairwell door, and guided me back down the narrow service corridor. The air warmed slightly as we moved away, but the smell didn't fully leave my senses. It clung like smoke on clothes. When we reached the bookshelf panel, his hand went to the seam and pressed it closed with practiced ease, like he'd latched it 1,000 times. I watched his fingers. A small detail lodged in my mind. He didn't hesitate. He didn't search. He didn't fumble. He knew exactly where the latch was. My throat tightened. He wasn't protecting me from the downstairs. He was protecting the downstairs from me. The panel clicked shut. The suite's clean light returned, bright and flat. The staff escort was already there, near the couch, postured tight like she'd been holding a breath while I was gone. Her eyes snapped to my face. "Where did you go?" I kept my tone even. "Bathroom." She didn't believe me. Her gaze flicked to my shoes, then to the bookshelf, then back up. The captain spoke over me, calm as ever. "She wandered." My jaw clenched, wandered like I was a toddler. He didn't look at me when he added, "It won't happen again." The escort's mouth tightened with satisfaction. "Good." They were talking like I wasn't standing right there. I wanted to scream. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to throw the folder in the air and watch them scramble for their precious papers. Instead, I kept my hands visible and my expression neutral because I'd learned the truth. The only thing they feared more than instability was me being unreadable. The captain's gaze locked on mine. "Sit," he said. I sat. The escort stayed by the door, arms folded, watching me like a locked box. The captain lingered just long enough to make sure the bookshelf panel seam was flush, then turned and walked out without looking back. As if what had happened in that corridor didn't matter. As if the eyes hadn't stared at me like recognition. The door shut. The suite went quiet in that padded carpet way that made time feel slower and more dangerous. For a moment, no one spoke. Then the escort's radio crackled. A clipped voice, too muffled to make out every word, but I caught enough. "Guardian review moved up. Committee doesn't like delays. Transfer window." Transfer window. The words hit my stomach like a drop. The escort's posture shifted. She pressed the earpiece and replied, "Understood." Then she looked at me with a small, pleased smile. "You've been requested," she said. "By who?" I asked. She didn't answer the question. She just opened the door like she was unveiling a stage. "Your guardian." Ethan entered through the side service door again, quiet, controlled, like he had a key to every part of this building except his own conscience. He looked like he'd slept in his suit. His hair was still perfect, but the perfection sat on him differently now, like a mask pulled too tight. His eyes found mine instantly. Something inside me twisted. Anger and relief tangled together like they hated each other. "Jade," he said softly. The escort didn't leave. She stayed near the main door with her arms folded, pretending to look bored while she listened to every breath. Line of sight custody, no privacy, no warmth. Ethan glanced at her, then back to me. His jaw ticked once. I tried to stop them. He said low. I almost laughed. It came out as a rough exhale instead. "You tried," I repeated. "That's comforting." He flinched like it hurt, which made me hate myself for half a second. Then I remembered the wristband and the door and the eyes. My voice stayed steady. "Why is my name in your system?" Ethan stepped closer, careful, like he knew the escort was a wall. "Because the coal seat is tied to my campaign," he said quietly, "and because the people behind it." "Donors," I cut in. His eyes tightened. "Yes." I held his gaze. "And you still smiled at me. You still touched my back at the kickoff. You still asked me to stay close like it was protection." Ethan's mouth opened, then closed. He exhaled through his nose like he was choosing words carefully. "I didn't want you scared," he said. "I wanted you," he stopped, and his gaze flicked to the escort like she was a camera. "I wanted you safe." Safe. The word tasted wrong in this room. I leaned forward slightly, keeping my voice low. "There's a door behind the bookshelf. Downstairs, something is there. It's watching me." Ethan went still. Not confused, not skeptical. Just still. And in that stillness, the answer landed like a body. He knew. My stomach dropped. "You knew," I whispered. Ethan's eyes held mine, and for 1 second the candidate mask slipped. Real fear showed under it, old fear, the kind that lived in someone's bones. He spoke even softer. I knew there was a lower level, he said. I didn't know you'd trigger it. Trigger? That word made my skin crawl. What does that mean? I demanded, still low. Ethan's gaze flicked to my wristband, then to my face. You reacted, he said, voice tight. Your body, he swallowed. They measure that, they call it verification. My throat tightened. They're verifying what? I asked. That I'm, what a good scholarship mascot, a stable little investment. Ethan's mouth twitched, pain, anger, something. It's not that simple. I laughed once, sharp. It never is. He took a half step closer, and the escort shifted like she might intervene if he came too near. Ethan stopped, but his eyes stayed on mine like he was trying to hold me there with sheer force. Coal is bigger than student government, he said. It's legacy, it's donors, it's a structure that's been here longer than the campus brand. Like a secret society, I whispered. He didn't deny it. He only said, like an old machine. My pulse hammered. And I'm what? I asked. Fuel. Ethan's gaze went sharp and his voice dropped lower. You're a target, he said, and you're a question they want answered. A question. My skin prickled. My mind flashed the captain's words. It reacts to scent. That thing down there, I said slowly, reacted to me. Ethan's throat moved. Yes. My stomach turned hard. Why? I whispered. Ethan's eyes held mine. Because you're not just a scholarship student, he said, and his voice sounded like it hurt to admit. And if they confirm what they think. He stopped. The escort's eyes sharpened. She was listening harder now. Ethan's jaw tightened. He glanced at the escort, then back at me. If they confirm it, he finished low, you don't go back to campus. The room tilted. For a second, I couldn't breathe. Then anger snapped through me like a spark. You're telling me that like it's weather, I hissed. Like it's inevitable. Ethan stepped closer again, just a fraction. His hand lifted like he wanted to touch me. My fingers, my wristband, something, and then he stopped himself. I'm trying, he said, voice strained. I'm trying to win so I can. So you can own the machine instead of it owning you, I cut in. His eyes flared. No. I stared at him. He held my gaze, and his voice went raw around the edges. I don't want you owned by them, he said. I want you safe. With you, I finished, bitter. Ethan didn't deny it. His silence was an answer. And my body, traitorous, exhausted, reacted to that silence with a small, stupid warmth in my chest. A pull. The same kind I'd felt in the stairwell. Different source. Same wrongness. I hated it. I hated that safety was tempting when it came wrapped in a claim. You're managing me, I said quietly. You're not saving me. Ethan's face tightened. He looked like he wanted to argue, like he wanted to say something real. But the escort was there, and the cameras were there, and his own name was on my wrist. So he did what politicians always did. He softened his voice and tried to persuade. Just stay calm, he murmured. Don't trigger instability. Give me 24 hours. I can limit what they do. Limit. Not stop. Limit. My stomach twisted again. You sound like them, I said low. Ethan flinched like I'd slapped him. Then quietly he said, I know. His eyes locked on mine, and I hate it. That honesty, small and ugly and real, hit me harder than any of his pretty lines. For 1 second, I saw him as a person, not a brand. Then the escort's radio crackled again. Committee wants her staged, now. The escort straightened. Time, she said. Ethan's jaw clenched. He leaned in just enough that his voice could live only between us. Wait for me, he whispered. I stared at him. Don't go down there, he added even softer. His eyes flicked to my wristband, again, like it was a chain he couldn't cut. Then he stepped back. The escort opened the main door, like she was releasing me into a hallway. Ethan looked at me one last time, and his mouth moved without sound. Please. Not the word. The feeling. And then he was gone, through the service door, like he'd never been allowed in my world at all. The escort didn't move me immediately. She stayed in the doorway, listening to someone on her earpiece, her posture angled like she was confirming instructions. She stayed in the doorway with me still in her line of sight, talking to someone just outside it, like she thought seeing my body was the same as watching my hands. For half a minute, she wasn't watching my hands. She was watching the hall. I sat on the couch with my folder on my lap, and my pulse pounding like a warning. Downstairs. Something reacted to me. They're verifying something. If they confirm it, you don't go back to campus. My brain tried to catch up with my body and failed. Then I heard footsteps, soft, controlled, down the hallway outside the suite. A cart rolled, bottles clinked. A voice, normal volume, annoyed tone. Where do you want these? The escort's head snapped toward the sound. Her irritation turned outward like a shield. I said not here. She snapped at someone I couldn't see. Then Ronan stepped into view. Uniform black, tie straight, carrying a crate like he belonged in the background. He didn't look at me right away. He looked at the escort like she was his problem. Service is blocked, he said louder. I need a direction. The escort's mouth tightened. Down the hall, left. Ronan shifted the crate like it was heavy. Left where? He asked, still loud. Like this was a normal, logistical argument. The escort stepped closer, impatient, pulled in by the need to control. I don't have time. Ronan's badge clip clattered to the floor. Metal on tile. The escort's gaze snapped down reflexively. Ronan crouched, muttering an apology at normal volume. Sorry, my bad. And then, so quiet it barely counted as sound, his mouth moved. Ethan's not the one in charge, he breathed, eyes still on the floor. My stomach dropped. Ronan stayed crouched, still under cover. Don't let them take you down willingly. I didn't move. I didn't blink. I didn't let my face change. Ronan's voice stayed almost invisible. If you smell rain again, don't breathe deep. My throat tightened. The smell. The way my body had reacted. The way the growl had felt like recognition. Ronan stood, still not looking at me directly, and lifted the crate again like he'd never said anything at all. He raised his voice, normal again. So left after the staff door, yeah. The escort waved him off, irritated. Just go. Ronan nodded. Then, as he turned, his gaze flicked to mine for a split second, sharp, intense, like he was grabbing my attention with it. And in that split second, he added one last near-breath line. Shift change in 7. Then he was gone down the hall, crate steady, posture unremarkable. The escort muttered under her breath about incompetence and closed the suite door. My heart slammed. Shift chain. 7 minutes. A window. My hands tightened on the folder until my knuckles hurt. I heard Ethan's voice in my head. Don't go down there. Then Ronan. Don't let them take you down willingly. 2 men, 2 warnings, 2 different kinds of claim. And my life balanced between them like a blade. The escort's radio crackled again. Committee wants her staged. The escort pressed her earpiece. Understood, she said, then looked at me like she'd decided something. We're moving, she announced. She stepped into the hall to confirm something with another staffer. Half a minute, maybe less. Her back turned. Her attention split. My window was open. I didn't run. Running was instability. I moved like I belonged. I stood calmly, folder in hand, and crossed the living wing toward the bookshelf wall as if I was packing from nerves. As if I was just a girl trapped in a suite and trying not to cry. My fingers found the seam, the latch. Cold air kissed my knuckles. That smell hit again. Wet stone, pine, rain, stronger this time, like the corridor behind the panel was breathing it into the room. My body reacted instantly. Heat in my chest. A sharpened edge in my hearing. A strange pull low in my belly, that had no business existing right now. Ronan's warning snapped through me. Don't breathe deep. I forced my breath shallow, controlled, like I was holding my lungs back from giving myself away. I lifted my wrist and tapped the coal, temp band to the reader. Beep. Green. The panel gave. I slipped inside and pulled it mostly closed behind me, leaving it cracked just enough to listen. The corridor was colder than the suite, bare floor, tight space, no decoration. My heartbeat sounded loud. I moved forward. The stairwell door, waited ahead like it had been waiting for me all along. I reached for the handle. The metal was cold enough to bite. The faint vibration returned through my fingertips, steady, alive. My breath caught. I paused, listening. No voices. No footsteps. Only that low, controlled hum behind the door like something holding still. I opened it a crack. Cold air spilled out, damp and heavy, carrying that impossible scent like a storm trapped underground. The stairwell was narrow and utilitarian. Concrete steps, metal rail, dim lights that buzzed faintly. A sign hung on the wall in plain block letters. B-level clearance required. Another arrow pointed downward. Intake/observation. My stomach turned. So it was real. Not rumor, not paranoia, not a scary story to keep scholarship kids in line. Infrastructure. A whole system, built underneath the pretty donor halls. I moved down the steps, quiet, controlled. The lower I went, the stronger the damp scent became. Rain trapped in stone, pine that didn't belong in concrete, something old. At the landing, another sign. Guardian Station. And beneath it, Compliance, MONITORD. Of course. I crept toward a corridor that opened off the stairwell. It was brighter than the steps, but colder. A strip of fluorescent light hummed overhead. Doors lined the hall, plain, heavy, labeled with clipped words. Intake 1 observation, observation B service. From somewhere behind a vent, I heard voices, low, controlled, like staff who didn't need to be loud because they assumed no one was listening. Asset confirmation pending, seat holder present, if she reaches the door on her own. My stomach dropped. If she reaches the door. They were talking about me. They were tracking me. And the worst part, they expected it. My throat tightened hard. I moved forward, eyes scanning, trying to imprint everything without looking like I was searching. A rolling cart sat near a wall, clipboard on top, papers clipped neatly, pen attached with a string. A roster sheet. My pulse hammered. I shouldn't touch it. Touching it would be proof of deviation. But if my name was down here, then the truth was already written whether I touched paper or not. I stepped closer and glanced down fast. Names in clean columns. Terms that made my skin crawl. Screened alternate cleared pending. My eyes snagged on a line halfway down. Lane, KRA. My breath stopped. The world narrowed to that one line. Kira. My roommate. My loud, bright, annoying, loyal roommate who thought campus politics was a game, and I was the scholarship girl who needed saving. Her name was here. Not as a student, not as a volunteer. On a list that lived under the building like a secret spine. My stomach dropped so hard my legs wanted to fold. I forced my hand not to shake. I forced myself not to touch the paper. I stared long enough to burn it into my brain, then stepped back like I'd never seen it. The voices behind the vent shifted. Transfer window, don't spook her. Let the confirmation happen clean. Clean. Always clean. Always quiet. Always controlled. My throat burned. I backed away from the cart, pulse roaring, and turned toward the corridor I already knew, toward the door with the vibration, the eyes, the growl. The door was ahead, half in shadow, heavier than the others. No label, no window, just metal and cold. The closer I got, the stronger the pull became. It wasn't attraction the way normal people meant it. It was instinct. Like my body knew a truth my mind wasn't allowed to name yet. I stopped a few feet away and listened. Silence. Then the faintest sound, like a breath drawn slow. My skin prickled. And then the eyes appeared again in the crack. 2 points of light, steady and bright, too calm to be animal the way humans imagined animals. They didn't look hungry. They looked aware. My throat tightened. I whispered my own name without meaning to, like I was proving I existed. Jade. The eyes didn't blink. A low sound rolled through the crack, less a threat, more a recognition that vibrated in my ribs. Then a voice came through, deep, controlled, almost bored with certainty. One short phrase. Miller line. My blood went cold. My body reacted like it had been called by a true name. Heat flared under my skin. My hearing sharpened so suddenly the fluorescent hum above me sounded like a blade. My fingers curled on their own, nails pressing into my palms like they wanted to become something else. I clamped down hard, forcing my hands open again. Not here. Not now. Not where they could brand me unstable and drag me like proof. Behind me, a soft click, a door latch, too quiet, too close. He must have come in from the far service door, another access point I hadn't clocked until it was too late. I froze. Footsteps approached, calm, measured, not rushed at all. The security captain's voice came from behind me, gentle like he was soothing a child. Jade, he said. I didn't turn. I couldn't. Because the eyes in the crack didn't blink. Because the voice behind the door had said Miller line like it meant everything. The captain stepped closer until I could feel his presence at my back. He didn't grab me. He didn't need to. He spoke into his radio, voice calm as a report. Confirmed, he said. She reached the door on her own. My stomach dropped through the floor. They expected this. They wanted this. The entire suite, the wristband, the escort, the calm warnings, none of it had been about stopping me. It had been about watching whether I'd choose the door. The captain moved beside me, his shoulder nearly level with mine, and for the first time he didn't position himself between me and the door. He positioned me with it, inviting it. His gaze stayed on the crack, not afraid, not surprised. Like he was a doorman. Proceed to phase 2 confirmation, he said softly. My throat closed. I took one shallow breath, Ronan's warning echoing in my head, and forced my body not to betray me. The eyes in the crack didn't move. The low vibration in the door steadied like a heartbeat. And then, slow, deliberate, controlled. The latch clicked from the inside. The door began to open. Just a fraction. Enough for cold air to spill out like a storm being unsealed. Enough for the scent, rain, pine, wet stone, to hit my lungs like a claim. Enough for my body to strain forward, even while my mind screamed no. The captain's calm voice stayed beside me like a hand on my spine. Easy, he murmured. This stays clean. The crack widened. And whatever was behind that door stepped closer, unseen but undeniable, the air thickening with presence. And my fingers curled again, involuntary, like my bones remembered something my life had never been allowed to learn. The door opened another inch. Cold air slid out like it had been waiting, rain trapped in stone, sharp pine, and something cleaner underneath that made my throat tighten. My body wanted to inhale like a starving thing. I didn't. I kept my breath shallow, small, controlled. Something in me screamed not to breathe deep. The darkness behind the crack shifted, not fast, not dramatic, controlled, like whatever was back there didn't need speed to be dangerous. 2 eyes caught the thin strip of light. They weren't glowing like a flashlight. They were reflective, faint, pale, wrong only because they didn't look away. My heart tried to climb out of my chest. I kept my face blank because the security captain was right beside me, calm as a statue, and this whole hallway felt like a test that fed on reaction. Easy, he murmured, like he was talking to a skittish dog. "This stays clean." Clean, always that word. A silhouette filled the gap behind the door. Broad shoulders, stillness, posture built for being watched. For a second all I could see was shape and shadow, but the air itself felt heavier, like my body recognized something my mind hadn't been given permission to name. A low voice came from inside the dark. Not loud, not angry. Certain. "Miller Line," he said. My stomach dropped. The words hit my bones like an old code. Like hearing your own name in a language you've never learned, but somehow understand anyway. The security captain didn't flinch. He stayed composed like this was a normal step on a clipboard. The voice continued. Suppressed. My skin prickled so hard it felt like heat. "What does that mean?" I forced out. My voice came out steady, shockingly steady, but my fingers were numb around the edge of my folder. I was still holding it like it could shield me from a metal door and the thing behind it. Silence. Then the voice, softer. Fear sent high. Humiliation flashed sharp through my chest. I wasn't scared because I was weak. I was scared because I'd been shoved into a world under my world, and it was watching me breathe like breathing was evidence. I kept my mouth shut. I kept my face blank. I swallowed the shame and didn't let it leak out. The security captain spoke, not the shadow. "It means Phase 2 proceeds," he said. Phase 2. The words I'd heard upstairs like a threat dressed in perfume. Behind the crack, the silhouette leaned a fraction closer. The eyes tracked my face, then dropped precise to my wrist. Cold temp. The faint reflective sheen in the eyes steadied, not hungry, not hostile. Aware. Like I'd just been scanned by something that didn't need a device. My body reacted anyway, heat under my skin, a pull low in my stomach that made no sense with fear in my mouth. My instincts did something stupid and intimate, like leaning toward warmth. I hated that. I hated that my body could be bribed by a presence. The door began to close. Slow, smooth, controlled. Not slammed, not a threat. A procedure. Before the door clicked shut, the voice spoke one more time. Not unstable. 2 words. And the escort behind me shifted like she didn't like them. The door sealed with a quiet click that sounded too final for something so small. The cold air faded, but the scent stayed in my throat like I'd swallowed rain. I stared at the metal door until my eyes hurt. "Miller Line," I whispered, barely audible. The security captain finally turned his head toward me, expression calm in a way that felt trained. "You've been identified," he said. Identified, not helped, not protected, not offered. Marked. By who? My voice stayed even. It took everything to keep it that way. He didn't answer with a name. "Your guardian," he said, like the word was supposed to land soft. Guardian. It didn't. It landed like a hand around my wrist. The captain lifted his radio. "Proceeding to observation A," he said. Then he looked at me again. "Walk." "Not please, not this way." "Walk." So I walked, because refusing to move was how they earned the label the Guardian had just denied. Observation A didn't look like a dungeon. That was the worst part. It looked like a neat little office that could exist anywhere. Bright lights, clean walls, a metal desk, 2 chairs. A glass panel on one side that let you see the corridor outside like you were in a fish tank. A sign was posted on the wall beside the desk in thick, bold text. No devices, no outside contact, paper notes permitted. I stared at the last line, longer than the others. So paper was allowed. Because paper couldn't call for help. Paper couldn't broadcast. Paper couldn't prove anything to anyone outside these walls unless you physically got it out. Smart. The door shut behind me with a soft click. I turned automatically, expecting the escort to follow me in. She didn't. She stayed outside in the corridor, visible through the glass. The security captain stayed out there too, a few steps behind her, posture relaxed like this wasn't personal. It was procedure. A clerk sat behind the desk, hands folded, smile neat. She looked like someone who could work at a scholarship office upstairs and sleep fine at night. "Jade Miller," she said warmly. "Have a seat." I sat because refusing would become a story. I kept the folder on my lap, hands visible, shoulders squared. The clerk's smile remained steady. "You're not in trouble," she said. I didn't respond. My silence was the only thing that felt like mine. "This is a standard verification step," she continued, "triggered by your compliance statement." Triggered, like my voice was a button. "What's being verified?" I asked. Her smile softened the way people do when they think you're anxious, and they want to sound kind. "Eligibility markers," she said. "Sponsor compatibility, compliance readiness." My stomach turned. "Sponsor compatibility," I repeated. "It's for your safety," she said quickly, as if she'd practiced that line until it came out smooth. I almost laughed. It would have sounded ugly in this sterile room. "Safety from what?" I asked. "From me." Her eyes flicked once, fast, toward the security captain through the glass, then back to me. "From misunderstandings," she said. "From rumors, from instability." There it was again, the leash word. I kept my voice flat. "I want a witnessed review," I said. "I want coordinator Hale present." The clerk nodded like I'd asked for extra napkins. "That request is logged," she said. "It doesn't pause anything," I said. Her smile didn't change. "No." So the request was theater, like everything else. She slid a printed sheet across the desk. Checkboxes, yes-no questions. A pen placed perfectly on the top edge like a ritual. I didn't touch the pen. The clerk waited a beat, then said gently, "Answer clearly, yes or no where indicated." I stared at the paper. My name was printed at the top like they needed my consent to own it. I looked back at her. "If I answer, you'll check the boxes yourself," I said. Her smile tightened, almost imperceptible. "That's acceptable," she said. I didn't like that it was acceptable. I didn't like that nothing I did here would disrupt the machine unless I made it messy, and messy was what they wanted so they could label me. So I answered like a person who wouldn't give them the moment. "My name is Jade Miller," I said. The clerk checked the first box herself. "Are you currently enrolled at Halston University?" "Yes." "Check." "Are you aware that sponsor programs require compliance with conduct standards?" "Yes." "Check." Each answer felt like walking deeper into a room that didn't have a door out. "Do you consent to proceed with verification?" I stared at that one. Consent, like I had real leverage here. I thought about the guardian's voice. Not unstable. He'd removed their weapon label without even looking at the clerk. Meaning he outranked this process. Meaning there were layers, deep ones. "I request a witnessed review," I said clearly, "and I will proceed under protest if you deny it." The clerk blinked once. For the first time, her smile cracked, not into anger, into something colder. Like she wasn't used to a student who knew how to phrase rebellion without giving them a tantrum. "Noted," she said. Not granted, not denied. Noted. Then, with the same calm, she checked the consent box anyway. My stomach flipped. "You just marked consent," I said quietly. Her eyes stayed on me. "Participation is logged," she corrected. "Your statement of protest is also logged." They were building their record like a story. And I was being forced to play the role of cooperative even when I was. In the corridor beyond the glass, movement increased. Radios crackled. Staff passed. A rolling cart squeaked once, then stopped. The air pressure felt like it shifted. The security captain spoke to someone off to the side, too low to catch fully, but I heard fragments through the vent above the desk. "Clean confirmation. Rotation starting. Seat holder notified." Seat holder. My pulse kicked. Ethan. My mind went there before I could stop it. And then I saw him. He appeared in the corridor outside the glass, coming from a side service door behind the staff zone, separate from the main corridor entry. It was subtle, but the difference mattered. He didn't belong down here the way the staff did. He had to come through their gate. He looked different in this light. Not less handsome, not less polished. Less powerful. The building stripped him down. Ethan's eyes snapped to the observation window and found mine instantly. Relief flashed across his face, like he'd been holding his breath. Then guilt followed it, heavy and immediate. He stepped closer, but a staff shadow in a black suit shifted smoothly into his path. No touch, no force, just a human wall. Ethan's jaw tightened. He spoke to the security captain, voice low but sharp enough that even through glass I caught pieces. "I'm the coal stewardship seat attached to this cycle." The captain answered calmly, like Ethan was complaining about a policy. "A seat can witness," he said. "It cannot erase." "You can't move her overnight," Ethan pushed. "She triggered verification," the captain replied. Ethan stopped himself, his shoulders pulled tight. "That's not what we agreed." "It is exactly what you agreed to when you accepted the seat," the captain said, still calm. Ethan's eyes burned. He looked like he wanted to swing at something and knew he couldn't without making it worse for me. Then his gaze cut back to me through the glass. For 1 second, it felt like the campus upstairs, the soft warmth of him noticing me, choosing me, saying the right thing. And then the staff shadow angled slightly and blocked his line again, reminding him whose world this was. My chest tightened with something stupid and human. I hated needing him. I hated that part of me still wanted to believe he'd fix this. Because he couldn't. He was attached to the machine, not above it. The clerk cleared her throat softly. "Focus," she said, like my fear was an inconvenience. I kept my face neutral. "So he's not in control," I said quietly. The clerk's smile returned polite. "He has influence." Influence. Upstairs language, donor language. Down here, influence meant permission to watch. Outside, Ethan kept talking, his voice lower now, more controlled. "She's a student," he said. The captain's reply was so calm it made my skin crawl. "She's a confirmation." My stomach turned. A confirmation, like a test result. Ethan's face tightened. He looked toward the clerk's door like he wanted to come in. The staff shadow remained a wall. Ethan didn't push past. Because pushing past would make me unstable. Because everything was designed, so anyone trying to help me would hurt me unless they stayed clean. I turned back to the clerk. "I want Coordinator Hale present," I said again, louder, clear. "Logged." The clerk nodded. "Request logged." Outside the glass, the captain's gaze flicked toward me. Good. If they were building a record, I was going to write my own lines into it. The clerk tapped the paper again. "Continue," she said. But my attention snagged on movement near the baseboard, outside the observation room door. A supply cart rolled past. Pushing it, head down, posture controlled, expression blank, was Ronan. He didn't look at me directly. He didn't act like he saw me. He looked like a staffer doing a job. Which was the only reason he could exist down here. He stopped near the observation window as if checking a list on the cart. His voice came out normal, bored, irritated, perfect cover. "Where does this go?" he called. A staffer snapped back from down the hall. "Keep moving." Ronan adjusted the cart handle like it was heavy. "I need a door assignment," he said, still normal. Then he shifted the cart slightly, and something small slid off the top shelf. A little plastic clip, a folded tag, something that could pass as trash. It fell near the baseboard, by the observation room door. Ronan didn't look down. He didn't react. He just murmured, "Fine," and pushed the cart forward again, disappearing into corridor traffic like he'd never existed. My pulse hammered. The clerk kept talking, but my brain narrowed to the tiny object on the floor. A tool. A signal. A backup. The escort outside the glass hadn't moved. She was still positioned where she could see the observation room door and my body through the window. She hadn't lost sight, but she wasn't watching the baseboard. I stood slowly, like I was stretching my legs, keeping my face blank. The clerk's eyes lifted. "Sit," she said. "I'm dizzy," I lied calmly. "I need a second." The clerk's smile tightened again. She glanced toward the captain. The captain didn't rush in. He just watched, weighing whether this would turn messy. I took a tiny step that looked normal. My shoe nudged the clip gently, sliding it closer to the edge of the door frame, closer to where my folder hung low at my side. Then I let the folder dip a fraction, as if my grip had relaxed. The clip slid under the edge of the folder and pressed against my thigh. I trapped it there with the folder's corner, so it wouldn't slide when I sat. Hidden. I didn't bend. I didn't reach. I didn't make it obvious. I sat back down slowly, face calm, heart screaming. Ronan's eyes hadn't met mine, not once. But he'd timed it perfectly. The clerk exhaled through her nose, like she was irritated. "Proceed," she said. I swallowed and kept going, answering the last questions verbally while she checked boxes. When we reached the end, she folded the paper like it was done. "Verification proceeds," she said. Meaning, regardless of what I said, the machine would keep moving. Outside the glass, Ethan's voice dropped, urgent. "You can't do this." The captain replied calm, "We are doing this." And then the observation room door opened. The escort stepped inside, posture tight, eyes scanning my face like she expected to find rebellion hiding in my expression. The security captain remained at the threshold. "We're proceeding to staging," he said. Staging, like I was being cued. I stood, folder tight in my hands, the hidden clip pressed against my thigh under paper. Ethan's eyes met mine through the glass, one last time. He looked helpless, and somehow that hurt worse than him looking cruel would have. Because helpless meant he could still be sorry and still let it happen. The corridor felt colder as we moved away from observation. The escort stayed close enough that her shoulder brushed mine every few steps. Not affectionate, control. The security captain trailed behind us, calm, silent, watchful. We passed doors labeled like procedures. Intake 2, observation B service. My eyes stayed forward. Reaction was fuel. But then I saw it. A rolling file cart parked against the wall near a desk station. Tabs lined the top folder like teeth. One tab was clean, black print unmistakable. Lane, KRA. My breath caught so hard it almost made a sound. I didn't let it. I forced my inhale shallow, forced my face blank. My mind screamed her name anyway. Kira was upstairs. Kira was in our dorm. Kira was texting me in all caps and telling me to smile for optics. Kira was not supposed to be a tab on a cart in a basement under admin. The escort noticed my microfreeze. Her grip tightened slightly. "Walk," she murmured. I walked. I didn't look at the tab again, but my stomach burned like I'd swallowed acid. As we approached the next junction, I heard something faint from behind a door. Not screaming. Not crying. A small cough. Then a voice, muffled, confused, the exact tone Kira used when she woke up from a nap and didn't know what day it was. "Hello." My blood went ice cold. My feet tried to stop without my permission. The escort's grip locked down, pain sharp enough to bring tears to my eyes if I let it. "Keep moving," she hissed. The security captain's voice came from behind, quiet and lethal. "Don't." One word. No threat in it. Just certainty, like gravity. They were doing it. They had her. They were using her. My throat tightened until it felt like I couldn't swallow. I kept my face blank. I kept walking. Because if I reacted, they'd know the lever worked. And if the lever worked, they'd pull it until I broke. We turned down another corridor, less clinical now, more administrative. Staging. A clean alcove with a bench and a partial wall that blocked the corridor view from the main hall, but not from staff. The escort guided me to a spot, marked by nothing, but the way she positioned me there like a piece on a board. The security captain stepped closer. "Stand still," he said. I stood. "Breathe normally," he added, like he was talking to a machine. I didn't. I kept my breathing small. The captain's gaze narrowed slightly, but he didn't comment. "State your name," he said. "My name is Jade Miller," I replied. A faint hum came from the metal door a few feet away, the guardian door, or something like it. Another threshold point. Then the voice behind it again, low and certain. "Miller line." My skin prickled. Suppressed. The escort shifted, watching my face like she wanted the moment where I broke. I kept my expression neutral, but my body betrayed me anyway. Heat under my skin, the same pull toward the door, the same wrong want to lean closer. Like a compass needle, twitching toward north. "What is suppressed?" I asked, because if I didn't ask, I'd drown in the unknown. Silence. Then, softer than before. "Instinct." The word landed in my chest like a stone. Instinct. The pull, the heat, the way my senses felt sharp even in this sterile corridor. I didn't understand it, but my body did, and that made me furious. The captain lifted his radio. "Confirmation complete," he said calmly, proceeding to placement staging. Placement. My stomach rolled. Behind him, a staffer murmured something in a low voice, thinking it was too quiet for me to catch. But the vent carried fragments anyway. "Lane can stabilize if Miller resists." My blood went cold. Stabilize. With Kira. They weren't just holding her. They were preparing to use her like a sedative. The escort leaned toward me, voice low, almost kind. "Don't make this complicated," she said. My jaw clenched. "I'm not," I said, because the truth, that I wanted to rip this place apart with my hands, would turn into instability in their files. The escort's expression tightened. She didn't like my calm. The security captain watched me for a beat, then spoke like he was reading from an invisible script. "We keep this clean," he said. "You cooperate and everyone stays comfortable." Comfortable. A threat in a pillowcase. "And if I do?" I asked quietly. The captain didn't raise his voice. He didn't threaten directly. He just looked at me with those calm eyes and said, "Then we use what we must." My throat closed. The trap wasn't the guardian door. It was the choice they'd designed, so either answer belonged to them. I tightened my grip on the folder until the edge cut into my palm. The hidden clip Ronin had slipped me pressed against my thigh, a tiny reminder that I wasn't empty-handed, even if I was surrounded. A soft click echoed down the corridor. My head didn't turn, but my eyes slid sideways. A door behind the partial wall, one of the observation rooms, cracked open. Cold air spilled out, and a voice came through clearer than before, soft and shocked like it didn't know whether to trust the sound of itself. "Jade." "Kira." My stomach dropped through the floor. The escort stiffened instantly, her hand clamping down on my elbow like I was a leash. The security captain didn't flinch. He didn't look surprised. Like this had always been the plan. Kira's voice again, smaller now. "Jade, is that you?" The escort angled her body between me and the crack, blocking my line of sight. "Quiet," she snapped toward the door. Then she leaned in close to me, her voice lowered, polished. "Don't respond," she warned. "You'll upset her." Upset her? Like my silence wasn't what would upset her. My throat burned, my eyes stung. I kept my face blank, because if I reacted, they'd win. Kira whispered again, and hearing her so close, so reachable and still unreachable, felt like someone pressing a thumb into a bruise. "Jade, please." The security captain stepped closer, voice low and calm, the same tone he'd used at the guardian door. "Now choose," he said. My chest tightened so hard it felt like my ribs might crack. Choose. If I spoke back, they'd mark me as reactive and use Kira forever. If I stayed silent, they'd punish Kira until my silence became unbearable. Either way, the choice belonged to them. The escort's grip tightened again. Kira's door stayed cracked like a mouth. The corridor lights hummed. The guardian scent still clung to my throat, rain and pine and stone. My fingers curled around the folder, around the hidden clip under paper, around the last scraps of control I had left. And I realized the real test wasn't whether I'd cooperate. It was whether I'd sacrifice someone I loved to stay clean. My lips parted. No sound came out yet. The captain watched me without blinking. The escort leaned in like she could feel my breath. Kira's voice trembled from the crack in the door. Jade. And I stood there, caught between silence and survival, knowing whatever I did next would belong to them, unless I found a way to make it belong to me first. Now choose. The security captain didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Down here, his calm was the blade. My elbow was still trapped in the staff escort's grip, polite enough to look harmless, firm enough to bruise if I tried anything. Behind the partial wall, the door to observation B stayed cracked like a mouth that couldn't decide whether to call my name again or swallow it back. Cold air breathed out of that crack. And then Kira's voice, soft, shaky, too close to be real. Jade. My body tried to turn toward her on instinct. My shoulders tensed. My chest tightened so hard I felt it behind my ribs. I could picture her face without seeing it. Wide eyes, forced bravery, the way she smiled when she was scared and thought no one could tell. The escort's hand clamped down a fraction harder, warning me without words. The captain watched my face like he was measuring me. Choose. If I lunged for the door, they would log it as instability and use Kira as the reason. If I stayed silent, Kira would panic, and they would use that too. So I chose the only thing they hated, control. I kept my head still. I didn't look toward the crack again. I pitched my voice low and steady, not pleading, not panicked. Kira, I said, it's me, stay calm, I'm okay. The words tasted like metal because they weren't fully true. But they were the cleanest weapon I had. There was a tiny pause, like Kira's lungs stopped deciding whether to inhale. Then I heard her breath catch. Oh my God, she whispered, relief first. Then confusion hit fast and sharp. Where are you? Why can't I see you? The door opened a hair wider, and for one heartbeat I saw a sliver. Kira's sleeve, the curve of her shoulder, the edge of her jaw as she leaned forward. A shadow stepped in front of that sliver immediately. Staff blocked it like closing a curtain. The escort's voice snapped toward the crack, clipped and professional. Lane, remain seated. Kira, I said again, still calm. I wanted to say 1,000 things. I wanted to tell her I was sorry. I wanted to tell her to run. I wanted to scream her name until someone upstairs heard it. But upstairs didn't exist down here. Kira, I repeated, measured. Listen to me, breathe, do what they tell you, okay? The captain's eyes narrowed slightly, like he hadn't expected me to sound like someone who could manage a crisis. Kira's voice trembled. Why are you talking like that? Because I'm being watched, I wanted to say. Instead, I let my voice soften, just enough to be human, not enough to be logged as distress. Because it's going to be okay, I lied. Kira made a small sound, half laugh, half sob. Jade, this is not okay. The escort shifted, angling her body so even the crack couldn't give me anything. She wanted me to feel the distance. She wanted Kira to feel it too. The captain lifted his radio, voice flat. Bring Lane to staging. Maintain compliance. Maintain compliance. A staff voice answered instantly from the corridor. Copy. Too fast, too ready. Kira's door clicked shut. The sound wasn't loud. It was final. The escort tugged my elbow, turning me away from the partial wall. Walk. As we started down the corridor, I heard one staffer murmur to another, soft, thinking I wouldn't catch it. Stabilizer brought in. The word punched my stomach. Tool. The captain didn't walk beside me. He walked behind, unhurried, like he knew every route I could take and every one I couldn't. And he knew I'd keep it clean. The processing junction was brighter, colder, busier, like the building had a nervous system, and this was a node where people got sorted. A file cart sat against the wall near a badge printer station. Tabs lined folders like teeth. Staff passed in quiet lines. Radios crackled in low tones. Everything smelled like disinfectant over stone. And then Kira appeared. She came from a side corridor under escort. 2 staffers, one on either side, not gripping her, just close enough that she couldn't forget what the rules were. Her hair wasn't done the way she'd done it for the gala upstairs. A few pieces had come loose around her face. Her lipstick was faded like she'd wiped her mouth too many times. Her eyes were glassy, but she was trying so hard to stand straight. She saw me and her whole face changed. Relief tried to break through, wild and bright. Then she saw my escort's hand on my elbow, and the relief collapsed into fear. "Kira," I said before she could speak too loudly. I gave her the tiniest shake of my head, barely a movement. "Don't blow up. Don't give them a record." Her mouth opened anyway, then closed. Her throat bobbed as she swallowed down whatever she wanted to throw at the room. Her gaze flicked to my chest. The pin was still on my lapel. Her eyes widened like she'd finally understood this wasn't some leadership check she could laugh about later. Then I saw her wrist. A band, snug, printed in clean block letters. Lane support. My blood went cold. Support. Like she was equipment. Kira followed my stare and jerked her wrist back like hiding it would help. She whispered, voice shaking. "They said you needed me." The escort beside me didn't correct her. The lie served them. Kira's eyes snapped between my face and the captain. "They said you asked, 'Jade, what is this? Where are we? Why is it so cold?'" I wanted to take her hands. I wanted to pull her behind me. I wanted to tell her none of this was her fault. Instead, I did what kept her alive. I stepped a fraction closer, close enough that she could see my eyes clearly, and I made my face calm. "Kira," I murmured, "I need you to stay steady." Her mouth trembled. "I am steady. I'm Jade, I know," I said. I let the words be soft, controlled. "I'm right here." One of Kira's escorts shifted, as if giving us a moment was part of the protocol. It was. They wanted her near me. They wanted her to anchor me. They wanted our friendship to be a leash. The captain spoke quietly behind my shoulder, voice low enough that it felt like it was meant only for me. "This stays clean," he said. "You help her, she helps you." It wasn't comfort. It was a contract. Kira heard enough to flinch. "Help her how?" she snapped, louder than she meant to. The staffers beside her tensed. I met Kira's eyes sharply, just one look. "Not now." She swallowed hard, then forced her voice down. "Sorry," she whispered, humiliation burning through her fear. "I'm sorry, I'm just Jade, I don't understand." "I know," I said again. "Breathe." Her chest rose and fell too fast. She tried to slow it. A clerk approached with a folder held like it was routine. The tab was printed with 2 names. Miller/Lane, OBSB. My stomach tightened. Pairing. The clerk's smile was polite in the way that meant it was not for us. "Observation B," she said. "Both of you." Kira looked at the folder, then at me, and something hard surfaced under her fear. "They can't do this," she whispered. Her voice was a promise. The escort tugged my elbow again. Kira's escorts guided her forward. We moved as a unit through the corridor, like a machine part being transferred. Kira leaned in as we walked, voice tight and fast. "They took my phone. They said it was a mixer, and then they brought me down a hallway and the doors changed and Jade, I thought I was going to throw up." "I know," I whispered. "And they said you needed support," she hissed, angry now. Like you're a patient." Her voice cracked on the last word. I kept my gaze forward. Because if I looked at her too openly, they'd see the bond and twist it. Observation B was another neat little room that would look harmless on paper. Bright lights, clean walls, a metal desk, 2 chairs positioned too carefully like furniture could be a trap. A glass panel on one side showed the corridor outside, our fish tank view. A sign was posted on the wall in thick block text. No devices, no outside contact, paper notes permitted. Kira stared at it, confused. "Paper notes," she whispered, like she was trying to decide if that was comforting. It was. Paper didn't call for help. Paper didn't prove anything unless you carried it out in your own hands. A clerk sat behind the desk, hands folded, smile neat. "Jade Miller," she said. "Kira Lane, thank you for cooperating." Cooperating. Kira's spine stiffened. She opened her mouth like she was about to go for the clerk's throat with words. I touched Kira's elbow, lightly, briefly. A warning, a grounding. Kira swallowed down whatever she wanted to say and sat. I sat beside her, folder on my lap, hands visible. The clerk slid a form across the desk. Check boxes, yes-no questions, pen placed perfectly at the top. Kira's eyes flicked to the pen like it was a weapon. The clerk's voice stayed gentle. "This is a standard verification step," she said. "The purpose is support, stability, and safety." Kira let out a short, sharp laugh. "Safety from what? From being poor," she snapped. The clerk didn't blink. "From misunderstanding," she replied smoothly. "From misinterpretation, from instability." The leash word again. Kira's face flushed. "Stop saying that word." The clerk's smile softened like she was being patient with a child. "It's simply a category." I kept my voice flat. "I want Coordinator Hale present," I said, "or a witnessed review." The clerk nodded as if I'd asked for extra water. "Your request is logged." "It doesn't pause anything," I said. "No," she confirmed. Kira's fingers curled into fists on her knees. "Logged," she whispered, disgusted. "So you write it down and then keep going." The clerk slid the form closer. "We'll begin," she said. "Answer clearly, yes or no where indicated." I didn't touch the pen. I looked at the clerk. "I'll answer verbally." The clerk hesitated, just a fraction, then smiled again. "That's acceptable." Kira's head snapped toward me. "Jade." "Breathe," I murmured to her without looking. "Stay clean." Kira swallowed hard. Her throat worked like she was choking on rage. The clerk began. "Do you acknowledge sponsor safety standards?" "Yes," I said. The clerk checked the box herself. "Do you agree to placement supports if recommended?" I held the clerk's gaze. "Define supports." The clerk's smile stayed fixed. "Resources," she said. "Guidance, oversight." Oversight. A pretty word for a leash. "I agree to resources," I said carefully. "I do not agree to coercion." The clerk checked a box anyway. Kira leaned forward, voice low and furious. "You can't check that when she didn't say yes." The clerk didn't even glance at her. "Participation is logged," she said. "Your statement is also logged." Kira's breath hitched. "So you're just writing whatever you want." The clerk's eyes finally flicked to Kira, calm. "Lane," she said softly, "your role is support." My stomach turned. Kira's eyes widened, like being told her role snapped something inside her. "My role," she repeated. The clerk's smile didn't change. "You reduce volatility during transition." Volatility. Transition. They spoke about us like we were chemical reactions. Kira's face went pale. She looked at me, real fear now, not just anger. I kept my voice low. "Kira," I murmured, "don't give them what they want." Her mouth trembled. She nodded once, tiny. The clerk continued, her tone still gentle. "Do you consent to proceed with verification?" I stared at that question, the same theater in a new room. "Consent is for your story," I said quietly. The clerk's smile sharpened by 1 millimeter. "Your confirmation is logged through participation," she replied, carefully choosing words. Your signature is not required for process continuity. Kira sucked in a breath. Not required. Meaning the machine didn't need our yes. It just needed us present. Kira's voice came out thin. Then why am I here? The clerk didn't answer her directly. Support ensures stability, she said. Outside the glass, corridor movement increased. Radios crackled. The air pressure felt like it shifted. Then a door outside the staff zone opened. Behind the corridor line, not the main hallway. A staff service access. And Ethan stepped through. Kira saw him and froze. Everyone on campus knew Ethan Cole. The brand, the smile, the future. Down here, he looked different. Not less polished. Less powerful. His eyes snapped to the glass and found me instantly. Relief flashed across his face, like he'd been holding his breath. Then guilt hit, heavy and immediate. He stepped closer, but a staff shadow in black shifted smoothly into his path. No touch, no force, just a human wall. Ethan's jaw tightened. He spoke to the captain, low and urgent. I couldn't hear every word, but the glass carried fragments. I'm the Cole stewardship seat tied to this cycle. The captain replied calmly, voice almost bored. A seat can witness, it cannot erase. You can't move her, Ethan pressed. She triggered verification, the captain answered. That's not, Ethan stopped himself. His shoulders pulled tight. He lowered his voice further. That's not what we agreed. It is exactly what you agreed to when you accepted the seat, the captain said. Kira's eyes darted between Ethan and me, shock widening them. She leaned toward me, whispering fast. You know him. My throat tightened. He's connected, I whispered back. Outside, Ethan's voice rose just enough to cut through the corridor noise. I can keep her on campus if she signs on public-facing campaign role, if she stops resisting. The captain cut him off calm. You can keep it clean, he said. That's your limit. Ethan's shoulders stiffened like he'd been slapped. He looked at me again through the glass, eyes dark with frustration and something that looked like regret. Then the observation B door opened. The staff escort stepped inside, posture tight, eyes scanning my face like she expected rebellion to be visible. The captain stayed in the doorway, calm as ever. We're proceeding to staging, he said. Kira flinched. Staging for what? No one answered her. Because down here, questions weren't part of the schedule. The corridor felt colder as we were guided out of observation B. The escort stayed close to me. Kira's staff escort stayed close to her. We were a controlled cluster moving through a controlled space. Ethan remained behind the staff line, blocked by the human wall again. His eyes followed me until the corridor angle stole him away. Kira whispered, He's involved. He's, Jade, what did you do? I did nothing, I whispered back. That's the point. We passed a junction where the decorative carpet changed to bare floor for a few feet, maintenance zone. A supply cart squeaked. Radios crackled. And then Ronan appeared. He pushed a supply cart like it was the most boring job in the world. Tie straight, expression blank, posture controlled. He didn't look at me directly, which was the only reason he could exist down here. He stopped near the corridor edge as if checking a list on the cart. His voice came out normal, annoyed, perfect cover. Door assignment, he called. A staffer snapped back from down the hall. Keep moving. Ronan adjusted the cart handle like it was heavy. Hall panel sticks on the left, he said, still normal. Maintenance hasn't fixed it. The escort's head flicked toward him briefly, irritated. Ronan shifted the cart slightly, and something small slid off the top shelf. A plastic clip, a folded tag, something that could pass as trash. It fell near the baseboard close enough to my path that my shoe could reach it without me bending. Ronan didn't look down. He didn't pause. He just murmured fine and pushed the cart forward, disappearing into corridor movement like he'd never existed. My pulse hammered. Kira didn't notice the drop. She was staring at the floor, trying to keep herself together. The escort didn't notice it either. She was watching my shoulders, my face, my breathing. Not the baseboard. I took one tiny step that looked normal. My shoe nudged the clip gently, sliding it closer to my folder's edge. Then I let the folder dip a fraction, as if my grip had relaxed. The clip slid under the corner of the folder and pressed against my thigh. I tightened my hold on the folder's corner, trapping it there so it wouldn't slide when I moved. Clean. No bending, no sneaking, no dramatic motion. The escort didn't react. But my skin buzzed like I'd just been handed a match in a room full of gas. Kira's voice came out small. Was that Ronan? My breath caught. How do you know his name? I whispered back too fast. Kira's eyes flicked to mine, wide. Upstairs, one of the staff called him Ronan, she whispered. He's the guy who told me to breathe before they took my phone. He said not to drink anything. My blood went colder. Ronan had been working both levels. Mapping us. Protecting us. Or steering us. I didn't have time to decide what he was. I only had time to survive. They brought us toward the corridor with the decorative mirror panel. The lighting shifted subtly, less clinical, more curated, like they wanted this hallway to feel like a nice place to get lost. The mirror took up most of the wall, ornate frame, polished surface, expensive decoration. And behind it, a seam, a draft, a way down. My body reacted before my brain did, heat under my skin, senses sharpening, that wrong pull toward the hidden space like my instincts recognized the direction. I clenched my jaw and kept my breathing small. Kira's breathing started to speed up again beside me. Her fear pressed into the air like static. Jade, she whispered, voice shaking, I don't like this hallway. I know, I murmured. Stay with me. One of Kira's escorts stepped closer to her. Lane, they said softly. Breathe. Kira's hands trembled. She swayed just slightly. Maybe real, maybe because the hallway itself felt like a trap and her body knew it. The escort on me didn't move away. She stayed planted at my shoulder, my whole body still in her line of sight. Only her attention slid to Kira's face instead of my hands. That half-second mattered. I slid my fingers along the edge of my folder, normal motion, like adjusting my grip. The clip pressed against my thigh, a tiny hard shape reminding me I wasn't empty-handed. I brought my hand up to my lapel, as if straightening the pin. A normal gesture. My fingertips brushed the mirror frame. Left seam. The seam was still there, slight misalignment, almost invisible unless you'd been hunting it. The draft kissed my skin near the edge. I pressed where the misalignment met the frame, exactly where it had given before. This time, the panel shifted more. Not much. Enough. My heart slammed. Kira's breath hitched beside me, louder than I wanted. Jade. I'm here, I murmured quickly. I'm right here. Her sway increased. Whether panic or body reaction, it worked. Kira's escort stepped in closer, hands hovering. Lane, steady. The escort on me leaned in toward Kira, attention splitting fully now. Kira's breath, Kira's shaking hands. I used that slice. I slid my hand firmly into the seam again and pushed. The panel gave. A narrow opening appeared behind the mirror, just wide enough for a person to slip through. Concrete breathed out, colder air, damp stone, the faint smell of rain trapped underground. I didn't grab Kira, I didn't yank her. I moved like I belonged there, like this was the natural next step. I stepped into the opening. Then I turned my head slightly and whispered, barely moving my mouth. Kira, now stay with me. Kira's eyes snapped to the opening. Fear flared, then something else, a fierce kind of trust that made my chest ache. She stepped toward me. One of her escorts reached for her reflexively. Kira flinched away and slipped into the opening after me, small and fast. For a heartbeat, it worked. We were inside the service space, tight, concrete, bare floor, pipes along the ceiling. The mirror panel loomed behind us like a closing mouth. Then the captain's voice snapped behind us, calm but hard. "Stop." My blood turned to ice. The escort's feet thudded into the service opening. The mirror panel began to shift, like it was designed to close automatically if held too long. Kira grabbed my sleeve, knuckles white. "Jade." "Quiet," I breathed. "Breathe small." The captain stepped into the service opening. He didn't look winded. He didn't look surprised. He looked like a man watching a predicted outcome unfold. Behind him, the mirror panel continued its slow movement, narrowing the gap back to the curated hallway. And then Ronan appeared. Not from behind the captain. From deeper in the service corridor ahead of us, like he'd been stationed there. For 1 second, his face wasn't blank. It was sharp with urgency. He lifted his hand slightly, not a wave, not a gesture that would get him caught. A signal. "This way." Kira's breath shook. "Ronan." He cut his eyes to her, then to me, warning without words. "Don't say names. Don't make it complicated." Then his hand shot out and caught my wrist, just for a second, grounding me, steadying me. Heat flashed under my skin at the contact, wrong and intimate against fear. My body reacted like it recognized him, in a way my mind refused to explain. I hated it. I also needed it. Ronan released me immediately, like even one extra heartbeat would be too dangerous. The captain's voice came again, closer. "Return," he said. "Now." Kira's fingers tightened on my sleeve. "Jade," she whispered, breaking, "please." The mirror panel behind us narrowed further, muting the hallway sounds. The curated world felt farther away with every inch it closed. Ahead, the service corridor stretched into colder darkness. Bare pipes, concrete walls, a stairwell sign bolted to the wall like a warning. Ronan leaned in, voice low enough to be breath. "Keep it quiet," he murmured. "No sudden moves." Then louder, so it sounded like staff talk, he said, "Maintenance routes clear." The captain stepped forward again, calm, unhurried. Like he knew he'd win either way. The stairwell swallowed sound. Concrete steps, metal railing cold under my palm. Air damp, colder the deeper we went, carrying that rain and stone scent that had spilled from the guardian door. My senses felt too sharp. Every radio crackle, every footstep, every breath Kira tried to hide. My skin prickled. Heat flickered under it like something inside me was waking up. Kira stumbled once on the stairs. I caught her elbow fast, steadying her. She whispered my name like a prayer. "Jade." "I've got you," I murmured. Ronan stayed ahead of us, moving like he knew every turn. He kept his shoulders slightly angled, as if he was listening for us and the captain at the same time. Behind us, the captain followed. Not running. Not shouting. Just footsteps on concrete like a countdown. The captain's voice carried up the stairwell, calm and certain. "Return now," he said, "and Lane stays comfortable." Kira flinched at the word comfortable like she finally understood it, meant threatened gently. The captain continued, voice still soft. "Keep moving," he added, "and Lane becomes necessary support." Necessary support. Kira's breath hitched. "What does that mean?" Ronan murmured, barely audible, "Don't talk." We reached a landing. A heavy metal door sat at the end of a short corridor off the landing, humming faintly like power ran through it. The air here smelled stronger, pine, rain, stone, and something else underneath that made my throat tighten. The same presence. My body reacted hard, heat blooming under my skin, a pull toward that door like gravity had changed direction. Kira whispered, terrified now, "Jade, why do I feel?" "Breathe small," I said again, because it was the only instruction I trusted. The captain's footsteps stopped behind us. He didn't rush. He let the silence stretch like a trap. "Last chance," he said calmly. Ronan stood in front of the heavy door, hand hovering near the frame like he didn't want to touch it too boldly. His eyes flicked to mine, quick, intense. "This is where it changes," that look said. This is where the system stops pretending. Then the heavy door cracked open. Just an inch. Cold air spilled out. Not the clean cold of metal and disinfectant. The wild cold of rain trapped in forests, of stone that had never seen daylight, of something old that lived where rules didn't reach. Two faintly reflective eyes caught the sliver of light. Closer than before. Watching. My lungs locked. My body tried to inhale deep like a starving thing. I forced it down. Something in the dark shifted. A low voice came out, certain and calm. Suppression failing. The words slid through me like ice. Kira's fingers dug into my sleeve, shaking. Jade, what is that? The captain's voice came behind us, gentle as a hand closing around a throat. Last chance, he repeated. My mind raced, brutal and fast. If I went back, Kira stayed comfortable, which meant controlled, used, indexed. If I kept moving, the system would punish her to punish me. Either way, they owned the choice. Unless the door ahead was the one place their clipboard words couldn't reach. Ronan's posture held steady, but his breathing was tight, small, controlled, like he was fighting the same pull I was. My skin burned under the cold air. Kira's voice trembled beside me. Jade, please. The heavy door opened another fraction. The eyes in the dark didn't blink. The captain waited behind us without urgency. Because he believed the choice belonged to him. My fingers curled around the folder, around the hard little clip trapped under the corner, around the last scraps of control I could hold without showing it on my face. And I realized the real choice wasn't return or proceed. It was whether I would let fear decide for me, or whether I would step into the dark and make the system follow me for once. I drew one shallow breath, then another. The captain's calm presence pressed into my back like a wall. Ronan's focus held me like a hand. Kira's grip trembled like a lifeline. The eyes in the dark waited. And somewhere inside my body, something that had been quiet my whole life shifted, angry at being contained. The captain spoke, soft as a closing door. Choose. And the dark ahead breathed cold and patient, like it already knew what I was. Choose. The security captain's voice didn't change. Same calm, same quiet certainty that made the word feel less like a question and more like a verdict. Then he added, like he was reading a policy line off a laminated card, return stays clean. Proceed gets complicated. We stood on the stairwell landing, where the air turned wild. Concrete walls pressed in tight around us. Pipes ran along the ceiling like veins. The metal door ahead hummed faintly, cracked open just enough for cold to spill out, rain and pine and stone, like somebody had dragged the outside underground and trapped it here. Kira was right beside me. Her wristband, lane, support, sat against her skin like a label on a box. She was shaking so hard I could feel it in the air between us. Ronan stood a few steps ahead, shoulder angled toward the cracked door, like he was bracing against something you couldn't see but could absolutely feel. He didn't touch me. He didn't say anything. But his posture was a message. I'm here. Behind us, the captain waited like time itself was on his payroll. The crack in the door widened a hair, then held. Two faintly reflective eyes caught the thin strip of light and didn't blink. My lungs tried to fill deep, like a starving thing smelling food. I refused. I kept my breath small, controlled, shallow enough that it didn't feel like I was giving the air permission to own me. Kira whispered my name, barely a sound. Jade. I didn't look at her fully, not because I didn't want to, because I did. Because it would have been the most human thing in the world to turn and hold her and tell her I'd fix this. But this place fed on human. It logged it. So I stepped forward one half step toward the cracked door, not running, not jerking away, not resisting. Just moving. Clean. My voice stayed low and steady. Stay behind me, I told Kira. Don't talk. Her breath hitched like she wanted to argue. Then those eyes in the dark shifted. They tracked me, My face, my shoulders, my breathing, then flicked down to Kira's wristband the way a scanner would read a barcode. A low voice came from inside the crack, calm, flat, certain. Lane increases volatility. Kira made a small sound of confusion and fear, like she didn't understand how her name had become a warning label. My stomach dropped anyway. Not because of the words. Because the captain didn't challenge them. He didn't correct. He didn't pretend. He waited, like he'd been instructed to wait. Ronan's posture changed subtly, one shoulder rolling back, the line of his body shifting to put himself between me and the captain without ever stepping in front of me. It wasn't dramatic. It was instinct. It hit something in my chest I didn't have time to name. The voice in the crack continued, unbothered. Remove Lane. The captain stiffened, just a fraction, barely visible if you didn't know what you were looking for. I saw it anyway. Because the captain had been unshakable for floors and rooms and days. And that tiny stiffening was proof. He answered upward to this voice. The staff escort at my side moved automatically. Protocol, her hand shot toward Kira's arm. Kira flinched hard, shoulders jumping. Her eyes went wide, panicked. I kept my face blank. No record, no escalation, no subject becomes distressed. My jaw locked so tight my teeth hurt. Where are you taking her? I asked, clean, calm, clipped. The voice inside the crack answered like it was reading a chart. Back to comfort. Comfort, that sugar word they use like a pillow over a mouth. The captain finally spoke, the same line he always used, as if he could smooth this into something polite. This stays clean. The voice in the dark didn't react to him. It didn't argue. It didn't threaten. It simply corrected him, like a superior correcting a junior. Clean requires separation. My skin prickled. The cold air tasted sharper. Ethan had said clean like it meant safe. Down here, clean meant controlled. The crack widened a fraction more. Not enough for me to see a face, only the impression of shoulders and stillness and those eyes that caught every movement. The voice addressed me again. Proceed alone. The cold intensified, like the door itself was exhaling. Kira's breath came fast now, too fast. She tried to swallow it down and couldn't. I wanted to grab her hand and squeeze it until my bones ached. Instead, I gave her a tiny nod, one small movement that meant everything. I'm still here, hold it together. She whispered my name again, smaller, like a prayer she didn't believe in. Jade. I didn't answer with words. I couldn't. The escort's fingers closed around Kira's forearm. Kira jerked back on instinct, and the escort tightened. The captain didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. He watched, waiting to see if I'd break clean. I swallowed hard and forced my voice into something level. You want me clean, I said, keeping my eyes on the crack on the eyes behind it. Then take her upstairs, now. The captain stepped forward a half-pace behind me, voice calm but sharper under it. She proceeds with Lane in place. There it was. He wanted the lever. He wanted my breathing to belong to him. The voice in the crack shut it down without a pause. Lane is not a lever here. It hit like a gavel. The captain didn't like it. I saw that too. Another tiny shift, another controlled irritation. But he didn't challenge the order. He couldn't. He turned his head toward the escort staff like he was issuing it himself, like pride could rewrite reality. Return Lane to observation B, he said. Secure. Kira's eyes snapped to mine, wild, pleading, furious all at once. Jade, she started. I didn't let my face change. I didn't let my voice break. Kira, I said softly, controlled. Breathe. Her mouth trembled. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. Not yet. 2 staffers moved in, flanking her. They didn't drag her. They didn't need to. Their bodies were the hallway. Kira's shoes scuffed on concrete as she was guided away, and that sound, those small, panicked scuffs, burned itself into my skull. She looked over her shoulder once. I held her gaze. No words, no begging, no panic. Just a promise I couldn't safely speak. Then the corridor swallowed her. Silence rushed into the space she'd left. My throat felt raw like I'd screamed, even though I hadn't. Ronan's eyes met mine quick, so quick it almost felt imagined. But it was. It read like a sentence without sound. I'll keep her alive. I didn't know if that was a promise or a warning. Either way, it was the only thing that kept my knees from dipping. The cold air from the door breathed again. The voice in the crack said, calmly, "Proceed." The captain was still behind me, but his presence suddenly felt smaller, like he'd been demoted without being told. Ronan shifted a half step, clearing the path without taking it. And then, a latch clicked behind the captain. Not the heavy door, not the cracked door. A different door. Service access. The sound cut through the stairwell like a pin dropping. The captain's head turned a fraction, annoyed, like he hadn't scheduled this. And Ethan Cole stepped onto the landing. He wasn't running, he wasn't sloppy. But his eyes were sharp, and his breath was controlled in the way it gets when you're trying not to show you sprinted anyway. He looked at me first, not the captain, not Ronan. Me. "Jade," he said fast, low, like he could talk me back into his world with my name alone. "Don't go in there." The captain shifted his body, not touching Ethan, not grabbing him, just stepping into the line between Ethan and me like a door that learned how to wear a suit. Ethan's jaw clenched. His gaze flicked to the captain like he wanted to shove him aside. He didn't. He couldn't. Because down here, you didn't shove staff. You got logged. The voice from the crack didn't change, didn't swell with ego, didn't react like a human. It came flat and dismissive. "Seat holder is irrelevant." Ethan stiffened like the words were a slap. His eyes flashed. "I'm not irrelevant, I'm the Cole stewardship seat." The voice cut him off without heat. "Stewardship is surface." Surface. A single word that turned Ethan's power into a costume. Ethan's throat bobbed. His voice went tighter. You can't take her further, she's..." He stopped himself, like he almost said something that would expose him. The captain didn't look at him with anger. He looked at him with management. "Stay back," the captain said calmly, as if Ethan was a donor who wandered into a staff hallway by mistake. "This isn't your floor." Ethan's eyes snapped back to mine. For a heartbeat, the pull hit, old, familiar. The part of me that wanted to believe he could fix things because he always looked like the man who had an answer. Then the disgust hit right after it. Because he wasn't saying, "Let her go." He was saying, "Don't go deeper." He was still trying to control the direction, not the cage. I didn't speak. I couldn't afford words. The crack widened a fraction. The cold came stronger. The voice addressed me, not Ethan. "Proceed." Ethan took a half step forward instinctively, and the captain blocked him with that same clean body position. No touch, no drama. Just a wall. Ethan's voice broke sharper, urgent. "Jade, listen to me." I let my eyes meet his for 1 second. Not comfort. Not forgiveness. Just a message. You don't own my choices. Then I turned toward the crack and stepped through. The heavy door didn't slam. It closed behind me with quiet precision, like a machine finishing a cycle. The sound was soft. It still felt final. Behind it, Ethan's voice scraped the seam once, then dulled, like the captain stayed planted and kept him there with nothing but position. Inside was darker, stone that didn't look like poured concrete, but carved, older, rougher. The light was minimal, faint, and indirect, like it was meant to reveal just enough and no more. There was a low hum in the air that might have been electricity or might have been something else entirely. The cold was different in here, not disinfectant cold, not office cold. Outside cold. Rain trapped in forest branches, pine needles crushed under boots, stone that held night. My breath came out in a thin puff I couldn't stop. I kept it small anyway. A silhouette stood in the dim, broad shoulders, stillness that didn't read human. He didn't move like someone waiting to attack. He moved like someone who didn't have to. Two faintly reflective eyes held the little light and sent it back. The voice came again, closer now, but still calm and flat. Miller line. Suppression failing. Instinct rising. Each phrase landed like a stamp. My hands were still on the folder I'd been carrying like it mattered. The hard little clip under the folder's corner pressed against my thigh, a tiny reminder I wasn't completely empty-handed. My lapel pin felt heavier than it should. I forced my voice into calm. Who suppressed me? A pause, just long enough to prove he was choosing what to give me. Then, your placement path. Not a name, not a person. A system. My stomach twisted. I swallowed and kept my face still. That's not an answer. It is, the voice said. The silhouette shifted a fraction, not stepping closer, just aligning like he was calibrating to me. The eyes dipped precise to my chest. My lapel. The pin. The symbol isn't honor, the guardian said. It's a clamp. For a second, my brain didn't accept it, like it refused to understand a sentence that ugly. Then heat flashed under my skin, not romance, not panic. Betrayal. My fingers rose on their own and touched the pin. Metal, cool, neat. The little success marker Ethan's world had pinned on me like a prize. I'd worn it because they told me. It meant I belonged. It meant I was compliant. It meant I was safe. My thumb brushed the backing. A clamp. I stared at the silhouette. You're saying this thing has been, what, holding me down? The voice didn't soften. Containing you. The word made my mouth go dry. Containing. Like I was something that spilled if you didn't keep the lid tight. My pulse started to climb. The room seemed to sharpen around the edges, sound turning too crisp, scent turning too strong. Instinct rising. I hated that my body reacted before my mind finished arguing. Why, I asked, controlled, but it cost me. Why would they? Because it works, the voice said. A small pause. Until it doesn't. My throat tightened. I kept my breathing small. The guardian didn't move toward me. He didn't need to. His presence filled the room anyway, like the space was built around him. Then he spoke again, and this time it wasn't a statement. It was a trap. Remove it, he said, or keep it. My stomach dropped. Remove it and risk whatever, instinct rising meant. Keep it and submit to the thing they'd built on my back. I didn't answer. I stood there, pin under my fingers, jaw locked, breathing controlled, trying to figure out how every choice in this place belonged to someone else. A soft knock came from behind me, on the heavy door I'd just come through. Not frantic. Scheduled. The door opened a crack, controlled. Cold hallway air slid in, along with a slice of fluorescent light. Ronan appeared in the threshold. The guardian addressed him, without looking away from me. Runner. The title hit my spine like ice. Ronan didn't deny it. He didn't flinch. He kept his voice low, professional. Lane is secured, he said. No distress. Secured. Not safe, not free. Secured. I sucked in a breath I didn't mean to. I turned my head toward Ronan, slow, controlled. You belong down here, I said, quiet and lethal. Ronan's gaze flicked to mine, then away, like eye contact itself was a risk. Yeah, he said softly. One word. No apology, no explanation. Just confirmation. The guardian's voice cut through the space again, still calm. Ronan's job is containment when suppression fails. My blood went cold. I looked back at Ronan. Who are you? My voice didn't shake. My hands did, just slightly under the folder, where nobody could see but me. Ronan's jaw flexed. He exhaled, controlled. Then he gave me the most honest thing he could afford. I'm the part of this place, he said quietly, that tries to keep girls alive. The words should have comforted me. They didn't, because the sentence carried its own threat. Tries. Alive. Like alive was the best-case outcome. The guardian spoke again, and his next instructions snapped the room into something clinical. "Hold the door," he told Ronan. "If she spikes, you catch her." Ronan didn't move. Not yet. He stayed anchored at the threshold like a lock. Prepared. And I realized it with a sick clarity. I wasn't being talked to. I was being managed. I swallowed hard and pressed my fingers to the pin again, feeling the cool metal, the little backing that held it tight. The guardian's voice stayed calm, almost bored. "You can't stay suppressed and stay stable." The word stable tasted like poison. Because stable was what they called you when you obeyed. Unstable was what they called you when you tried to live. I lifted my chin. "If I remove it," I said, controlled, "Lane walks free, not comfortable, free." Silence. Actual silence. Long enough that I felt it in my bones. Then, for the first time, the guardian's stillness shifted. No warmth. Calculation. "Lane will be released when you're confirmed," he said. Delayed reward. The system's favorite trick. My stomach turned. So even if I did what he wanted, they'd hold Kira until they decided I'd earned her back. They'd keep the lever. They'd just move it to a different pocket. I looked at Ronan, at his hands, at the way he held himself like he already knew what came after confirmed. Then I felt the hard little clip press my thigh again. An answer I'd been carrying without admitting it. Slowly, like it was nothing, I slid the folder off my lap just enough to free the clip from under its corner. It was small, plastic and metal together, like a badge anchor with a thin tab attached. Not trash. A key tag. Ronan's eyes flicked to it and went sharp. Recognition. I kept my face blank and held it out low, hidden by the folder. Ronan took it with 2 fingers, clean and quick, like passing a pen. The guardian's voice cut through immediately, short, final. "Runner, retrieve Lane, return, then hold." A dismissal without drama. An order that made the next part make sense. Ronan's jaw tightened. "Yes," he said, one clean syllable. He didn't rush, he didn't flinch, he didn't make it look like help. He slipped back through the crack, like a scheduled function. The door sealed to a controlled sliver again. I took one breath, shallow, controlled, and raised my voice, not screaming, not panicking. Projecting. "Ethan Cole," I called, "witness this." The words bounced off stone and went out through the crack. From the hallway beyond, a sharp voice snapped, first crack in calm I'd heard in days. "Don't." The captain. Then Ethan, tight, startled, real through the seam. "Jade." My chest tightened at hearing him say my name like that, like it was a hand reaching for me. The pull hit, hot and familiar. And then disgust hit right after it. Because even now, his instinct was to stop me, not to stop the system. I pressed my fingers under the pin's backing. The metal was cool. The clasp resisted slightly, like it didn't want to let go. "Clamp." I set my jaw. "I'm not your clean little story," I whispered to the room, to myself, to whatever part of me had been quiet my whole life. Then I pulled. The clasp popped free. The pin came off in my hand. For half a second, nothing happened. Then heat rushed through my veins, like someone had poured fire into my blood. My hearing sharpened so violently I could hear the hum of the lights, the faint scrape of cloth outside the door, the far-off whisper of breath through stone. The air tasted like rain and metal, and something alive. My pulse went feral, hammering too fast, too strong. Instinct rising. My knees threatened to dip. I didn't let them. The guardian's eyes flared faintly in the dim, just a shift in reflection, like light caught on something deeper. His voice came out calm as a stamped document. "Miller line, awakening confirmed." Confirmed. The word hit different than stable. This wasn't a compliment. It was a diagnosis. I stared at the pin in my palm, suddenly just a small piece of metal that had held my life by the throat. The guardian spoke again, still not to Ethan, not to the captain. To the empty sliver of door, to the system beyond it. Release Lane. A beat. Then, like he was sealing the order so nobody could twist it. Remove the band, no comfort protocol. My throat tightened hard. No comfort protocol meant no sedation, no punishment dressed up as care. It meant free. The guardian's silhouette shifted slightly, and the room revealed what it had been hiding. Another door. Not the heavy metal one behind me. This one was older. Stone-framed, weathered, built into the rock like it belonged there long before campus politics existed. It didn't hum like electricity. It breathed. Cold, wild air pressed through a thin seam, stronger than before, carrying rain, pine, open night. The guardian's voice came again. Now you choose for real. Behind the seam of the heavy metal door, Ethan's voice, muffled but close, hit the stone. Jade, don't do this. Then the captain's calm layered over it, steadier now like he'd recovered his mask. If she crosses, he said, precise, Lane becomes leverage forever. He wasn't predicting the future. He was trying to scare me back into the cage with a pretty sentence. My stomach clenched anyway. Because fear worked fast, even when you saw the trick. Kira wasn't an accident. She was a tool they would keep using until I broke. Unless I became something they couldn't hold. My skin buzzed, heat under it like my body was trying to remember a shape it had never been allowed to take. Instinct rising. My breathing stayed small, but it didn't feel like control anymore. It felt like restraint. Like holding a door shut with your bare hands, while something on the other side leaned harder. I didn't answer the captain. I didn't answer Ethan. I stared at the older stone door and felt the air on the other side, calling my lungs like a memory. Then the heavy metal door behind me opened a fraction again. Footsteps controlled quick. Ronan returned. And he wasn't alone. Kira stumbled in beside him, pale and shaking but upright. Her wrist was bare. No band. No support label. Just skin. Whatever comfort had meant, it hadn't started. Ronan got to her first. Her eyes locked on mine, and whatever she'd been holding back shattered. Jade, she breathed, and it wasn't a question this time. It was relief so sharp it hurt. I crossed the small space between us in 2 steps and caught her shoulders. Careful, steady, not crushing. She clutched my forearms like she needed proof I was real. Ronan stayed close, one hand hovering at my back like he'd catch me if my body decided to betray me. Kira's voice trembled. Her eyes flicked to Ronan, then to the guardian's silhouette. They took it off. He used a tag and it just... The key tag. My chest went tight with a strange, fierce gratitude. The guardian's voice cut through softly, clinical. Lane is released. Outside the heavy metal door seam, Ethan's voice broke, muffled and stunned. Jade. And the captain, quiet, dangerous, didn't speak at all. Because now, his favorite leverage had no label on her wrist. Because now, he had nothing clean to hold. Kira swallowed hard, eyes wet. What is this place? She whispered. I didn't have a full answer. I just had the truth I could hold without falling apart. It's a cage, I said softly, and you're out. Kira's breath shuddered. She nodded like she was trying to believe it. Then she looked at me again, really looked, at my face, at my eyes, like she was checking if I was still me. And I realized something with a cold clarity. If I stayed, they'd build a new leash. If I went back upstairs, they'd smile and rewrite what happened into a story that kept them safe. They'd try again. Kira's fingers tightened on my arms. Jade, please, I don't want to lose you. I forced my voice calm. You won't. I didn't know how I could promise that. But I wasn't giving the system my fear anymore. I turned slightly so Kira was behind me, just like I'd told her earlier. And I let my voice carry toward the seam, toward Ethan and the captain. Ethan Cole, I called again, steady. You wanted clean. Here's clean. You saw me blocked. You heard that voice outrank him. You heard clamp. Tell the world. Silence answered for a beat. Then Ethan's voice, tight, wrecked, came through. I will, he said. Jade, I will. It didn't erase what he'd done. But it was something. Kira's breath hitched behind me. Ronan's hand brushed my wrist, light, not pulling. Asking, are we going? The Guardian's voice came from the dim behind us, calm and final. Run. Not escape. Not fight. Run. Like the simplest survival instruction on Earth. I reached back without looking and found Kira's hand, squeezed once. Then I looked at Ronan. His eyes were the only honest thing in the room. Not clean, not complicated. Just real. He didn't ask me to be smaller. He didn't ask me to be quiet. He just stood there like he'd go with me into whatever came next. I nodded once. Ronan moved first, opening the older stone door with a practiced push, like he'd done it before. Wild air poured in. Rain, pines, night. My lungs tried to gulp deep like a starving thing again. This time, I let them. A full breath. It burned. It also felt like mine. Kira gasped at the cold and stumbled, and I held her tight enough to keep her moving. Ronan took the lead, one step ahead, checking the passage like instinct was a map he could read. Behind us, back through the Guardian room, through the seam of the heavy metal door, the captain's voice finally snapped, controlled but sharp with something he couldn't hide. Stop. No clipboard word. No clean. Just panic wearing a suit. Then the Guardian's voice, calm, heavier than stone, answered him. Surface protocols end here. A beat. Then the heavy metal door behind us clicked. Locked. The sound wasn't loud. It was final. Kira's fingers crushed mine. Jade. I'm here, I said, and this time it wasn't a lie. We moved down the old passage until the stone gave way to open air. We broke out into the night, like a secret the world couldn't keep buried. Rain misted across my face. The sky was dark and wide. Somewhere beyond the trees, the campus lights glowed warm and fake like nothing had happened. Kira sucked in a shaky breath and laughed once, half sob, half disbelief. Ronan's shoulder brushed mine as he guided us into the cover of the pines. Not possessive. Protective. My pulse still hammered feral in my throat, and heat still buzzed under my skin like something inside me had finally sat up and opened its eyes. But for the first time, nobody was telling me to be clean. Nobody was calling my fear a category. Nobody was writing my life into a file. I looked back once, at the distant lights, at the castle days pretty lie of it all, and then I turned away. Because the story behind me belonged to them. The story in front of me belonged to me. And I took another full breath, rain and pine and night, and kept running.